This is Audible.
The Second World War, A Complete History by Martin Gilbert. This book was read by Bernard Mays. To Hugo. Chapter 1. The German Invasion of Poland, September 1939. The Second World War was among the most destructive conflicts in human history. More than 46 million soldiers and civilians perished, many in circumstances of prolonged and horrifying cruelty. During the 2,174 days of war between the German attack on Poland in September 1939 and the surrender of Japan in August 1945, by far the largest number of those killed, whether in battle or behind the lines, were unknown by name or face, except to those few who knew or loved them. Yet in many cases, perhaps also numbering in the millions, even those who might in later years have remembered a victim were themselves wiped out. Not only 46 million lives, but the vibrant life and livelihood which they had inherited, and might have left to their descendants, were blotted out. A heritage of work and joy, of struggle and creativity, of learning, hopes and happiness, which no one could ever inherit or pass on. Inevitably, because they were the war's principal sufferers, it's the millions of victims who fill so many of these pages. While many of them can be and are named, it's the unnamed men, women and children whose tragedy is the bitter legacy of the war. There's courage, too, in these pages, the courage of soldiers, sailors and airmen, the courage of partisans and resistance fighters, and the courage of those who, starving, naked and without strength or weapons, were sent to their deaths. Who was the first victim of a war that was to claim more than 40 million victims? He was an unknown prisoner in one of Adolf Hitler's concentration camps, most probably a common criminal. In an attempt to make Germany seem the innocent victim of Polish aggression, he'd been dressed in a Polish uniform, taken to the German frontier town of Gleiwitz and shot on the evening of the 31st of August 1939 by the Gestapo in a bizarre faked Polish attack on the local radio station. On the following morning, as German troops began their advance into Poland, Hitler gave as one of his reasons for the invasion as the Second World War. The German advance into Poland on the 1st of September 1939 was not a repeat of the tactics of the First World War of 1914-18. Then infantrymen, advancing towards each other until caught in a line of trenches, had mounted a series of attacks against a well-dug-in enemy. Hitler's method was that of blitzkrieg, lightning war. First, and without warning, air attacks destroyed much of the defender's air force while it was still on the ground. Second, bombers struck at the defender's road and rail communications, assembly points and munition dumps, and at civilian centers, causing confusion and panic. Third, dive bombers sought out columns of marching men and bombed them without respite, while at the same time aircraft machine-gunned civilian refugees as they sought to flee from the approaching soldiers, causing chaos on the roads and further impeding the forward movement of the defending forces. Even as the blitzkrieg came out of the sky, it also came on land. First, in wave after wave of motorized infantry, light tanks and motor-drawn artillery, pushing as far ahead as possible. Then heavy tanks were to drive deep into the countryside, bypassing cities and fortified points. Then, after so much damage had been done and so much territory traversed, the infantry, the foot soldiers of every war but strongly supported by artillery, were to occupy the area already penetrated, to deal with whatever resistance remained, and to link up with the mechanized units of the initial strike. 24 hours after the German attack on Poland, an official Polish government communiqué reported that 130 Poles, of whom 12 were soldiers, had been killed in air raids on Warsaw, Gdynia, and several other towns. 2 German bombers were shot down, and the 4 occupants arrested after a miraculous escape, the communiqué noted, when 41 German aircraft in formation appeared over eastern Warsaw on Friday afternoon. People watched a thrilling aerial battle over the heart of the city. Several houses caught fire, and the hospital for Jewish defective children was bombed and wrecked. On the morning of September the 2nd, German aircraft bombed the railway station at the town of Kolo. At the station stood a train of civilian refugees being evacuated from the border towns of Yarosin and Krotozin. 111 of them were killed. Hitler's aim in invading Poland was not only to regain the territories lost in 1918, he also intended to impose German rule on Poland. To this end, he had ordered 3 SS Death's Head regiments to follow behind the infantry advance and to conduct what were called police and security measures behind the German lines. Theodor Eicke, the commander of these 3 Death's Head regiments, explained what these measures were to his assembled officers at one of their bases, Sachsenhausen concentration camp, on that first day of war. In protecting Hitler's Reich, Eicke explained, the SS would have to incarcerate or annihilate every enemy of Nazism, a task that would challenge even the absolute and inflexible severity which the Death's Head regiments had learned in the concentration camps. These words, so full of foreboding, were soon translated into action. Within a week of the German invasion of Poland, almost 24,000 officers and men of the Death's Head regiment were ready to embark on their task. On the side of one of the railway carriages taking German soldiers eastward, someone had written in white paint, "We're off to Poland to thrash the Jews." Not only Jews, but Poles were to be the victims of this war behind the war. 2 days after Eicke had given his instructions to the Death's Head regiments, Heinrich Himmler informed SS General Udo von Wreich that he was to carry out the radical suppression of the incipient Polish insurrection in the newly occupied parts of Upper Silesia. The word radical was a euphemism for ruthless. Whole villages were burned to the ground. At Truskolazi, on September the 3rd, 55 Polish peasants were rounded up and shot, a child of 2 among them. At Wieruszów, 20 Jews were ordered to assemble in the marketplace, among them Israel Louis, a man of 64. When his daughter, Liebe Louis, ran up to her father, a German told her to open her mouth for impudence. He then fired a bullet into it. Liebe Louis fell down dead. The 20 Jews were then executed. In the weeks that followed, such atrocities became commonplace, widespread, and on an unprecedented scale. Even while soldiers fought in battle, civilians were being massacred behind the lines. On the afternoon of September the 3rd, German bombers attacked the undefended Polish town of Sulejio, where a peacetime population of 6,500 Poles and Polish Jews was swelled by a further 3,000 refugees. Within moments, the center of the town was ablaze. As thousands hurried for safety towards the nearby woods, German planes, flying low, opened fire with their machine guns. As we were running to the woods, one young boy, Ben Hofgott, recalled, "People were falling, people were on fire. That night, the sky was red from the burning town." On the 3rd of September, Britain and France both declared war on Germany. The immediate aim of the German High Command, Hitler told his commanders, remains the rapid and victorious conclusion of operations against Poland. At 9 o'clock that evening, however, a German submarine, the U-30, commanded by Julius Lemp, torpedoed the British passenger liner Athenia, which it had mistaken for an armed ship. The Athenia, which was bound for Montreal from Liverpool, had sailed before Britain's declaration of war with 1,103 passengers on board. Of the 112 passengers who lost their lives that night, 28 were citizens of the United States. But the American president, Franklin Roosevelt, was emphatic when he broadcast to the American people on September the 3rd. Let no man or woman thoughtlessly or falsely talk of America sending its armies to European fields. At this moment there is being prepared a proclamation of American neutrality. Confident of a swift victory on the evening of September the 3rd, Hitler left Berlin on aboard his special train, America, in which he was to live for the next 2 weeks amid the scenes and congratulations of his first military triumph. The British government, meanwhile, had put into operation its Western Air Plan 14, the dropping of anti-Nazi propaganda leaflets over Germany. On the night of September the 3rd, 13 tons of leaflets were flown in 10 aircraft across the North Sea and across the German frontier to be dropped on the Ruhr, 6 million sheets of paper, in which the Germans were told, "Your rulers have condemned you to the massacres, miseries, and privations of a war they cannot ever hope to win." Britain's first bombing raid over Germany took place on September the 4th, as German troops continued to advance into Poland behind a screen of superior air power. That day, 10 Blenheim bombers attacked German ships and naval installations at Wilhelmshaven. No serious damage was done to the ships, but 5 of the bombers were shot down by German anti-aircraft fire. Among the British dead was pilot officer H.B. Lightoller, whose father had been the senior British officer to survive the sinking of the Titanic before the First World War. In Britain, morale was boosted by the news of this raid on German warships. "We could even see some washing hanging on the line," the flight lieutenant who had led the attack told British radio listeners. "When we flew on the top of the battleship," he added, "we could see the crews running fast to their stations. We dropped our bombs. The second pilot, flying behind us, saw 2 hit." Both the flight lieutenant and the reconnaissance pilot were awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. The British pilots were under orders not to endanger German civilian life. At that point in the war, such orders seemed not only moral, but capable of being carried out. The German commanders had given no such orders. Brutal guerrilla war had broken out everywhere, the German Quartermaster General Eduard Wagner wrote on September the 4th, "and we are ruthlessly stamping it out. We won't be reasoned with. We have already sent out emergency courts, and they are in continual session. The harder we strike, the quicker there will be peace again." That striking came both on land and from the air. At Bydgoszcz, on the 4th of September, more than 1,000 Poles were murdered, including several dozen Boy Scouts aged between 12 and 16. They'd been lined up against a wall in the marketplace and shot. Entering Piotrków on September the 5th, the Germans set fire to dozens of Jewish homes, then shot dead those Jews who managed to run from the burning buildings. Entering a building which had escaped the flames, soldiers took out 6 Jews and ordered them to run. 5 were shot down. The 6th, Reb Rumenliebel, died later of his wounds. Many towns were on fire in Poland that week. Thousands of Poles perished in the flames or were shot down as they fled. 2 wars raged simultaneously, one on the battlefront of armed men and the other in towns and villages far behind the front line. At sea also a war had begun, the course of which was to be savage and all-encompassing. That 5th of September, German submarines sank 5 unarmed merchant ships, 4 British and 1 French. The British had not been slow to respond. HMS Ajax, in action that day, sank 2 German merchant ships in accordance with the rules of warfare, as Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, informed his war cabinet colleagues. The merchant ships had failed to stop when ordered to do so. Each day saw the rules of war ignored and flouted by the Germans as they advanced deeper and deeper into Poland. On September the 6th, in the fields outside the Polish village of Mrocza, the Germans shot 19 Polish officers who had already surrendered after fighting tenaciously against a German tank unit. Other Polish prisoners of war were locked into a railwayman's hut, which was then set on fire. They were burned to death. Henceforth, prisoners of war were not to know if the accepted rules of war as laid down by successive Geneva Conventions were to apply to them. The rules whereby the Nazis acted were completely at variance with those which had evolved over the previous century. For the Jews, it seemed that extremes of horror were to be perpetrated by this conqueror, who boasted that the Jews would be his main victim. Speaking in Berlin 7 months before the outbreak of war, Hitler had declared that if war broke out, the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. 6 days of war had already shown that the murder of Jews was to be an integral part of German conquest. In a gesture of defiance, Dr. Chaim Weizmann, the elder statesman of the Zionist movement, wrote to the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain to declare that the Jews would fight on the side of the democracies against Nazi Germany. His letter was published in the Times on September the 6th. That day, Hitler was driven by car from his special train to the battlefield at Tuchola, where a Polish corps was surrounded. While he observed the scene of battle, a message reached him that German forces had entered the southern Polish city of Krakow. The war was 1 week old. Krakow, a city with more than 250,000 inhabitants, was under German control. On the following day, September the 7th, the SS chief Reinhard Heydrich told the commanders of Eiche's special SS task forces, which were about to follow behind the advancing soldiers, the Polish ruling class is to be put out of harm's way as far as possible. The lower classes that remain will not get special schools, but will be kept down in one way or another. Eiche himself directed the work of these SS units from Hitler's headquarters train, and it was on the train on September the 7th that Hitler told his army commander-in-chief, General von Brauchitsch, that the army was to abstain from interfering in these SS operations. Those operations were relentless. On the day after Hitler's talk with Brauchitsch, an SS battalion executed 33 Polish civilians in the village of Siacy. Such executions were soon to become a daily occurrence. Hitler's entourage quickly learned what he had in mind. On September the 9th, Colonel Edward Wagner discussed the future of Poland with Hitler's Army Chief of Staff, General Holder. "It is the Führer's and Goering's intention," Wagner wrote in his diary, "to destroy and exterminate the Polish nation. More than that cannot even be hinted at in writing." Britain and France saw little scope for military action to assist Poland in any substantial way. On September the 7th, French military units crossed the German frontier at 3 points near Saarlouis, Saarbrücken and Zweibrücken, but no serious clash of arms took place. The Western Front was quiet. In London, a specially created Land Forces Committee of the War Cabinet discussed the scale of Britain's future military effort. At its first meeting on September the 7th, Churchill, the new First Lord of the Admiralty, proposed the creation of an army of 20 divisions by March 1940. "We must take our place in the line," he said, "if we are to hold the alliance together and win the war." In its report on the following day, the Land Forces Committee set out as the basis for Britain's military planning that the war would last for at least 3 years. The first 20 divisions should be established within the next 12 months, a further 35 divisions by the end of 1941. Meanwhile, the main thrust of Britain's war effort would of necessity be defensive. September the 7th saw the inauguration of the first 2 convoys of merchant ships escorted by destroyers, one from the Thames estuary through the English Channel and into the Atlantic, one from Liverpool into the Atlantic. That day, near the western Polish industrial city of Lodz, the last of the Polish defenders were still seeking to bar the German advance. Their adversaries, SS fighting troops, noted how that afternoon at Pabianice the Poles launched yet another counterattack. They stormed over the bodies of their fallen comrades. They didn't come forward with their heads down like men in heavy rain, and most attacking infantry come on like that, but they advanced with their heads held high like swimmers breasting the waves. They did not falter. It was not lack of courage, but massively superior German artillery power, which by nightfall forced these defenders to surrender. Pabianice was lost. The road to Lodz was open. Inside Germany, those who had opposed the pre-war excesses of Nazism were equally critical of the attack on Poland. But the threat of imprisonment in a concentration camp was a powerful deterrent to public criticism. Before the war, thousands of Germans had fled from tyranny. Even after the outbreak of war, such flight was still possible, though dangerous. On September the 9th, one of Germany's leading jurists, Gerhard Leibholz, managed to escape with his wife and 2 daughters across the frontier to Switzerland. Leibholz's wife was the twin sister of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the pastor whose sermons had been outspoken in their denunciation of racism and brutality. Because Leibholz's father was a Jew, he would have had, under a newly promulgated law, to have the letter J stamped on his passport. It was this which had precipitated his decision to flee. Leibholz was fortunate. On the very day of his escape, 630 Czech political prisoners were brought by train from Bohemia to the concentration camp at Dachau, just north of Munich. Few of them were to survive the harsh conditions of work and the brutal treatment. From Poland, flight was virtually impossible. The speed of the German advance trapped soldiers and civilians. In the Poznan sector, 19 Polish divisions, virtually the same number of troops which Britain wished to have ready for action in March 1940, were surrounded. In the ensuing battle on the river Bzura, 170,000 Polish soldiers were taken prisoner. Behind the lines, the atrocities continued. At Bedzin, on September the 8th, several hundred Jews were driven into a synagogue which was then set on fire. 200 of the Jews burned to death. On the following day, the Germans cynically charged Poles with the crime, took a number of hostages, and executed 30 of the hostages in one of the main public squares. On September the 10th, General Holder noted in his diary that a group of SS men, having ordered 50 Jews to work all day repairing a bridge, had then pushed them into a synagogue and shot them. "We are now issuing fierce orders, which I have drafted today myself," Colonel Wagner wrote in his diary on September the 11th. "Nothing like the death sentence. There's no other way in the occupied territories." One eyewitness to this killing of civilians was Admiral Canaris, head of the German counterintelligence services. On September the 10th, he had travelled to the front line to watch the German army in action. Wherever he went, his intelligence officers told him of an orgy of massacre. Polish civilians, they reported, having been forced to dig mass graves, were then lined up at the edge of the graves and mown down with machine gun fire. On September the 12th, Canaris went to Hitler's headquarters train, then at Ilmenau, in Upper Silesia, to protest. He first saw General Wilhelm Keitel, Chief of the Armed Forces High Command. "I have information," Canaris told Keitel, "that mass executions are being planned in Poland, and that members of the Polish nobility and the Roman Catholic bishops and priests have been singled out for extermination." Keitel urged Canaris to take the matter no further. "If I were you," he said, "I would not get mixed up in this business. This thing has been decided upon by the Führer himself." Keitel added that from that moment on, every German army command in Poland would have a civilian chief alongside its military head. This civilian would be in charge of what Keitel called the racial extermination program. A few moments later, Canaris saw Hitler but said nothing. Shaken by all that he had learned, he returned to Berlin, his allegiance to Hitler much weakened. One of those who had been opposed to Hitler since 1933, Karl Goerdeler, formerly mayor of Leipzig, told a fellow opponent of Nazism that Canaris had returned from Poland entirely broken by Germany's brutal conduct of the war. What Keitel had referred to as the program of racial extermination was given another name by those who carried it out. On September the 13th, the day after Canaris's visit to Hitler's train, one of the SS Death's Head divisions, the Brandenburg Division, began what it called cleansing and security measures. These included, according to its own report, the arrest and shooting of large numbers of suspicious elements, plunderers, Jews and Poles, many of whom were killed while trying to escape. Within 2 weeks, the Brandenburg Division had left a trail of murder in more than 13 Polish towns and villages. The focus of the battle now turned to Warsaw, against which German bombers had been striking with considerable ferocity. Indeed, one of the points of protest raised by Canaris with Keitel had been the devastation of the Polish capital. On September the 14th, the bombing was particularly severe. For Warsaw's 393,000 Jews, 1/3 of the city's inhabitants, it was a holy and usually happy day in their calendar, the Jewish New Year. Just as the synagogues were filled, a Polish eyewitness noted in his diary, Naliuki, the Jewish quarter of Warsaw, was attacked from the air. The result of this bombing was bloody. That day, German forces entered the southern Polish city of Przemyśl on the River San, where 17,000 citizens, 1/3 of the total population, were Jews. 43 of the leading Jewish citizens were at once arrested, savagely beaten, and then shot, among them Asher Gita, whose son, like so many sons of Polish Jews, had emigrated to the United States, hoping that one day his father would join him. That day, in the town of Sieradz, 5 Jews and 2 Poles were shot. In Częstochowa, the German civil administration ordered all Jewish industrial and commercial property to be handed over to Aryans, irrespective of whether its owner had fled the city or remained. In Piotrków, a decree was issued forbidding Jews to be in the streets after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The 27-year-old Getzel Frenkel, returning to his home 5 minutes after 5, was shot dead for this breach of the decree. The Polish army, fighting tenaciously, was in retreat, its routes to eastern Poland bombed without respite. East of Przemyśl, on September the 14th, a Polish officer recalled how, after his infantry division had retreated across the River San, German aircraft raided us at frequent intervals. There was no shelter anywhere, nothing on every side but the accursed plain. The soldiers rushed off the road, trying to take cover in the furrows, but the horses were in a worse plight. After one of the raids, we counted 35 dead horses. That eastward march, the officer wrote, was not like the march of an army. It was more like the march of some biblical people, driven onward by the wrath of heaven and dissolving in the wilderness. On the following morning, at Jarosław, Hitler himself watched while German forces crossed the River San in close pursuit. Hitler's generals, with the Polish army in disarray, proposed that Warsaw, now surrounded, should be starved into submission. But Hitler rejected the notion of a long or even a short siege. The Polish capital was, he insisted, a fortress. It should be bombed and bombarded into submission. The Polish army, struggling to escape the German military thrust and air attacks, had hopes of regrouping in the country's eastern regions, and in particular around Lvov, the principal city of eastern Galicia. But in the early hours of September the 17th, these hopes were dashed. Unknown to the Poles, unknown even to Hitler's own generals, a secret clause in the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact of 23rd of August 1939 created a demarcation line across Poland, east of which the Soviet Union could take control. That September the 17th, the Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov, in a statement issued in Moscow, declared that the Polish government had ceased to exist. As a result, he said, Soviet troops had been ordered to occupy eastern Poland. The Poles, so desperately engaged in seeking to defend themselves from the German onslaught, had no means of effective resistance. 2 Soviet army groups now moved up towards the demarcation line. 100 miles before they reached it, they met German troops, who at considerable cost had fought their way into Poland's eastern regions. Those Germans withdrew, handing over to Russians the Polish soldiers whom they had taken prisoner. In Lvov it was a Soviet general who ordered the Polish troops to lay down their arms. They did so, whereupon they were surrounded by the Red Army and marched off into captivity. Thousands of other Poles were captured by the advancing Russian forces. Other Poles surrendered to the Russians rather than risk falling into German hands. In Warsaw, the battle continued, with heavy loss of Polish civilian life as the bombs fell without respite. That night, in the Atlantic Ocean, the British suffered their first naval disaster, the loss of 518 sailors on board the aircraft carrier Courageous, torpedoed off the southwest coast of Ireland by the German submarine U-29, commanded by Lieutenant Schuhart. For the head of the German Navy, Admiral Dönitz, it was, as he wrote in his diary, a glorious success. For Churchill, as First Lord of the Admiralty, it was a dire reminder of the perils of the war at sea, for he had already seen during the First World War how nearly the German submarines had choked British food and raw material lifeline. In Britain, the fate of Poland distressed those who had seen the two Western allies unable to take any serious counter-initiative. Poor devils, one Englishman wrote to a friend in America on September the 18th. They're magnificent fighters, and I think we all here have an uneasy feeling that since they are our allies, we ought, at whatever cost, to have made such smashing attacks on the Western Front as to divert the Germans. I imagine that why we have not done so is that neither we nor France have enough machines yet in hand. The Germans were confident that no British or French move would impede their imminent victory. On September the 18th, British radio listeners heard for the first time the nasal tones of William Joyce, quickly nicknamed Lord Haw-Haw, broadcasting to his fellow countrymen from Berlin to tell them that the war was lost, less than a month after he had renewed his British passport. Just north of Berlin, at Sachsenhausen concentration camp on September the 18th, Lothar Ehrmann, a distinguished German journalist and pre-1933 trade unionist, having courageously protested about the ill treatment of his fellow prisoners, was savagely kicked and beaten, suffering severe internal injuries from which he died. In Warsaw, the defenders refused to accept the logic of German power. A Polish doctor, joining a group in search of medicines on September the 18th, found some in the cellar of a medical store which was already under German artillery bombardment. Also in the cellar was a German spy, a man who had lived in Poland for the past 12 years. He was caught with a miniature wireless transmitter sending messages to the German siege headquarters. After brief formalities, the doctor noted, he was dispatched with greetings to Hindenburg. By September the 19th, Warsaw had been under artillery bombardment for 10 consecutive days. So many thousands of Poles had already been killed by air as well as by artillery bombardment that the public parks were having to be used for burials. Tenaciously, the Polish forces struggled to hold the city's perimeter. Several German tanks were immobilized when they penetrated too swiftly into the suburbs. German troops advancing too far were captured, but the bombardment was relentless. This morning, one police officer noted in his diary on September the 19th, a German bomber dropped a bomb which hit a house not far from my headquarters, which I had converted into a temporary prison for about 90 Germans captured during last night's fighting. 27 of them were killed. While Warsaw bled under bombardment, the first British troops, an army corps, landed in France. But no action was envisaged for it. The Western Front remained firmly on the defensive, quiet and passive. Meanwhile, north of Warsaw, Hitler made a triumphal entry into the free city of Danzig, which had been detached from Germany at the insistence of the victorious powers at the end of the First World War. The crowd which greeted him were hysterical with joy. It was like this everywhere, Hitler's chief army adjutant, Rudolf Schmundt, explained to a recent recruit to the Führer's staff. In the Rhineland, in Vienna, in the Sudeten territories, and in Memel, Do you still doubt the mission of the Führer? Addressing the citizens of Danzig on September the 19th, Hitler spoke of Almighty God, who has now given our arms his blessing. He also spoke mysteriously, and for Britain and France ominously, when he warned, the moment might very quickly come for us to use a weapon with which we ourselves could not be attacked. From Danzig, Hitler moved to a hotel at the holiday resort town of Sopot. There, to a group which included his personal physician, Dr. Karl Brandt, the head of his chancellery, Philipp Buller, and the chief medical officer of the Reich, Dr. Leonardo Conti, he set out his plans for the killing of the insane inside Germany itself. The purity of the German blood had to be maintained. Dr. Conti doubted whether, medically speaking, there was any scientific basis for suggesting that any eugenic advantages could be produced through euthanasia. But the only serious discussion was about the quickest and least painful method of killing. Backdating his order to September the 1st, Hitler then gave Buller and Brandt full responsibility to enlarge the powers of certain specified doctors so that they can grant those who are by all human standards incurably ill a merciful death after the most critical assessment possible of their medical condition. The operational center of the euthanasia program was to be a suburban house in Berlin, number 4, Tiergartenstrasse. It was this address which gave its name to the organization itself, known henceforth as T4. Its head was the 37-year-old Werner Haider, professor of neurology and psychiatry at the University of Würzburg, who had joined the Nazi Party at its moment of political triumph in 1933. Henceforth, the mental asylums were to be combed for those who could be given a merciful death. In the words of one Nazi euthanasia expert, Dr. von Müller, "The idea is unbearable to me that the best, the flower of our youth, must lose its life at the front, in order that feeble-minded and asocial elements can have a secure existence in the asylum." From the first days of Operation T4, particular attention was paid to young children, and especially to newborn babies. At Gurden, near Brandenburg, a state pediatric institution established a special psychiatric youth department, to which children were sent from all over Germany and killed. One of its aims, a doctor who worked there later recalled, was to put newborns to sleep as soon as possible, in order specifically to prevent closer bonds between mothers and their children. The euthanasia program had begun. At Gurden and at 6 other institutions throughout Germany, those Germans judged insane were put to death. During the first 2 years of the war, tens of thousands were to perish in this way, the victims of perverted medical science. In Poland, the Special Task Force troops of the SS had continued the killing of Jews in more and more towns as they came under German control. On September the 20th, the operations section of the German 14th Army reported that the troops were becoming uneasy because of the largely illegal measures taken in the army's area by the task force commanded by General von Voisch. The fighting soldiers were particularly angered because the SS men under von Voisch's command, instead of fighting at the front, should be demonstrating their courage against defenseless civilians. Field Marshal von Rundstedt immediately announced that von Voisch's SS task force would no longer be tolerated in the war zone, and that the anti-Jewish measures already underway in the Katowicz area should cease. The crisis which had arisen between the professional fighting soldiers and their SS counterparts could not be resolved, but far more ambitious plans were now being prepared. On September the 21st, Reinhard Heydrich summoned the commanders of all SS units in Poland to an emergency conference in Berlin. Those commanders who could not be present were sent a secret note of the discussion. The ultimate aim of German policy to the Jews must, he said, be kept strictly secret and would take a prolonged period of time. Meanwhile, and as a prerequisite of this ultimate aim, Polish Jews were henceforth to be concentrated in a number of large cities. Jews living outside these cities, and in particular all Jews living in Western Poland, were to be deported to those cities. Western Poland must be cleared completely of Jews. All farmland belonging to Jews should be taken from them and entrusted to the care of local Germans, or even of Polish peasants. Once deported to the cities, the Jews would be confined to one particular quarter, forbidden to enter the rest of the city. In each city, a council of Jewish elders was to be charged with ensuring that German orders about the movement of Jews were carried out on time. In case of sabotage of such instructions, these Jewish councils were to be threatened with the severest measures. Heydrich's plan to recreate in the 20th century the medieval concept of the ghetto was intended merely as a first stage toward what he and his SS colleagues called the final solution of the Jewish question. This plan led to no halt, however, in the Special Task Force killings, which had already provoked German army protests. On September the 22nd, the day after Heydrich's conference, the SS Brandenburg Division arrived in Włocławek, where it began what it called a Jewish action lasting 4 days. Jewish shops were looted, the city's synagogues blown up, dozens of leading Jews rounded up and shot. Even as this action was in progress, Eicke instructed the division's commander to send 2 of his battalions to Bydgoszcz to conduct a further action against Polish intellectuals and municipal leaders. As a result of this instruction, 800 Poles were shot on September the 23rd and September the 24th, less than 3 weeks after the first mass random killings in the city. The first day of the renewed killings of Poles in Bydgoszcz was also the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, the Day of Atonement. To show their contempt for Jews and Poles alike, the German occupation authorities in Piotrkow ordered several thousand Polish prisoners of war, among them many Jews, into the synagogue, and forbidding them access to lavatories, forced them to relieve themselves in the synagogue itself. They were then given prayer shawls, the curtains from the Holy Ark, and the exquisitely embroidered ornamental covers of the scrolls of the law, and ordered to clean up the excrement with these sacred objects. On the day of the perpetration of this disgusting puerile order, another order, sent from Berlin to all German warships, led to an intensification of the war at sea. It was an admiralty decree that any British or French merchant ship making use of its radio once it had been stopped by a U-boat should be either sunk or taken in prize. German and Soviet troops now faced each other along the Polish demarcation line agreed upon by Ribbentrop and Molotov a month earlier. Only in the city of Warsaw, in the town of Modlin, just north of the Vistula, and on the Hel Peninsula near Danzig, were the Poles still refusing to surrender. The merciless bombardment continues, a Polish officer in Warsaw noted in his diary on September the 25th. So far, German threats have not materialized. The people of Warsaw are proud that they didn't allow themselves to be frightened. They were also on the verge of starvation. I saw a characteristic scene in the street today, the officer added. A horse was struck by a shell and collapsed. When I returned an hour later, only the skeleton was left. The meat had been carved off by the people living nearby. On September the 25th, the Germans launched Operation Coast, an air attack on Warsaw by 400 bombers, dive bombers, and ground attack aircraft, supported by 30 tri-motor transport planes. It was these latter which, dropping a total of 72 tons of incendiary bombs on the Polish capital, caused particularly widespread fires, havoc, and human destruction. A Polish officer's wife, Jadwiga Sosnkowska, who later escaped to the west, remembered a year later that dreadful night when she was trying to help in one of the city's hospitals. On the table at which I was assisting, tragedy followed tragedy. At one time the victim was a girl of 16. She had a glorious mop of golden hair. Her face was delicate as a flower, and her lovely sapphire blue eyes were full of tears. Both her legs, up to the knees, were a mass of bleeding pulp, in which it was impossible to distinguish bone from flesh. Both had to be amputated above the knee. Before the surgeon began, I bent over this innocent child to kiss her pallid brow, to lay my helpless hand on her golden head. She died quietly in the course of the morning, like a flower plucked by merciless hand. That same night, Jadwiga Sosnakowska recalled, on the same deal table there died under the knife of the surgeon a young expectant mother, 19 years of age, whose intestines were torn by the blast of a bomb. She was only a few days before childbirth. We never knew who her husband and her family were, and she was buried, a woman unknown, in the common grave with the fallen soldiers. The citizens of Warsaw were at the end of endurance. Even the determination of 140,000 soldiers could not sustain them much longer. Wild rumours began to circulate, the last resort of those who were desperate. It was said by some that a Polish general was on his way from the east at the head of Soviet troops. Others claimed that they had seen Soviet aeroplanes marked with the hammer and sickle in actual combat with German aircraft over the city. In reality, Soviet aircraft are marked not with the hammer and sickle, but with 5-pointed red stars. Such a detail was irrelevant, however, as rumours of rescue spread. Not rescue, but a renewed German military assault was imminent. On the morning of September the 26th, General von Brauchitsch ordered the German 8th Army to attack. That evening, the Polish garrison commander asked for a truce, but von Brauchitsch refused. He would accept only a complete surrender. The city fought on. That day in Berlin, at a conference held in the strictest secrecy, German scientists discussed how to harness energy from nuclear fission. It was clear to them that a substantial explosive power was possible. A uranium burner would have to be made. Considerable quantities of heavy water would have to be distilled at considerable expense. Excited at the prospect of a weapon of decisive power, the German War Office agreed to sponsor the necessary and complex experiments. Whatever funds were needed would be made available. At 2 o'clock on the afternoon of September the 27th, Warsaw surrendered. 140,000 Polish soldiers, more than 36,000 of them wounded, were taken into captivity. For the next 3 days, the Germans made no effort to enter the city. They're afraid, a Polish officer wrote in his diary, to march their soldiers into a city which has no light and no water, and is filled with the sick and the wounded and the dead. Hundreds of wounded Polish soldiers and civilians died who might have been saved had medical help been offered to them. But this was not the German plan or method. By the day of Warsaw's surrender, Heydrich was able to report, with evident satisfaction, of the Polish upper classes in the occupied territories, only a maximum of 3% is still present. Once more, words were used to mask realities. Present meant alive. Many thousands, probably more than 10,000 Polish teachers, doctors, priests, landowners, businessmen, and local officials had been rounded up and killed. The very names of some of the places where they had been held, tortured, and killed were to become synonymous with torture and death. Stutthof, near Danzig, Smukala camp, near Bydgoszcz, the Toruń grease factory, Fort 7 in Poznan, and Soldau camp in East Prussia. In one church diocese in western Poland, 2/3 of the 690 priests had been arrested, of whom 214 had been shot. Poland had become the first victim of a new barbarism of war within war, the unequal struggle between military victors and civilian captives. Chapter 2. Poland defeated. October 1939. In London and Paris there was shock at the fall of Warsaw, deep sympathy with the fate of the Poles, amazement at the speed of the German advance, anger at the Soviet connivance in the partition of a state which a month earlier had been independent, a certain shame at not having helped or been able to help Poland to resist the onslaught, and above all, fear that the practitioners of lightning war might turn their weapons and their tactics against the West. This fear was heightened in Britain by the suspicion that German agents must have skillfully infiltrated into many areas of British life to report back to Germany on military preparations and to carry out acts of sabotage against British war production. Unknown to the British public, however, all but a handful of these German agents had been arrested on the outbreak of war, a secret, unsung triumph for British intelligence. This loss was also unknown to the Germans, nor was it their only defeat in the clandestine world of espionage. For on the 28th of September 1939, the day after Warsaw's surrender, German intelligence fell into a bizarre trap. That day a Welshman, Arthur Owens, whom German intelligence believed to be one of its own agents, crossed from Britain to Holland to make contact with his German superiors, while in fact working for Britain. His British intelligence masters gave Owens the code name Snow. He was able to persuade the Germans that he'd set up a considerable network of German agents in Wales. Now he asked for both instructions and money. He was given both and returned that same evening to Britain. Thus began the system known to its British operators as the double-cross system, or XX, in the coded style of wartime espionage. It was to deceive the Germans entirely. 2 weeks later, Owens crossed back to Holland with another alleged recruit for the German intelligence network. This was William Williams, a retired police inspector from Swansea, hitherto active in the Welsh nationalist movement. The Germans were again successfully deceived. They not only gave Williams, whom they designated Agent A3551, a series of sabotage tasks which they were later tricked into believing that he had carried out, but also gave him the address of one of the very few genuine German agents in Britain who had not been located by British intelligence. This was Agent A3725, who was now himself to join the double-cross system as Charlie. By the end of the year, this spurious spy ring was sending almost daily radio messages to German intelligence in Hamburg, recruiting further fictitious agents and preparing a sham sabotage scheme, Plan Guy Fawkes, to poison the reservoirs in Wales, which provided water for Britain's aircraft and munitions factories in the industrial Midlands. While Arthur Owens was on his double-cross mission to Holland, the German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop was on his way to Moscow. There, during 2 days of negotiations, he accepted for Germany the whole of Poland east of the river Vistula, an area including most of Poland's populated regions and industry, while accepting Soviet rule over eastern Poland and, this was an unexpected Soviet demand, Lithuania. The treaty embodying this new partition of Poland was signed at 5 a.m. of September the 29th. It was called, without reference to the Polish and Lithuanian states, which had thereby disappeared, the German-Soviet Boundary and Friendship Treaty. Stalin himself drew the new border line on a map and signed it. In return for including Lvov, with the nearby oil wells of Drohobych on the Soviet side of the line, he promised to provide Germany with 300,000 tons of oil a year. In the finer points of map-making, Stalin agreed to withdraw from the line of the river Vistula to that of the river Bug. This meant that German troops, who having reached the Bug, had withdrawn to the Vistula to allow the Red Army to occupy the region, now returned once more to the Bug. 22 million Poles were now under German rule. On September the 29th, as Ribbentrop returned to Berlin, the Soviet Union signed a treaty of mutual assistance with the small Baltic state of Estonia, giving the Russians the right to occupy Estonia's naval bases at Narva, Baltiski, Haapsalu and Pärnu. 6 days later, a similar treaty was signed with Latvia, and 11 days later with Lithuania. Stalin was not going to leave a vacuum between the Soviet frontiers established in the years after the First World War, when Bolshevism was weak, and the now triumphant Nazi juggernaut, whose eastern border had moved well inside what once had been the imperial frontiers of the Russian Tsar. Nor, quite naturally, was Hitler content to set up an undefended eastern border for his 1,000-year Reich. In a top-secret Directive No. 5, on September the 30th, he gave instructions that his Polish borderlands will be constantly strengthened and built up as a line of military security towards the east, and that the garrisons necessary for this purpose will eventually be moved forward beyond the political frontier of the Reich. This same directive of September the 30th also increased the scale of German activity in the West. The war at sea, Hitler decreed, was to be carried on against France just as against England. Troop ships and merchant ships, definitely established as being hostile, could henceforth be attacked without warning. This also applied to ships sailing without lights in British coastal waters. In addition, merchant ships which used their wireless after they had been stopped would be fired on. The sinking of such merchantmen, the German naval staff noted that day, must be justified in the war diary as due to possible confusion with a warship or auxiliary cruiser. The sinking of British merchant ships was taking place on a widening scale. On the day of Hitler's directive, the German pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee sank the British merchant ship Clement, raising the Allied losses in merchant shipping to a total of 185,000 tons in less than a month. In Paris, on September the 30th, a Polish general, Władysław Sikorski, set up a Polish government in exile. As he did so, the city of Warsaw still awaited, as it had done for the past 3 days, the arrival of the German army. There were so many corpses lying still unburied, Jadwiga Sosnakowska recalled. There was no food, and there were no medical supplies. These were sorrowful days, but they will live forever in my memory as days of the greatest solidarity and brotherly compassion of the whole community. Nor was it only a question of good deeds. An ocean of kindness, she added, welled from human hearts, eager to save, to help, to console. The walls of the city had fallen, but the people of Warsaw remained erect with unbowed heads. On October the 1st, the German army prepared to occupy Warsaw. Before doing so, it demanded 12 hostages, 10 Christians and 2 Jews, who would be responsible with their lives for any disturbance that might occur while the army was marching in. On entering the city, the Germans set up field kitchens and began to distribute free soup and bread to the starving population. Thousands flocked to the kitchens. At once, German film operators set up their cameras and filmed the evidence of how German troops were bringing sustenance to the hungry Poles. The film completed, the field kitchens disappeared with the cameramen. That day, the last Polish soldiers still in action on the Hel Peninsula were forced to surrender. 3 Polish destroyers and 3 submarines succeeded in escaping the German naval blockade and made their way to British ports. The Eastern War was over. 694,000 Polish soldiers had been captured by the Germans. 217,000 were in Russian hands. More than 60,000 Polish soldiers had been killed in action, as had as many as 25,000 Polish civilians in 3 weeks of aerial and artillery bombardment, especially on Warsaw. The Germans, forced, despite their tactic of lightning war, to fight a tenacious enemy, had lost 14,000 men. On the night of the 1st of October, British bombers flew over Berlin itself. They dropped not bombs, but leaflets, telling the German public that whereas they were forced to go to war with hunger rations, their leaders had secreted vast sums of money overseas. Even Himmler, the leaflet declared, who watches like a lynx that no German takes more than 10 marks across the frontier, has himself smuggled abroad a sum of 527,500. After 1 month of war, 97 million leaflets had been printed, of which 31 million had already been dropped. A joke popular at that time told of an airman who was rebuked for dropping a whole bundle of leaflets still tied up in its brick-like packet. Good God, you might have killed someone. Public skepticism about the efficacy of the leaflets led to many of them, 39 million in all, being pulped instead of being dropped. This, said its critics, was not real war, but confetti war. It went on, nevertheless. In German-occupied Poland, it was a cruel war that continued despite Poland's defeat. On October the 4th, in Berlin, Hitler signed a secret amnesty, releasing from detention those SS men who had been arrested by the army authorities on charges of brutality against the civilian population. On the following day, he flew to Warsaw, where he took the salute at a victory parade. Returning to the airfield, he told the foreign journalists there, "Take a good look around Warsaw. This is how I can deal with any European city." Photographs of Warsaw's bomb damage were reproduced in newspapers throughout the world, nor did the question of whether such destruction would also be visited on London and Paris go unasked. It was indeed Hitler himself who, speaking in Berlin on October the 6th, declared, "Why should this war in the West be fought? For the restoration of Poland? The Poland of the Versailles Treaty will never rise again." Yet, other than Poland, what reason was there for war? All important problems could be resolved at the conference table. Hitler's suggestion of negotiations was addressed to Britain and France. Poland would be excluded. In the East, terror and terror alone was the order of the day. On October the 8th, 2 days after Hitler's soothing words in Berlin, a group of more than 20 Poles in the town of Świecie was taken by an SS detachment to the Jewish cemetery. Among the Poles were several children between the ages of 2 and 8. All were shot. Watching the execution were about 150 German soldiers. 3 of them protested to their medical officer. He at once wrote an outrage direct to Hitler. Not long afterwards, Hitler received a further protest about such executions from General Blaskowitz. Hitler was shown the report by his army adjutant, Captain Gerhard Engel. He took note of it calmly enough at first, Engel noted, but then began another long tirade of abuse at the childish ideas prevalent in the army's leadership. You can't fight wars with the methods of the Salvation Army. On October the 8th, Hitler signed a decree annexing the Polish frontier regions to Silesia and East Prussia, and creating out of Polish territory 3 enlarged districts of the German Reich: Greater East Prussia, Danzig, West Prussia, and Posen. 4 days later, the remaining area of German-occupied Poland, including Warsaw, was constituted a general government, with its capital in Krakow. Warsaw was to be relegated from a capital city to a provincial town. The Governor-General chosen by Hitler was the Nazi Party's legal advisor, Dr. Hans Frank. His tasks included the restoration of public order. Frank's own description of his task was more explicit. "Poland shall be treated like a colony," he wrote. "The Poles will become the slaves of the greater German Empire." On October the 9th, in Berlin, Hitler received a Swedish businessman, Birger Dalrus, who had been flying between London and Berlin through Sweden, with a proposal, emanating originally from Goering, for a negotiated settlement between Britain and Germany. On October the 5th, in London, Dalrus had seen the British Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax. On October the 9th, in Berlin, he reported to Hitler that Britain was insisting upon the restoration of Polish statehood, the immediate destruction of all weapons of aggression, and a plebiscite inside Germany on certain aspects of Hitler's foreign policy. On the following day, the 10th of October, Dalrus saw Hitler again, twice, before being asked to convey the German terms to Britain. The territorial aspects were Germany's right to fortify her new frontier with Russia and the return to Germany of her pre-First World War colonies or suitable substitute territories. Between his two meetings with Dalrus, Hitler issued a new directive to General Keitel, the Chief of Staff of the German Armed Forces, and to his Army, Navy and Air Force commanders. This directive set out Operation Yellow, the code name for an offensive against France and Britain. Hitler's directive of October the 9th gave precise details of an offensive to be carried out in greatest possible strength through Luxembourg, Belgium and Holland. The purpose of this northern advance into France was to defeat as much as possible of the French army and at the same time to win as much territory as possible in Holland, Belgium and northern France to serve as a base for the successful prosecution of the air and sea war against England. It would also create a wide protective area for the economically vital Ruhr. War against England. The words were chilling in their implications of impending conflict. Chilling in a different way were the census forms sent out that day from Philipp Buhler, the head of Hitler's chancellery, to all hospitals and doctors, asking them, ostensibly for statistical purposes, to list all patients who were senile, criminally insane, or of non-German blood. Meeting in secret, 3 assessors would then decide whether the patient should live or die. Hitler's legal expert, Hans Lammers, had wanted the procedure codified as part of German law. This Hitler had refused. It wasn't only in the euthanasia institutes in Germany that the killing of mental patients now began. In occupied Poland, at Piaśnica, not far from Danzig, several thousand so-called defectives were killed by the end of the year. As well as Poles and Jews, 1,200 Germans perished at Piaśnica. They had been sent there from psychiatric institutions inside Germany. On the morning of October the 10th, Hitler received 7 of his most senior military commanders at the Chancellery, the very building from which the euthanasia census forms had been sent the previous day. To the commanders he spoke of the reasons for a war in the West, reading out to them a memorandum which he'd written, in which he gave as Germany's war aim the destruction of the power and ability of the Western powers ever again to oppose the state consolidation and further developments of the German people in Europe. It was his treaty with Russia, Hitler explained, which made it possible to attack Britain and France, for it ensured that such a war would be a war on a single front. But time was not on Germany's side. By no treaty or pact, Hitler warned, can a lasting neutrality with Soviet Russia be ensured with certainty. What was now needed was a prompt demonstration of German strength. Plans must be made at once. The attack could not begin too early. It was to take place in all circumstances, if at all possible, this autumn. 15 days had passed since German scientists, meeting in Berlin, had informed the military authorities of the possibility of using nuclear fission to create a bomb of massive destructive power. Meanwhile, in the United States, an American economist, a friend of Albert Einstein, had been seeking a private meeting with Roosevelt. The meeting took place on October the 11th. The economist, Alexander Sachs, brought with him a letter from Einstein, the contents of which he explained to the president. Atomic energy would enable a man to blow up his neighbor on a scale hitherto unimagined and unimaginable. This requires action, was Roosevelt's comment. 10 days later, an advisory committee on uranium held its first meeting in Washington. America was now actively in search of the new force. Einstein, who as a Jew had been forced to flee from Germany in 1933, had shown the way forward for the development of a revolutionary weapon of war. But more than 5 years were to pass before that weapon could be developed. Meanwhile, the destructive power of the existing weapons continued to be felt. On the evening of October the 13th, a German submarine, U-47, commanded by Günther Prien, penetrated the British naval defences at Scapa Flow, and in the early hours of October the 14th, with 3 torpedoes, sank the battleship Royal Oak as she lay at anchor. 833 sailors were drowned. 2 days after the sinking of the Royal Oak, 2 German bombers flew unescorted over the east coast of Scotland. Both were shot down by fighters. 3 of the 8 crewmen were drowned. It was the first time that British fighter pilots had destroyed enemy aircraft over home territory. A month later, over France, a young New Zealander, Flying Officer E.J. Kane, shot down a German bomber from the then record height for air combat of 27,000 feet. But such successes could not offset the tragedy of the Royal Oak. In Poland, there was no abatement in the German pursuit of its goals. On October the 16th, all Poles were ordered to leave the port and city of Gdynia. There were similar mass expulsions from towns throughout the area annexed by Germany. The Poles who were expelled had to find homes elsewhere in war-damaged Poland, in regions already suffering from severe shortages of food. Yet they could take with them only such goods as they could pack into suitcases or bundles. Their homes, the bulk of their possessions, and for most their very means of subsistence, had to be left behind. Executions, too, continued, often to the accompaniment of physical and mental tortures of a perverted kind. On October the 17th, the 70-year-old Father Pawlowski, the parish priest of Church, was arrested by the Gestapo and charged with illegal possession of arms. A search of his home revealed 2 cartridge cases, all that remained of his pre-war love of partridge shooting. Pawlowski was then beaten up so badly that his face was lacerated beyond recognition. He was then taken to the nearby town of Kalisz, to an execution post set up in the main square. There, the Gestapo forced local Jews to bind him to the execution post, to unbind him after he had been shot, to kiss his feet, and to bury him in the Jewish cemetery. That same day, October the 17th, a decree of the Ministerial Council for the Defense of the Reich gave the SS field divisions judicial independence from the German army. Henceforth, SS soldiers would no longer be tried by German army courts-martial, but by their own SS superiors. Also on October the 17th, the army lost its administrative control in Poland. At a conference in the Chancellery, at which Heinrich Himmler and General Keitel were both present, Hitler announced that the government of Poland was now in the hands of Hans Frank for the General Government region, Albert Forster for Danzig, West Prussia, and Arthur Greiser for Posen. It was to be the task of these senior members of the Nazi Party to prevent any future emergence of a Polish leadership. Poland must become so poor that the Poles would want to work in Germany. Within 10 years, Greater Danzig, West Prussia, and Posen must both be transformed into pure and Germanic provinces in full bloom. That evening, General Keitel spoke of these plans to an army colonel who had arrived at the Chancellery. "The methods to be employed," Keitel commented, "will be irreconcilable with all our existing principles." Such principles were everywhere being set aside. On October the 18th, Hitler's Directive No. 7 for the conduct of the war, sent to Keitel on October the 18th, authorized German submarine attacks on passenger ships in convoy or proceeding without lights. A massed, forced movement of peoples had now begun in the East. In the eastern areas of Poland occupied by Russia, Germans whose ancestors had settled there 2 centuries earlier were sent, bewildered, across the new Soviet-German frontier into western Poland. Jews whose ancestors had settled in the Czechoslovak, now German city of Moravska, Ostrava, equally long ago, were put into railway coaches under SS guard and deported to the general government, where they were dumped east of Lublin in a special Jewish reservation, soon to be joined by Jews deported from the Baltic ports and from Vienna, and even with Jews who had been seized at the Hamburg docks, waiting to board ship for the United States. Other Jews, especially those living in Chelm, Pultusk, and Ostrau, fled eastward from German-occupied Poland across the river Bug to the Soviet side. There, to their bewilderment, they met Polish Jews fleeing westward, desperate to escape the perils of communist rule, and hoping that, as had been true in the First World War, German rule might prove less burdensome. With the Soviet Union suddenly predominant in the Baltic states, German Balts, who could trace their Baltic ancestry back many hundreds of years, found themselves the somewhat amazed beneficiaries of the newfound Soviet-German cooperation. They too were now unexpectedly on the move, the first German Balts reaching Danzig from Estonia on October the 20th. 2 days later, the Germans began to deport Poles from Poznan, the largest city of western Poland, with a population of more than 250,000 Poles. The decade of preparing the pure and Germanic provinces had begun. The world awaited Hitler's next move, not knowing if he would strike again. Some saw in his offer of peace on October the 6th a hopeful sign. Others were alarmed by one passage in it in which Hitler declared, "Destiny will decide. One thing is certain, in the course of world history there have never been 2 victors, but very often only vanquished." In a secret speech to senior Nazi Party officials on October the 21st, Hitler assured his followers that once he had forced Britain and France to their knees, he would turn his attention back to the East and show who was the master there. The Russian soldiers, he said, were badly trained and poorly equipped. Once he had dealt with the East, he would set about restoring Germany to how she used to be. Already in occupied Poland, the new order was being established. On October the 25th, in the first official gazette of the General Government, Hans Frank announced that henceforth all Jewish males between the ages of 14 and 60 would be obliged to work at government-controlled labor projects. Some would go each day in work brigades to tasks near the cities. Others would be taken to special labor camps set up alongside distant projects. By the end of the year, 28 such labor camps had been set up in the Lublin region, 21 in the Kielce region, 14 near Warsaw, 12 near Krakow, and 10 near Rzeszów. Conditions in these camps were terribly harsh, yet the pittance paid to those who worked in them provided a means of survival for many Jews who, expelled from the towns and villages in which they had lived and worked all their lives, now had no other means of subsistence. Typical of the new order in Poland was a notice posted in the streets of Torun on October the 27th by the head of the local state police. Its 10 points set out instructions for the Polish citizens whose brazen behaviour would have to change. All Poles must leave the pavement free for Germans. The street belongs to the conquerors, not to the conquered. In shops and at the marketplace, representatives of the German authorities and local ethnic Germans must be served first. The conquered come only after them. Male Polish nationals must raise their hats to the important personalities of state, party, and armed forces. Poles are forbidden to use the Heil Hitler greeting. Whoever annoys or speaks to German women and girls will receive exemplary punishment. Polish females who speak to or annoy German nationals will be sent to brothels. The seriousness of these regulations was made clear in a final paragraph. Poles who have failed to understand that they are the conquered, and we are the conquerors, it read, and who act against the above regulations, expose themselves to the most severe punishment. The Poles were now a subject people. But for the Nazi ideology, it was not enough to conquer. A new race had to be created, based upon the spurious notion of Aryan ethnic superiority. On October the 28th, Himmler issued a special procreation order to the SS, whereby it would become the sublime task of German women and girls of good blood, acting not frivolously, but from a profound moral seriousness, to become mothers to children of soldiers setting off to battle. To make sure that the creation of a race of supermen was undertaken on a systematic basis, Himmler established special human stud farms, known as Lebensborn, where young girls, selected for their allegedly perfect Nordic traits, could procreate with SS men. Their offspring would be taken care of in maternity homes where they would receive special benefits. The breeding of the master race and the destruction of the inferior race went on side by side. For many German army officers, however, the treatment of the inferior race had taken unacceptable forms. General Blaskowitz, in the protest at such treatment which he sent to Hitler's chancellery, described an incident in the Polish town of Turek on October the 30th, when a number of Jews were herded into the synagogues and there were made to crawl along the pews singing while being continuously beaten with whips by SS men. They were then forced to take down their trousers so that they could be beaten on the bare buttocks. One Jew, who had fouled his trousers in fear, was compelled to smear his excrement over the faces of other Jews. What the future of these Jews was to be, no one knew. Hitler's Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, visiting Lodz on November the 2nd, wrote of the city's 200,000 Jews, "It is indescribable. They are no longer people but beasts. There is therefore not a humanitarian but a surgical task. Here one must make a radical incision, otherwise Europe will be ruined by the Jewish sickness." Behind all the enemies of Germany's ascendancy, a Berlin magazine declared that day, stand those who demand our encirclement, the oldest enemies of the German people and of all healthy, rising nations, the Jews. A week after this article and the visit of Goebbels to Lodz, the Germans began the expulsion of all 40,000 Jews who lived in those regions of Poland which were now annexed to Germany. Most families were forced to leave their homes overnight, abandoning their property, their shops and businesses, and all their possessions, save those which could be put on a cart or packed into a suitcase. All those deported were sent into the general government. On November the 3rd, it was the fate of 96 Polish school teachers in the town of Rybin to be summoned to the Gestapo, arrested and shot, some in their school building, others in nearby woods. On October the 28th, a German bomber on a naval reconnaissance mission was shot down over Scotland near the village of Humby. It was the first German aircraft of the war to be brought down on British soil. Two of its crew Gottlieb Kowalke and Bruno Reimann, were killed, and the other two crew members, the captain Rolf Niehoff and the pilot Kurt Leemkohl, captured. They were both to spend the next 6 years as prisoners of war, first in Britain and then in Canada. In the West, preparations mounted to meet a possible German attack. On October the 27th, a distinguished Canadian soldier, Brigadier H.D.G. Crerar, had arrived in Britain to establish the nucleus of a Canadian military headquarters in London. On November the 3rd, in Washington, at President Roosevelt's urging, Congress repealed that provision in the Neutrality Act which, since 1937, had forbidden both the shipment of American arms to belligerent countries and the granting of economic credits to belligerent countries which wished to buy arms in the United States. Both these barriers to British and French arms purchases were now swept away, and an Anglo-French purchasing board set up in Washington. The head of the board was a British-born Canadian industrialist, Arthur Purvis, who at the outbreak of the First World War, aged 24, had been sent from Britain to the United States to buy up all available stocks of acetone, the scarcity of which was then seriously impeding the British manufacture of explosives. The return of Purvis to America marked an important stage in the Anglo-French search for the arms and munitions with which to confront any German military onslaught. On November the 5th, 2 days after the arms embargo was repealed in Washington, Hitler, having violently abused General von Brauchitsch for the defeatist spirit of the German Army High Command, set November the 12th as the date for the attack on France, Belgium, and Holland. 2 days later, however, Hitler issued a postponement. The points which von Brauchitsch had made at the Chancellery and which had so outraged him could not be denied. The army was unready. The wet winter weather impeded the advance of the tanks and limited the hours of daylight during which the German Air Force could fly. Most important, the Air Force needed 5 consecutive days of good weather to destroy the French Air Force, a crucial element in the success of Lightning War. But the meteorological report on November the 7th was too negative for safety. Ironically, Britain and France had learned of the November the 12th date from 2 separate sources. The first source was General Oster, second in command on Admiral Canaris's intelligence staff, who on November the 7th passed on the date to Colonel Jacobus Sass, the Dutch military attaché in Berlin. The second source was Paul Dummel, also a member of Canaris's military intelligence agency, who as Agent A54 passed on the same date and details to Western intelligence through the Czechoslovak government in exile in London. Since 1936, Dummel had been sending details of German military intentions to Czechoslovak intelligence. No other military machine had such high-placed spies in its midst, in its very nerve centre. Hitler could easily set aside the date for war, and was to do so several times. But the German new order in Poland brooked no postponement. On November the 5th, the day of Hitler's decision to attack in the West, all 167 Polish professors and lecturers at Krakow University were seized by the Gestapo and sent to Sachsenhausen concentration camp, north of Berlin. There, 17 of them died from the torture to which they were subjected. Those who died included Professor Ignatius Shranowski, the foremost historian of Polish literature, Professor Michael Silecki, a leading zoologist and former rector of the University of Milna, and Professor Stanislas Streicher, professor of Western European jurisprudence, who had earlier refused a German offer to become president of a puppet Polish protectorate. All 3 were in their mid-70s. Hitler, his attack on the West postponed, travelled on November the 8th from Berlin to Munich to celebrate the 16th anniversary of his beer hall putsch, the moment in 1923 when he had led his followers on an abortive march to seize power in the Bavarian capital. His speech on this particular anniversary was a denunciation of Britain for its jealousy and hatred of Germany. Under Nazi rule, Hitler declared, Germany had achieved more in 6 years than Britain had achieved in centuries. Hitler left the beer hall earlier than scheduled in order to be back in Berlin for a discussion with his generals about the new date for the Western offensive. 8 minutes after he had left, a bomb exploded inside the pillar just behind where he had been speaking. 7 people were killed and more than 60 injured. Hitler was already on the train to Berlin when the news of the explosion reached him. "Now I am completely content," he remarked. "The fact that I left the beer hall earlier than usual is corroboration of Providence's intention to let me reach my goal." The would-be assassin was caught that same evening at Konstanz, trying to cross the German border into Switzerland. His name was Johann Georg Elser, a 36-year-old watchmaker who had recently been discharged from Dachau concentration camp near Munich, where he had been held as a communist sympathizer. Now he was sent to Sachsenhausen as Hitler's special prisoner. At Munich's Roman Catholic Cathedral, Cardinal Michael von Faulhaber, the Archbishop of Munich, celebrated Hitler's miraculous escape from assassination with a solemn mass. There was a more prosaic miracle which Hitler himself could celebrate on November the 9th, shortly after his return to Berlin, the kidnapping by SS agents of 2 British intelligence agents in the Netherlands, lured over the Dutch-German border at Venlo. The kidnap plan had been led by the 28-year-old Alfred Naujoks, who had earlier led the faked Polish attack on Gleiwitz radio station on the eve of the German-Polish War. The aim of the Venlo incident, apart from learning as much as possible of the techniques and plans of British intelligence, was to give the Germans a pretext for invading Holland, on the grounds that the Dutch, in allowing 2 British agents to operate on their soil, had abandoned their neutrality. Hitler appreciated the value of this spectacular kidnap, awarding one of its organizers, Helmut Nochen, the Iron Cross First and Second Class. Nochen, an expert on the German refugee press in France, Belgium and Holland, held a doctorate in English literature from Göttingen University. The 2 British agents, Captain Best and Major Stevens, were imprisoned, first in Sachsenhausen and then in Dachau. A Dutch intelligence officer, Lieutenant Dirk Klopp, who had gone to the border with them, was shot and captured. He died of his wounds later that day in Düsseldorf. In Buchenwald concentration camp, November the 9th saw the execution of 21 Jews who had been forced to work in the stone quarries there. The youngest, Walter Abusch, was only 17 years old. The oldest, Theodor Kreishaber, was 55. November the 11th was Polish Independence Day. 2 days earlier, in Lodz, the Germans had seized a number of Jews on the street and ordered them to break down the monument to the Polish hero Kosciuszko. The Jews were old. The monument was strong. Even rifle butts couldn't accelerate their work. The monument was therefore blown up with dynamite. On Polish Independence Day itself, the Germans celebrated by marching past the rubble. That same day, once such a day of rejoicing for the Poles, the Germans took 350 Poles from a labor camp near Gnia to a prison yard in the town of Wejherowo. There they were ordered to dig a series of deep pits. Divided into groups, the first was taken to the edge of the pit and shot, the others being forced to watch. As each group was brought to the edge of the pit and shot, they cried out, "Long live Poland." Throughout German-occupied Poland, such atrocities were becoming commonplace. On November the 8th, in the resort spa of Ciechocinek, a group of 50 Polish officers, now prisoners of war, had been led through the streets of the town with their hands above their heads. All were subsequently shot. In Warsaw, on November the 9th, 1,000 Polish intellectuals, writers, journalists, artists had been arrested. The expulsion of Poles and Jews from the German-annexed areas was proceeding with considerable speed and hardship for those expelled. In all, 120,000 Poles, most of them peasants, were expelled from the Posen district, now known as the Wartengau, 35,000 from Greater Danzig, West Prussia, and 15,000 from East Upper Silesia. "I have been appointed by the Führer," Albert Forster declared at Bydgoszcz on November the 27th, "as a trustee of the German cause in this country, with the express order to Germanize it afresh. It will therefore be my task to do everything possible to remove every manifestation of Polonism within the next few years, no matter what the kind." For the Jews who were expelled from these annexed regions, one area of relocation was the Lublin district. There, on November the 9th, Odilo Globocnik was appointed SS and police leader. A well-known virulent anti-Semite, he had in the years before the war, as deputy district leader of the Nazi Party in Austria, helped pave the way for Hitler's annexation and Nazi control. In the general government, measures were now being taken which surpassed in severity and indeed in savagery the random beatings and killings of the 6 pre-war years of Nazi struggle. On November the 15th in Lodz, the main synagogue was set on fire. On German orders, the local Polish fire brigades were called out to prevent the flames spreading to the adjoining buildings. In Warsaw, on November the 16th, a German wall poster curtly announced the execution that day of 15 Poles, one of them a Jew. In Lublin, Odilo Globocnik's new headquarters, the books from the town's Jewish religious academy was taken to the marketplace and burned. It was a matter of special pride, a German eyewitness later reported, to destroy the Talmudic academy, which was known as the greatest in Poland. The fire lasted 24 hours. The Lublin Jews, the German recalled, assembled around and wept bitterly, almost silencing us with their cries. We summoned the military band, and with joyful shouts the soldiers drowned out the sounds of the Jewish cries. "Truly, we are cattle in the eyes of the Nazis," the Warsaw educationalist Chaim Kaplan wrote in his diary on November the 18th. "When they supervise Jewish workers, they hold a whip in their hands. All are beaten unmercifully." On November the 19th, Hitler himself was informed by Himmler, as Himmler's notes record, of the shooting of 380 Jews at Ostrau. Measures were now begun throughout the general government to isolate the Jews from the Poles. Among those who had earlier been expelled from the areas of Poland annexed by Germany were the Jews of the small town of Siepcz. When they reached Warsaw with their pathetic bundles, it was seen that as well as the indignities of expulsion, they had been subjected to a peculiar humiliation while still in Siepcz. Each of them had been forced to sew a yellow patch on his or her coat lapel, and to mark the patch with the word Jew. On November the 17th in Warsaw, Chaim Kaplan had noted how when his fellow Warsaw Jews saw the badge, their faces were filled with shame. But he, however, advised a countermeasure, adding next to the word Jew the words "my pride." When he suggested this to one of the Jews from Siepcz, however, the Jew answered, as one who knows, that the conqueror calls such things sabotage and condemns the guilty one to death. On November the 23rd, Hans Frank announced from Krakow that all Jews and Jewesses over the age of 10 throughout the general government must wear a 4-inch armband in white, marked with the Star of Zion on the right sleeve of their inner and outer clothing. In Warsaw, the star must be blue. Transgressors, Frank warned, would be imprisoned. Far worse punishments were already being enacted, however, against the Jews of Warsaw. On the day before Frank's announcement, 53 Jews, the inhabitants of number 9 Narliuki Street, had been executed as a reprisal for the death of a Polish policeman, killed by a Jew who lived at the same address. The Germans had offered to ransom the 53, but when representatives of the Warsaw Jewish Council brought the money to the Gestapo and handed it over, they were then told that the imprisoned Jews had already been shot. The money was not returned. The execution of the 53 Jews at number 9 Narliuki Street was the first mass killing of Jews in Warsaw. It threw the Jewish population into panic. One Jew later recalled, "Among those killed in this reprisal action was the 45-year-old Samuel Zamkowi, one of Warsaw's leading gynecologists." Some individuals in the German army were shocked by what was being done. On November the 23rd, the day after the Narliuki Street executions, General Petzel, the German military commander in the Waffengau, wrote a report which General Blaskowitz sent on to Hitler, in which he said that in almost all major localities the SS and Gestapo carry out public shootings. More than that, Petzel added, selection is entirely arbitrary, and the conduct of the executions in many cases disgusting. On November the 25th, two officials in the Racial Political Office in Berlin, Eberhard Wetzel and Gerhard Hecht, sent the Nazi leaders, including Himmler, their suggestions for the future of the Poles. Medical care from our side, they wrote, must be limited to the prevention of the spreading of epidemics to Reich territory. All measures that served to limit the Polish birth rate must be tolerated or promoted. As for the Jews, we're indifferent to the hygienic fate of the Jews. As with the Poles, their propagation must be curtailed in every possible way. In his plans to force Britain and France to submit, Hitler had launched a weapon previously unknown to naval warfare. It was a magnetic mine, detonated by the magnetism of any iron-hulled ship which passed over it. On November the 14th, in London, Churchill informed the British War Cabinet of this new device, which had begun to wreak havoc on British and French merchant shipping. A German submarine had already laid a line of magnetic mines at a vital point for British seaborne traffic opposite the entrance to the Thames estuary. A British mine layer, HMS Adventure, had struck a mine and been badly damaged. 12 sailors had been killed. British naval experts worked around the clock to try to find a means of countering what Churchill called, in the secrecy of the War Cabinet, a grave menace which might well be Hitler's secret weapon. Hitler himself was now deep in his plans for an all-out war in the West. On November the 15th, he discussed these plans with General Rommel, whose military skills had been shown in the Polish campaign. Führer's mind is absolutely made up, Rommel noted. The assassination attempt in Munich has only made his resolution stronger. It's a marvel to witness all this. 5 days after his discussion with Rommel, Hitler issued a new directive to his senior Army, Navy and Air Force commanders, setting out details of the attacks to be mounted against Belgium and Holland. Where no resistance is offered, he wrote with reference to Holland, the invasion will assume the character of peaceful occupation. The Navy would undertake the blockade of the Dutch and Belgian coasts. Meanwhile, the German Navy continued to wreak havoc off the east coast of Britain, dropping magnetic mines into place by aeroplane. These mines sank merchant shipping indiscriminately. On November the 19th, of 5 merchant ships sunk, 2 had been British, 1 French, 1 Swedish, and 1 Italian. On November the 20th, the minesweeper, the Mastiff, was itself blown up by a magnetic mine during the sweep. But on November the 22nd, there was a turn in fortune for Britain's sea lifeline. A magnetic mine, dropped by air, had fallen on the mud flats near Shoebury-Ness and was nestling on the mud intact. Recovered the next night, it was dismantled and its secret discovered. On November the 23rd, work began at the Admiralty to find an antidote. Hitler knew nothing of the recovery of the magnetic mine. That same day, November the 23rd, he spoke to his generals of the coming attack on Belgium, Holland, and France. Britain would not have to be invaded, however, as she could be forced to her knees by the U-boat and the mine. Hitler's speech was a confident assertion of imminent victory in the West if the opportunity were taken quickly. For the first time in history, we have only to fight on one front. The other is at present open, but nobody can be certain how long it will remain so. His own life, Hitler continued, was of no importance. I have led the German people to great achievements, even if we are now an object of hatred in the outside world. He had decided to live his life so that he could stand unashamed if he had to die. I shall stand or fall in this struggle, he ended. I shall never survive the defeat of my people. These were stern words. The Führer spoke very bluntly, Rommel wrote on the following day. But that seems quite necessary too, because the more I speak with my comrades, the fewer I find with their heart and conviction in what they're doing. At sea, Hitler's confidence continued to seem well placed. On November the 24th, the day after his speech to his generals, the German battlecruiser Scharnhorst sank the British armed merchant cruiser Rawalpindi after a 14-minute bombardment. In all, 270 British officers and men were drowned. There were only 38 survivors, 27 of whom were picked up by the Germans. On November the 28th, as a reprisal for the mining of British coastal waters, the British government instituted a naval blockade in the North Sea of all German export shipments. On the following day, in his Directive No. 9, Hitler issued further war instructions which began, "In our fight against the Western powers, England has shown itself to be the animator of the fighting spirit of the enemy and the leading enemy power. The defeat of England is essential to final victory." The most effective means of securing this defeat was to cripple the English economy at decisive points. Once the German army had defeated the Anglo-French armies in the field and holding a sector of the coast opposite England, the paramount task of the German Navy and Air Force would be to carry the war to English industry. This was to be done by naval blockade, mining off the seas, and aerial bombardment of industrial centres and ports. Mine-laying activities off British shores were already on a considerable scale. Now the number of German air reconnaissance flights over Britain were increased. In London, the War Cabinet asked the principal interpretation body of German intentions, the Joint Intelligence Committee, what all these activities meant. On November the 30th, the committee replied that it was impossible to do more than guess at their significance. Chapter 3. Finland Defiant. November 1939. On the morning of the 30th of November 1939, the Red Army launched a massive military assault across the Soviet-Finnish border. To those in Western Europe who had already been at war for nearly 3 months, it seemed certain that Finland would quickly succumb. 26 Soviet divisions, totaling about 465,000 men, had thrown themselves against 9 Finnish divisions, totaling 130,000 men. At the same moment, 1,000 Soviet aircraft went into action against 150 Finnish aircraft, none of them modern. So confident was the Soviet High Command of a rapid victory that many of its troops wore summer uniforms, despite the imminent onset of winter. As Hitler's Air Force had earlier bombed Warsaw, so Stalin's Air Force bombed Helsinki. On that first day of war, as a result of a Soviet air raid, 61 Finns were killed in the capital. The hospitals were overwhelmed with casualties. One dying woman, a New Zealand-born journalist, Geoffrey Cox, later wrote, was brought in clutching a dead baby in her arms. One girl, Dolores Sundberg, 12 years old, had both her legs smashed to ragged stumps and died on the operating table. This air raid, and the photographs of it, which were reproduced throughout Finland for many weeks to come, convinced the Finns of the need to resist. On every front I was to visit later, Geoffrey Cox recalled. Man after man spoke angrily of this afternoon of November the 30th. I saw newspapers and photographs of the burning streets of Helsinki, in peasants' homes and workers' flats all over the country. Not a little of the steel strength of Finnish morale in this war was due to the raid on Helsinki. On December the 2nd, the Soviet news agency TASS announced the establishment of a People's Government of Finland. But on the frontiers, Finnish resistance was formidable. Small units of Finnish soldiers were able to move rapidly by bicycle and on skis along narrow forest paths. Finnish defenders threw bottles filled with petrol, with lighted rags in their necks, into the turrets of Soviet tanks. This simple but devastatingly effective incendiary grenade was quickly dubbed the Molotov cocktail. Momentarily, the Russian assault on Finland captured the main headlines of the world's press. In Britain, France, and the United States, even in Germany, there was admiration for a small country striving to withstand so massive an attack. But behind the diversion of attention caused by this new war, the cruelties initiated by the old war and the tightening of the Nazi grip continued unabated. By the first week of December, every Polish inmate of the Stralsund mental hospital had been taken to Stutthof camp near Danzig and shot. Their bodies were then buried by Polish prisoners who were themselves shot once their gruesome task had been completed. On the new German-Soviet border at Chelm in the general government, patients in the local asylum were lined up and shot by SS troops. Those patients who managed to run off were chased through the asylum grounds, hunted down and killed. Those who supervised these killings were not soldiers, but doctors. On December the 2nd, following complaints to the Reich Ministry of Justice that 2 SS surgeons, Dr. Karl Genschen and Dr. Edwin Jung, had conducted successful experiments at Sachsenhausen for sterilizing professional criminals, the head of the concentration camp system, Richard Glucks, pointed out in a letter to SS General Wolf, the chief of Himmler's personal staff, first, that the medical experiments were justified in view of the dangerous nature of the criminals involved, and second, that neither doctor could be questioned by the Ministry of Justice because both had been transferred to the Death's Head Division and were, at that very moment, serving at the front. It was, of course, a front on which all fighting had ceased more than 2 months earlier. Dr. Genschen was soon to leave eastern Poland to take up a post in the medical inspectorate of the Waffen-SS, the medical service of which he was later to become the head. The work of the SS in Poland was discussed on December the 5th in Berlin by Hitler and Goebbels, who had just returned from Poland. I tell him about my trip, Goebbels wrote in his diary. He listens to everything very carefully and shares my opinion on the Jewish and Polish questions. We must liquidate the Jewish danger, but it will return in a few generations. There's no panacea for it. The Polish aristocracy deserves to be destroyed. It has no links with the people, which it regards as existing purely for its own convenience. Hans Frank, who had travelled to Berlin with Goebbels, was present during this meeting. He has an enormous amount to do, Goebbels noted, and is framing a series of new plans. 2 days later, Hitler issued a new decree entitled Night and Fog, authorizing the seizure of persons endangering German security. Those seized were not to be executed immediately, but were to vanish without a trace into the night and fog. In the concentration camp lists, the German initials NN, Nacht und Nebel, against an inmate's name, were to signify execution. The new policy did not bring an end, however, to the public executions, which were intended to terrify and to deter. On December the 8th, 31 Poles were shot in Warsaw, 6 of them Jews. It was alleged that they had been involved in acts of sabotage. "There's no strength left to cry," Chaim Kaplan wrote in his diary. "Steady and continued weeping finally leads to silence. At first there is screaming, then wailing, and at last a bottomless sigh that doesn't even leave an echo." In Finland, the Red Army continued its advances along an 800-mile front from the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Finland. In the far north, the Arctic port of Bersamo was overrun, but at Naatsi, at the Norwegian end of the Arctic highway, the Soviet forces were halted. They were also halted at Kubo and Ilomantsi. 3 Soviet naval assaults, launched across the Gulf of Finland against the 3 southern Finnish port cities of Turku, Hanko and Porvoo, were repulsed. In Britain and France, the struggle of Finland to stave off the Soviet attack had aroused strong sympathy. On December the 7th, the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, announced that 30 fighter aircraft were being sold to Finland. 4 days later, in Geneva, the League of Nations began an emergency debate which ended with the expulsion of the Soviet Union from the League, and a plea that all possible aid should be given to the Finns. Edouard Daladier, the French Prime Minister, later listed the military aid which France had sent: 145 planes, 496 heavy guns, 5,000 machine guns, 200,000 hand grenades, 400,000 rifles, and 20 million rounds of ammunition. British, French and Italian volunteers offered their services to fight and travelled to Helsinki, where they were welcomed with enthusiasm by the Finns. On December the 12th, Finnish troops east of the town of Suomussalmi were in action against a far larger Soviet assault force. Lacking artillery or anti-tank weapons, the Finns were able nevertheless to hold the line for 5 days in temperatures that had fallen far below zero. Soviet reinforcements under General Vinogradov, caught along a narrow earth road hemmed in by dense trees, were attacked in fierce hand-to-hand fighting by Finnish troops determined not to yield. On other sectors of the front as well, the Red Army tanks were unable to make progress against Finnish mines and Molotov cocktails. Finnish soldiers even used logs to wrench tracks off tanks. Watching the course of the Finnish battle with admiration for the fight being put up by the Finns, Hitler was busy preparing for his own Western battle. On December the 12th, he ordered a substantial increase, almost double, in German artillery ammunition, as well as the mass manufacture of naval mines. He had already ordered a substantial increase in submarine construction. But the war at sea didn't always go in his favour. In the South Atlantic, on December the 13th, the German pocket battleship Graf Spee, having sunk 3 British merchant ships in 5 days, was tracked down by 3 British cruisers, Achilles, Ajax and Exeter, and having been hit more than 50 times, sought sanctuary in Uruguayan territorial waters. 4 days later she was scuttled by her captain, Hans Langsdorff. 2 days later, Langsdorff shot himself in a hotel room in Montevideo. The British public, still puzzled that it hadn't been possible to save Poland, and sceptical of the efficacy of the confetti war, the total number of propaganda leaflets now printed had risen to 118,500,000, rejoiced at a naval victory. In German-occupied Poland, however, the scourge of tyranny grew ever more severe. On December the 11th, all Jews living within the borders of the general government became liable to 2 years' forced labour, with a possible extension if its educational purpose is not fulfilled. The tasks were supervised harshly: clearing swamps, paving roads and building fortifications along the new Soviet border. On December the 14th, when 1,500 Jews were deported from Poznan into the general government, they were told that they could bring with them as much luggage as they wished. That evening, the luggage was loaded into special goods wagons on this train. Just before the train was about to leave, the goods wagons were uncoupled. The Jews were deported with only the clothes they were wearing. What the fate of the Jews in the general government would be, no one knew, not even the Germans. "We cannot shoot 2,500,000 Jews," Hans Frank wrote in his diary on December the 19th. "Neither can we poison them. We shall have to take steps, however designed, to extirpate them in some way, and this will be done." The war at sea continued. On December the 17th, 5 passenger liners, converted into troop ships and escorted by a battle cruiser, a battleship, and an aircraft carrier, arrived safely in Britain from across the Atlantic. On board were 7,500 men, Canadians, all volunteers in the war against Germany. 2 days after their arrival, the German Navy launched the 7,860-ton armed cruiser Atlantis, converted from a freighter. For the next 3.5 months, she was to be prepared for a dramatic mission. The ship was to contain a special compartment capable of holding 92 magnetic mines. Also being prepared was a camouflaged armament of 6 6-inch guns and 2 anti-aircraft guns. The Atlantis was to be given the task of sinking or capturing Allied merchant shipping. To help her do so, she would also carry various national flags to fly as a deceptive friendly greeting whenever she came across a merchantman. These flags included the British, Dutch, and Norwegian. The Atlantis was to prove a successful raider, one of Germany's deadliest. But the secret weapon of the magnetic mine was about to lose its terror. On December the 19th, the British Admiralty was able to report to the War Cabinet that a system had been devised whereby individual ships could be demagnetized by means of a coil wrapped around the ship. Once demagnetized, the ship's resistance to the magnetic mine was greatly increased. In order to keep this success secret from the Germans, Churchill gave instructions that whenever a ship was sunk by an ordinary mine, it will be well to state that they are sunk by magnetic mines whenever this possibility exists. And to President Roosevelt, Churchill telegraphed with understandable relief, "We think we've got hold of its tail." December the 22nd was Stalin's 60th birthday. Among the telegrams of greetings which he received was one from Hitler. 2 days later, Hitler left Berlin for Munich. There, in conversation with Else Bruckmann, a friend of 20 years, he spoke of how he would force Britain to her knees over the next 8 months by using magnetic mines. Travelling to the Western Front, he was able, opposite the French village of Spicheren, to cross over the frontier at a point where the Germans had pushed the French back during the brief skirmish in September. As Hitler toured his military units in the West, joining in their Christmas celebrations, his rule in the East was marked by yet another lurch into barbarism. In the small Polish town of Warsaw, across the river Vistula from Warsaw, 2 German soldiers had been killed by 2 Polish common criminals seeking to evade arrest. 2 hours later, 170 men and boys were rounded up in Warsaw and in the neighbouring village of Arnin. One woman was forced by the Germans to choose which of her menfolk should be taken, her father, her brother, or her son. All 170 of those seized were taken to a nearby railway tunnel, where they had to stand for several hours with their hands above their heads. They were then taken out in groups of 10 and shot. The last 10 were reprieved, they had to dig the graves of those who had been murdered. Among the dead was a 12-year-old boy, Stefanek Dankowski, and 2 American citizens whose American passports were of no avail to them, a man named Schiesgel and his 16-year-old son. While Hitler's police and Gestapo consolidated their cruel grip on Poland, Stalin's army was facing a weaker enemy that nevertheless wouldn't give up its resistance. Finns not only were trying to hold the line, but were also trying to drive the Russians out of Finland altogether. The day of the Varvara massacre near Warsaw was also the day of a Finnish counterattack at Suomussalmi, which after 4 days in temperatures of 35 degrees centigrade below zero, drove the Soviet 163rd Division and General Vinogradov's 54th Division back across the Soviet frontier. More than 1,500 Russian troops were buried by the Finns, but 25,000 more lay dead under the snow, either killed in action or dying, wounded in the frozen air. General Vinogradov was later executed for his failure. For the Finnish troops on other sectors of the front, the victory at Suomussalmi was a powerful boost to their morale. Colonel Jalmar Sielasvio, who had commanded the Finnish defenders, was promoted general and sent 60 miles further south in pursuit of another Russian division pinned down in the woods at Kumo. After the war, he was to write of the defenders of Suomussalmi, "They showed the road of glory to the people, which was full of hardship, but the only way." Returning to Berlin, Hitler was confronted with a letter sent from Switzerland on December the 28th from Fritz Thyssen, the industrialist who had so strongly supported him between 1932 and 1935. Thyssen had protested in 1937 about the persecution of Christianity in Germany, and in 1938 about the persecution of the Jews. "Now," he wrote, "you have concluded a pact with communism. Your propaganda ministry even dares to state that the good Germans who voted for you, the professed opponents of communism, are in essence identical with those beastly anarchists who have plunged Russia into tragedy and who were described by you yourself as blood-stained common criminals." The quotation was from Hitler's book Mein Kampf, first published in 1925. But Hitler had no intention of breaking his pact with Stalin until at least he had brought Britain to her knees. Nor did he intend to moderate in any way his attitude to the Jews. The Jewish capitalistic world, he declared on December the 30th in a New Year's message to the German people, will not survive the 20th century. For the Jews in German-occupied Poland, this didn't seem an idle prophecy. During the first week of January 1940, as many as 70 Jews were dying of starvation each day in Warsaw alone. On January the 2nd, in an attempt to conceal the scale of these deaths, the general government forbade the posting of obituary notices. Strict curfews were enforced throughout the general government. In Warsaw, Jews had to be in their houses by 8 at night. Those who were not, even if they had a special pass, could be shot. For Poles, the beginning of January saw yet another tragedy on the scale of the Warsaw shootings of mid-December. At one of the Warsaw stations, sealed cattle trucks arrived. In them, 30 days earlier, had been locked 2,000 Polish prisoners of war being sent back from a camp in East Prussia. When the trucks were unlocked, 211 of the soldiers were found frozen to death. The survivors were emaciated, several more died within hours of their arrival. Others had been driven insane by their 13-day ordeal. That same week on January the 7th, at Plaza station just outside Krakow, in a cattle truck which arrived from the Wartego, carrying Poles expelled from that German-annexed province, 28 bodies were found. At Debeka station, 80 miles further east, 30 children were found frozen to death in a single truck. Hitler's war was about to spread from east to west, with the planned invasion of Britain, Operation Yellow, waiting only for a clear spell of good weather to be set in train. Preparations for Britain's defeat continued without respite. On January the 3rd, German naval intelligence had received a report from one of its agents in the United States, Marie Ködel, reporting on those American military supplies purchased by Britain which were being loaded at Hamilton Dock in Brooklyn, on the ships being loaded and on their sailing schedules. Marie Ködel was even able to enlist the services of a British sailor who had jumped ship, Duncan Scott Ford. Later he was uncovered, captured, brought back to Britain, tried, and hanged. But the information he sent back, as that of Marie Ködel, added to the German understanding of British shipping operations. A considerable amount of German information also came, not from any individual spy, but from a careful reading of the uninhibited American press. Along the Norwegian coast, German merchant ships were flouting Norwegian neutrality to bring Swedish iron ore, vital for the German war effort, from the railhead at Narvik to the German North Sea ports. On January the 6th, the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, warned the Norwegian government of Britain's intention to lay mines in Norwegian waters in order to force these German ships out to sea, where they could be attacked. The warning was noted, but the mines were not laid, and the German ore ships continued on their way, unmolested. 2 days later, uncertain how long its Atlantic lifeline could be kept open, the British government extended food rationing, hitherto limited to meat, to butter and sugar. But a sense of confidence, or at least of lack of danger, permeated Britain. That same day, January the 8th, saw the return to their homes in London of the last of 316,192 children, almost half of those who had been evacuated to the countryside on the outbreak of war. One man who did fear a German attack on Britain was the Italian dictator Benito Mussolini. On January the 8th, the Italian ambassador in Berlin handed Hitler a letter from Mussolini, asking if it was really worthwhile to risk all, including the regime, and to sacrifice the flower of German generations in order to hasten the fall of a fruit which must of necessity fall and be harvested by us who represent the new forces of Europe. The big democracies, Mussolini added, carry within themselves the seeds of their decadence. Hitler made no reply. Mussolini made no further protest. 2 days later, on the afternoon of January the 10th, at a meeting with his commanders-in-chief, Hitler set January the 17th as the date for the attack on the West. Saturation bombing of French airfields would begin on January the 14th. 2 million German soldiers were in position along the borders with Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France. 10 to 12 days of clear weather were forecast. Operation Yellow could go ahead. But on the following day, Hitler was told of a possible setback to his plans. A light German Air Force plane had strayed across the Belgian frontier and crash-landed near the Belgian town of Mechelen-sur-Meuse. One of its passengers, Major Helmut Rheinberger, had with him in his briefcase the operation plans for the airborne attack on Belgium. While burning the plans, the Major was seized by Belgian soldiers. "It's things like this that can lose us the war," was Hitler's frank comment on learning of the crash landing. That afternoon, however, he confirmed that the invasion of the West was to proceed as planned on January the 17th. One immediate effect of the crash of Major Rheinberger was an order issued by Hitler on January the 11th to be put up in every military headquarters that no one, no agency, no officer, is permitted to learn more about a matter that is to be kept secret than he absolutely needs to know for official purposes. Not any breach of security, but the possibility of fog, led on the afternoon of January the 13th to Hitler ordering a 3-day postponement of the offensive to January the 20th. But that same evening it became clear in Berlin that both the Dutch and Belgian armies had begun to mobilize their troops on the border. Also on the evening of January the 13th, Colonel Hans Oster, the Deputy Chief of the German Secret Service, passed on details of the imminent assault to the Dutch military attaché in Berlin, Major Saas, who in turn passed them on to his Belgian colleague, Colonel Goethals, who sent them by coded message to Brussels. As German intelligence was reading the Belgian codes, this particular leak must have become known in Berlin on the morning of January the 14th. Even so, it would seem to have been the worsening weather rather than any fear of an alerted resistance that finally persuaded Hitler on the afternoon of January the 16th, just before the postponed air strikes would have had to begin, to postpone the offensive yet again. If we can't count on at least 8 days of fine and clear weather, Hitler informed his staff, then we will call it off until the spring. War in the West had been postponed yet again. In Finland, Soviet strategists had embarked upon a new method, heavy air bombardment of road and rail junctions, army depots and docks, in the hope of being able to launch an effective military strike later in the month. On January the 14th alone, 35 different towns and villages were bombed. Aid from the West, promised in the first days of December, was now beginning to reach the Finns in significant quantities. Volunteers too were starting to arrive. Despite a strong Soviet protest, on January the 13th the Swedish government agreed to a British request to allow volunteers to pass through Sweden, provided they travelled unarmed, without uniforms, and without being on active service with the Allied armies. The British government waited uneasily for some intimation of when the German blow in the West might fall. Hitherto it was from last-minute tips from men like Colonel Oster, or the chance of mislaid documents such as those of Major Reinberger, that dates and details might become known. But during January, a remarkable intelligence success was, in due course, to transform British intelligence gathering and Britain's war-making capacity. During that month, British cryptographers began to read with some frequency messages sent by the most secret system of German communication, the Enigma machine. This crucial development of the war was not a British effort alone. For many months, French cryptographers had been equally active in what was essentially a joint Anglo-French effort against the clock. Both the British and the French were indebted to pioneering work done for more than a decade by Polish mathematicians. It was above all a Pole, Marian Rejewski, helped by material obtained by a French secret agent, Haché, who made the crucial breakthrough in Poland before the war. The breakthrough of January 1940 was one of method. It had no immediate benefit for the Allied cause. The cipher, which had been broken after prodigious effort, was a German army Enigma key used on October the 28th, more than 2.5 months earlier. It was to take nearly 9 months before the first of several Enigma keys, the one used by the German Air Force, was to be broken regularly, and at times almost simultaneously with the dispatch of the message from Berlin to the field commanders. Nevertheless, the success of mid-January, for all its limitations, was one which was in due course to have a profound influence on the conduct of the war. There was nothing secret about the German terror in the East. Details of most atrocities were smuggled to the West within days. Neutral diplomats in Berlin were well informed. Public wall posters throughout Poland openly publicized the executions. Mass executions had become the method both of seeking to cow the Polish population and of destroying those Germans who were considered unworthy of life. On January the 9th, the chief of the SS and police of Greater Danzig, West Prussia, Dr. Hildebrandt, informed Himmler that the 2 units of stormtroopers at his disposal had carried out the elimination of about 4,000 incurable patients from Polish mental hospitals, as well as a further 2,000 German mental patients at a mental hospital in Pomerania. Reprisals, publicly announced, were also a feature of the new terror. On January the 18th, following the capture of Andrzej Kot, the leader of a clandestine youth association in Warsaw, and a young man whose family had converted from Judaism to Catholicism long before, the Gestapo arrested 255 Jews at random, took them to the Palmieri woods outside Warsaw, and shot them. 4 days later, as the death toll of Polish civilians since the outbreak of war was estimated at 15,000, the Pope broadcast from the Vatican the horror and inexcusable excesses committed on a helpless and a homeless people have been established by the unimpeachable testimony of eyewitnesses. German army officers were among those eyewitnesses. On the day of the Pope's broadcast, Major General Friedrich Meade, Chief of Staff of the German First Army, told his assembled officers, "The SS has carried out mass executions without proper trials, executions which had besmirched the honor of the German army." Hitler was informed of Meade's speech, and Meade was dismissed. On January the 25th, from his headquarters in Krakow, Hans Frank issued an order for the remodeling of the Polish economy within the general government for the immediate reinforcement of the military power of the Reich. Poland was henceforth to provide Germany with the wood, the raw materials, the chemicals, and even the manpower that she needed. One item of Frank's order authorized preparations and transportation into the Reich of not fewer than 1 million male and female agricultural and industrial workers, including approximately 750,000 agricultural workers, at least 50% of whom must be women, in order to safeguard agricultural production in the Reich and supply the deficiency of industrial labor in the Reich. Thus, the slave labor system, already applied to Jews, was extended to Poles, just as it already applied to Czechs. 100,000 Czech workmen, Churchill told a public audience in Manchester on January the 27th, had been led off into slavery to be toiled to death in Germany. But what was happening to the Czechs, Churchill added, pales in comparison with the atrocities which, as I speak here this afternoon, are being perpetrated upon the Poles. From the shameful records of the Germans' mass executions in Poland, Churchill declared, "We may judge what our fate would be if we fell into their clutches, but from them also we may draw the force and inspiration to carry us forward on our journey, and not to pause or rest till liberation is achieved and justice is done." On January the 30th, 3 days after Churchill's speech, Reinhard Heydrich established in Berlin a new government department, 4D4, whose task was to complete the deportation plans of Jews from the annexed regions of Western Poland and to handle all future deportation of Jews from wherever they were to be brought and to whatever destination. On January the 29th, confronted by continued Finnish military resistance, the Soviet government began secret negotiations in Sweden, based upon a willingness to abandon the People's Government of Finland, made up of communist nominees, and to talk instead with the existing government of Risto Ryti. From that moment it was clear that some form of compromise could be reached, that the war, savage though it still was at the front, was now a war not about the introduction of communism into Finland, but about borders and fortresses, an attempt to satisfy the Soviet desire for a longer coastline on the Gulf of Finland for the protection of Leningrad, as well as some measure of control at the entrance to the Gulf and a greater measure of Soviet territorial control in Karelia. The way was now clear for peace. 2 days later, it was announced in Helsinki that 377 Finnish civilians had been killed in Soviet air raids since the beginning of the war 2 months earlier. Despite the opening of secret talks, the Russo-Finnish war continued. On February the 1st, under the command of General Timoshenko, the Red Army launched a large-scale offensive against the principal Finnish defences, the Mannerheim Line. But despite a combination of simultaneous tank, infantry and air attack, the line still held. But by February the 3rd it was clear that the Soviet Union would not be able to secure an early victory. 2 days later, on February the 5th, the British and French Prime Ministers, meeting in Paris as the Supreme War Council, agreed to intervene militarily in Finland and to send an expeditionary force of at least 3 divisions. Finland, said Neville Chamberlain, must not be allowed to disappear off the map. It was also agreed in principle that the Allies should take control of the Swedish iron ore fields at Gällivare. If this were done by landing a force at Narvik, which could then cross Sweden to Finland as part of the British help to Finland, this would offer the preferred prospect, as Chamberlain expressed it, of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In fact, a decision was reached to effect the initial help to Finland by a landing at 3 Norwegian ports, Stavanger, Bergen and Trondheim, an operation to be carried out by Force Stratford and to begin on March the 20th. Only by beginning then, Chamberlain explained to the War Cabinet on February the 7th, would Britain and France be sure of forestalling the Germans. Whether such help would come in time was cast into jeopardy 3 days later, when Soviet forces attacked the Mannerheim Line in such strength that the line was breached. But by a supreme effort of martial vigour, within 48 hours the Finns had fallen back in good order to a second defensive line, which held. It was not to be a very long respite, however. On February the 13th, a further Soviet attack led to a half-mile-long break in the second line. The Finnish troops thrown into the breach from Finland's crack regiment, the Tavast Light Horse, were almost completely wiped out. Wave after wave of Soviet troops now exploited the gap. This was the tactic devised by the Soviet Minister of Defense, Marshal Voroshilov, of the Crescendo Offensive. In a communiqué issued on the evening of February the 13th, the Finnish High Command admitted to the loss of a few of our most advanced positions. Geoffrey Cox, the British journalist who had been with the French army since early December, later recalled, "It was the first of the bulletins of gradual defeat, which were to come steadily day after day till the end of the war." Numbers had proved decisive. By February the 16th, the Finnish troops were exhausted. Their reserves had been used up. No serious counterattack was any longer possible. The Red Army still had men to spare. The day of gloom in Finland was a day of satisfaction in Britain. For on February the 16th, in Jorsing Fjord, just south of Egersund, sailors from a British destroyer, the Cossack, violating Norwegian neutrality, boarded a German supply ship sheltering in Norwegian waters before making a dash through the Skagerrak to the Baltic. The German ship was the Altmark. Locked below her hatches were 299 British sailors and merchant seamen who had been taken prisoner in the South Atlantic. There was a short fight, 4 German sailors were killed, and the British prisoners of war were released. As a reward for this exploit, the captain of the Cossack, Philip Feyen, was awarded the Victoria Cross. German propagandists denounced the British violation of Norwegian neutrality, but Hitler took the view that history judged only between successes or failure. Nobody asked the victor if he'd been in the right or in the wrong. The British government, in answer to a formal protest from Norway about the violation of its territorial waters, replied that Norway itself had violated international law by allowing its waters to be used by the Germans to transport British prisoners to Germany. The greatest violation of international law that February was not, however, taking place in a Norwegian fjord. On February the 2nd in Poland, General Ulex, the German commander-in-chief of the frontier sector south, had written in protest to his senior officer, General Blaskowitz, "The recent increase in the use of violence by the police shows an almost incredible lack of human and moral qualities. The word brutish is almost justified." General Ulex continued, "The only solution I can see to this revolting situation, which sullies the honor of the entire German people, is that all police formations together, with all their senior commanders, should be dismissed in a body and their units disbanded." Blaskowitz now drew up a list of SS crimes, citing in detail 33 incidents of the murder and rape of Poles and Jews, and the looting of Polish and Jewish property. As to the German army officers and men under his command, their attitude to the SS and German police, Blaskowitz noted on February the 6th, alternates between abhorrence and hatred. Every soldier feels disgusted and repelled by these crimes committed in Poland by nationals of the Reich and representatives of our state. Angered by these accusations, on February the 13th, Hans Frank travelled to Berlin to ask Hitler to dismiss Blaskowitz. 2 days later, Blaskowitz reiterated his charges in a letter to General von Brauchitsch. His protest was to no avail. Incidents such as those of which he had complained continued on a daily basis against individuals and against those dragooned into forced labor gangs. The humiliations and tortures inflicted upon the Jewish workmen, the Manchester Guardian reported on February the 18th, were compelled by their Nazi overseers to dance and sing and undress during their work, and are even forced to belabor each other with blows, shows no signs of abating. Not only Polish Jews, but all Poles were to be subjected to the harshest cruelty. On February the 21st, Richard Glucks, head of the German concentration camp inspectorate, informed Himmler that he'd found a suitable site for a new quarantine camp in which Poles could be held and punished and put to work for any acts of rebellion or disobedience. The site was a former Austro-Hungarian cavalry barracks, a series of imposing, well-built brick buildings on the outskirts of the Polish town of Auschwitz, now, having been annexed to the German Reich, known once more by its German name, Auschwitz. It was not intended to use Auschwitz as a place of incarceration for Jews. Its sole initial purpose was as a punishment camp for Poles. Work began at once to convert the barracks to a camp and to find, from the existing German concentration camps, suitable personnel to administer and supervise a regime which was intended from the outset to be of the utmost severity. Chapter 4. The Scandinavian Cockpit. Winter, 1939 to 1940. Hitler intended to conquer Britain, or at least to bring Britain to her knees, before turning his armies against Russia. Stalin intended to protect Soviet neutrality for as long as possible. In August 1939, he had made his pact with Hitler. This had not only spared him involvement in the German-Polish War in defense of Poland, but had given him a substantial swath of Polish territory. Following the German defeat of Poland, Stalin had still further protected himself against a possible German attack by asserting Soviet predominance over and acquiring military bases in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, thus making sure that the Baltic Sea wouldn't be used against him, at least not as easily as it might have been without control of the Baltic states. At the end of November, he had sought to establish a communist government in Finland. This had failed. Now he strove to conquer at least a defensive belt of territory from Finland. Did Stalin foresee a German onslaught on the Soviet Union? On the 15th of November 1939, he had approved a decision of the Red Army's Chief Military Council to reduce by more than 1/3 the strength of the permanent border fortified areas. 6 days later, he himself had been present at a session of the Council which decided to disband all the Soviet tank corps as soon as possible, in deference to the views of General Kulik that cavalry still had a major part to play in war. Undoubtedly, there were decisions which weakened the Soviet defense capacity. At the same time, he tried to drive as hard a bargain as possible with Hitler. By a commercial agreement signed in Moscow on the 11th of February 1940, the Soviet Union, in return for oil and agricultural products, was to receive manufactured goods, arms, and the blueprints of the most recent developments in naval armaments, as well as prototypes of the most recent aircraft, anti-aircraft artillery, bombs, and tanks. Hitler accepted Stalin's demands. He was determined to do everything necessary to keep the Soviet Union neutral while Germany attacked in the West. Even the blueprints of Germany's most modern battleship, the Bismarck, were handed over. Hitler was still confident that he could in due course conquer Russia, but he was equally certain that he couldn't win in the West unless he could be guaranteed a one-front war. Yet even in the West there were dangers. One of which he knew nothing was the sinking by a minesweeper, HMS Glina, on February the 12th, of a German submarine U-33. From the submarine, once she settled at 30 fathoms, were recovered 3 Enigma rotors. This marked one more step forward in the slow breaking of Germany's most secret wartime communications system. Unfortunately for Britain and luckily for Hitler, the 3 naval Enigma keys couldn't be broken, but they did give the British government's cryptanalysts at Bletchley Park, north of London, an important insight into German operating procedures. The 3 cipher keys recovered from the submarine were given the code name Dolphin, Pike, and Oyster, and strenuous efforts were put in train to break them. Dolphin, which was used by all German surface vessels, was briefly broken, giving Britain a short temporary advantage. For his skill in sinking the submarine and in recovering its precious Enigma rotors, the captain of the Glina, Lieutenant Commander Hugh Price, was decorated with the Distinguished Service Order. While British intelligence continued to try to develop methods of decrypting more of the most secret German messages, which they could as yet read only irregularly, Soviet intelligence was able to keep a close watch on the vulnerable Soviet frontier with Japan. All Stalin's calculations about when and how to act in the West, if he were to act at all, had to take into account the substantial Soviet frontier with Japanese-occupied Manchuria. Japan's strength and intentions were an integral part of the Soviet policy equation. Soviet intelligence was fortunate that a German journalist in Tokyo, Richard Sorge, who was a Soviet agent, had close contacts inside the German embassy. Indeed, the embassy staff and even the ambassador frequently called on Sorge for his views and comments. In September 1939, the embassy had appointed him editor of their daily news bulletin. On February the 16th, Sorge was able to send Moscow a detailed account of the Japanese output of munitions, aircraft, and trucks, together with a report on the factories which made them and on the iron and steel production of Japan. Using the code name Ramsey, Sorge enabled Stalin to gauge the danger threatened on his most distant but no less vulnerable flank. It was from German intelligence reading of British naval signals that Hitler learned of a threat to Germany very close to home, the Anglo-French plan to land a military force at Stavanger, Bergen and Trondheim as decided upon by Britain and France on February the 5th. At German Army headquarters at Zossen, near Berlin, a special unit under Hitler's personal supervision, headed by a naval captain, Theodor Kranke, worked to organize a countermove. The plan which the unit involved was to land German troops at 7 points, not only Stavanger, Bergen, Trondheim and Narvik, but also Arendal, Kristiansand and Oslo, the Norwegian capital. On February the 21st, Hitler appointed General Nikolaus von Falkenhorst to command the invasion, working with Captain Kranke's unit. Von Falkenhorst widened the plan to include the invasion of Denmark in order to secure the lines of communication between Germany and Norway. A new war was in the offing. British and German naval, air and army personnel were in training. British troops who had been preparing to go to France were told that there was a new destination with new conditions, including ice and snow. Their training was to be adapted accordingly. On the evening of February the 24th, Pilot Officer Reginald Whitmarsh, aged 20, took off from Croydon Aerodrome in a Blenheim bomber on his first practice solo night flight. He crashed on takeoff, hitting a house at the edge of the aerodrome. Whitmarsh was killed. So too in the house were a mother, Doris Bridge, and her 5-year-old daughter, Jill. Commenting on the accident, the coroner said that Whitmarsh had died no less gallantly and bravely than if he had been in battle. British pilots were in the air on February the 25th at the start of an intensive 6-day mission over Berlin, Bremen, Kiel, Lübeck, Cologne and Hamburg. This was the largest leaflet-dropping campaign of the war. The leaflets, known in the Air Ministry as white bombs, were intended to warn of the evils of Nazism. In Poland, no such warnings were needed. An eyewitness report sent from Katowice on February the 27th and reaching the West, where it was immediately publicized by the Polish government in exile in Paris, told of mass executions of Poles near the city's municipal park. Among the victims were priests. Their eyes were bandaged with pocket handkerchiefs. After the volley had been fired, these same handkerchiefs, blood-stained though they might be, were used to bandage the eyes of others of the condemned. One of the priests was not killed and began to rise. He was then dispatched by blows from gun butts. The military purposes of Germany were not served by such executions. At the end of February, in an attempt to make full and effective use of the mass of manpower now at Germany's disposal, it was decided in Berlin to find someone who would supervise and centralize the direction of labor, including that of the conquered Czechs and Poles, in munitions factories throughout the Reich. The man chosen for this task was Dr. Fritz Todt. The system which he was to set up, known as the Todt organization, was soon to become the largest single employer of labor in Germany, sending men and women to industrial regions throughout the Reich where munitions bottlenecks or deficiencies needed to be put right. At the same time, Todt ensured that the arms industry made the most economical use possible of raw materials and metals, which were in short supply. Allied organization was proving less effective. Even Britain's Force Stratford, the promised military expedition to Finland, due to start on March the 20th, would, the Finnish minister to London told Lord Halifax on March the 1st, come too late to help Finland. That same day, the British Chiefs of Staff warned that as a military operation, the expeditionary force wouldn't work. Even mild opposition from Sweden, as now seemed likely, would make it impossible for the Franco-British force to reach Finland in time to be of help, or even to reach the iron ore fields at Gallivare en route, before a German force could get there. On March the 4th, Stratford was abandoned. One member of the British War Cabinet was much relieved. Churchill was convinced that British involvement in the Russo-Finnish War couldn't be regarded as a profitable diversion, since German forces were not engaged. Any dispatch, even of further aircraft to Finland, he warned his War Cabinet colleagues, would weaken ourselves against Germany. German plans to occupy Norway and Denmark were taken a stage nearer to completion on March the 1st, when Hitler issued a detailed directive, Weser exercise, in the first paragraph of which he explained that this new operation of war would anticipate English action against Scandinavia and the Baltic, would secure our supplies of iron ore from Sweden, and would provide the Navy and Air Force with expanded bases for operations against England. Weakness in German numbers, Hitler added, will be made good by skillful action and surprise in execution. The campaign was to have the character of a peaceful occupation, designed to protect by force of arms the neutrality of the northern countries. But any Norwegian or Danish resistance would be broken by all means available. The Norwegian campaign, Hitler concluded, would be the most daring and the most important undertaking in the history of warfare. On March the 4th, Soviet forces launched a massive attack on the Finnish city of Viipuri. The ice, which had hindered their early attacks because it was too thin, was now thick and hard, enabling them to attack across the water bypassing the Mannerheim line. One Soviet column crossed 34 miles of ice, attacking the Finnish coastline between Helsinki and Viipuri in the rear of the city's defenders. Soviet artillery set up its positions offshore, bombarding the Viipuri defense lines from the ice. These renewed bombardments continued throughout the night, as did Soviet bomber attacks from the air. Then, on the morning of March the 5th, the Soviet government announced that it was once more prepared to negotiate peace with Finland. The Finnish government, unable to resist the renewed military onslaught, accepted. Shortly after midday on March the 7th, the Finnish Prime Minister Risto Ryti arrived in Moscow by air. He had come to talk peace. But around Viipuri the battle continued. On March the 9th, while Ryti was still in Moscow, a communique issued in Helsinki admitted that the second Finnish defense line had now been turned. In these last bitter days of fighting, Geoffrey Cox recalled, the battle was more intense than at any time in the whole war. As the Russo-Finnish peace talks continued in Moscow, German preparations for the invasion of Norway continued. Anglo-French plans to go to Finland's help having been abandoned, there was, from March the 4th, no British or French operation of war in prospect. Those who understand the political and military situation, Chaim Kaplan noted in his diary in Warsaw on March the 7th, are going about like mourners. There is no ground for hope that the decisive action will come this spring, and lack of a decision means that our terrible distress will last a long time. On March the 8th in Krakow, a Polish workman who was overheard by a member of the Gestapo humming the tune of the national anthem, Poland Has Not Yet Perished, was shot dead in the street. The inability of Britain to take any initiative was highlighted on March the 8th, when the British Chiefs of Staff revealed in a secret report that of the 352 anti-aircraft guns intended for the British Expeditionary Force in France, only 152 had arrived. Of the 48 light anti-aircraft guns needed by the British Advanced Air Striking Force in France for its protection against a possible German counterattack, not one had arrived. For the defence of Britain itself, the planned armaments had simply not become available. Of the 1,860 anti-aircraft guns considered the minimum needed for the air defence of Great Britain, no more than 108 were in place. These had been of necessity concentrated around naval bases and radar stations, leaving aircraft industries and other vital points unprotected against the very form of attack which is likely to fall upon them. Britain's own air activity was still confined to dropping leaflets. When leaflet raids were made on the Ruhr between March the 5th and March the 7th, one of the pilots reported that the glow of the blast furnaces was easily seen. On March the 9th, leaflets were dropped over Prague. That same day, an irate Englishman, H. Harwood, wrote to the magazine Time and Tide, "Finland is in extremis. Poland's death rattle echoes through Europe. In both cases, lack of air power has been the decisive factor. There are doubtless many good reasons why we have been powerless to help, but is that a reason for adding mockery to impotence? If petrol and pilots are not to be lightly risked even for vital objects, what's the excuse for sending machines of 1,400 miles across enemy country to drop leaflets?" A decision was about to be made by the British War Cabinet to embark upon Britain's first military operation of the war. It did so at the very moment when President Roosevelt's Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles was visiting Rome, Berlin, Paris and London in search of a formula to bring the war to an end before it widened. Welles had spoken to Hitler in Berlin. On March 10th, he reached London, but before Welles could put his peace proposals to Neville Chamberlain, the War Cabinet, over which Chamberlain presided, decided to send a British military force to the Norwegian port of Narvik, seizing 1.5 million tons of iron ore waiting there for shipping to Germany, and preparing to move across the Swedish frontier to seize the iron ore fields at Gällivare. In addition to this Narvik operation, which was given the code name Wilfred, British forces would land at 3 other Norwegian ports, Trondheim, Stavanger and Bergen, in order to forestall any German counterattack. Later that day, when Sumner Welles explained his peace plan to Chamberlain and Halifax, stressing to them that it would involve the progressive disarmament of the belligerents, the British ministers replied that we could not trust Hitler, that even with a considerable measure of disarmament, Germany could easily overrun a weak country, for example, Romania. Britain might agree, the ministers said, to give a formal undertaking to the United States not to attack Germany, but must be free to fulfill obligations of assistance to a third party which might be a victim of German aggression. On the day after this declaration of principle, the British War Cabinet gave formal authority to the military landing at Narvik. Once news had been received of a successful landing there, a second force would land at Trondheim. Further forces would be held in readiness for Stavanger and Bergen. It was also decided at this meeting on March the 12th that no communication should be made to the Norwegian government as to our intention to land a force at Narvik until the ships had actually arrived at the port. Britain's decision to take this military initiative, and thereby, it was hoped, to deprive the Germans of their essential supplies of iron ore, was followed a day later by the signature in Moscow of a Russo-Finnish treaty. One war in Scandinavia had ended. Another, it seemed, was about to begin. But as soon as news of the Russo-Finnish treaty reached London, the British War Cabinet reconsidered its decision, and on the morning of March the 14th, decided to abandon the Narvik plan altogether. Churchill protested vigorously, but in vain. The only effect of such an action, Lord Halifax warned his War Cabinet colleagues, would be to drive the Norwegians and the Swedes into the arms of the Germans. Operation Wilfred was dead. Finland paid a heavy price for peace, ceding to Russia large tracts of territory along the Baltic coast and in the north, and leasing the Hango Peninsula to Russia for 30 years. More than 27,000 Finnish soldiers had been killed. According to Molotov, the Russo-Finnish War had left 58,000 Russians dead. For 3.5 months, Soviet troops had been tested in a savage conflict. Despite their losses, they had given notice of skill, tenacity, and courage. Despite initial setbacks, they had taken full advantage of the rigours of winter. Above all, with their considerable numerical advantage in population, they'd been able to call upon substantial reserves of manpower, far greater than those of their adversary. Frequently repulsed, they had always renewed the attack. One more of the wars of history was over, wrote Geoffrey Cox sitting that March the 13th in a small Finnish cafe as the news of the end of the hostilities was broadcast. Outside, the station clock, lit up for the first time since November the 29th, glowed against the sky, a 20th century sign that peace had come. For the people of Poland, there was no peace, and no prospect of peace, even as Soviet and Finnish guns fell silent at the eastern end of the Baltic, from the port of Stettin and the former border town of Znaimul, northeast of Berlin. German Jews were being deported in sealed freight cars into the Lublin district. These deportations were completed on March the 12th. In a 14-hour march on foot from Lublin eastward through snow and biting winds, 72 of the 1,200 deportees from Stettin died of exposure. On the night of March the 15th, 2 British bombers flew across the North Sea, Denmark and the Baltic, to Warsaw, dropping between 6 and 7 million leaflets on the former Polish capital. Both bombers, having flown so far and used up so much fuel, intended to return across Germany to air bases in France. One landed mistakenly in Germany itself, but watched by astonished peasants, managed to take off again and reach France safely on the morning of March the 16th. That day, the Germans were more aggressively active, 15 German bombers attacking the British fleet anchorage at Scapa Flow, when the heavy cruiser Norfolk was hit by a bomb and 3 officers killed. One bomb, falling on land, killed a civilian who was standing at the door of his cottage watching the raid. There was considerable feeling in the country, Churchill told the War Cabinet 2 days later, that while the Germans used bombs, we only dropped leaflets. A reprisal raid was at last prepared, and on March the 19th, 50 British bombers flew across the North Sea to drop their bombs on the German airplane base at Hornum on the island of Sylt. 41 of the attacking planes claimed to have found their targets, but a British fighter reconnaissance flight later confirmed German assertions that no damage had been done. One British navigator, whose enthusiasm exceeded his navigational skills, led his pilot to the wrong island, the wrong sea, and the wrong country, the bombs being dropped on the Danish island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea. Fortunately for Anglo-Danish relations, no damage was done. Within Germany, a small group of diplomats, churchmen and soldiers had revived the discussions originally begun at the time of Hitler's threatened invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1938, for a means to step back from the brink of an all-out war with Britain. On March the 16th, one of these diplomats, Ulrich von Hassel, encouraged to do so by the former mayor of Leipzig, Karl Gödele, discussed possible peace moves with 2 senior members of the German armed forces. One of these was General Ludwig Beck, the other Colonel Oster. It appeared Pope Pius XII had expressed interest in some sort of negotiations involving the decentralization of Germany and a plebiscite in Austria, provided that those who initiated them were also prepared to support a change in the regime and an avowal of Christian morality. Nothing came of these talks. The anguish of the sincere but small opposition group was in stark contrast to the unrelenting work of military preparation and the consolidation of Nazi rule throughout Greater Germany. On March the 17th, the day after Ulrich von Hassel's clandestine talk, Dr. Fritz Todt was formally appointed Reich Minister for Weapons and Munitions, heralding a new era of industrial efficiency and the exploitation of captive labor. On March the 18th, Hitler met Mussolini at the Brenner Pass, on the border between Greater Germany and Italy. The Italian dictator was anxious to secure a 3 or 4 month postponement of Germany's western offensive. Hitler declined to change his plans. Once France had been defeated, he said, Britain would come to terms. In France, there was emerging a new mood of defiance. 2 days after Hitler's meeting with Mussolini, Daladier's government fell, and Paul Reynaud became Prime Minister of France. he at once proposed reviving the Anglo-French plan for action in Norwegian territorial waters, arguing in a secret memorandum for the British War Cabinet that the expected German retaliation after such an action would give Britain and France an opportunity to take control of the Swedish iron ore fields. Reynaud went even further. Britain and France, he said, should cut off Germany's oil supply from Russia by bombing the Soviet oil fields in the Caucasus. Reynaud's proposal to activate the Narvik-Gällivare operation was welcomed by the British Chiefs of Staff, who on March the 26th told the War Cabinet that they were in the process of considering the question of stopping the iron ore trade from Gällivare by certain naval operations. These operations, they explained, would involve infringing both Norwegian and Swedish territorial waters. On the following afternoon, their efforts were given a southern urgency when a report reached the Director of Intelligence at the Air Ministry in London that, according to Swedish intelligence sources, the Germans were concentrating aircraft and shipping for operations which Swedish intelligence consider might consist of seizure of Norwegian aerodromes and ports. All was set for a revival of the Anglo-French plan of action against Narvik. On March the 28th, Paul Reynaud flew to London for a meeting of the Supreme War Council. Neville Chamberlain, despite his previous hesitations about these plans, was in a combative mood. In order to maintain the courage and determination of their peoples, he said, and also in order to impress neutrals, the Allies should take active measures. His first proposal was to float naval mines down the River Rhine immediately. His second proposal was to take all possible steps to prevent Germany obtaining iron ore from Sweden. It would be a comparatively simple naval operation, Chamberlain explained, to block the route at any particular moment with a minefield. This would force the ore ships into the open sea, where they would be seized by a British naval squadron. Chamberlain also proposed, as Reynaud had done, an attack on the Soviet oil fields at Baku in the Caucasus in order to deny to Germany supplies of oil of which she was very much in need. All three proposals for action were finally agreed, as was a timetable for them. Aerial reconnaissance of Baku was to begin on March the 30th. Naval mines were to be dropped by parachute into the Rhine on April the 4th, though this decision was later postponed. Minefields were to be laid in Norwegian territorial waters on April the 5th. Furthermore, if Germany invaded Belgium, British and French troops would move through Belgium to the German frontier without waiting for a formal invitation to do so. These decisions were, of course, secret, but in a public communiqué issued that day, it was announced that the British and French governments had agreed that they will neither negotiate nor conclude an armistice or treaty of peace, except by mutual agreement. The war at sea had continued since September 1939, with serious losses to Allied merchant shipping. On March 31st, the German commerce raider Atlantis was ready to set sail on a marauding voyage which would see her sink 22 merchant ships, 145,697 tons in all. By the day of her sailing, 753,803 tons of Allied shipping had already been sunk in the waters around Great Britain by German submarines, a further 281,154 tons by mines, and 36,189 tons by German air attack. This substantial tonnage had been sunk for the total loss of only 18 German submarines. In Berlin, the hopes of the opposition circle, of which Ulrich von Hassel was part, now looked to a senior member of the German General Staff, General Holder, to join them. On April the 2nd, Hassel spoke to Karl Goerdeler, who had made contact with Holder. The result was not at all encouraging, however. Holder had refused to consider any action for the time being. England and France, he said, had declared war on us, and one had to see it through. The German opposition to Hitler pinned its hopes on the unwillingness of generals and colonels to go to war with Britain, a war they were convinced that Germany could not win. But the tyranny which lay at the root of Nazism had already cowed the will to resist. Nor was it a tyranny that ever rested. On April the 2nd, the day on which von Hassel learned of the abortive approach to General Holder, a distinguished German social democrat, Ernst Heilmann, was nearing death in Buchenwald concentration camp. Of Jewish parentage, Heilmann had been a deputy in the German Reichstag from 1928 to 1933. Arrested in 1933, he'd been confined since then in several concentration camps, including Dachau. Continually subjected to harsh treatment, on one occasion he was attacked by bloodhounds that mangled his arms and hands. On April the 3rd, he died in Buchenwald. The camp medical report, part of the meticulous bureaucracy of totalitarianism, called his death a clear case of weakness and old age. He was 59 years old. On April the 2nd, Hitler gave the order that the invasion of Norway was to begin in 5 days' time. As had happened the previous November, one of the first to pass on information to the West of the date of the offensive was Colonel Oster, who, on the afternoon of April the 3rd, told the Dutch military attaché, Colonel Jacobus Sass, of what had been decided. Sass passed on the information to both the Danish and Norwegian naval attachés. The Dane at once passed back the information to Copenhagen. But Oslo was not told. The Norwegian attaché, Sass later learned, was sympathetic to the German interest. In the early hours of April the 3rd, the first 3 German supply ships, camouflaged as colliers, left the German shore of the Baltic for Narvik, 1,000 miles to the north. The coal was real. Underneath it, however, were hidden large quantities of artillery and ammunition. 2,000 troops had already embarked on 10 destroyers, ready to sail north when the order was given. Further troops were under orders to be landed at Trondheim and Stavanger, Kristiansand, Bergen and Oslo. The German plan had kept its scale and purpose. The British plan, now reduced to a mine-laying operation off the Norwegian coast, scheduled to begin on April the 5th, was about to be carried out without the knowledge that a far larger German operation was in prospect. In fact, although the British didn't yet know it, the German landings would come 4 days later. British intelligence reports from Norway and Sweden did, however, indicate on the morning of April the 3rd that substantial numbers of German troops were already on board ship at Stettin and Swinemünde harbours, with a further strong force of troops ready to embark at Rostock. Despite these indications, Neville Chamberlain declared in a public speech on April the 5th that Hitler has missed the bus. That day, a special British naval force left Scapa Flow on its way to mine Norwegian waters. It was divided into 2 sections, one to lay mines off northern and the other off southern Norway. By ill chance, the date of April the 5th, laid down by the Supreme War Council for mining Norwegian waters, had been taken as the date on which the naval force was to sail from Britain, not the date on which it was to lay its mines. Throughout April the 6th, the 2 British forces steamed eastward across the North Sea at the beginning of a 3-day passage. That night, when the British ships were still 48 hours from Norwegian territorial waters, a reconnaissance aircraft of British Bomber Command reported intense shipping activity and brilliantly lit wharves at the German port at Erkenfjord, near Kiel. A little while later, at 25 minutes to midnight, another British reconnaissance aircraft sighted a large German ship, possibly a battle cruiser, steaming 20 miles north of Heligoland. Far from the North Sea, in a darkness which was not to be pierced even by the most secret of intelligence reports, an event was taking place which was to leave its mark on the demonology of the war. Beginning on April the 5th and continuing for nearly 6 weeks, small groups of Polish officers who had surrendered to the Red Army in September 1939 and had been held since then in prisoner of war camps in Russia were taken under Soviet secret police escort from their camp in the village of Kozelsk in the direction of the nearby city of Smolensk. In all, 5,000 Poles set off on this journey, leaving Kozelsk in groups of between 60 and 300. Not one of them was to reach Smolensk. Instead, still dressed in military uniform, their hands in most instances tied behind their backs, they were taken to a small wooded area near the village of Katyn and shot in the back of the neck. It was to be 3 years before their bodies were discovered. The bodies of a further 10,000 Polish officers, likewise captured in September 1939 by Soviet forces and held in captivity in Russia, have never been discovered. On Sunday, April the 7th, while the 2 British mine-laying forces were on their last day's journey across the North Sea, ready to mine Norwegian territorial waters, German warships left their Baltic harbours and headed northward, carrying below decks an army of troops for the landing on Norwegian soil. When the first news of this reached the Admiralty in London, it was not believed. A Danish intelligence report, based in all probability on what Colonel Oster had told Colonel Sass, who had passed it on to his Danish colleague in Berlin, stated that Hitler had ordered the unostentatious movement of 1 division in 10 ships to land at Narvik, with simultaneous occupation of Denmark. The date given for the arrival at Narvik was April the 8th. All these reports, the British Admiralty Intelligence Division concluded, are of doubtful value and may well be only a further move in the war of nerves. When, a few hours later, news of the actual German seaborne troop movements reached London, the British naval force, which was to have laid the southern minefield, was ordered to turn back. Had it not done so, it would have run straight into the German warships. The northern force continued on its way. On April the 8th, having reached Norwegian territorial waters, the British northern mine-laying force began to lay its mines. As it did so, the German invasion fleet continued to sail unmolested towards its various objectives. In the early hours of April the 9th, German warships were off Trondheim, Bergen and Stavanger. At dawn, 4 more German warships were reported entering Oslo Fjord. At Narvik, as correctly reported by the downplayed Danish intelligence report, 10 German destroyers landed 2,000 German troops. The local Norwegian commander was a supporter of the Vidkun Quisling, Norway's former foreign minister and leading fascist sympathizer. He ordered the garrison to allow the Germans to land unopposed. This news, when it reached the War Cabinet in London, caused particular dismay. The original British plans to land at Narvik, later laid aside, had envisaged a landing on March the 20th, nearly 3 weeks earlier. At Bergen, Kristiansand and Trondheim, as well as at Narvik, German troops came ashore during the early hours of April the 9th. They also occupied Copenhagen. The Danish king, Christian X, knowing that his army was in no condition to resist, ordered an immediate ceasefire, but the commander-in-chief of the Danish forces, General Prior, refused to pass on the order, hoping that armed resistance could continue. At 6:45 that morning, however, the king's adjutant passed the order on. Denmark now followed Poland to become Hitler's second military conquest. Later that morning, the German minister in Oslo handed the Norwegian government a note demanding the surrender of Norway to a German administration. In event of refusal, all resistance will be crushed. The demand was refused. 2 hours later, as German parachute troops landed, the Norwegian government evacuated its capital, transferring it to Hamar, 70 miles to the north. That afternoon, Reynaud flew to London with his foreign minister, Edouard Daladier, for a meeting of the Supreme War Council. It was agreed that strong forces should be sent to Norway. Their destination would be ports on the Norwegian seaboard. It was also agreed to ask the Belgian government to invite British and French forces into Belgium, but the Belgians refused to agree. They intended, they said, to keep a policy of absolute neutrality. Late that afternoon, Reynaud and Daladier returned to Paris. From Oslo, General von Falkenhorst telegraphed to Hitler, Norway and Denmark occupied as instructed. Hitler was overjoyed, telling Alfred Rosenberg, "Now Quisling can set up his government in Oslo." Quisling did so, becoming Prime Minister of the country that he so wished to lead according to the fascist code. All didn't go well, however, for the new Norway, or for the invading forces. On April the 10th, to Hitler's intense anger, 5 British destroyers entered the harbour at Narvik and sank 2 of the 10 German destroyers. But one of the British destroyers was sunk, one beached, and the commander of the attack, Captain Warburton Lee, was killed. Norwegian forces, loyal to the king and refusing to accept the Quisling government's submission to German rule, regrouped as best they could and prepared to fight. Thousands of young Norwegians joined the units, which took up positions along the narrow, winding mountain roads still covered in their winter cloak of snow. One such volunteer was Eylev Hauge, a clerk. He first saw action on April the 11th, as a column of German buses filled with troops wound its way inland towards his unit's position. The Norwegians had blocked the road with tree trunks. As the Germans began to leave the buses, the Norwegians opened fire. Within minutes, Hauge later recalled, 4 buses were ablaze. Dead and wounded Germans lay in the road. White flags of truce were waved. In vain. Coming shamefully of age, as the historian of this episode has written, Hauge and his comrades fired on these 2 until 200 Germans lay silent in the snow. There was a strange contrast between this Norwegian unit in action for the first time and the British units stationed in France. "There's nothing doing on the Western Front," Ronald Cartland, an officer and a member of Parliament, wrote home on April the 12th. "We've settled in again to a comparatively peaceful war existence. The season is with us. I give smart lunch parties and dine out twice a week with other batteries." In London it was decided by the War Cabinet that April the 12th to land a military force at Narvik to dislodge the Germans, make touch with the Norwegian troops in the neighbourhood, and cross, with War Cabinet sanction still to be given, into Sweden to destroy the iron ore installations at Gällivare, the objective of the earlier abandoned scheme. On the following day, before any such landing could take place, British warships in a second action at Narvik sank the 8 remaining German destroyers. That same day, British troops landed at 2 more Norwegian ports, Andalen to the south of Trondheim and Namsos to the north. Hitler, alarmed at this adverse turn of events, ordered the evacuation of Narvik. For the British, the weather in Norway was proving as much a hardship as for the Germans. The British troops at Namsos reported on April the 15th that the town was under 4 feet of snow, with no cover from possible air attack. A British force of 600, due to cross the North Sea and land at Ålesund, had been held up throughout April the 15th by gales off the coast of Scotland. In the Narvik area, where British troops were now ashore at Harstad, Salangan, and Bergen, deep snow and a night-time temperature of 0 Fahrenheit had created the added danger of frostbite and amputations. At Namsos, German gunfire made it impossible for the British military commander, General Carton de Wiart, to disembark from the flying boat which had brought him from Britain. Off Narvik, the destroyer Kimberley had suffered casualties from German machine gun fire from the shore. On April the 16th, a plan approved by the War Cabinet to seize the forts at Trondheim, using 1,000 of the Canadian troops then in Britain, had to be postponed for at least 6 days, after the Chiefs of Staff had reported that the assault as planned would be costly in execution. There were signs, one of Neville Chamberlain's private secretaries wrote in his diary that night, that the Norwegians will lose heart unless quickly assured of substantial support. A clash of armies had begun along the whole length of the Norwegian coastline. On April the 17th, 8 days after his troops had landed at so many points in apparent triumph, Hitler sent out the order, "Hold on as long as possible." More than 13,000 British troops were now ashore north of Narvik and north and south of Trondheim. French troops, units of the French Foreign Legion, and Polish naval units, seeing action for the second time in 9 months, participated in all the zones of operation. Against them, the German Air Force turned its dive-bombing aircraft, which had struck with such devastating effect against troop concentrations and movement during the Lightning War in Poland. The German High Command also had a precious advantage in the Norwegian fighting, as a result of being able to read more than 30% of the British naval signals in the North Sea and Norwegian area. This led to many ships being found and attacked, which might otherwise have proceeded unmolested. Britain, too, was not without an intelligence window on German military and air operations. Beginning on April the 15th, the government cipher and signal school at Bletchley Park had broken the relatively uncomplicated Enigma key, which had been introduced for use by the German Air Force and Army during the Norwegian campaign. The number of messages sent through Enigma, and therefore read at Bletchley, was voluminous. Most of them were now decrypted within a few hours, and some within an hour of their transmission by the German stations. Not only air and army matters, but also such naval matters as concerned the other two services were being decrypted each day from the 15th of April. A mass of information, not only on the state of the German organization and supplies, but also on their intentions, was decrypted at Bletchley. The intelligence authorities were completely unprepared, however, to make use of what Churchill was later to call the golden eggs. Neither Bletchley itself, concluded the historians of British intelligence, nor the government departments concerned were equipped to handle the decrypts efficiently. No secure means had yet been prepared for transmitting the precious information to the commanders in the field, or even of explaining to them the nature of its unique insight into enemy actions and plans. The breaking of the Norway Enigma key, a triumph of cryptography, thus had no influence on the course of the Norwegian campaign. With the ending of the campaign, its use by the Germans was to be discontinued. Nor was a similar opportunity to read the German messages so swiftly and so completely to arise until almost another month had passed. In the intelligence war, Germany, not Britain, had been the victors in Norway. The land war was also going badly for Britain. For several days, beginning on April the 17th, the War Cabinet's plan to land a force at Narvik was strenuously opposed by the British military commander at Harstad, General Mackesy. "There's not one officer or man under my command," Mackesy telegraphed to London on April the 21st, "who will not feel shame for himself and his country if thousands of Norwegian men, women and children in Narvik are subject to the bombardment proposed." Mackesy's opposition was decisive. The plan to seize Narvik was abandoned. With it was also abandoned the plan, already postponed earlier, to seize Trondheim, using a substantial part of the forces which would have driven the Germans from Narvik. Hitler, so despondent on April the 12th, was now, after scarcely a week, elated. On his 51st birthday, April the 20th, he had ordered the establishment of a new SS regiment, Norrland, in which Norwegians and Danes would serve, alongside Germans. "Who knows," General Rommel wrote in a private letter on April the 21st, "whether any other German exists with such a genius for military leadership and such a matching mastery of political leadership too." Hitler's political acumen was seen on April the 24th, when he appointed a German Nazi Party official, Josef Terboven, to take over effective control of Norway from Vidkun Quisling. After only 15 days, the man whose name was to come to represent betrayal of one's country was pushed from his brief pinnacle of power. In Poland, torture and killing had continued without abatement. On April the 14th, 220 Poles, including many women and children, had been seized in several villages and hamlets near Serkomla. All were shot. At Stutthof, on the evening of April the 23rd, during the first hours of the Jewish festival of Passover, when Jews celebrate their liberation from bondage in ancient Egypt, all Jews in the camp were ordered to run, drop to the ground, stand up, and run again, without respite. Anyone who was too slow in obeying the order was beaten to death by the overseer with his rifle butt. A Polish prisoner at Stutthof, in reporting this episode of mock celebration, also told of how the SS had harnessed a Jewish sculptor to a cart filled with sand. They had then forced him to run with the cart, while flogging him with a lash. When he collapsed in pain and exhaustion, they tipped the cart over him, burying him under the sand. He managed to crawl out, whereupon, amid much glee, they doused him in water and then hanged him. But the rope was too thin and broke. They then brought a young Jewess who was pregnant, and with scornful laughter hanged them both on a single rope. The killing of Jews had become a matter of laughter and mockery. The persecution of Poles was also terrible. On April the 29th, a 39-year-old SS man, Rudolf Heuss, arrived in the newly established camp at Auschwitz with 5 other SS men. Calculating the future size of the camp and the nature of the punishments and hard labour to be instituted against their Polish prisoners, they ordered 30 German convicted criminals to be sent from Sachsenhausen concentration camp in order to serve as barrack chiefs in the new camp. On May the 1st, the German authorities in Poland ordered the establishment of a closed ghetto in the industrial city of Lodz. More than 160,000 Jews lived in the city. Now they were not to be allowed out of a limited, overcrowded area. Of the 31,721 apartments in the ghetto area allocated to them, most with a single room, only 725 had running water. On May the 1st, German police were ordered to shoot without warning any Jew who might approach the barbed wire fence which now surrounded the area. A few Germans were so disturbed by such developments that they protested to their superiors. At the end of April, the president of the Berlin police, Count Wolf Heinrich von Hildorf, once one of Hitler's most enthusiastic and prominent supporters, heard from his deputy, Kanstein, details of his recent visit to Krakow. On May the 1st, Count Hildorf went to see Colonel Oster to tell him of Kanstein's impressions. He had found the local SS chief in Krakow in a state bordering on hysteria, because neither he nor his men felt capable of carrying out their orders unless they made themselves drunk first. No one who performed tasks such as they did, Hildorf told Oster, could come back and live a normal life. Oster then asked Hildorf about morale in Berlin, to which the police president replied that only 35 to 40% of the population of the capital were in favor of the war. During the last 3 days of April 1940, British and French troops prepared to withdraw from their precarious Norwegian footholds. On April the 29th, the Norwegian military commander, General Rouge, whose troops had fought a series of rearguard actions in the south, warned the British general withdrawing from Andalen that unless the Norwegians could hope for further Allied intervention, he would advise the Norwegian government to begin peace negotiations. In reply, the British general was authorized by the War Cabinet in London to say that although the Allied forces in central Norway were withdrawing, those north of Namsos would be reinforced as a preliminary to counterattack southwards. On the day on which this reply was transmitted to the Norwegians, German troops, which had set off from Oslo and Trondheim on the 10th of April, linked forces. "That is more than a battle won," was Hitler's comment. "It's an entire campaign." Hitler no longer had to worry about any last-minute shifts and changes in Allied plans in northern Norway. On April the 30th, he ordered the German army to be ready to launch Operation Yellow against the west within 24 hours of any day from May the 5th. The British, not knowing exactly where the blow would fall, withdrew almost a whole division from France on May the 2nd, fearing that a German landing on British soil might be a part of Hitler's military plan. Any Enigma messages from Berlin to the senior German commanders, which might have revealed all, could not be decrypted. The Norway Enigma triumph, so unexpected as to be without the means of exploitation, was not to be repeated over France or the Channel in time to influence the British retreat to the coast. As German troops prepared to open hostilities in the west, the last act of the northern drama was being played out. On May the 4th, a Polish destroyer, the Roma, was hit by German bombs near Narvik and broken in two. 56 Polish sailors were killed. While British warships steamed to the rescue, German machine gunners opened fire from the shore at the wounded men floundering about in the water. It was the old British battleship Resolution which rescued the men. Once they were aboard, its band struck up the Polish hymn, "While yet we live, Poland shall not perish." One of the Poles who had been rescued later recalled, "Our eyes were wet, but our hearts were throbbing with a new sense of power, with the promise of life." Off Namsos, the Royal Navy, arriving to evacuate the troops ashore, found the town itself ablaze. The first ship to reach the quayside was the destroyer Kelly, commanded by Lord Louis Mountbatten, a great-grandson of Queen Victoria. The Kelly took off 229 French troops, ferried them to a waiting transport, and returned to evacuate more. From the air, the Germans, aware of all British naval movement as a result of reading and decoding the messages passing from ship to ship, bombed the evacuating force continuously. A French destroyer, the Bison, was hit and blew up. The British destroyer, Afridi, hurrying to rescue the survivors, was herself hit and eventually capsized. The Kelly, more fortunate, shot down at least one of the German dive bombers. "What a party!" was Mountbatten's comment, but what luck, it was no worse. As had happened the previous November, bad weather forced a series of short postponements to Operation Yellow, though only until May the 8th. Also, as in November, news of the planned attack, as well as details of each of the postponements, was passed on by Colonel Oster to the Dutch military attaché in Berlin, Colonel Sass. Among those who opposed the attack in the west was General Beck. He, with Colonel Oster's support, instructed a Catholic lawyer, Dr. Joseph Müller, to travel to Rome, ostensibly on a secret service mission, in order to warn the Vatican, and through the Vatican, the Allies, of Hitler's intentions. With the agreement of the Pope, the information brought by Dr. Müller was sent by coded radio message to the papal nuncios in both Brussels and The Hague. These messages were heard by the German radio monitoring services and decoded. Canaris was at once ordered to investigate the link, of which he himself was the true source. With what has been described as a stroke of genius equalled only by its wit, Canaris ordered Dr. Müller, who had just returned from Rome, to return there to investigate how the news of the invasion date could have leaked out. Hitler, unaware that his own intelligence chief was betraying him, went ahead nevertheless. Even prior warning couldn't help to mitigate the effect of the overwhelming superiority of the blow which he had devised. It was on May the 7th that Hitler was shown 2 decoded telegrams which the Belgian ambassador to the Vatican had just sent to Brussels. He was not deflected from his course, nor did he need to be. On May the 8th, a British intelligence summary, prepared by the War Office in London, stated that there was still no sign that an invasion of Belgium or France was imminent, though some action was to be expected in the immediate future. Germany's dispositions, the report warned, would enable her to move against Holland at any moment with a minimum of notice. Off the Dutch coast, German mine-layers were at work, laying the mines with which to deter any British naval effort in support of Holland. On May the 9th, the destroyer Kelly, having been withdrawn from Norway, was among the British warships searching for the mine-layers. Attacked by a German submarine, she was crippled but survived. 27 of her crew were killed. Her captain, Lord Louis Mountbatten, brought her back across the North Sea to sail and fight again. Early on the morning of May the 9th, following favourable weather reports, Hitler set May the 10th as the day of his Western offensive. Every indication was favourable to this expansion of the war. In London, 2 days earlier, the Air Ministry had informed the War Cabinet that at the estimated scale for active air operations over France, Britain's reserves of petrol and aviation fuel would only last some 10 to 11 weeks. Throughout May the 9th, Hitler's senior commanders studied a mass of valuable intelligence, partly from British Army documents captured in Norway, which provided it with details of the British order of battle in France. Further details came from the coded radio messages passing between the French Ministry of War in Paris and the French military forces along the border. From these messages, picked up by radio and quickly decoded, the German High Command was able to learn the dispositions and qualities of the Allied forces that would be against them, their size, unit by unit, their plan of campaign to advance to the River Dyle when the German attack began, and the knowledge that the French had no plans to launch an effective counterattack against the flank of the main German line of advance. On the afternoon of May the 9th, Hitler left Berlin. To maintain strict security, it was intimated even to his staff that he was on his way to Oslo. That evening, when his special train reached Hanover, the code word Danzig was sent out to the commanders in the field. The attack on Holland, Belgium, and France was to go ahead. Hitler's train continued westward. Shortly before dawn, on May the 10th, having crossed the Rhine, it reached Euskirchen, a small German town less than 30 miles from the Belgian frontier. An hour later, an ambitious, hazardous, and daring offensive was underway. Chapter 5. The German Attack in the West. May 1940. As dawn broke on the morning of the 10th of May 1940, the German forces advanced into Belgium and Holland. 136 German divisions facing half that number of Allied troops. For the British and French, as a result of the earlier Belgian insistence on strict neutrality, the first Allied advance had to be across the French border and through Belgium to the line of the River Dyle. As the Allies moved forward, 2,500 German aircraft attacked the airfields of Belgium, Holland, France, and Luxembourg, destroying many aircraft on the ground. Commanded by General Kurt Student, 16,000 German airborne troops, the spearhead of the German attack on Holland, parachuted into Rotterdam, Leyden, and The Hague. 100 German troops, landing silently in gliders as dawn broke, had seized the Belgian bridges across the Albert Canal. Dominating the Albert Canal defences was the Belgian fortress of Eben-Emael. For 6 months, an elite group of German parachutists had trained for its capture. 55 of them landed at the fort at the very moment of the opening of the German offensive, but throughout May the 10th, the Belgian defenders, protected by massive gun emplacements, held out against considerable explosive charges and firepower. In London, at 7 o'clock that morning, an appeal for help was received from both the Dutch and Belgian governments. The British government at once gave orders for mines to be dropped into the Rhine River, a decision made more than a month earlier, but on account of the sudden Norwegian crisis never implemented. An hour later it was learned in London that German aircraft had dropped mines into the Scheldt. German troops had crossed into Luxembourg. The French city of Nancy had been bombed and 16 civilians killed. That morning, the British government authorized Operation XD to demolish the Dutch and Belgian port installations at the mouth of the Scheldt in the event of a German thrust that far. Shortly after 4 o'clock that afternoon, Hitler learned that the 4th German Panzer Division had crossed the river Meuse. Half an hour later, in London, Neville Chamberlain announced to his war cabinet that with the new emergency, a coalition government was essential, bringing the Labour and Liberal opposition parties into the war-making circle. But the Labour Party leaders had refused to serve under his leadership. For them, he was the man principally responsible for Britain's lack of preparedness, even though they themselves had voted against conscription in April 1939. With the Labour Party unwilling to serve under his leadership, Chamberlain had little option but to resign. He was succeeded as Prime Minister by Winston Churchill, the principal critic of his pre-war policies, and a man whom the Labour leaders believed would have the will and ability to direct the war with energy and zeal. A new government was formed, in which members of all the political parties had a place. Churchill becoming Minister of Defence as well as Prime Minister, with additional authority as the head of a special defence committee consisting of himself and the Chiefs of Staff, the task of which was to make the day-by-day and, if necessary, hour-by-hour strategic decisions. Ronald Cartland, one of several Conservative MPs then serving on the Western Front, was delighted by the news from London. "Winston, our hope, he may yet save civilization," was his comment in a letter home. Cartland's own unit had moved that day into Belgium. "Crowds of evacuees," he wrote. "I'm sorry for the Belgians, second time in 25 years, but they're very brave and resolute." In spite of bravery, the superior German firepower was overwhelming. Shortly before midday on May the 11th, the Belgian defenders of Fort Eben-Emael surrendered. 23 of the 700 defenders had been killed. Of the 55 German attackers, 6 were dead. Hitler, who had literally hugged himself with joy on learning of the fort's capture, personally decorated all the surviving attackers with the Iron Cross. The first Iron Cross of the campaign, however, was awarded to an SS officer, Captain Kras, of the Leibstrandrate Regiment, who on the morning of May the 11th crossed the Yssel River in Holland with a small patrol, penetrated 40 miles into Dutch territory, and brought back 100 Dutch soldiers, whom he and his little force had captured during their incursion. At the Dutch town of Apeldoorn, the former German Kaiser had lived in exile since 1919, when the Dutch government had refused to extradite him to Britain to be tried as a war criminal. Now, as one of the first acts of the Churchill government, the ex-Kaiser was asked if he would like to come to Britain to escape the Nazis. He declined, and a few hours later, Apeldoorn was overrun. For the Allies, the news of German successes came not only from Holland and Belgium. On the morning of May the 11th, it was learned in London that the Allied base at Harstad, north of Narvik, was being severely bombed by German aircraft, while at the same time German troops taking advantage of the Nazi-Soviet pact were being moved by rail from Leningrad to Murmansk as part of a possible pincer attack into northern Norway. Churchill's instinct on this, his first full day as Prime Minister, was to move the troops at Harstad southward to Mosjøen, where a small British garrison was still holding out. But the Chiefs of Staff argued that in view of the life and death struggle on the Western Front, there were insufficient troops to hold either Mosjøen or Bordeaux, like Narvik, north of the Arctic Circle, which Churchill also hoped to reinforce. As was to happen throughout the war, when Churchill's suggestions were strongly opposed by his chiefs of staff, those plans were abandoned. The British Prime Minister, unlike Hitler, had no power to overrule his principal strategical advisers. He was able, however, to support their recommendations with considerable vigour, and to insist upon their rapid implementation. On his first day as Prime Minister, British forces occupied the Danish dependency of Iceland, an important strategic base, and one of which had to be denied to the Germans, now that they were rulers of Denmark. Now the need was to develop Iceland's naval and air bases and facilities as quickly as possible. On the Western Front, the German commanders had vied with each other during May the 11th on how far they could advance. "Everything wonderful so far," General Rommel, commanding the 7th Panzer Division, wrote to his wife that day, and added, "I'm way ahead of my neighbours." On May the 12th, in Holland, after a march of 100 miles, the German 18th Army linked up with the paratroops who had been dropped 2 days earlier. That evening, the British War Cabinet were told that 76 British aircraft had been lost in the 2 days of fighting. On May the 13th, Rommel's troops, advancing through Belgium, crossed the Meuse at Dinant. That same day, further south, General Guderin's troops pushed through the forest of the Ardennes and crossed the Meuse near Sedan, the first substantial German crossing of the French border. At 5 o'clock that morning, King George VI, asleep at Buckingham Palace, was woken by a police sergeant to be told that the Dutch Queen Wilhelmina wished to speak to him. "I didn't believe him," the king wrote in his diary, but went to the telephone, and it was her. She begged me to send aircraft for the defence of Holland. I passed this message on to everyone concerned, and went back to bed. The king commented, "It's not often that one is rung up at that hour, and especially by a queen. But in these days anything may happen, and far worse things too." Queen Wilhelmina, warned that she might be kidnapped by the Germans and used as a hostage, left The Hague for Rotterdam, where she embarked on a British destroyer, the Hereward. Her aim was to join those of her armed forces still resisting in Zeeland. Heavy German bombardments made it impossible, however, for her to land. She therefore crossed the North Sea to Harwich, determined to make one further appeal for British air support. Once at Harwich, however, it was made clear to her that the situation in Holland was hopeless. That evening she was met by King George VI at Liverpool Street Station in London. "I had not met her before," the king noted in his diary. "She told me that when she left The Hague she had no intention of leaving Holland, but force of circumstances had made her come here. She was naturally very upset." That afternoon, Churchill told the members of his new government, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat." He repeated those words a few hours later in the House of Commons, telling the members of Parliament, "You ask, what is our policy? I will say, it is to wage war by sea, land, and air, with all our might and with all the strength that God can give us, to wage war against a monstrous tyranny never surpassed in the dark, lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy." As to what Britain's aim might be, Churchill was equally emphatic. "It is victory, victory at all costs, victory in spite of all terror, victory however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no survival." That evening in the War Cabinet, Churchill learned that whereas the Air Staff estimated that 60 fighter squadrons were needed for the adequate defence of Britain, only 39 were available. The areas of Allied initiative were few and scattered. That night several hundred aerial mines were dropped in the Rhine, disrupting German barge traffic near Karlsruhe and Mainz. For this enterprise, 2 Distinguished Service Crosses and 17 Distinguished Service Medals were awarded. In Norway, even further from the decisive battle, French forces commanded by General Betuart landed near the tiny fishing village of Gjevik, 30 miles from Narvik by road. I hope you will get Narvik cleared up as soon as possible, Churchill telegraphed on May the 14th to the British commander Lord Cork, and then work southwards with increasing force. It was a forlorn hope, yet after the French Foreign Legion on May the 15th had captured Bjervik, taking 70 prisoners, it was a hope that Churchill refused to abandon. On the morning of May the 14th, confronted by a stronger Dutch defence than he had envisaged, Hitler included in a directive of that day an order to break Dutch resistance. This resistance must be broken quickly, the order read. German aircraft were at once diverted from the Belgian frontier to facilitate the rapid conquest of Fortress Holland. Their target was the bridges over the River Rhine at Rotterdam. Many bombs, missing their target, fell on the city centre. 814 Dutch civilians were killed. Rumour and Allied propaganda quickly multiplied the figure to 25,000, even 30,000. The reality was harsh enough. The rumour gave added terror to the lives of those in France and Belgium who were as yet unbombed. At midday, grave news reached the Allied commanders. Near Sedan, the Germans had greatly enlarged the bridgehead established earlier by Guderian. It now became possible that with substantial British and French forces pinned down in Belgium, the Germans would be able to use this bridgehead as a base for operations to sweep behind the Allied armies, pushing through the Ardennes in a broad semicircle to the Channel ports. This was indeed Hitler's plan. The progress of the offensive to date, he noted in his Directive No. 11, issued that day, shows that the enemy has failed to appreciate in time the basic idea of our operations. Seriously alarmed, the French High Command asked the British for the maximum of air support in the Sedan area. This was promptly given. In all, 71 British bombers were sent to the southern sector. Attacking the German pontoon bridges and troop columns in successive waves, they were savagely mauled both by the German fighters and by anti-aircraft defences on the ground. By nightfall, 40 of the 71 British planes had been lost. One of those shot down, Flight Lieutenant Parkinson, managed to make his way to the French front line, but was shot at and severely wounded. Later, escaping from France, he served once more as a pilot. Later, on an operation dropping supplies to the French resistance, he was again shot down. This time, he was killed. The failure of the British bomber offensive to halt the German advance through Sedan was matched by a failure of the French troops to hold the line. Hitler's sweep behind the Allied lines had begun. Within a month, it was to have cut off the British Expeditionary Force from the main battle and left Paris vulnerable to a swift advance. The British and French had still, on May the 14th, to extricate themselves from Norway. That day, the British base at Harstad was attacked with incendiary bombs, and 2 Allied ships destroyed. A third ship, the Polish liner Shrewsbury, was taking a battalion of the Irish Guards, 400 troops in all, south to Bordeaux, when it was attacked. 20 soldiers killed included the commanding officer and every senior officer in the battalion. There was a glimmer of good news for the Allies on May the 14th, when Arthur Purvis, head of the Anglo-French purchasing mission in Washington, reported that of 100 fighter planes then being built in the United States, Britain would be allowed to purchase 81. Of 524 further aircraft on order, 324 would be ready for delivery within 2 or 3 months. The diversion of so many aircraft to Britain represented, Purvis explained, real sacrifices by United States services, as many squadrons on account of this will not be able to get their complement of modern planes. This decision, vital for Britain at least in the long term, Purvis attributed to the goodwill both of Roosevelt and of his Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Morgenthau, who had gone so far as to give an emphatic assurance that the new orders being placed by the United States Army Air Force as part of its own expansion program would not be allowed to interfere with Britain's existing orders. These benefits to come were not only long-term, but secret. On May the 14th, the full focus of Allied fears was on Holland and the Ardennes. In Holland, the airborne forces of General Student had entered Rotterdam and were negotiating the city's surrender. Student himself, before concluding the negotiations, watched while his men began disarming a large party of Dutch troops. SS troops, arriving at that moment and seeing so many armed Dutch soldiers, opened fire. Student himself was shot in the head. But for the skill of a Dutch surgeon who operated on him that night, he would almost certainly have died. The French had by now begun to panic. Shortly after 7 o'clock on the morning of May the 15th, Paul Reynaud telephoned Winston Churchill to say that a French counterattack on the German forces which had broken through at Sedan had failed, that the road to Paris was open, and that the battle was lost. Reynaud went on to talk of giving up the struggle. Churchill did his best to calm the French Prime Minister. He must not be misled, he said, by panic-stricken messages. But Churchill was under no illusions about the gravity of the situation. The small countries, he telegraphed to Roosevelt on May the 15th, are simply smashed up, one by one, like matchwood. As for Britain, Churchill added, we expect to be attacked here ourselves, both from the air and by parachute and airborne troops in the near future, and are getting ready for them. Churchill's confidence was also seen in the mood of the British troops in France. Ronald Cartland, writing to his mother on May the 15th, shortly before his unit withdrew from the line of the Scheldt, was in fighting, if sombre, mood. We shall win in the end, but there's horror and tribulation ahead of all of us. We can't avoid it. To the south, where Rommel had crossed the Meuse, French tanks at the village of Denay engaged in a desperate attempt to halt the German thrust. As tank after tank was disabled, the Germans kept up a relentless barrage of fire. The commander of one company, Captain Gilbert, was killed by machine gun fire with most of his crew when getting out of his blazing tank. By nightfall, 65 French tanks had been destroyed and 24 Frenchmen killed. They'd given their lives at a high price, destroying at least 30 of Rommel's panzers. One of the French company commanders, Captain Jacques Lehoux, killed when his tank blew up, was posthumously made a Knight of the Légion d'honneur. His principal adversary in the battle, Major Friedrich Filzinger, was awarded the Knight's Cross. It was given to him by Hitler, personally, 3 weeks later. On the evening of May the 15th, British troops were still landing at the Dutch port of Imingen, in a last-minute attempt to bolster Dutch resistance. As they landed, 6 buses reached the port from Amsterdam. On them were 200 Jews, mostly children, being brought to the port by a Dutch woman, Gertrude Wiesmuller. Many of her charges were German Jewish children who had managed to reach Holland before the war. Now they were on the move yet again. At 7 o'clock we sailed, one of the boys, Harry Jacobi, later recalled. Far away from the shore, we looked back and saw a huge column of black smoke from the oil storage tanks that had been set on fire to prevent the Germans having them. At 9 p.m., news came through, picked up by the ship's radio. The Dutch had capitulated. The children found safety in Britain. Hitler was now the ruler of yet another European state. In Holland, Harry Jacobi's grandparents, for whom there had been no place on the crowded coaches, were to be among his tens of thousands of Dutch Jewish victims. That night, for the first time since the German army had struck in the west 5 days earlier, British bombers attacked German industrial targets in the Ruhr. In all, 78 bombers set off. All returned safely, although 16 had failed to locate their targets. 24 found oil targets, some of which were seen by the crews burning fiercely as they turned for home. Unable to breach American neutrality by shipping aircraft to Britain, uncrated and ready to fly, Roosevelt himself proposed, on the night of May the 15th, a way round a surviving provision in the Neutrality Act. This was to fly the aircraft to the American side of the Canadian border, push them across the border, then fly them on to Newfoundland, where they could be put on board ship. "We already know," Purvis reported to London, "this method is legal and feasible." Throughout May the 16th, the German advance continued, with Rommel penetrating 50 miles into French territory towards Cambrai, and Guderian reaching a point 60 miles east of Sedan. That day, General Gamelin ordered French forces to leave Belgium. Churchill, on his way to Paris, gave orders for Operation XD to be carried out at once. At Antwerp, as part of this demolition scheme, 2 British officers, Lieutenant Cadzow and Lieutenant Wells, drained off 150,000 tons of fuel into the Scheldt. Reaching Paris that afternoon, Churchill urged an Allied military stand on the line Antwerp-Namur. "We've lost Namur," was Reynaud's comment. The French, led by Gamelin, then pressed for 6 extra British fighter squadrons to be sent to France in addition to the 4 already there, and a further 4 to which the War Cabinet had agreed that morning in London. But Churchill pointed out that Britain's own air defences were already in jeopardy. She had only 39 squadrons for her own defence, 4 of which had now been allocated to work in France. But the urgency of the French request caused Churchill to put it by telegram to his War Cabinet. It would not be good historically, Churchill warned, if their requests were denied and their ruin resulted. In addition, one must not underrate the increasing difficulties of the German advance if strongly counterattacked. That night, the War Cabinet agreed that 3 further British squadrons based in Britain would work in France from dawn till noon, after which a second 3 squadrons would replace them for the afternoon. This would at least save them from the danger of being attacked on the ground at French airfields. In Paris, fears of an imminent German breakthrough led to panic. Bundles of official documents, thrown from the windows of the French Foreign Ministry, were set alight on the ministry lawn. But it wasn't towards Paris that Guderian's panzers were advancing. Instead, they turned northwest, and by noon on May the 17th had reached the river Oise at Origny, less than 10 miles east of Saint-Quentin. Attacking them, but unable to halt them, were the tanks of the French 4th Armoured Division, commanded by one of the pioneers of armoured warfare, Colonel de Gaulle. In recognition of his bravery that day, he was promoted to the rank of general. On every sector of the front, the Germans were succeeding beyond their hopes. On May the 17th, troops of General von Reichenau's 6th Army entered Brussels, the 5th capital to be occupied by German troops in 9 months. Falling back from Brussels towards the Channel coast, the British 3rd Division, commanded by General Bernard Montgomery, took up its position on the line of the River Dindre. Only at Hitler's headquarters did there seem to be a moment of doubt. "A very disagreeable day," General Holder noted in his diary. "The Führer is excessively nervous. He mistrusts his own success. He's afraid to take risks. He'd really like us to stop now." Hitler's nervousness was misplaced. On May the 18th, his panzer commanders continued their advance at the same swift pace as before, Rommel reaching Cambrai and Guderian occupying Saint-Quentin. One of France's senior commanders, General Giraud, entering Le Cateau with the remnants of the French 9th Army, was captured by the Germans. Unknown to Giraud, German troops had reached the town a few hours earlier. During the day, Belgium's principal port, Antwerp, fell to the Germans. "I don't need to tell you about the gravity of what has happened," Churchill telegraphed to Roosevelt. We are determined to persevere to the very end, whatever the result of the great battle raging in France may be. We must expect in any case to be attacked here on the Dutch model before very long, and we hope to give a good account of ourselves. The Dutch model was the use of parachute troops to seize the vital points. It was to protect Britain against the large number of German troops that might be landed from transport aircraft preceded by parachutists that Churchill and the Chiefs of Staff considered the possibility on May the 18th of bringing British troops from as far away as Palestine and even India by the fastest possible naval convoy. In Paris, fearful of subversion, the new Minister of the Interior, Georges Mandel, began on May the 18th a massive roundup of suspicious persons. Numerous arrests have been made in the street, a Canadian businessman recalled at the end of the month. Traffic is strictly controlled. Policemen, bayonets fixed, stop passers-by and ask for identification. As the battle for France continued, British morale was boosted by the belief that the bombing raids over the Ruhr, begun on May the 15th and continued for the next 3 nights, had been effective. But when the American journalist William Shearer drove on May the 19th through the Ruhr, he could see very little damage. As for the population, on whose morale the raids were said by the British Broadcasting Corporation to have had a deadly effect, Shearer found them, especially the womenfolk, standing on the bridges over the main roads, cheering the troops setting off for Belgium and France. The only sign of the Royal Air Force's presence which Shearer noted that day was near Hanover, where he saw a large British bomber lying smashed in a field 100 yards off the Autobahn. That day in France, the SS Death's Head Division saw action for the first time when it was ordered to go to the assistance of Rommel's 7th Panzer Division near Cambrai. Their adversaries were French Moroccan troops, whose defence of several small villages was tenacious. The SS troops fought with an equal fury, killing 200 Moroccans for the loss of only 16 SS men. That night, Churchill broadcast to the British people his first broadcast as Prime Minister. This, he said, is one of the most awe-striking periods in the long history of France and Britain. It is also, beyond doubt, the most sublime. The British and French peoples, side by side, have advanced to rescue not only Europe but mankind from the foulest and most soul-destroying tyranny which has ever darkened and stained the pages of history. Behind the armies and fleets of Britain and France there gathered a group of shattered states and bludgeoned races, the Czechs, the Poles, the Norwegians, the Danes, the Dutch, the Belgians, upon all of whom the long night of barbarism will descend, unbroken even by a star of hope, unless we conquer, as conquer we must, as conquer we shall. How Britain and France could conquer was at that moment quite unclear. It was they, not Germany, that seemed about to succumb. That morning, as the German thrust threatened to drive a wedge between the British and French forces north and south of the River Somme, Churchill ordered the British Admiralty to assemble a large number of vessels in readiness to cross over to ports and inlets on the French coast. It was now clear, he told the Admiralty, that plans must be made at once in case it became necessary to withdraw the British expeditionary force from France. Plans were also made that day for mobile columns to reinforce airport guards in case of German parachute landings in Britain. Even London was now felt to be a possible target of such landings. On May the 20th, Churchill approved a scheme of Bren gun posts and barbed wire roadblocks to protect the government offices in Whitehall and 10 Downing Street itself from a German attempt to seize the centre of the capital. That night, German armoured columns, reaching Amiens, pushed on towards Abbeville, cutting off the British expeditionary force from the main French army and from its own bases and supplies in western France. Hundreds of thousands of British, French and Belgian soldiers were now trapped, with their backs to the sea. Hitler was elated. General Jodl, who was present, noted that Hitler talks in words of appreciation of the German army and its leadership, busies himself with the peace treaty which shall express the theme, return of territory robbed over the last 400 years from the German people. Hitler would repay the French for the peace terms imposed upon Germany in 1918 by conducting his own peace negotiations at the same spot in the forest of Compiègne. As for the British can have their peace as soon as they return our colonies to us. Hitler, in his elation, was already musing about peace terms. But west of Compiègne, the bloody business of war went on. That evening near Beauvais, 2 German airmen were shot down in an area over which German planes had been machine-gunning French and Belgian refugees as they sought to flee southwards. Both airmen were unarmed. As they stood by the roadside surrounded by a crowd of civilians, a French soldier went up to them, drew his pistol, and shot one of the Germans in the head, killing him instantly. The dead airman was the 23-year-old Sergeant Wilhelm Ross. He was buried by the roadside, one of 1,597 Germans killed in action that week in western France. Another German soldier who died on May the 20th as a result of injuries sustained in battle was Prince Wilhelm of Hohenzollern, the grandson of the ex-Kaiser and heir to the German imperial throne. The ex-Kaiser himself, in exile in Holland since 1918, having refused an offer from Churchill to come to Britain on the 10th of May, remained in Holland, his place of exile at Apeldoorn, first overrun and then guarded by the successors to those very armies which he had launched against France and Belgium in 1914. On May the 21st, German troops reached Le Crotoy, a small seaside resort on the Channel coast at the mouth of the river Somme. With their arrival at Le Crotoy, the Allied armies in France were cut in half. The way was now open for Hitler's forces to drive the British back to the North Sea coast and to destroy them. This very danger led that day to a British counterattack at Arras by 58 tanks under General Martel, which caused near panic to Rommel's 7th Panzer Division. 89 of Rommel's men were killed, 4 times the losses he had suffered during the breakthrough into France. The SS Death's Head Division sent once more to Rommel's support, knocked out 22 tanks, but lost 39 men. Only the arrival of German dive bombers averted further losses. For the first time in 11 days of battle, German troops had been forced back, nor was it troops alone, but the prized panzers on whom so much depended. Hitler, concerned lest the panzers should be mauled still further, and fearing that the British would fight in France to the last man, ordered a halt to the advance against the Channel ports. In the east, the war against the mentally ill took a new turn on May the 21st, when a so-called special unit was sent to Soldau in East Prussia to kill more than 1,500 mental patients who had been transferred there from hospitals throughout East Prussia. The killings were completed in 18 days. When they were over, the special unit reported back to Berlin that the mental patients had been successfully evacuated. On the Western Front, the British and French now planned a counterattack to link up their forces across the German spearhead, with General Weygand, whose plan it was, promising to attack the Germans from the south. That night in Britain, the head of the British Union of Fascists, Sir Oswald Mosley, and 35 other leading members were arrested to be joined in prison within a week by 346 of their followers. May the 22nd marked an important and indeed dramatic stage in Britain's ability to read some of the most secret German wireless communications. For on that day, the decryptors at Bletchley Park, broke the German Enigma key most frequently used by the German Air Force. Henceforth, British intelligence was able to read each day every German Air Force message sent from headquarters to the field, and from the field to headquarters. Among the most important of these were messages sent by the German Air Force liaison officers with the German Army. These messages provided many pointers to the position and intentions of the German field formations as they turned towards the sea. The flood of operational intelligence, the official historians of British intelligence have written, was decrypted, translated, amended, and interpreted at the rate of 1,000 messages a day. These were then sent by teleprinter or courier to Whitehall. At the same time, beginning on May the 24th, the most important items were passed direct from Bletchley to the headquarters of the British Expeditionary Force and to air headquarters. To ensure that the Germans never learned that their most secret method of communication had been breached, a special cipher was used, sent by a special signals link through a secret intelligence service mobile unit which assisted the commanders-in-chief in the interpretation of the material and advised on how it could be exploited. The breaking of the Enigma provided the British commanders, then at their most stretched, with a valuable window onto German Air Force activities and intentions, and on many of the activities and intentions of the German Army. It took some time, however, for those at Bletchley to master the many problems. Apart from their sheer bulk, the historians of Enigma tell us, the texts teemed with obscurities, abbreviations from units and equipment, map and grid references, geographical and personal code names, pro formas, service jargon and other arcane references, not to speak of the difficulties sometimes created by poor interception or by textual corruption as a result of the messages having been sent in the heat of battle. A particular difficulty during the early days of decryption that May was that the German Air Force headquarters in its instructions and the German commanders in the field in their replies made frequent reference to points on a British General Staff map series, scale 1 to 50,000, which had long ago been withdrawn from use in the British Army. Unable to obtain a set of these maps, the cryptographers at Bletchley were forced to reconstruct them from the German references to them, a laborious process. Despite these difficulties, information was yielded which could have been invaluable had the British Army not been in headlong retreat. The British forces, falling back to the sea, were spared an immediate German onslaught, not as a result of any intelligence coup, but because the Germans, having split the Allied armies, treated the troops in Flanders as a secondary target compared with the French troops falling back towards Paris. Nor were the Germans aware of just how many men were trapped towards the coast. German estimates on May the 23rd were of only 100,000, a quarter of the real figure. In addition, the general upon whom the main responsibility for the attack would lie, Ewald von Kleist, had seen almost 15% of his transport put out of action in the previous 2 weeks of fighting. He therefore welcomed the pause which Hitler had ordered. Nor did it seem possible that the British forces would be able to be evacuated by sea. Goering had assured Hitler that the German Air Force could prevent that. There was therefore no urgency in attacking in force the men who, on May the 21st, had shown themselves capable of so spirited and costly a counterattack. On May the 23rd, therefore, at 6 in the evening, General von Rundstedt, on his own initiative, issued orders to the German Fourth Army to halt tomorrow. Knowing nothing of Rundstedt's order, the British Army still waited for the planned French counterattack from the south. At 10 o'clock that night, Churchill went to see the King at Buckingham Palace. He told me, the King wrote in his diary, that if the French plan made out by Weygand did not come off, he would have to order the BEF back to England. This operation would mean the loss of all guns, tanks, ammunition, and all stores in France. After 10 days, Ronald Cartland wrote to his mother from the British Expeditionary Force on May the 23rd, "We're back now in the same place from where we started. It's a rum war." On the go all day, of course, General Rommel wrote to his wife on May the 24th, "But by my estimate, the war will be won in a fortnight." Hitler, visiting von Rundstedt's headquarters that day, predicted that the war would be over in 6 weeks. Then the way would be free for an agreement with Britain. Hitler and Rundstedt then discussed the fate of the British troops trapped on the Channel coast. The two men were agreed that air attack could be used against the besieged perimeter, but Rundstedt went on to propose that his tanks should halt once they reached the canal below Dunkirk, so that his armoured forces could be saved for operations against the French. Hitler agreed. Shortly after midday, a second halt order was issued to the Fourth Army in Hitler's name. For the time being, all attacks in the Dunkirk perimeter were to be discontinued. One effect of the second halt order was that the SS Death's Head Division, in order to strengthen the line near Bethune, had to make a small withdrawal across the Canal d'Air. The British, noting the German move, began an intense artillery barrage, during which 42 SS men were killed. When, late that evening, General Halder sent Rundstedt permission to attack Dunkirk, Rundstedt refused, telling Halder the mechanized groups must first be allowed to pull themselves together. Contrary to expectations, Hitler's army adjutant noted a few days later, the Führer left the decision largely to Rundstedt, but it was only a decision to halt for a short while, to regather strength, and to await reinforcements. The German aim was still a military victory. "The next object of our operations," Hitler stated in his Directive No. 13 on May the 24th, "is to annihilate the French, English and Belgian forces which are surrounded in Artois and Flanders by a concentric attack by our northern flank and by the swift seizure of the Channel coast in this area." While the German army paused, the British evacuation began. On May the 24th, 1,000 men were embarked from Boulogne. 200 more, however, could not be got away before German troops entered the port on the following morning. Above the sea, off Dunkirk, the air attack which Hitler had authorized began at once. On May the 24th, a French ship, the Chacal, was sunk. Off Calais, where the British garrison was cut off even from the Dunkirk perimeter, the destroyer Wessex was likewise sunk, and the Polish destroyer Bzura badly damaged while bombarding German positions on the coast. The British government now began plans to evacuate the British troops from Dunkirk. To the east of the Dunkirk peninsula, however, the Germans had managed to drive a wedge between the British and Belgian forces holding the line between Menin and Ypres. Soldiers, King Leopold of the Belgians exhorted his troops on May the 25th. "The great battle which we expected has begun. It will be hard. We will wage it with all our power and supreme energy." The battle was taking place, the king added, on the same ground upon which we victoriously faced the invader in 1914. The Belgian soldiers, responding to the king's appeal, continued to resist, but their counterattacks, aimed at closing the gap, though mounted with considerable vigour, were repelled. Fortunately for the British, a German staff car, captured on May the 25th, contained a document giving precise details of the German plans to exploit the gap. As a result of this timely intelligence, the British Commander-in-Chief, Lord Gort, was able to order into the gap 2 divisions which were preparing to attack elsewhere. These were, in fact, the very divisions which were to have pushed southward out of the German trap, as the British part of the Weygand plan. Only by abandoning the possibly false hope of a breakthrough to the south could the perimeter be held, whereby a sea evacuation was possible. That day, in pursuance of Hitler's discussion with General von Rundstedt, the German Air Force threw all its available aircraft into an attack on the port installations of Zeebrugge, Blankenberg, Ostend, Neupoort, and Dunkirk. Not realizing that Dunkirk was to be the main embarkation point, the heaviest bombing was directed against Ostend. Despite Hitler's halt order on May the 25th, a small combat unit of the SS Death's Head Division, led by Captain Harrer, crossed the Canal d'Air near Béthune, over which they had withdrawn on the previous day. Spotting a British motorcyclist speeding in their direction, one of the SS men opened fire, knocking the soldier off his machine. The SS men then approached him. He was lying in a ditch, wounded in the shoulder. Pulling him to his feet, the SS men tried unsuccessfully to converse with him. Captain Harrer then asked him in halting English if he spoke French. When the British soldier did not reply, Harrer drew his pistol and shot him through the head at point-blank range. Chapter 6. Dunkirk, May 1940. It was on the 26th of May 1940 that Hitler realized he'd made a grievous error in approving the halt order of May the 24th. Hitherto he had not appreciated that the British Expeditionary Force was preparing for evacuation. That morning, however, German air reconnaissance planes reported that there were 13 warships and 9 troop transports in Dunkirk harbour. It's probable, German Army intelligence concluded, that the embarkation of the British Expeditionary Force has begun. At 1:30 that afternoon, Hitler sent to his army commander-in-chief and agreed, General Jodl noted, to a forward thrust from the west by armoured groups and infantry divisions in the direction of Tournai-Kassel-Dunkirk. The order went out by telephone from Hitler's headquarters at 3:30 that afternoon. 3.5 hours later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, a radio signal sent from the Admiralty in London to Vice Admiral Bertram Ramsay at Dover instructed the Admiral, Operation Dynamo is to commence. Dynamo was the code name chosen for the evacuation from Dunkirk of as many soldiers as possible. On May the 26th, it was expected that 45,000 men could be taken off in the 2 days which were seen as the maximum that would be available. As Hitler and von Rundstedt had agreed, the German Air Force struck with all its strength to make the evacuation impossible. But the pilots of Fighter Command, Britons, Canadians and Poles among them, were equally determined to keep the skies above the beaches clear enough to evacuate the maximum number of troops. In the 9 days of evacuation, 176 German aircraft were shot down over the beaches for a loss of 106 British aircraft. The battle in the sky had helped to avert disaster. Also contributing to the success of the evacuation were the British troops fighting rearguard actions around the whole Dunkirk perimeter, as well as those who were besieged in Calais. Commanded by Brigadier Nicholson, the British troops in Calais were engaging the German troops in a fierce struggle. Ships had arrived at Calais to take them off, but shortly before midnight on May the 26th, Nicholson received a telegram from the War Office in London. Evacuation will not, repeat not, take place, and craft required for above purposes are to return to Dover. Every hour that the Calais garrison continued to exist, the message declared, was of the greatest help to the British Expeditionary Force. On the night of May the 26th, President Roosevelt broadcast an appeal for the American Red Cross. Tonight, he said, over the once peaceful roads of Belgium and France, millions are now moving, running from their homes to escape bombs and shells and machine gunning, without shelter and almost wholly without food. They stumble on, knowing not where the end of the road will be. A few hours after Roosevelt had spoken, the Belgian army committed its last reserves, scarcely 3 regiments, to the battle. But even their tenacity in combat could not close or even narrow the gap between the British and Belgian forces. Between Roullet and Thielt, 5 miles of the front line were undefended. Further north, in a gap between Mal-de-Gem and Ursel, the road to Bruges lay open. The ring of fire tightens round us, General Michiels wrote in his journal on May the 27th. Thousands of refugees, mixed with the local population, fly through a narrow strip of territory exposed in its entirety to shell fire and aerial bombardment. Our last means of resistance is broken under the weight of a crushing superiority. We can no longer expect any support or any other solution but total destruction. At the southern edge of the Dunkirk perimeter, 50 miles from the port itself, there was savage fighting on May the 27th between units of the SS Death's Head Division and British troops. In a farmhouse near the village of Paradis, 99 men of the Royal Norfolk Regiment held up an SS company until their ammunition was exhausted. Their commanding officer, Major Lyle Ryder, made a final appeal for artillery support, but was told that none was available. Within the cowshed to which they had retreated, it was agreed, by a show of hands, that they should surrender. A white towel was tied to a rifle, and the men filed out, only to be met by a spate of machine gun fire. 5 minutes later, they again tried to surrender. This time the Germans stood up, shouting in triumph and waving their rifles. An English-speaking officer ordered the Englishmen across a small road into the adjacent field, where they were told to kneel. Then, 5 at a time, they were ordered to their feet to be searched, and a pile was made of their gas masks, steel helmets, and cigarettes. Any soldiers who refused to cooperate were struck with rifle butts. The prisoners were then marched to the road, where they had to wait for a while as German soldiers drove past, moving westward. Then they were ordered into a field, along one side of which was a long brick barn, in front of which was a shallow pit. 2 machine guns had been set up facing the barn. As the head of the columns of prisoners were marched into the pit and drew level with the far end of the barn, the order was shouted out, "Fire!" As soon as the shooting stopped, the German soldiers were ordered to fix bayonets and to move forward. They did so, bayoneting to death those who were only wounded, while others were killed with pistol shots. Then the whistle was blown, and the German soldiers climbed out of the pit. 97 British soldiers were dead. Incredibly, 2 had survived, Private Albert Pooley and Private William O'Callaghan, who lay among the bodies. That night, in heavy rain, Pooley and O'Callaghan were able to crawl away. After being sheltered for some days by a French farmer's wife, Madame Duquesne Creton, who did her best to tend their wounds, they gave themselves up to the Germans and were made prisoners of war yet again. Pooley had been so severely wounded in the leg that he was later repatriated to England via the Sudan in an exchange of badly wounded men in April 1943. His story was met with considerable scepticism. Only after the war, when O'Callaghan returned to Britain, was the savagery of the episode made clear. So much so that their joint testimony was instrumental in having the officer who had given the order to fire, SS Captain Fritz Knocklein, tried by a British military tribunal in Hamburg, condemned to death, and hanged. On May the 27th, Operation Dynamo was underway. The Dunkirk beaches crowded with troops, waiting for boats to take them off. Above Dunkirk that day, 50 German aircraft were destroyed for the loss of 14 British planes. But the German air attacks were on such a scale that many of the troops cursed the Royal Air Force for not doing more to protect them. Among the hundreds of craft which came from all the ports and seaside resorts of southern Britain that day was Mona's Isle, a former pleasure steamer, which was already in commissioned service as an armed boarding vessel. Bombed as she reached the open sea, 40 of those being evacuated on her were killed. That day, in a measure designed to make a German parachute landing in Britain more difficult, orders were given for fields in eastern England to be ploughed and suitable obstacles scattered on other possible landing grounds. At the same time, British bombers, taking a new initiative, flew over the Ruhr to aim their bombs at the German oil-producing plant at Gelsenkirchen. At 11 o'clock that night, even as the bombers were flying over the North Sea, news reached the British Expeditionary Force that the Belgian front, having broken under ceaseless German aerial and artillery bombardment, the King of the Belgians was asking for an armistice. He had indeed sent an emissary through the German lines at 5 o'clock that afternoon. The emissary had returned 5 hours later to say that the Germans were demanding unconditional surrender. After consulting with his army staff, the king accepted. At 4 in the morning, on May the 28th, the ceasefire came into effect. Belgium had resisted bravely for 18 days. In Paris, the Belgian government, already in exile, repudiated the king's action, but the Belgian army no longer existed. It had been broken to pieces in the field. In the House of Commons, Churchill warned that it was not the time to attempt to pass judgment on King Leopold's action. Whatever our feelings may be upon the facts so far as they are known to us, he said, we must remember that the sense of brotherhood between the many peoples who have fallen into the power of the aggressor, and those who still confront him, will play its part in better days than those through which we are passing. Churchill went on to speak of the situation of the British troops withdrawing from Dunkirk. It was, he said, extremely grave. The surrender of the Belgian army adds appreciably to their grievous peril. The troops, meanwhile, were fighting with the utmost discipline and tenacity. Nevertheless, the House of Commons should prepare itself for hard and heavy tidings. Nothing which might happen at Dunkirk, Churchill declared, can in any way relieve us of our duty to defend the world cause to which we have vowed ourselves, nor should it destroy our confidence in our power to make our way, as on former occasions in our history, through disaster and through grief, to the ultimate defeat of our enemies. During the previous 24 hours, 14,000 men had been brought back safely from Dunkirk to Dover. Even as their evacuation proceeded, Allied troops in northern Norway were still advancing. During the early hours of May the 28th, the long-awaited but now virtually ignored entry into Narvik took place. During the final battle for the port, 150 British, French, Norwegian and Polish soldiers were killed. Unknown to those who entered Narvik, the British War Cabinet had already authorized Operation Alphabet, the evacuation of Narvik once it had been captured. Authorization had been given 4 days earlier, on May the 24th, with the withdrawal date set at no later than June the 8th. That same War Cabinet had authorized the evacuation of Bordeaux by May the 31st. All that was to remain of the whole Norwegian enterprise was one final naval operation, proposed by Churchill on May the 24th and given the code name Paul, for the laying of mines in the approaches to the Swedish port of Luleå, to deny the German iron ore ships an easy passage across the Baltic now that the ice had melted. This Operation Paul is indispensable, Churchill told his principal military adviser, General Ismay, 10 days later, and he added, "Make sure we don't find ourselves prevented by any neutrality argument." During May the 28th, a further 25,000 British troops were brought safely back from Dunkirk. Among the rescue vessels was a holiday resort paddle steamer, the Brighton Belle. In collision with a wreck, she was one of 4 ships to be sunk that day. Still holding the dwindling perimeter, British troops even managed for a while to cut off the SS commander, Sepp Dietrich, from his men. He was forced to spend much of May the 28th hiding in a ditch. At the village of Wormhout, only 17 miles from Dunkirk, 45 men of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment were stubbornly resisting the efforts of SS Leibstandard Regiment in its advance. Finally, their ammunition gone, they, like the soldiers at Paradis on the previous day, surrendered. One of them, Private Alfred Toombs, later recalled how after their surrender, a soldier of his regiment, Private Gould, who'd been wounded in the fighting, was shot dead by one of the SS guards as he lay on the ground. Another wounded man was shot as he lay on the road. The remaining prisoners of war, disarmed, were taken to a field where they were joined by 40 other men captured that day, all but one of whom were wounded. They were then taken to a large barn. SS soldiers then mounted guard. I could see, Private Toombs recalled, that they had collar badges which resembled forked lightning. One of the guards called 4 men out of the barn and shot them. The senior ranking prisoner of war, Captain Allen, at once left the barn to protest. He too was shot. The prisoners of war were then ordered into the back of the barn. 2 of the German guards then threw in grenades, whereupon other guards at the front, side and rear of the barn opened fire with machine guns. At that moment, Private Toombs managed to run out. Others who did so with him were shot down. Toombs and 4 others survived, but 45 of their fellow prisoners of war had been killed. Later that day, also at Wormhout, a further 35 British prisoners of war were murdered after they had been captured. The SS officer who ordered the Wormhout killings was Captain Wilhelm Monk. Asked for disposal instructions about the prisoners, he had replied, according to the recollection of Karl Kummert, an SS corporal, that they were to be shot. Many of the SS soldiers who participated in the massacres at Paradis and Wormhout had already seen action the previous September in the Polish campaign. They knew of the type of actions which could be carried out behind a mask of secrecy and with the approval of their superiors. On May the 28th, the day of the Wormhout killings, Himmler had put the final touches to a document earlier approved by Hitler for a massive reduction in the population of the conquered East. The document envisaged that the population of what had once been Poland, with its diverse groups, should be broken up into the largest possible number of parts and fragments. Then the racially valuable elements would be extracted from this hodgepodge, leaving the residue to wither away. If these measures were to be carried out consistently, Himmler wrote, then over the course of the next 10 years, the population of the general government will necessarily be reduced to a remnant of substandardized human beings. It would then consist of a leaderless labor force, capable of furnishing Germany with a yearly supply of casual laborers. Children who were racially valuable would be carried off to Germany and Germanized. The remainder would be deliberately made to vegetate, each person given a primary school education sufficient only to learn how to count up to a maximum of 500, how to write his name, that it is God's command that he should be obedient to Germans, honourable, industrious, and brave. On May the 28th, Himmler noted that Hitler himself directed that only a limited number of copies of this document should be made, that it was not to be reproduced, and that it was to be treated as top secret. Those senior SS commanders to whom it could be shown were to be brought the document by hand. The officer bringing it would then wait while it was read, demand a written acknowledgement from the reader, and return with it. At Dunkirk, the evacuation continued throughout May the 29th. In the early hours, the destroyer Grafton was attacked by 2 German motor torpedo boats while picking up survivors from another ship. 35 of her officers were killed. Later that day, when HMS Waverley, a paddle steamer previously converted into a minesweeper with 600 soldiers on board, was attacked on its return journey by 12 German dive bombers, it too proved an unequal battle. The single anti-aircraft gun on board was augmented by the massed rifle fire of the soldiers, but after half an hour of persistent air attack, Waverley disappeared beneath the waves. more than 300 of the troops on board were drowned. In these dark days, Churchill wrote to all government ministers and senior civil servants that day, the Prime Minister would be grateful if all his colleagues in the government, as well as high officials, would maintain a high morale in their circles, not minimizing the gravity of events, but showing confidence in our ability and inflexible resolve to continue the war till we have broken the will of the enemy to bring all Europe under his domination. During May the 29th, a total of 47,310 men were evacuated from Dunkirk. Hitler, meeting that day with his army group commanders at Cambrai, informed them that he had decided to deploy the armoured forces immediately for a southward offensive to settle matters with the French. Perhaps France will give up her now hopeless struggle, General Rommel wrote to his wife. If she doesn't, we'll smash her to the last corner. For the British Army, the Dunkirk saga was almost at an end. After 4 days of evacuation, the Germans were drawing closer, and the German airstrikes becoming more intense. Up to the early hours of May the 30th, as many as 80,000 men had been evacuated. But conditions on the beaches, Churchill told the War Cabinet that morning, were difficult. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Churchill instructed Lord Gort that once his fighting force in the Dunkirk perimeter was reduced to the equivalent of 3 divisions, he should hand over his command and return to England. Gort's successor would be ordered to carry on the defence of the perimeter, but Churchill added, when in his judgment no further organised resistance is possible and no further proportionate damage can be inflicted upon the enemy, he is authorised, in consultation with the senior French commander, to capitulate formally to avoid useless slaughter. To capitulate formally. These were ominous words. Less than 3 weeks had passed since Gort's army had been moving forward through Belgium to shut the door on the German advance across the Belgian border. Now, as an historian of the Dunkirk evacuation has written, that door had slammed back upon France and splintered. Among the defenders of the Dunkirk perimeter who were killed on May the 30th was Ronald Cartland, a member of Parliament. The way of life for which he fought, Winston Churchill wrote 6 months later, will certainly prevail and persist because of the striving and sacrifices of such men as he. At Dunkirk, French ships had joined with British in the work of rescue. On May the 30th, the French destroyer Bourrasque, striking a mine while on her way back to Dover, sank. Approximately 150 of the men whom she had just rescued from the beaches were drowned. A little later, the British destroyer Wakefield was attacked by German dive bombers and sank. That morning, however, despite the air bombardment, 4,000 men were evacuated in a single hour. On Churchill's specific instructions, French and British troops were being evacuated side by side. On May the 31st, the total figure of British and French troops evacuated during that one day was 68,104. Despite the Belgian surrender, many Belgian fishing vessels had also joined the armada of little ships. On the 31st of May, the Lydie Suzanne brought 105 men back to Dover, the Zoualou, 58, the Cor Jesu, 274, the Younger Jan, 270, and the A5, 234. On May the 31st in Paris, at a meeting of the Supreme War Council, Paul Reynaud begged Churchill to send more troops to France to join the French forces still holding the line of the River Somme. There were now no forces left that could be sent at once, Churchill replied. Something had to be kept in the United Kingdom to deal with a possible invasion by sea or air. Even Britain's defence against invasion was in danger as a result of the battle in France. Of the 39 squadrons originally regarded as the minimum needed for the air defence of Great Britain, 10 had been sent to France. There was now very little of these 10 squadrons left. As for troops, there were only 3 divisions left in Britain itself. Even these were not fully equipped. 14 further divisions undergoing training were equipped only with rifles, and therefore totally unfit for modern warfare. Yet 2 British divisions were already in western France, able to join in the defence of Paris, and a further force of 14,000 Australian troops was due to reach Britain on June the 12th. Although not yet fully trained or equipped, they were men of the highest quality. Determined to persuade the French not to give in, Churchill then spoke of his conviction that Britain and France had only to carry on the fight to conquer. Even if one of them was struck down, the other must not abandon the struggle. The British government were prepared to wage war from the New World if, through some disaster, England herself was laid waste. It must be realized, Churchill said, that if Germany defeated either ally, or both, she would give no quarter. They would be reduced to the status of vassals or slaves forever. In his talks with the French leaders on May the 31st, Churchill stressed the willingness of the United States to give us powerful aid. Even if they wouldn't enter the war, they'd been roused by recent events. The French should therefore order steel and other essentials from America in vast quantities. Even if Britain and France could not pay for these supplies, America would nevertheless continue to deliver. On the previous day in Washington, Arthur Purvis had purchased a vast armory, 500 mortars, 500 field guns, some thousands of anti-aircraft guns, 10,000 machine guns, 25,000 automatic rifles, 500,000 Lee Enfield rifles, and 100 million rounds of machine gun and rifle ammunition. On May the 31st, shortly after Churchill's return to London, Purvis was able to report yet another success. General Marshall, the Chief of Staff of the United States Army, had been prepared to stretch a point in the United States neutrality legislation, and by declaring substantial quantities of United States munitions to be surplus, make them available to Britain. Purvis had also secured a priority position for Britain for the purchase of 15,000 tons of the new explosive trinitrotoluol, TNT. Among those whom Churchill met in Paris was Marshal Pétain, the hero of Verdun during the First World War, and a symbol then of French determination to resist Germany, whatever the cost. But when another of the Frenchmen present, Roland de Margerie, spoke of fighting it out in French North Africa if France were to be overrun, the look on Pétain's face, Churchill later recalled, was detached and sombre, giving me the feeling that he would face a separate peace. That night, General Gort left Dunkirk and returned to England, leaving General Alexander to supervise the final phase of the evacuation. Only 20,000 British and 60,000 French troops were still waiting to be embarked. During the 1st of June, however, several German units had pressed near enough to Dunkirk to be able to bombard the beaches with their artillery. In the air, German dive bombers intensified their attack. In a few hours, 3 British and 1 French destroyer were sunk, together with 2 troop transports, a minesweeper, and a gunboat. That day, however, despite the air and land bombardments, 64,229 men were taken off. One of the craft that brought men back from Dunkirk on June the 1st was the yacht Sundowner, owned and piloted by a retired naval commander, C.H. Lightoller, the senior surviving officer of the Titanic, whose younger son had been one of the first pilots to be killed in action the previous September. Lightoller later recalled how before the war his son had at different times given me a whole lot of useful information about attack, defence and evasive tactics, at which he was apparently particularly good, and I attribute in great measure our success in getting across without a single casualty to his unwitting help. Commander Lightoller, together with his elder son and a sea scout, had brought back 130 men. For Britain, the urgent question as the Dunkirk evacuation drew to its close was whether the Germans would launch an immediate invasion of Britain, possibly within days. The British Army was at its weakest, with its two best divisions now ready to move into action from its bases in western France. The number of Royal Air Force squadrons available had been reduced to less than the minimum believed necessary to resist an invader. The public's anxiety of not knowing whether Hitler would turn immediately on Britain was not, however, shared by the 20 or so men who were directing British policy. For the past 9 days, since May the 22nd, British military intelligence had been able, as a result of the efforts of hundreds of code breakers decrypting the German Air Force Enigma at Bletchley, to read the most secret German Air Force directives within a few days and sometimes within hours of their being issued to the German Air Force commanders in France. This not only gave local operational details, but as military intelligence reported on June the 1st, made it clear that the German priority was the defeat of France. Before France fell, an invasion of Britain was unlikely. There were simply no plans or preparation for it. Had such preparations existed, the Enigma decrypts would have revealed them. But not a single Enigma message referred to any move of aircraft needed for Hitler to follow up the Dunkirk success by an assault across the Channel. Churchill's determination at June the 1st was reflected in a message which he sent to the director of the National Gallery, who had suggested sending the gallery's most valuable paintings to Canada. "No," Churchill wrote, "bury them in caves and cellars. None must go. We're going to beat them." Hitler at Brussels that day told his senior generals that he had earlier halted his armoured divisions outside Dunkirk because he couldn't afford to waste military effort. "I was anxious," he said, "lest the enemy launch an offensive from the Somme and wipe out the army's weak armoured force, perhaps even going as far as Dunkirk." As British intelligence had surmised, all Hitler's military effort was now to be centred upon the drive south of the Somme to Paris. To help the French meet this threat, Churchill had promised Reynaud that as many as possible of the 16,000 British, French and Polish troops about to be evacuated from Narvik would be sent, after regrouping in Scotland, direct to the Somme-Aisne front. In order to expedite this, Churchill had agreed to bring forward the Narvik evacuation by 6 days to June the 2nd. On the following day, basing themselves upon the Enigma decrypts, which revealed no immediate German plans for invasion, the British Chiefs of Staff agreed that reinforcements should be sent to France, despite the fact that Britain was, as they expressed it, dangerously exposed to the risk of decisive air attack and/or invasion. At midnight on the 2nd of June, the last 3,000 British and French troops had been evacuated from Dunkirk, bringing the total to 338,226 men in 7 days. This was almost exactly 3 times the number of men evacuated from the Gallipoli Peninsula at the end of 1915. In all, 222 naval vessels and 665 civilian craft had ferried between Dunkirk and the British coast. 6 destroyers and 24 smaller naval vessels had been lost. 38 British destroyers, never built to carry a mass of men, had brought away 91,624. Minesweepers had brought back 30,942. 30 Dutch motor vessels had carried 20,284. French destroyers had lifted 7,623. Hundreds of merchant vessels, troop transports and sloops had brought back tens of thousands more. But in many ways, the most remarkable feat of all was performed by the little ships, trawlers, coasters, tugboats, open boats, ships' lifeboats, fishing vessels, river cruisers, paddle steamers, and more than 600 small pleasure craft, which between them brought off more than 80,000 men in groups from several hundred to half a dozen. The success of these ships was no less effective an act of war than a naval victory. Also, above the skies of Dunkirk, the Royal Air Force won what was certainly the first substantial victory of the Allied air. On several of the 11 days between May the 25th and June the 5th, as many as 3 German planes had been destroyed for every British plane shot down, an augury of air battles yet to come. There was, however, a depressing side to these successes. 34,000 British soldiers had been taken prisoner of war in and around Dunkirk. The last 3,000 troops having been evacuated, as well as 71 heavy guns and 595 vehicles, General Alexander, together with the senior naval officer at Dunkirk, Captain Tennant, toured the harbour and shoreline in a fast motorboat to make sure that not a single soldier remained to be taken off. Satisfied that this was indeed so, they then returned to the quayside and embarked for Britain. Hitler, at Charleville that day, spoke to his generals of his admiration for Britain's rule in India. He points out, one general wrote in his diary, that without a navy the equal of Britain's, we couldn't hold on to her colonies for long. Thus we can easily find a basis for a peace agreement with Britain. France, on the other hand, must be stamped into the ground. She must pay the bill. Hitler's thoughts were already turned toward the east. Now that Britain will presumably be willing to make peace, he told General von Rundstedt at Charleville, I'll begin the final settlement of scores with Bolshevism. Chapter 7. The Battle for France. June 1940. With his forces in the Dunkirk perimeter about to be liberated to join the move south, Hitler began the most ambitious step of the war so far, to achieve what the Kaiser had failed to achieve during 4 unremitting years of battle between 1914 and 1918, the capture of Paris. Ordered to the Führer today, General Rommel wrote to his wife on the 2nd of June 1940, "We're all in splendid form." On June the 3rd, the German Air Force bombed Paris. In all, 254 people were killed, 195 of them civilians, the rest soldiers. Among the civilian dead were many school children who'd taken refuge in a truck which had received a direct hit. It was only under threat of severe penalties that Georges Mandel, the Minister of the Interior, was able to prevent a flight of public officials from the capital. In Berlin, Admiral Frick, chief of the Operations Department of the German Navy, circulated a memorandum on post-war strategy. All the peoples in the German-occupied countries in the West, Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, and France, should be made politically, economically, and militarily fully dependent on Germany. As for France, she should be so military and economically destroyed, and her population so reduced, that she could never rise again to encourage the smaller states. German confidence was easy to understand, but on June the 3rd, the British War Cabinet was told that the Norwegian King Haakon, although preparing to leave Norway for exile in England, believed that the Allies would win in the end. On June the 4th, the British took stock of their ability to combat an invasion force, should France fall, and the full German strength be turned at last across the English Channel. There were only 500 heavy guns on British soil, some of them museum pieces. On June the 4th, the War Cabinet learned that between May the 19th and June the 1st, 453 aircraft of all types had been produced. In that same period, 436 had been lost. 39 Spitfires had been produced and 75 lost. The number of aircraft actually serviceable on June the 2nd was 504. If the Germans were to mount an air attack on Britain, the head of Fighter Command, Sir Hugh Dowding, had told the War Cabinet on June the 2nd, he couldn't guarantee air superiority for more than 48 hours. Dowding, incidentally, was not one of those who at that time knew of the Enigma decrypts, which made it clear that an invasion would not take place at least until after France's defeat. Nevertheless, the British had been forced to leave a vast armament behind in the Dunkirk perimeter, 475 tanks and 38,000 vehicles, 12,000 motorcycles, 8,000 field telephones, and 1,855 field wireless sets, 400 anti-tank guns, 1,000 heavy guns, 8,000 Bren guns, and 90,000 rifles, together with a staggering 7,000 tons of ammunition. There were now less than 600,000 rifles and 12,000 Bren guns in Britain. The losses would take between 3 and 6 months to make good. On the afternoon of June the 4th, Churchill spoke in the House of Commons, telling members of Parliament who were elated by the Dunkirk evacuation, but understandably fearful for the future. Even though large tracts of Europe and many old and famous states have fallen or may fall into the grip of the Gestapo and all the odious apparatus of Nazi rule, we shall not flag or fail. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. Addressing himself to the millions of Britons who didn't see how Britain could resist a German invasion, Churchill declared, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender, and even if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island or a large part of it were subjugated and starving, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, would carry on the struggle until in God's good time the new world, with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of the old." Churchill's words gave courage to his fellow countrymen. In their hours of doubt and anxiety, he had told them, "We shall never surrender." Those who heard him speak felt themselves stronger, able to face the future with a sense of national unity and pride. "We shall fight in France." These 5 words were not a vague promise, but an immediate reality. 224,318 British troops had been evacuated from Dunkirk, but 136,000 still remained in western France, ready to be thrown into the battle. Yet more were on their way from Norway. The first 4,500 Allied troops had been successfully evacuated from Narvik on the night of June the 3rd. There were also 200,000 Polish soldiers in France, the remnants of the Polish army, which had confronted the Germans 9 months earlier in Poland, and who had managed to escape through Romania. On the evening of June the 4th, Hitler, having moved his headquarters to a village on Belgian soil, Brûlis-de-Pêche, near the border with France, ordered 143 German divisions to advance along a 140-mile front. Facing them were 65 French divisions. At 4 in the morning of June the 5th, the battle was begun. As German forces now opened their southward attack with a fierce aerial and artillery bombardment along the line of the Somme and the Aisne, General Weygand issued an appeal to the French troops who would have to meet the onslaught. "Let the thought of our country's sufferings inspire in you the firm resolve to resist," he read. "The fate of the nation and the future of our children depend on your determination." That day, searching for the ablest of the soldiers to help direct the battle, Paul Renan appointed the recently promoted General de Gaulle to be Under-Secretary of State for War. British troops were also in action on June the 5th, holding the line on the French right flank between Abbeville and the sea. These troops, though they fought with dogged tenacity, noted the British official history, were forced back and then virtually overwhelmed as a result of their mounting casualties, dwindling ammunition, and the superior numbers of the enemy. Such, despite innumerable heroic actions, was the fate of the whole Allied line. That day, over the front line north of Chantilly, one of Germany's most successful fighter pilots, Werner Molders, was forced to bail out of his burning Messerschmitt. Parachuting to earth, he found that he was on the German side of the front. Returning at once to action, he was to end the year with 68 French and British kills to his credit, becoming the first German pilot to receive the coveted Knight's Cross with each of its 3 enhancements, oak leaves, swords, and most rarely awarded of all, diamonds. In London, now that the Enigma decrypts had been accurately understood, and with imminent invasion no longer a possibility, Churchill decided to make available to Reynaud for the battle in France 2 squadrons of fighters and 4 squadrons of bombers. Churchill also agreed to Reynaud's request for more British troops to be sent to France. The 52nd Division would begin its southward crossing of the Channel on the following day. Churchill also wanted immediate action against the German forces already holding parts of the Channel coast, asking his military experts to prepare enterprises with specially trained troops of the Hunter class, who can develop a reign of terror down these coasts, even landing tanks ashore in France, which could do a deep raid inland, cutting a vital communication, and then crawl back, leaving a trail of German corpses behind them. The best German troops, Churchill argued, would be attacking Paris, leaving the ordinary German troops of the line along the Channel coast between the Somme and Dunkirk. The lives of these troops, he wrote, must be made an intense torment. On June the 6th, the Germans broke through the French defences at several points. The scent of a total German victory was in the air. After the war, Goebbels wrote in triumph in his diary that day, "We shall deal quickly with the Jews." On the following day, King Haakon of Norway and his government embarked at Tromsø on board the British cruiser Devonshire, bound for London. Before he left, the king broadcast to the Norwegian people, informing them that all military operations were at an end. The 6th Division had been forced to capitulate, and the Chief of Defence, General Otto Ruge, had been taken prisoner. When the orders became known, Colonel Muntz later wrote, "It was as though the units had been paralyzed. Profound grief and anger filled men's minds. Some wept. All the fighting, all the tough endurance, all the victorious combats had been of no avail. All our hopes had collapsed," one young Norwegian soldier later recalled, and the people felt that they had been deserted by their leaders and their allies. Elsewhere, those allies were engaged in yet another struggle, similarly outnumbered. In order to try to hamper British air support for France, on June the 5th and again on June the 6th, the Germans had sent about 100 bombers over Britain. But the British government, encouraged to do so by Churchill, substantially increased its air support to France on June the 6th and again on June the 7th, contributing on the 6th a total of 144 fighters to the air battle over France, the equivalent of 12 squadrons, and carrying out that day more than 100 bomber sorties on targets indicated by the French High Command. 2 additional fighter squadrons would be sent to France on June the 8th, as well as 24 complete barrage balloon outfits, together with their crews, for the defence of Paris. As the Germans advanced, so their elation increased. "As we drove along the main Dieppe-Paris road," Rommel recalled on June the 7th, "we passed a German tankman bringing in a French tractor with a tank trailing behind it. The young soldier's face was radiant, full of joy at his success. Rommel himself was also in a buoyant mood. Prisoners and booty for that day, he wrote, were tremendous and mounting hourly. Our losses were insignificant." But on June the 8th, alarmed by the extremely strong resistance being offered by the French north of Paris, Hitler issued his Directive No. 14, effectively halting the advance in the Château-Thierry-Metz-Belfort triangle and switching to the Paris front the troops which he had hoped to use to overrun eastern France. In Norway, on June the 8th, the British evacuation of Narvik had reached its completion. During the last British naval efforts, the aircraft carrier Glorious and 2 destroyers, Ardent and Acasta, were sunk, and 1,515 officers and men were drowned. Only 43 survived. 40 from Glorious, 2 from Ardent, and 1 able seaman Carter from Acasta. But with the successful evacuation that day of the last of the 25,000 troops who had been ashore, a sense of relief was mingled with the sense of loss. Going down with the Glorious were the aircraft of 2 complete squadrons, with all but 2 of their pilots. That same day, June the 8th, Paul Reynaud pleaded with Churchill to send 2 or even 3 more squadrons to France to join the 5 British squadrons already stationed there. But when the War Cabinet met that afternoon, they learned that 2 of those 5 squadrons, in action that very day, had lost 10 of their 18 aircraft. Churchill now tried to weigh up Reynaud's request. We could regard the present battle as decisive for France and ourselves, he said, and throw in the whole of our fighting resources in an attempt to save the situation and bring about victory. If we failed, we should then have to surrender. Alternatively, Churchill told his War Cabinet colleagues, we should recognize that whereas the present land battle was of great importance, it would not be decisive one way or the other for Great Britain. If it were lost and France was forced to submit, we could continue the struggle with good hopes of ultimate victory, provided we ensured that our fighter defences in this country were not impaired. But if we cast away our defence, the war would be lost, even if the front in France were stabilized, since Germany would be free to turn her air force against this country and would have us at her mercy. The issue was no longer one of balancing home and continental needs or forces. It was now a question of survival. One thing was certain, Churchill told his colleagues. If this country were defeated, the war would be lost for France, no less than for ourselves, whereas provided we were strong ourselves, we could win the war and in so doing restore France to her position. The War Cabinet were unanimous in accepting the logic of Churchill's argument. No more fighters would be sent to France. And on the following day, June the 9th, as German troops swept towards Rouen, more than 11,000 British and French troops were assembled at the Channel port of Le Havre to be evacuated to Britain. Other French troops, cut off entirely from the main body of the French army, fell back on Saint-Valery-en-Caux. There, on June the 10th, the British 51st Division under General Fortune was fighting a desperate action against far larger German forces. The French commander, General Hillet, urged Fortune to join him in the surrender of their respective armies, but Fortune refused to do so. At one moment, as British troops of the Gordon Highlanders were about to open fire on German tanks advancing towards them, French troops, carrying white flags of surrender, marched directly across the Highlanders' front, making it impossible for them to open fire. Throughout June the 10th, the evacuations by sea continued, from Le Havre, from Cherbourg, and from Saint-Valery-en-Caux itself. Further east, the French had been driven back across the Seine and were retreating amid much disorder towards the Loire. Reynaud suggested that day that there should be a final stand in Brittany. He was supported in this idea by de Gaulle, but Weygand had come to the conclusion that defeat was imminent and wanted his forces to surrender. That afternoon, as if to indicate how close France must be to defeat, Mussolini declared war not only on France, but on Britain. Commented Hitler, "First they were too cowardly to take part, now they're in a hurry so that they can share in the spoils." In London, all Italians between the ages of 16 and 70 who had lived in England for less than 20 years were rounded up and interned, 4,100 in all, among them many managers, chefs and waiters from the principal London hotels and restaurants. In Washington, Roosevelt broadcast to the American people, "On this 10th day of June 1940, the hand that held the dagger has struck it into the back of its neighbour." Roosevelt also made a pledge to both France and Britain. "We will extend," he said, "to the opponents of force the material resources of this nation. We will not slow down or detour. Signs and signals call for speed, full speed ahead. Alas, for Britain and France, it was the Germans who were the only ones going full speed ahead. The sight of the sea with the cliffs on either side, wrote Rommel of his arrival on June the 10th at Les Petites Dalles on the Channel coast, thrilled and stirred every man of us, also the thought that we had reached the coast of France. We climbed out of our vehicles and walked down the shingle beach to the water's edge until the water lapped over our boots. For the British, evacuation had once again come to dominate their naval activity. On June the 10th, Lieutenant Commander Peter Scott, son of the Arctic explorer Robert Falcon Scott, who had died in his attempt to reach the South Pole in 1912, brought the destroyer HMS Broke into Saint-Valery-en-Caux to take off as many of the men of the 51st Division as he could. Going ashore with only 3/4 of an hour before he would have to lift anchor, he was able to assemble 120 soldiers, 95 of them wounded, and embark them safely. The declarations of war by Italy opened up vast new war zones. In East Africa, Italy was sovereign in Eritrea and ruler by conquest of Ethiopia. Britain was Italy's African neighbour in both British Somaliland and British East Africa. In North Africa, Italy was sovereign in Libya, its border with Egypt less than 450 miles from the Suez Canal, Britain's vital imperial waterway. On June the 11th, as if to show that their declaration of war on Britain was in earnest, the Italian Air Force bombed Port Sudan and Aden. Also during June the 11th, the Italian Air Force carried out 8 separate raids on the British island of Malta in the Mediterranean. The British and French governments, alerted by their intelligence services more than a week earlier as to Italy's likely declaration of war, had made plans on June the 3rd to bomb military targets in Italy as soon as war had broken out. On the night of June the 11th, from their bases in England, British bombers flew across France to bomb their targets in Genoa and Turin. From British East Africa, a small bombing raid was also carried out on Italian military installation in Eritrea. The war had come to Africa. It had also come to the Pacific Ocean. Within 48 hours of Italy's declaration of war, not only on Britain and France, but on their empires, the Australian armed merchant cruiser Manora, steaming near the island of Nauru, sighted and gave chase to an Italian merchant vessel, the Romolo. The Romolo, unable to defend herself and unwilling to surrender, scuttled herself instead. Not Africa, however, nor the Pacific, but France was the fulcrum of war on June the 11th, as German forces occupied Reims and the French government left Paris, heading southward towards the Loire. That afternoon, Churchill flew across the Channel to try to find out for himself what France intended to do. He found the government at Brière on the River Loire. There he learned from General Georges of the enormous scale of French losses since the renewed German offensive had begun on June the 5th. Of the 103 Allied divisions in the line, 35 had been lost in their entirety. Other divisions had been reduced to 2 battalions and a few guns. The existing line, such as it was held by nothing more than a light screen of weak and weary divisions with no reserves behind them. Churchill urged the French to make Paris a fortress, to fight in every street. A great city, he said, if stubbornly defended, absorbed immense armies. At this, a British eyewitness noted, the French perceptibly froze. To make Paris a city of ruins, replied Marshal Pétain, will not affect the issue. The French troops, said Renan, were worn out through lack of sleep and shattered by the action of the enemy bombers. There was no hope of relief anywhere. Once more, Renaud appealed for extra British air support, but once more Churchill reiterated that none was available. To send more fighter squadrons to France where between 6 and 8 British squadrons were already taking part each day in the battle over France, might, Churchill said, destroy the last hope the Allies had of breaking the back of Germany's might. Although the collapse of France opened up the most distressing picture, Churchill added, yet he felt certain that even then Germany could at last be brought to her knees. Despite a brief discussion of a plan to hold Brittany, which a number of French generals, including de Gaulle, were prepared to examine, it was clear that the resources for a successful military resistance were almost totally used up. Churchill now spoke of the day when France would herself be under German occupation, telling Reynaud and his colleagues, "It is possible that the Nazis may dominate Europe, but it will be a Europe in revolt, and in the end it is certain that a regime whose victories are in the main due to its machines will one day collapse. Machines will beat machines." This long-term prospect could give no comfort to the French. That night, as Churchill prepared to go to bed at Brière, Marshal Pétain informed Reynaud that it would be necessary to seek an armistice. Machines will beat machines. Churchill's words were not mere wishful thinking. That same night, as he slept in France, the first American military supplies for Britain and France were being loaded on board ship at the United States Army docks at Raritan, New Jersey. 600 railway freight cars had brought their precious cargoes to the dockside. These were the supplies authorized by Roosevelt 10 days earlier, including 900 field guns and 80,000 machine guns. There were also 500,000 rifles, manufactured in 1917 and 1918 and stored since then in Greece, together with 250 rounds of ammunition each. In London, before leaving for France, Churchill had approved a munitions program whereby 500 to 600 heavy tanks would be ready for action by the end of March 1941. That same June the 11th, far from the debacle in France, the Norwegian army was finally demobilized, and having been disarmed, its soldiers returned to their homes. Some, determined to join the Allies, managed to leave Norway on the last of the British warships to sail westward back across the North Sea or across the border to Sweden. One of them, Theodor Brock, mayor of ill-fated Narvik, has recalled, "It was a harsh land we had, but never had it been so delightful, so desirable as now. Our leading men had already been driven abroad. Our ships had sunk or sailed away. All along the border were young men like myself. Thousands more would follow. We had to leave to learn the one craft we had neglected. We had built good homes in the mountains, but we had neglected to fence them properly." Brock added, "Now strangers had taken over our land. They would loot it and pluck it clean before we returned, but the country itself they could not spoil. The sea and the fjords and the mountains, to these we alone could give life. We were coming back. The mountains would wait for us." The morning of June the 12th saw yet another setback for the Allied cause. In Saint-Valery-en-Caux, on the Channel coast, 46,000 French and British troops under General Illet, including the 8,000 British troops under General Fortune, surrendered to Rommel. German artillery, firing directly onto the beaches, had prevented more than 3,321 British and French troops from being evacuated by sea. There was to be no second Dunkirk. No less than 12 generals were brought in as prisoners, Rommel later wrote, among them 4 divisional commanders. A German Air Force lieutenant, who until an hour earlier had been a prisoner of war, was put in charge of guarding the captured generals and their staffs. He was visibly delighted, Rommel wrote, by the change of role. That evening, General Weygand telephoned to the French military governor of Paris, General Herring, ordering him to declare Paris an open city. The French capital would not, as Churchill had wished, become the scene of fighting. No tanks, no barricades, no snipers would challenge the German troops when they arrived. The Germans agreed to accept this arrangement only if the French would cease all military activity along a wide belt of suburban towns. General Herring agreed. Through Saint-Germain, through Versailles, through Juvisy, through Saint-Maur, and through Milhaud, the Germans would march unchallenged. 70 years had passed since the first German siege of Paris during the Franco-Prussian War, when the French capital had received urgent supplies by hot air balloon. More than 25 years had passed since the Kaiser's armies had swept forward as far as Milhaud, but had failed during 4 subsequent years of war to reach Paris, despite advancing as far as Château-Thierry in June 1918. Now, for the third time in 70 years, Paris was in danger. Britain did not intend to abandon France to her fate. As Churchill had earlier promised Reynaud, extra British troops had been ordered to France, including men evacuated from Narvik and Canadian troops already based in Britain. On June the 12th, the commander-designate of these forces, General Brooke, arrived in France. Churchill, himself still at Brière, was able to inform Reynaud on June the 12th that these reinforcements were already being deployed around Le Mans. At the same time, 100 British bombers from their bases in Britain were attacking the French lines of communication according to targets specifically designated by the French. In addition, 50 British fighters and 70 British bombers were still operating from bases in France against the advancing German forces. That afternoon, Churchill flew back to England. Beneath him, from 8,000 feet, he saw the port of Le Havre burning. It too was under German attack. That night it was Le Havre's turn to be the scene of yet another evacuation. By the early hours of June the 13th, 2,222 British troops had been taken back safely to England, while a further 8,837 had been taken around the French coast to Cherbourg, where they prepared to return to action side by side with the French troops on the Loire. But would the French be fighting for much longer? On his return to London, Churchill had told his war cabinet that at Brière the French ministers had been studiously polite and dignified, but it was clear that France was near the end of organized resistance. In a last-minute effort to stiffen French resolve, Churchill returned to France on June the 13th. The French government was then at Tours. It was now too late, Reynaud said, to organize a redoubt in Brittany. There was now no hope of any early victory. France had given her best, her youth, her lifeblood. She can do no more. She was entitled to enter into a separate peace with Germany. Churchill urged Reynaud to explore one more avenue of hope, a direct appeal to Roosevelt, in the strongest terms, for American participation. A firm promise from America, Churchill said, would introduce a tremendous new factor for France. Reynaud agreed to try, and in a telegram to Roosevelt urged the United States to throw the weight of American power in the scales in order to save France, the advance guard of democracy. In his telegram, Reynaud asked Roosevelt to declare war if you can, but in any event to send us every form of help short of an expeditionary force. If this were done, then, with America's full help, Britain and France would be able to march on to victory. That same day, Hitler granted an exclusive interview to the Hearst press correspondent, Karl von Wiegand, to whom he stressed Germany's total lack of territorial designs in North or South America. Reynaud's determination to continue the fight if Roosevelt's reply were favorable was not shared by his cabinet colleagues. After Churchill had returned to Britain, Weygand repeated his call for an armistice. Other ministers, led by Mondel, wanted to move the government to French North Africa and to carry on the fight from there. Later that day, as German troops drew even closer to Paris, the government moved further south, to Bordeaux. There they received Roosevelt's reply. The American government, it said, was doing everything in its power to make available to the Allied governments the material they so urgently require, and our efforts to do still more are being redoubled. This message was clearly not a declaration of war, but at least its publication might encourage the French to carry on the fight. Roosevelt was agreeable to have the message published, but the Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, was opposed. The British government did its best to persuade Hull to change his mind. "It seemed to us," Lord Halifax telegraphed to Bordeaux, to the British ambassador to France on the morning of June the 14th, "that it would have been impossible for the President to send such a message unless he meant it to be published, and it seemed very near to the definite step of a declaration of war." Churchill was still hopeful that the American response would persuade the French to fight on. Were France to continue to resist, he telegraphed to Reynaud late on 13th of June, an American declaration of war must inevitably follow, and with it a sovereign opportunity of bringing about the worldwide oceanic and economic coalition, which must be fatal to Nazi domination. No such coalition was yet in prospect. On June the 14th, it was other forces who were gathering their strength. That day, the Soviet Union delivered an ultimatum to the Lithuanian government to allow Soviet forces to occupy their country. Lithuania complied. 2 days later, Latvia and Estonia suffered a similar fate. Meanwhile, Roosevelt confirmed that his telegram to Reynaud could not be published. His message reached London at dawn on June the 14th. The United States, noted one of Churchill's private secretaries, has been caught napping, militarily and industrially. She may be really useful to us in a year, but we are living from hour to hour. At the very moment Roosevelt's depressing negative reached London, German troops were entering Paris. By 6:30 on the morning of the 14th of June, German military vehicles had reached the Place de la Concorde, and a German command post established in the Hôtel Crillon. 2 million Parisians had already fled the city. The 700,000 who remained woke up to the sound of German loudspeakers announcing that there would be a curfew that evening, starting at 8 o'clock. That morning, a huge swastika flag was hung beneath the Arc de Triomphe, and promptly at 9:45, led by a military band, German soldiers of General von Kluge's Fourth Army marched down the Champs-Élysées in deliberate imitation of the French Victory March of November 1918. An hour and a quarter later, at 11 o'clock, the prefect of the Paris police, Roger Langeron, was summoned to the German commandant and ordered to hand over the police files on all those who were politically active. To the commandant's anger, Langeron explained that these files had already been removed from Paris. The German celebrations continued. So did the establishment of the Gestapo system: espionage, informers, arrests, and terror. That morning, the first 20 Gestapo functionaries arrived in Paris, headed by the 30-year-old SS Colonel Helmut Nocken, who had earlier made a name for himself during the successful kidnapping of Major Stevens and Captain Best at the Dutch frontier the previous November. At that moment of German triumph, a British officer, the Earl of Suffolk, together with his secretary, Miss Morden, and his chauffeur, Fred Hards, were in France on a special mission at the request of the British government. Their task was to find and bring back to Britain 2.5 million of French industrial diamonds, essential for the making of machine tools, as well as specific rare machine tools essential for the manufacture of armaments. They'd also been asked to bring back to Britain the heavy water which had been manufactured in France by a group of nuclear scientists, and also to offer the scientists a safe haven in Britain. The Earl of Suffolk's mission was successful. On June the 14th, two scientists, Hans von Halban and Lew Kowalski, who had earlier moved south from Clermont-Ferrand, were at Bordeaux with 26 cans, the world's supply of heavy water, an essential factor in the uranium research needed for the construction of an atomic bomb. At Bordeaux, the Earl, his chauffeur, his secretary, the scientist, the heavy water, the industrial diamonds, and the machine tools were taken on board a collier, the Broom Park, which was waiting for them. As they sailed to England, the ship next to them was sunk by a magnetic mine. 4 days later, they reached the safety of Falmouth. Others were unable to flee. That June the 14th, as the Germans marched through Paris in triumph, the 56-year-old Austrian-born Ernst Weiss committed suicide in his Paris apartment. A novelist, a former medical officer in the Austro-Hungarian army in the First World War, a pupil of Freud and a friend of Kafka, he was also a Jew. In March 1938, when Hitler annexed Austria, Weiss had fled from Vienna to Prague. In March 1939, when German forces entered Czechoslovakia, he had fled Prague for Paris. Now he felt that there was no more hope. 1,000 miles to the east, the Germans had begun the deportation of 728 Poles, held until then in prison in Tarnow, to the new concentration camp at Auschwitz. Some had been imprisoned because they had tried to escape from the general government southwards into Slovakia. Others had been imprisoned because they were leaders of their local communities, priests and schoolteachers. 3 of these deportees were Jews, 2 lawyers and the director of the local Hebrew school. None of the Jews, and only 134 of the Poles, were to survive the torments of the camp. As the passenger train in which they were being taken to Auschwitz passed through Krakau station, the deportees heard an excited train announcer trumpet over the loudspeaker system the fall of Paris. As the citizens of Paris watched their German conquerors, the citizens of Rennes in western France were surprised to see Canadian troops marching through their town. They had disembarked that morning at Brest and were intent on moving up to the front as quickly as possible. "Everywhere the people cheer us," one of their officers noted. "Our lads are puffed up like a load of dynamite." Continuing their journey by train, by nightfall they had reached Laval. As they bedded down for the night, they could see the long line of cars and carts loaded with bedding, parked beside the road or heading west towards the coast. On June the 15th, German troops took Verdun, the fortress which in 1916 had withstood every German onslaught, and for whose tenacious defence Marshal Pétain had won such acclaim. In western France, the Canadian troops, who had moved forward as far as Laval on the 14th of June, began preparations to go into action against the Germans, who were then less than 20 miles away. But on the morning of June the 15th, they were ordered to take the train to Saint-Malo on the coast, where at 5 o'clock that evening they boarded a British ship, the steamship Biarritz, bound for Southampton. Their only losses, 6 men who had gone missing during their journey to Laval and back. On June the 15th in Bordeaux, Reynaud told the British ambassador that if America didn't agree to come into the war at a very early date, France would be unable to continue the war, even from French North Africa. As soon as he received Reynaud's message, Churchill telegraphed to Roosevelt to reinforce Reynaud's plea for an American declaration of war. "When I speak of the United States entering the war," Churchill explained, "I am, of course, not thinking in terms of an expeditionary force, which I know is out of the question. What I have in mind is the tremendous moral effect that such an American decision could produce, not merely on France, but also in all the democratic countries in the world, and in the opposite sense, on the German and Italian peoples. This telegram was sent from London to Washington at 10:45 on the evening of June the 15th. It was no more effective than those which had preceded it. Roosevelt had no intention of entering the war, no matter how the matter was phrased or disguised, nor did the facts on the ground give any confidence that France could maintain the battle for much longer. Paris was lost. Verdun was lost. On June the 15th, of 261 British fighters sent to France in the past 10 days, 75 had been shot down or destroyed on the ground by German bombers. A further 120 were unserviceable or lacked the fuel to fly back to Britain. They were burned on the French airfields on June the 15th to prevent them from being captured by the Germans. 66 were flown back to Britain. In 10 days, the Royal Air Force had lost a quarter of its fighter strength. On June the 16th, the Germans entered Dijon. As the French cabinet met in Bordeaux to discuss the new crisis, a German army group, hitherto quiescent, crossed the Rhine at Colmar. At the cabinet meeting, Pétain, as deputy prime minister, called for an immediate armistice and threatened to resign if his colleagues refused. Reynaud, in despair, asked Britain to release France from its agreement not to make a separate peace. The British government had no choice but to agree. It did so, giving as its condition that the French fleet immediately sails for British ports. No such promise was made. As a last resort, the British government offered France an Anglo-French union, which would continue to make war even if France were overrun. The two countries, joined as one, could not then be defeated unless Britain also went down. Reynaud favoured this plan. His colleagues were not enthusiastic. Thereupon, Reynaud resigned. That evening, Marshal Pétain formed a new government. Its first act, at 11 o'clock that night, was to ask the Germans for an armistice. In the late morning of June the 18th, at his headquarters at the Brûlis-de-Pêche, Hitler learned of the French government's request. In delight, he jerked up his knee in a jump of joy, a single ecstatic movement which was caught by his official cameraman, Walter Frentz, but which John Grierson, a documentary producer then serving in the Canadian Army, was to loop, that is to repeat in a series of frames, so as to give the impression that Hitler was dancing. Negotiations for an armistice began almost at once. Nevertheless, Hitler took the precaution to order his troops to continue their advance in the west, to take Cherbourg and Brest, and to take Strasbourg, the city which Germany had conquered in 1871 and France regained in 1918. Hitler's principal concern, as the negotiations for an armistice continued throughout June the 17th, was that the French might still be tempted by Britain, or pushed by the severity of his own peace terms, to carry on the war in North Africa. To avert this danger, he was prepared to contemplate the survival of France as a sovereign power. In this way, the legitimate government of France would continue to be sovereign over the French colonies overseas, which otherwise might go over to a North African-based government or be seized by Britain. To ensure that a sovereign French government would have a semblance of reality, he would have to leave it with a part of France unoccupied, under the direct rule of a French prime minister and cabinet. This he was prepared to do, even though Paris would remain within the German-occupied zone. At midday on June the 17th, Pétain broadcast to the French people to inform them that negotiations for an armistice were in progress. "Thank God, now we're on our own," was the comment of Tubby Myrmidon, commander of a British fighter squadron. He expressed the feelings of us all, one of Myrmidon's flight commanders, Douglas Bader, later recalled. That afternoon, Churchill broadcast to the British people. "Whatever has happened in France," he said, "makes no difference to our actions and purpose. We shall do our best to be worthy of this high honour. We shall defend our island home, and with the British Empire we shall fight on unconquerable until the curse of Hitler is lifted from the brows of mankind. We are sure that in the end all will come right." That night, British bombers struck at the German oil installations at Leuna, south of Leipzig, in the heart of Germany. Throughout June the 17th, British troops were being evacuated from France. Operation Ariel, as the new evacuations were called, was almost on the scale of Dunkirk's Operation Dynamo, though without its risk of an imminent assault from the land. From Cherbourg, 30,630 men were taken off. From Saint-Malo, 21,474 Canadians. From Brest, 32,584 soldiers and airmen were rescued. From Saint-Nazaire and Nantes, 57,235. From La Palisse, 2,303 Britons and Poles, and from a dozen ports on the southern half of the Atlantic coast of France, 19,000 troops, most of them Poles. In the 8 days between June the 16th and 24th, all 163,225 had been taken off to safety. One boatload, however, was not so fortunate. On June the 17th, the passenger liner Lancastria took 5,000 soldiers and civilians on board at Saint-Nazaire. As she left the port, heading for England, a German bomber struck, and the ship was sunk. Nearly 3,000 of those on board were drowned. Churchill, on being given details of the disaster, forbade immediate publication of the news, fearing its effect on public morale. "I had intended to release the news a few days later," he was to recall after the war. "But events crowded upon us so black and so quickly that I forgot to lift the ban, and it was some time before the knowledge of this horror became public." It was only 6 weeks later, after the facts were publicized in the United States, that the British government released the news. The British, Polish, Canadian and French troops who left France in Operation Ariel had reason to believe that their return to Britain would be followed quickly enough by a German invasion of the now vulnerable island. But Hitler had as yet no such plan. With regard to the landing in Britain, German naval headquarters were informed on June the 17th by the High Command. "The Führer has not yet expressed any such intention, being well aware of the difficulties involved in such an operation. Up to now, therefore, the High Command of the Armed Forces has not carried out any preparatory work." That night, as on the previous night, British bombers set off for targets in Germany, their task being to strike at aircraft factories, factories making aluminium, oil-producing plants and communications throughout the Ruhr. But the confidence and determination which such raids showed could not mask the grave reality in France, where in the 5 weeks since May the 10th, a total of 959 aircraft had been destroyed and 1,192 pilots and aircrew shot down. At noon on June the 18th, Hitler met Mussolini at Munich. To Mussolini's surprise, Hitler made many reservations, as the Italian Foreign Minister Count Ciano noted in his diary, on the desirability of demolishing the British Empire, which he considers even today to be an important factor in world equilibrium. Despite Mussolini's objections, Hitler then supported the proposals put forward by Ribbentrop, but in fact Hitler's own, for lenient peace terms for France. "Hitler is now the gambler who has made the big scoop," Ciano wrote, "and would like to get up from the table, risking nothing more." Hitler was confident that the French will to resist was broken. At Bordeaux, the French Foreign Minister, Paul Baudouin, and the Minister of Marine, Admiral Darlan, both assured the British ambassador that the French fleet would be sailed to safety or scuttled rather than be allowed to fall into enemy hands. These brave words masked a lack of ability to carry them out. Equally brave and apparently equally empty, except in courage, were the words broadcast from London at 6 o'clock that evening by General de Gaulle. The French government, he said, alleging the defeat of our armies, had entered into negotiations with the Germans with a view to bringing about an end to the hostilities. But has the last word been said? Must we abandon all hope? Is our defeat final? No. De Gaulle went on to assure his listeners that the cause of France is not lost. The very factors that brought about our defeat may one day lead us to victory. For France is not alone. She is not alone. Behind her is a vast empire, and she can make common cause with the British Empire, which commands the seas and is continuing the struggle. Like Britain, de Gaulle added, France could also draw unreservedly on the immense industrial resources of the United States. The outcome of the struggle, de Gaulle asserted, had not been decided by the Battle of France. This is a world war. Mistakes had been made, but the fact remained that there still exists in the world everything we need to crush our enemies some day. Today we are crushed by the sheer weight of the mechanized forces hurled against us, but we can still look to a future in which even greater mechanized forces will bring us victory. Therein lies the destiny of the world. With this forceful echoing of Churchill's words at Brière on June the 11th, machines will beat machines, de Gaulle went on to call upon all French officers who are at present on British soil, or may be in the future, with or without their arms, as well as on all French engineers and skilled workmen, to get in touch with me. Whatever happens, the flame of French resistance must not and shall not die. A 49-year-old brigadier general in exile was challenging the authority of a Marshal of France. His words were heard by many with respectful incredulity. Today, they are inscribed on a plaque attached to the wall of the building in which he spoke them. Throughout June the 18th, German forces continued their advance across France, intent upon creating a zone of occupation, not by negotiations, but by military force. By nightfall, they had occupied Cherbourg. There were some bad moments for us, Rommel wrote to his wife, and the enemy was at first between 20 and 40 times our superior in numbers. On top of that, they had 20 to 35 forts ready for action, and many single batteries. However, by buckling to quickly, we succeed in carrying out the Führer's special order to take Cherbourg quickly. Other German commanders were equally successful. Also on June the 18th, Vannes, Rennes, Brière, Le Mans, Nivelles, and Colmar were occupied. That same day, as a trumpet call of defiance, British bombers struck at military targets in Hamburg and Bremen. On June the 19th, the British began the evacuation of the Channel Islands, so close to France that they must inevitably fall to Germany once France fell. In all, 22,656 British citizens were taken off in 5 days. Also on June the 19th, as German forces entered Nantes and Brest and approached Saint-Nazaire, a French naval officer, Captain Ronach, succeeded in sailing the battleship Jean Bart out of the dry dock at Saint-Nazaire, where she was being fitted out for action, and sailing her to Casablanca in French Morocco. That day, on the battlefield, it was 30 troops from French Morocco who suffered from the savagery of an SS unit then in action between Dijon and Lyon. In clearing out a rearguard position, the SS refused to take any prisoners, regarding the Moroccans as racially inferior and killing even those who offered to surrender. On June the 20th, a French delegation consisting of a diplomat, an army general, an air force general, and an admiral travelled to Rétonde in the forest of Compiègne to conduct the armistice negotiations with the Germans. That same day, Hitler told Admiral Raeder that one benefit of the defeat of France would be that Germany could send all her Jews, and all the Jews of Poland, to the French island of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. As the negotiators at Redonde continued their talks on the morning of June the 21st, the last German troops reached their point of further advance. From Rennes, Rommel wrote to his wife, "The war has now gradually turned into a lightning tour of France. In a few days it'll be over for good. The people here are relieved that it's all passing off so quietly." Things were not so quiet near the village of Villefranche, south of Neve, where a platoon of the SS Death's Head Division, in action against both French and Moroccan troops, took 25 white French prisoners but no Moroccans. That day's fighting, stated the division's communiqué, had yielded 25 French prisoners and 44 dead Negroes. Far from the battlefield, in a sun-drenched clearing in the forests of Compiègne, the 21st of June saw the final humiliation of the French government. Hitler had chosen to present its plenipotentiaries with the armistice terms in the same railway coach in which the Germans had signed the surrender at the end of the First World War, and which since then had been a proud French exhibit to the victory over Germany. Until being brought to Compiègne from Bordeaux, the French negotiators had had no inkling of where the negotiations were to be held. Now, at 3:30 on the afternoon of June the 21st, they found themselves confronted, in the railway coach itself, by a triumphant, silent Hitler, as General Keitel read out to them the preamble to the German armistice terms. After 10 minutes, Hitler left. Keitel then told the 4 Frenchmen that there could be no discussion, only compliance. 3/5 of the territory of European France would be under German occupation. A French government would be set up in the unoccupied zone and would be responsible for the administration of the French colonial empire. The French fleet would not be allowed to pass out of French control. All 1,538,000 French prisoners of war would remain under German control. Hitler, having left the scene of France's triumph in 1918 and its humiliation now, the French negotiators continued to argue. As they did so, several members of the former Reynaud government who had hoped to continue resistance in North Africa, including Georges Mandel, were on their way by sea to Casablanca. That same day, coming by ship from France, the president and ministers of the Polish government in exile, which had been set up in Paris after the defeat of Poland, reached Southampton. As a gesture of support, King George VI went to Paddington Station in London to greet them in their new city of exile. The armistice negotiations at Compiègne continued throughout June the 22nd. That day, the Italian army, advancing along the French Riviera, occupied Menton. At 6 o'clock that evening, General Keitel, vexed at the delays upon which the French negotiators at Compiègne were still insisting, told them, "If we cannot reach agreement within an hour, negotiations will be broken off, and the delegation will be conducted back to the French lines." The negotiators then telephoned to the French government at Bordeaux for instructions. They were instructed to sign. At 10 minutes before 7, the armistice was signed. A 6th nation had succumbed to Germany in less than 9 months. Those French ex-ministers who had hoped to maintain a sovereign France in North Africa were told of the signature of the armistice while still on board ship on their way along the Atlantic coast to Casablanca. From the North Sea shore, the German commerce raider Penguin sailed on June the 22nd for Siberia, the code name for a point in the Indian Ocean between Mauritius and Australia, where she and 3 fellow commerce raiders could meet their supply ships for food, ammunition, and fuel while sinking British merchant ships. Hitler, the master of Poland, Norway, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, and now France, had not forgotten his determination to bring Britain to her knees. But in Churchill he had an adversary who was equally determined. His Majesty's government believe, Churchill declared that night, that whatever happens, they will be able to carry the war, wherever it may lead, on the seas, in the air, and upon land, to a successful conclusion. Britain was trying to make clear that she intended to fight on. The very newspaper which on June the 23rd carried the headline "French Sign Armistice" on its front page, had as its back page banner headline "RAF Bomb Berlin, Sink Ships and Set Oil Store on Fire." That night, the first of a special volunteer group of British striking companies carried out a series of hit-and-run raids on the French coast between Calais and Boulogne. They were unopposed and returned safely. At 3:30 on the morning of June the 23rd, Hitler left his headquarters at Brûlis-de-Pêche and flew to Le Bourget aerodrome outside Paris. It was to be his first and only visit to the French capital. Reaching the city at 5:45, he was driven quickly to the most notable sights, including the opera, the architecture of which he had admired from afar as a student, and Napoleon's tomb. That, he said to his entourage, after leaving the tomb, was the greatest and finest moment of my life. He then gave orders that the remains of Napoleon's son, the Duc de Reichstadt, which rested in Vienna, should be transferred to Paris to lie next to his father. "I'm grateful to fate," Hitler told one of those with him, "to have seen this town whose aura has always preoccupied me." During his tour of Paris, Hitler ordered the destruction of 2 First World War monuments, the statue of General Mangin, one of the victors of 1918, and a memorial to Edith Cavell, the British nurse shot in Brussels by a German firing squad in 1915. His order was carried out. Leaving Paris at 8:30 that morning, he returned to the airport, ordered his pilot to circle several times over the city, and flew back to his headquarters. "It was the dream of my life to be permitted to see Paris," he told his architect friend, Albert Speer. "I cannot say how happy I am to have that dream fulfilled today." 16 months later, recalling his visit to Paris, Hitler told General von Kluge, "The first newspaper seller who recognized me stood there and gaped." The man had been selling copies of Le Matin. Seeing cars approach, he had rushed forward to the prospective customers, seeking to thrust the newspaper in their hands and calling out all the while, "Le Matin, Le Matin." Suddenly, seeing who was in the car, he beat a quick retreat. Back at Brûlis-de-Pêche, Hitler asked Albert Speer to draw up a decree ordering full-scale resumption of work on the proposed new public buildings and monuments which Speer had designed for Berlin, with Hitler's guidance. All building work had stopped on the outbreak of war in September 1939. Now it must begin again. "Wasn't Paris beautiful?" Hitler said to Speer. "But Berlin must be made far more beautiful. In the past, I've often considered whether I would not have to destroy Paris. But when we're finished in Berlin, Paris will only be a shadow. So why should we destroy it?" The new Berlin was to be ready in 1950. This accomplishment, Hitler told Speer, would be the greatest step in the preservation of our history. Chapter 8. France's Agony, Britain's Resolve. June, July, 1940. On the 24th of June, 1940, the first ship carrying German and Italian-born internees left Britain for Canada. Churchill and his government were determined to have no possible fifth column in their midst. Many of those sent across the Atlantic were Jewish refugees from Nazism who had found haven in Britain. But the urgency of the hour didn't give time to sort out the harmless from the potentially dangerous. Further south on the same ocean, the French ex-ministers reached Casablanca on June the 24th, only to find that the Governor-General of Morocco, General Noguez, who a week earlier had appealed for a continuation of the war from North Africa, had already accepted the armistice. In London, General de Gaulle called for the establishment of a French National Committee to rally all Frenchmen who wished to continue to fight. It seemed a voice in the wilderness. The future for Britain appeared bleak, even to Churchill at this time. "I shall myself never enter into any peace negotiations with Hitler," he told the Canadian Prime Minister Mackenzie King on June the 24th. "But obviously I cannot bind a future government which, if we were deserted by the United States and beaten down here, might very easily be a kind of Quisling affair, ready to accept German overlordship and protection." In Holland on June the 24th, the German Governor-General, Seyss-Inquart, prorogued Parliament. 11 days later, he was to make it a criminal offence to listen to British radio broadcasts. In the wake of such a total German victory, such orders seemed natural, irresistible. When in the early hours of June the 25th, the Franco-German armistice formally came into force, the cost of unsuccessful war had become brutally clear. 92,000 French soldiers had been killed, 7,500 Belgian soldiers, and 2,900 Dutch soldiers. The British, fearful now of invasion, had lost 3,500 men. The Germans, now masters of Europe, from the North Cape to the Pyrenees, and from the Atlantic Ocean to the River Boug, had lost 45,000 men in this, their third victorious campaign in less than 10 months. "At last the armistice is in force," Rommel wrote to his wife on the 25th of June. "We are now less than 200 miles from the Spanish frontier, and I hope to go straight on there so as to get the whole Atlantic coast into our hands. How wonderful it's all been." Throughout France's time of agony, the United States had preserved a tenacious neutrality. On June the 26th, the government of Turkey, anxious not to be drawn into any widening conflict, announced its non-belligerency. The Soviet Union, ever mindful of its territorial losses after the First World War and of Hitler's power of lightning action now, demanded from Romania the cession of the province of Bessarabia and of the region of northern Bukovina. Hitler, anxious neither to stir up nor to alarm his Soviet ally, urged the Romanian government to agree to the Soviet demands. On the following day, the Romanians complied. Hitler had remained at his headquarters at Brûlis-de-Pêche throughout June the 25th. Once more, it was the architectural future of the Reich that was on his mind. "Berlin must be reconstructed as soon as possible," he wrote that day, "so as to reflect the grandeur of the capital of a strong Reich, in keeping with the greatness of our victory." The same applied, he wrote, to the reconstruction of Munich, Linz, and Hamburg, and of the party halls in Nuremberg. All Reich officials, local government officials, and the Nazi Party officials must help the general building inspector for Berlin in the implementation of his task. Leaving Brûlis-de-Pêche on June the 26th, Hitler visited the Western Front of his First World War service, taking with him 2 of his former comrades in arms. Together they found the house in which they had been billeted behind the lines. At one moment in the tour, Hitler climbed up an overgrown slope in search of a concrete step behind which he remembered having taken cover in those distant days. It was still there. But driving through Lille, there was an unpleasant incident which he was to recall 16 months later in conversation with General von Kluge. "I still have before me," Hitler said, "the mental picture of that woman in Lille who saw me from her window and exclaimed, 'The devil.'" That devil's work was never done. On June the 26th, while Hitler was revisiting old haunts, his police and Gestapo were shooting down Polish writers, politicians, and civic leaders in the Palmieri Forest execution site. Among those killed that day was Mieczysław Niedzielkowski, the leader of the Polish Socialists, editor of the socialist newspaper Robotnik, and a member of the Polish Parliament. In German-occupied France, on June the 27th, the Germans set up 2 radio stations, one at Brest and one at Cherbourg, to send out radio beams along which their bombers could be directed to targets in Britain. The Germans used their most secret communication system, the Enigma, to transmit the instructions setting up those 2 stations. As a result, the British learned of the stations that same day. There was also a continuing sense of relief in Britain that she was alone. Personally, King George VI wrote to his mother, Queen Mary, on June the 27th, "I feel happier now that we have no allies to be polite to and to pamper." From Italy came news on the following day that Marshal Italo Balbo, the governor of Libya and a renowned aviator, had been killed in the air above Tobruk. Returning from a reconnaissance flight on the border with Egypt, his aeroplane was shot down by mistake by Italian anti-aircraft fire. On June the 28th, the Enigma messages alerted British intelligence to the fact that most of the German long-range bombers, their work above France completed, would end their refitting by July the 8th. A bomber offensive on Britain was thus an imminent possibility. On June the 30th, German troops landed on British soil, the Channel Islands of Jersey and Guernsey off the French coast. They were unopposed. That same day, in distant Bessarabia, Soviet airborne forces landed near the port of Izmail. They too were unopposed. The Germans, masters of so much territory, didn't delay in planning how best to exploit it. On June the 30th, Hitler issued instructions to the German military authorities in Paris to take into custody all objects of art, whether state-owned or in private Jewish hands. This was not, he explained, an expropriation, but a transfer to our safekeeping as a security for eventual peace negotiations. Not only were the museums ransacked, but also the main Jewish private collections and the stock of the principal Jewish art dealers. Stock of a different kind was discussed that day by Hitler when he was shown by Himmler a further plan for settling the German annexed areas of Poland with strong German stock. What Himmler proposed was for 1/8 of the Polish population of these areas to be transferred to Germany as racially accepted stock, while the other 7/8 would be expelled into the general government. German soldiers and SS men, after 2 and 4 years' service respectively, would be sent to the annexed areas to work the land for 8 years, then marry and take over a farm or estate. Poles from the general government would provide the labour force. Poles who had sexual relations with their masters would be sentenced to death, or given long prison sentences. The Führer said that every point I made was right, Himmler noted. On the day after this conversation, it was announced in Berlin by the Ministry of the Interior that at the Psychiatric Institute at Gölden, under the direction of specialists, all therapeutic possibilities will be administered according to the latest knowledge. Behind this bland formality, the killing of children judged mentally defective was instituted without delay, according to the T4 euthanasia program. Death usually occurred within 24 hours of the child's arrival at Gölden. Under a rule laid down by Dr. Victor Bach, the head of the euthanasia department of Hitler's chancellery, the actual killing had to be done by a doctor. Some killings were carried out by injections, 4 to 6 patients at a time. But increasingly, gas was used, and the patients led in groups of 18 to 20 to false shower rooms, where they sat on benches while the gas was inserted along the water pipes. Dr. Irmfried Ebel, head of the euthanasia department at Brandenburg, had perfected this technique of gassing. Both Dr. Brack and Hitler's personal physician, Dr. Brandt, expressed themselves satisfied by it. Those who were to be gassed had to be certified according to certain criteria: mental deficiency, schizophrenia, long hospitalization, or total incapacity to work. German Jews who were patients in mental homes didn't have to meet these criteria. Even before the Ministry of the Interior announcement, the first gassings of Jews had taken place at Brandenburg, when 200 Jews, men, women, and children, had been brought in 6 buses from a Berlin mental institution. While Hitler and Himmler discussed racial purity, and their staff took steps, as they believed, to secure it, the British government continued to prepare for the German air bombardment, which it believed to be inevitable, if not imminent. On June the 30th, the merchant ship Cameronia left New York for Glasgow, with 16 American aircraft on board destined for Britain. On the following day, as a sign of British determination to take the war against Hitler back to Europe, cabinet ministers and officials examined a proposal to establish an organization to control all sabotage, subversive activities, and black propaganda in enemy-controlled and neutral countries. Thus was born the Special Operations Executive, known by its initials SOE. Churchill was to give it a motto and an aim when he told its first political head, the Labour Member of Parliament Hugh Dalton, "Set Europe ablaze." On July the 2nd, Marshal Pétain moved his government from Bordeaux, where it had been formed in the last moments of the French retreat, to Vichy, designated the capital of the unoccupied zone. Among Pétain's ministers was Admiral Darlan, who, as head of the navy under Reynaud, had been determined not to allow the French fleet to fall under German control, but who, as Minister of Marine in the government which had signed the armistice, seemed equally determined not to break the armistice terms by sailing that same fleet to neutral or British waters. Afraid that the French fleet would be taken over by the Germans and used as part of a German invasion fleet, the British government launched Operation Catapult, the dispatch of a British naval force from Gibraltar to the French naval base of Mers el-Kabir at Oran, to persuade the French naval commander there to sail his ships away from German reach or to scuttle them. Before there could be a naval confrontation off Oran, disaster struck for some of the civilian internees whom Britain was shipping across the Atlantic to Canada. Their ship, the Arandora Star, formerly a Blue Star luxury liner, was torpedoed off the coast of Ireland with the loss of 714 lives. Most of those drowned were Italian and German nationals. The Germans included several Jewish refugees who were still technically enemy aliens, and more than 100 German merchant seamen who had earlier been captured at sea. Also drowned were 37 guards and 4 crewmen, as well as a former German spy, number 3528, in the German intelligence listing. His brother, code-named Charlie, formerly spy number 3725, had earlier agreed to work for the British. Number 3528 having proved less cooperative than his brother, he had been assessed as a Category A alien, interned and then sent across the Atlantic. The Canadian destroyer rescued the remaining 868 passengers. Churchill, reading a report of the sinking which detailed several rescue efforts, wrote, "The case of the brave German who is said to have saved so many, raises the question of his special treatment by parole or otherwise. Unfortunately, there was no evidence of his identity. The U-boat commander, whose torpedoes sank the Arandora Star, was Gunther Prien, who had earlier sunk the Royal Oak. But despite Prien's success, the internee ships continued to cross the Atlantic. On July the 2nd, it was the turn of another liner, the Ettrick, to set off for Canada. It arrived safely. On board was a 29-year-old refugee German physicist, Klaus Fuchs, who was to return to Britain within 6 months to continue his work on the secrets of atomic physics. Later, he was to betray those secrets to the Soviet Union, to whose cause, even while on board the Ettrick, he was committed. On July the 2nd, Hitler ordered his army, navy and air force to prepare detailed plans for the invasion of Britain. He set no date, but stated that a landing was possible provided that air superiority can be attained and certain other necessary conditions fulfilled. Air superiority could not be taken for granted. Each week saw an increase in the flow of munitions from the United States to Britain. On July the 3rd, the Britannic sailed from New York to Britain with more than 10 million rounds of rifle ammunition, 50,000 rifles, and 100 field guns in its cargo holds, followed 6 days later by the Western Prince. Both crossed unmolested. Nor was British intelligence unaware of the gist of Hitler's intention. On July the 3rd, the British Chiefs of Staff concluded that it was probable that an invasion attempt would be preceded by a major air battle. Not a German action, however, but a British one dominated that first week of July, for it was on July the 3rd that Britain put into force Operation Catapult, the plan to seize, or at least to neutralize, all French warships wherever they might be, and to prevent them from being taken over by Germany. The largest single concentration of such warships was at Mers el-Kabir. Some had fled there from ports in continental France to escape seizure by the Germans. The British gave the ships at Mers el-Kabir 4 choices: to sail to British harbours and fight with us, to sail them into a British port and hand them over to British crews, to demilitarize them, or to scuttle them in such a way that the Germans couldn't use them. The French refused. Britain then gave a 5th choice: to sail them to the French West Indies, where they would be either disarmed or handed over to the United States until the end of the war. Again, the French refused, whereupon the British naval forces encircling Mers el-Kabir opened fire. The bombardment lasted for 5 minutes. When it was over, more than 1,250 French sailors, Britain's allies a mere 2 weeks earlier, had been killed. During that 5-minute bombardment, the French lost the modern battle-cruiser Dunkerque and the old battleships Provence and Bretagne. But a second battle-cruiser, the Strasbourg, the aircraft carrier Commandant Test, and 5 destroyers managed to raise steam, pass the encircling force, and cross the Mediterranean to Toulon. Also on July the 3rd, all French ships in British ports were boarded and captured without a shot being fired, except on board the submarine Surcouf, where, due to a misunderstanding, a French sailor was shot and killed. The deaths at Mers el-Kabir caused considerable bitterness in France. As to the judgment of Britain's action, Churchill told the House of Commons on July the 4th, "I leave it with confidence to Parliament. I leave it also to the nation, and I leave it to the United States. I leave it to the world and to history." It was Britain's action at Oran, Churchill was told 6 months later by an American emissary, that had convinced Roosevelt that Britain had the will to continue the fight, even if she were alone. On July the 5th, 2 days after the sinkings at Mers el-Kabir, Marshal Pétain's government at Vichy broke off diplomatic relations with Britain. In southeastern Europe, Romania, stripped by Russia of the eastern province of Bessarabia, opted to join the German-Italian axis. In the Far East, Japan had asked Pétain's government for military, naval and air bases in French Indochina. Then, while negotiations were still in progress, occupied strategic points along the coast. In reaction to this, on the 5th of July, the United States Congress passed the Export Control Act, forbidding the export of aircraft parts, minerals and chemicals to Japan without a license. This was followed 3 weeks later by the establishment of a license system for the exports of aviation fuel, lubricants, iron and scrap steel to Japan. The very existence of Vichy territory in the Far East opened up the spectre of a Pacific war, a war in a region where 2 European states, France and Holland, both overrun by Germany, had substantial and now virtually indefensible colonial territories coveted by Japan, and where German commerce raiders had begun the systematic sinking of British merchant ships. The British government, whose imperial responsibilities, including Burma, Malaya and Hong Kong, had now to consider a demand by Japan to close the main overland supply route of arms for China, the Burma Road. On July the 6th, the British ambassador to Japan was instructed to resist the demand on the ground that it was discriminatory against China. He replied, however, that if the road was not closed, there was a real danger of a Japanese attack. The road was closed, but as a result of British insistence only for 3 months. Nevertheless, this act of appeasement testified to Britain's inability to take on a third enemy. There was encouraging news, however, for the inner circle of British policymakers, when on July the 6th it became clear, following a scrutiny of the German Air Force's Enigma messages, that the German first-line bomber strength was not as great as had been believed. Air intelligence had earlier estimated that the Germans could launch 2,500 bombers against Britain, with a daily bomb delivery capacity of 4,800 tons. The Enigma revealed that the true figure was 1,250 bombers, with a daily capacity of 1,800 tons of bombs. 2 days after learning that the German bomber strength had been exaggerated, Churchill set down his thoughts on how the war would develop. If Hitler were to be repulsed here, or not try invasion, he will recoil eastward, and we have nothing to stop him. But there is one thing that will bring him back and bring him down, and that is an absolutely devastating, exterminating attack by very heavy bombers from this country upon the Nazi homeland. That homeland itself was in the midst of a period of rejoicing. On July the 6th, Hitler returned to Berlin for the first time since the opening of the war in the West nearly 2 months earlier. 1 million swastika flags had been distributed free to the vast crowds which turned out to cheer him. All the states against whom his armies had marched on May the 10th had surrendered. Britain alone remained unconquered, but apparently defenceless. Even as Hitler's cavalcade made its triumphal drive through Berlin, German bombers were beginning their daylight raids over Britain. On July the 6th, high-explosive bombs dropped at Aldershot killed 3 soldiers of the Royal Canadian Ordnance Corps. There was shock in Britain at the vulnerability of a peaceful public, even of soldiers who could be killed far from the battlefield. But there was also a battlefield far from Britain which was beginning to impinge upon British public awareness. That July the 6th, as a result of successful aerial photographic reconnaissance, British carrier-based aircraft attacked Italian naval targets in the Libyan port of Tobruk. On the following day, the French admiral in command of the French naval vessels, then in the Egyptian port of Alexandria, agreed to neutralize his ships as Britain requested. There was to be no second Mers el-Kabir in the Mediterranean. At the Atlantic ports of Casablanca and Dakar, however, the French naval authorities remained loyal to Vichy. As a result, British motor torpedo boats and torpedo-carrying aircraft attacked the battleship Richelieu and Jean Bart, putting them out of action for several months. War on land had given way almost entirely to war at sea. On July the 9th, British and Italian naval forces clashed off the toe of Italy. Flying from the aircraft carrier Eagle, British aircraft dominated the skies above the action, which ended when the Italian flagship, the battleship Giulio Cesare, was badly damaged by the British flagship the Warspite and had to seek refuge in Messina harbour. Also on July the 9th, the German commerce raider Comet sailed northwards from Germany and, helped by Soviet icebreakers, completed the long and arduous northeast passage to debouch through the Bering Strait into the northern Pacific. She was to sink 6 merchant ships before returning to Germany. Briefly, Hitler contented himself with other concerns than war. It was on July the 9th, at his mountain retreat at Obersalzberg, near Berchtesgaden, that he did a series of pencil sketches for a new opera house at Linz, as part of his plan to transform this provincial town in which he had lived as a young man into a major city. But on the very day that he was musing and sketching, a German Protestant pastor, Paul Gerhard Braun, the administrator of a medical institution in Berlin, was writing him a letter, protesting against the euthanasia program. That program, Braun wrote, constituted a large-scale plan to exterminate thousands of human beings. The killings gravely undermined the moral foundations of the whole nation. They were simply unworthy of institutions dedicated to healing. The killings, Braun added, had already been extended to people who were lucid and responsible. They endangered the ethics of the people as a whole. And he went on to ask, whom, if not the helpless, should the law protect? Braun was informed by the head of Hitler's chancellery, Hans Lammers, that the euthanasia program could not be stopped. A month later, he was arrested. The arrest warrant, signed by Heydrich, charged him with having sabotaged measures of the regime in an irresponsible manner. Held for 10 weeks in the Gestapo prison in Berlin, he was released on condition that he would undertake no further actions against the policies of the government or the party. On July the 10th, a formation of 120 German bombers and fighters attacked a British shipping convoy in the English Channel. At the same time, a further 70 German aircraft bombed dockyard installations in South Wales. The British had only 600 serviceable fighter planes to oppose these raiders. Urgent measures were needed to raise this figure to what was felt to be a minimum for safety, at least 1,000. Even the public were asked to contribute to the new priority for aircraft production by sending whatever aluminium it could find to the Ministry of Aircraft Production, which declared on July the 10th, "We will turn your pots and pans into Spitfires and Hurricanes, Blenheims and Wellingtons. Everyone who has pots and pans, kettles, vacuum cleaners, hat pegs, coat hangers, shoe trees, bathroom fittings and household ornaments, cigarette boxes, or any other articles made wholly or in part of aluminium, should hand them over at once." In an attempt to maintain British morale and to discomfort the Germans on July the 14th, a further raid by the special striking companies of British commandos was launched against the Channel island of Guernsey, where 469 Germans were stationed. Code-named Operation Ambassador, it carried out a few demolitions, but one of the commanders was drowned and 2 taken prisoners of war. "Let there be no more silly fiascos like those perpetrated at Guernsey," was Churchill's comment. That July the 14th, Bastille Day in France, was for Frenchmen a time of national mourning and grave reflection. In London, General de Gaulle and other leaders of his new Free French movement laid wreaths at the cenotaph and pledged to fight on until France was liberated. A year ago, in Paris, Churchill broadcast to Britain and to France, "I watched the stately parade down the Champs-Élysées of the French army and the French Empire. Who can foresee what the course of other years can bring? There were vast numbers," Churchill said, "not only in Britain, but in every land, who will render faithful service in this war. But those names will never be known, those deeds will never be recorded. This is a war of the unknown warrior. But let all strive without failing in faith or in duty, and the dark curse of Hitler will be lifted from our age." 2 days after Churchill's speech, Hitler issued Directive No. 16 on preparations for a landing operation against England. Code name, Sea Lion. An air offensive was to begin on August the 5th, with its main objective to make it impossible for the Royal Air Force to deliver any significant attack against the German crossing. As to that crossing itself, Hitler gave no date, though he asked for preparations to be completed by mid-August. Air attacks were now a nightly feature of British life and danger. In the first 17 days of July, 194 British civilians were killed. On July the 19th, 3 days after his Sea Lion directive, Hitler made a speech in Berlin in which he outlined his peace offer to Britain. "If the struggle continues," he warned, "it can only end in annihilation for one of us. Mr. Churchill thinks it will be Germany. I know it will be Britain." And he went on to declare, "I'm not the vanquished begging for mercy. I speak as a victor. I can see no reason why this war must go on. We should like to avert the sacrifices that claim millions." It was possible, Hitler added, that Mr. Churchill will once again brush aside this statement of mine by saying that it's merely born of fear and doubts of victory. In this case, I shall have relieved my conscience of the things to come. Not only Churchill, but also Roosevelt dismissed Hitler's offer. There was only one way to deal with a totalitarian country, Roosevelt declared later that same day, by resistance, not appeasement. Also on July the 19th, Roosevelt signed the Two-Ocean Navy Expansion Act, authorizing a substantial increase in American naval strength in both the Pacific and the Atlantic. With 358 warships already in service and 130 being built, the Act provided for a further 7 battleships, 18 aircraft carriers, 27 cruisers, 42 submarines, and 115 destroyers. Although only Britain was now at war with Germany, a sense of global conflict pervaded the nations of the Western world. The closing of the Burma Road and the Two-Ocean Navy Expansion Act were clear signs of this. So also on July the 21st was the Soviet Union's formal annexation of the 3 Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. This action by Stalin was more timely than he knew, for it was on that very day that Hitler summoned his military commanders to Obersalzberg and told them of his intention to invade the Soviet Union. Hitler's words were not mere musing. On the following day he instructed General Holder to begin the detailed planning, and a special staff headed by General Erich Marx was set up to prepare a working plan to be ready for submission to Hitler 2 weeks later. To those whom he had summoned to Obersalzberg, Hitler also spoke of the invasion of Britain, but he did so with a noticeable lack of enthusiasm, telling them that without air superiority there could be no landings. Yet unless the first wave of landings could be completed by mid-September, worsening weather would make it impossible for the German Air Force to provide adequate air cover. If preparations cannot be completed with certainty by the beginning of September, Hitler warned, it's necessary to consider other plans. It was certain that Britain didn't intend to give up the struggle. "We never wanted the war," the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, declared on the 22nd of July in answer to Hitler's peace proposal of 3 days earlier. "Certainly no one here wants the war to go on for a day longer than is necessary. But we shall not stop fighting till freedom for ourselves and others is secure." That day in Tokyo, a new government came to power, headed by Prince Fumimaro Konoye. It began at once to put increased pressure on Vichy France to cede military bases in French Indochina. The new government warned that it didn't rule out the use of force to achieve its aim. That aim, it declared 9 days later, was the setting up of a new order in Greater East Asia. The moralities of Prince Konoye's new order, like that of Hitler's 1,000-year Reich, were those of a master race, for whom the end always justified the means. That end was supremacy, discipline, and unanimity. The means were as brutal as circumstances dictated. When, therefore, on July the 24th, a German motor torpedo boat sighted an unarmed French merchant steamer, the Meknes, sailing from Southampton at night with 1,179 repatriated French naval personnel on board, her French ensign spotlighted by a searchlight, her sides illuminated, her portholes lit up, it nevertheless attacked. When the captain of the Meknes brought his ship to a standstill, signalled by a siren to that effect, and flashed her name and nationality by Morse, the only answer was a torpedo. The Meknes sank. 383 French sailors drowned. In Britain, it wasn't only de Gaulle who had set up the standard of defiance. On July the 23rd, a Czechoslovak provisional government had been formed in Britain. 2 days later, Churchill authorized the Polish forces then in Britain, 14,000 in all, to be given American rifles direct as they arrived from the United States. Other forces then under military training in Britain were 4,000 Czechs, 3,000 anti-Nazi Germans, 2,000 Frenchmen, 1,000 Dutchmen, 1,000 Norwegians, and 500 Belgians. But Britain's principal need remained aircraft. On July the 25th, Churchill learned of the signature in Washington on the previous day of an agreement whereby American aircraft would be allocated according to British as well as American needs. Indeed, of the 33,000 aircraft being manufactured in the United States, 19,092 would be kept for the American Army Air Force and 14,375 delivered to Britain. Similar ratios were being worked out for all American rifles, tanks, field guns, anti-tank guns, and their ammunition. These agreements would cover Britain's needs as calculated up to the end of 1941. For the peoples of German-occupied Poland, there was no abatement of tyranny. 2,000 Jews, sent from the town of Radom to the German-Soviet border to dig anti-tank ditches, died within a few months as a result of the harsh treatment. On July the 26th, in the stone quarries of Mauthausen concentration camp near Linz, Dr. Edmund Bursch, former dean of the Faculty of Protestant Theology at the University of Warsaw, died from the relentless work and beatings. He was 79 years old. The deaths of the Jews from Radom, as of Professor Busch, were kept secret, but other aspects of the German New Order were widely publicized. In a published review of the German sterilization laws, Ernst Rudin, professor of psychiatry at the University of Munich and a pioneer of the Nazi racial science, praised Hitler's political leadership for having had the courage to break the terror of the inferior kind of people by means of racial hygienic measures. It was easy to impose racial policy on conquered lands. It was proving less easy to extend the areas of conquest. On July the 29th, German naval headquarters informed Hitler that a landing on the British coast would not be possible until the second half of September, and that, even then, the German navy would not be able to support it against any sustained British counterattack from the sea. "It's impossible," wrote Admiral Schneewind, the Navy's Chief of Staff, "to accept responsibility for any such operation during the current year." It wasn't only towards a Western offensive that the German professional military men were hesitant. It was also on July the 29th that General Jodl informed the chief of the planning section of the German Army Staff, Colonel Walter Wörlimont, of Hitler's plan to attack Russia as soon as possible. Jodl mentioned May 1941 as the likely date. Wörlimont and others in his planning section protested that this was the very two-front war that had led to Germany's defeat in 1918. But Jodl gave them an answer which allowed no counter-argument. "Gentlemen," he said, "it's not a question for discussion, but a decision of the Führer." On July the 21st, a total of 15 ships set sail from American ports with arms and equipment for Britain. As they proceeded on their slow journey eastward, Hitler called the High Command, Navy and Army chiefs to Obersalzberg to discuss invasion. Admiral Raeder, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, who had flown from Berlin, first suggested a postponement of Sea Lion from September the 13th until at least September the 19th, but then expressed his preference for a much more distant date, May 1941. In May 1941, Raeder pointed out, Germany would have 2 new battleships, the Tirpitz and the Bismarck, to augment her existing 2 battleships. There would also be many more smaller warships by then. Hitler couldn't easily dispute Admiral Raeder's arguments, yet he put up a show of determination. The invasion would take place on September the 15th, he said, provided that a week-long bombing attack on southern England could do substantial damage to the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force, and essential harbours. Otherwise, he conceded, it is postponed until May 1941. Admiral Raeder flew back to Berlin. General von Brauchitsch and General Holder, who had flown from General Staff headquarters at Fontainebleau, remained with their chief. To them, Hitler spoke of his plans to invade Russia. Even the future of Britain fitted into these plans. If Russia was smashed, Hitler told his 2 generals, England's last hope is extinguished, and Germany will be master of Europe and the Balkans. Hitler went on to explain to Holder and von Brauchitsch that the invasion of Russia could take place in the spring of 1941. The sooner we smash Russia, the better, Hitler said, and he added, the operation only makes sense if we smash the state to its core in one blow. Mere conquest of land areas will not suffice. A total of 120 German divisions, out of the 180 planned to be in existence by then, would launch a triple attack, the first against Kiev, the second through the Baltic states to Moscow, and once these 2 had linked up, a third operation would advance against the Baku oil fields. On July the 31st, while Hitler briefed his senior officers on the planned invasion of Russia, the British took a small but important step to secure their Mediterranean lifeline, launching Operation Hurry, whereby the aircraft carrier Argus, having steamed from Gibraltar to a point off Sardinia, released 12 fighter planes to fly the 200 miles to Malta, the British island already under persistent Italian air attack. The operation was almost entirely successful, marred only by the shooting down of one of the 12 fighter pilots, Lieutenant Keeble, killed in a dogfight over Malta's Grand Harbour. His Italian adversary was also killed. Over Germany, over Britain, over France, until the armistice, and over the Mediterranean during the 2 months of June and July 1940, 526 British pilots had been killed in action. Hitler now issued Directive No. 17 for the conduct of air and sea warfare against England. Following up what he had told Admiral Raeder, he stated that a successful German air offensive was a prerequisite of a seaborne landing. Dated August 1st, the directive called for an intensification of the air war on or after August 5th. This was to be the Day of the Eagle. British intelligence knew the code name, but not what it stood for. The attacks were to be directed primarily against flying units, their ground installations, and their supply organizations, but also against the aircraft industry, including that manufacturing anti-aircraft equipment. That day, while a German pilot reported to Goering that the British Spitfires, which he had encountered over England, were fully as good as the German fighter planes, Goering replied, "If that's so, I will have to send my Air Inspector General before the firing squad." The Air Inspector General, the First World War flying ace Ernst Udet, who was present, smiled politely, but he was unable to forget the insult. A less effective insult was hurled by radio on August 2nd by William Joyce, now known derisively to his British listeners on account of his accent as Lord Haw-Haw. The glorious Royal Air Force, Joyce broadcast that evening over Radio Bremen, was too busy dropping bombs on fields and graveyards in Germany to have any time available for the Battle of France. The British were in no mood to be abused or wooed. When on August 2nd, King Gustav of Sweden secretly offered his services to both Hitler and King George VI in order to set up contacts with a view to a negotiated peace, George VI noted in his diary, "Until Germany is prepared to live peaceably with her neighbours in Europe, she will always be a menace. We've got to get rid of her aggressive spirit, her engines of war, and the people who've been taught to use them." On August 3rd, a large contingent of Canadian troops arrived in Britain. Among them were several United States citizens who had volunteered for service. On the following day, a further draft of Australian troops arrived. 2 days later, it was a contingent of pilots and air crew from southern Rhodesia. None of this boded well for Hitler's invasion plans, if indeed he still believed his air force could really create the necessary conditions for a landing which would be unopposed from the air. On August 5th, the German air offensive against British air targets was postponed because of bad weather. That day, Hitler was presented with a plan that was clearly much closer to his instinct and ambition, the plan which he had asked General Erich Marx to draw up for the invasion of Russia. The plan presented by General Marx envisaged an eventual German advance to the line Archangel-Gorki-Rostov. In all, 147 divisions would attack, with Leningrad, Moscow and Kiev-Rostov as the first objectives. 44 divisions would be held in reserve. Surprise and speed were to be the key to victory, which General Marx envisaged would be secured between 9 and 17 weeks after the attack had begun. On August the 8th, 3 days after receiving the Marx plan, Hitler appointed Colonel Valimont to prepare the deployment areas in East Prussia and German-occupied Poland for the coming offensive. Above all, nothing must be done to arouse Stalin's suspicions. Let him be led to believe that these troops were being moved east to get them out of range of Britain's bombers. Even before the start of the German air onslaught envisaged in Hitler's directive of August 1st, aerial dogfights over Britain were a daily occurrence, as were British bombing raids on German industrial targets, particularly in the Ruhr. On August the 8th, a Polish pilot officer was one of those killed on an operational flight. "Poor fellow," another Polish pilot wrote, "he'll never see Poland again. He'll be missing from his flight when one day, by God's mercy, it lands again on the Deadliest airfield." Well, he wasn't the first to go, and he won't be the last. On August the 9th, 300 German aircraft flew over southeast England and the Channel coast. Their targets were the radar stations at Portland Bill and Weymouth. In battle with British fighters sent to intercept them, 18 German aircraft were shot down. On August the 11th and again on August the 12th, there were further attacks on radar targets. These were the final preliminaries for the main assault. On August the 13th, with Britain's radar defences still essentially intact, the German Air Force launched the Day of the Eagle, a day on which wave after wave of German aircraft, 1,485 in all, flew in search of the air stations and aircraft factories which had now to be destroyed, and to be destroyed quickly, if invasion were to follow. Chapter 9. The Battle for Britain. August to September 1940. The Day of the Eagle, the 13th of August 1940, launched Germany's fourth campaign in less than a year. But unlike the three previous attacks on Poland, Scandinavia, and France and the Low Countries, this one was an air attack without any ground-based activity at all. From the outset, the Germans were surprised by the skill of the British pilots who opposed them. Of the 1,485 German aircraft which crossed the English Channel that day, 45 were shot down for the loss of only 13 British fighters. Almost all the German aircrew were killed or captured where they parachuted or crash-landed. Only 7 British pilots were killed, the rest crash-landing or parachuting to safety on British soil. On the second day, poor weather limited the number of the attacking aircraft to 500. Even so, 75, an even larger number than on the previous day, were brought down, for 34 British planes lost. The same pattern was repeated on the third day, with 70 German losses as against 27 British. In 3 days of air combat, the Germans had lost 190 machines, but in the first 10 days of the German attacks, 100 British aircraft had been destroyed on the ground. As the Battle of Britain was being fought in the skies above southern England, those at the centre of British policy learned exactly what that battle was about. For on August the 14th, following a careful scrutiny of the German Air Force Enigma messages, the Inter-Service Combined Intelligence Committee gave as its considered opinion that no final decision about invasion had been or would be taken by the German authorities, pending the result of the present struggle for air superiority. Good news also reached the beleaguered island on August the 14th from across the Atlantic, when Roosevelt agreed to give Britain 50 American destroyers in exchange for the use by the American fleet of British bases in the Caribbean and Western Atlantic. Ironically, August the 14th was also the day on which General Holder recorded in his diary that the German army was looking for a site in East Prussia which could serve as Hitler's headquarters during the invasion of Russia. If August the 14th was a day of relief for Britain, the following day, August the 15th, marked the day on which the German Air Force put its strength and tactics to the crucial test. If that day's attack could succeed, then it might still be possible to mount an invasion before the autumn storms. In all, 520 German bombers and 1,270 fighters crossed the Channel between 11:30 in the morning and 6:30 in the evening. 75 German aircraft were shot down on August the 15th for a British loss of 34. It was a rate of loss which could not be long sustained. But on August the 16th, an equally severe raid was similarly mauled, even though it succeeded in destroying 47 British aircraft on the ground at Breeze Norton and 13 at airfields elsewhere in southern England. General Ismay, watching the battle as it was being plotted in the operations room of No. 11 Group Fighter Command, later recalled, "There had been heavy fighting throughout the afternoon, and at one moment every single squadron in the group was engaged. There was nothing in reserve, and the map table showed new waves of attackers crossing the coast. I felt sick with fear." On August the 16th, the Inter-Service Combined Intelligence Committee repeated its assessment, drawn from the German Air Force Enigma, that there would be no invasion of Britain without a clear-cut air victory beforehand. German radio had already won such a victory. "We're informed by Lord Haw Haw," a Canadian officer wrote in his diary on August the 16th, "that southeast England is in ruins, and the morale of our people completely shot. Well, there are a lot of large holes in many fields, and some buildings have been destroyed, but there are German bombers and fighters strewn all across the countryside from Maidstone to Guildford. As for our morale, it's going up and up and up." That day, further west above Southampton, a fighter pilot, Flight Lieutenant Eric James Nicholson, patrolling over Southampton in a hurricane, was attacked by 4 German fighters. His own fighter was hit, and Nicholson himself wounded by cannon shell. With flames reaching his cockpit, he was about to abandon his aircraft when he saw a German Messerschmitt fighter. This he attacked and shot down, although as a result of staying for 4 minutes longer in his burning aircraft, he sustained serious burns to his face, neck, and legs. For this action, Nicholson was awarded the Victoria Cross, the only fighter pilot to receive this highest award for valour during the Battle of Britain, and indeed throughout the entire war. Today a plaque marks the spot near which the badly burned Nicholson landed by parachute. On August the 17th, the Germans were forced to reduce the level of their attack. Some of their fighters, the Stukas, had proved too vulnerable and were withdrawn. That night, British bombers flew over the Channel and the North Sea in the opposite direction to the daytime raiders, striking yet again at oil plants and munitions factories. That day a secret tally was made of all British losses since the first day of the war. 8,266 sailors had been killed, 4,400 soldiers, and from German air attack 729 civilians. The number of pilots and air crew killed or missing was 3,851. On the pilots who remained, there fell on August the 18th the burden of one further German effort to break Britain's air defences. But German losses were again formidable. 71 aircraft were shot down, as against 27 British losses. That evening, as one of Britain's air aces, Douglas Bader, later wrote, "Goering withdrew to rest his pilots, lick his wounds, and count the cost. Losses to the tune of 367 aircraft destroyed." On August the 19th, there was no German air attack on Britain. "They're making a big mistake," Churchill told one of his secretariat that night, "in giving us a respite." On the following day, in the House of Commons, Churchill spoke of how the gratitude of every home in our island, in our empire, and indeed throughout the world, except in the abodes of the guilty, goes out to the British airmen who, undaunted by odds, unwearied in their constant challenge and mortal danger, are turning the tide of war by their prowess and by their devotion. Churchill went on to say of those airmen, "Never, in the field of human conflict, was so much owed by so many to so few." In the 5 days of intense air attack between August the 13th and 18th, Hitler had failed to fulfill his one condition of invasion, the breaking of Britain's air power. Churchill now warned the British bombers would continue to strike at German military industries and communications, as well as at the German air bases and storage depots used to launch air attacks on Britain, and would strike upon an ever-increasing scale until the end of the war, and may in another year attain dimensions hitherto undreamed of. The bombing of Germany, Churchill declared, was the most certain, if not the shortest, of all the roads to victory. Churchill didn't know that Hitler had already prepared the groundwork for an attack on Russia. He knew, however, that such an attack was likely, and wanted Hitler to know that Britain wouldn't stand idly by. Even if Nazi legions stood triumphant on the Black Sea, he said in his speech of August the 20th, or indeed the Caspian, even if Hitler were at the gates of India, it would profit him nothing if at the same time the entire economic and scientific apparatus of German war power lay shattered and pulverized at home. Taking advantage of Britain's preoccupation with the German air onslaught, on August the 19th, Italian forces occupied Berbera, the capital of British Somaliland. On August the 20th, Italian bombers raided Gibraltar. But these were mere pinpricks, quite eclipsed in importance in the third week of August, when an American mission of 3 senior staff officers reached London to coordinate Anglo-American policy at the highest level. These 3 officers, Admiral Gormley, Brigadier General Strong, and General Emmons, were immediately able to contradict the recent report by the American ambassador in London, Joseph P. Kennedy, to Roosevelt, of the devastating effect of German air attacks on England's ports, fields, and armaments industry. Under the guise of being a relatively low-grade mission to discuss the standardization of arms, the 3 Americans constituted in fact the first staff conversations between Britain and the United States, the one a belligerent, the other neutral, but both united in a common and ever closer purpose. Not only were British and American military, naval and air matters becoming more closely interwoven, but in the sphere of intelligence there was a growing realization of the need to share what was known. As if to confirm Churchill's remark of August the 20th about the Nazis standing triumphant on the Black Sea, on August the 22nd, Paul Tummel, the German intelligence officer who was Britain's Agent A-54, reported that he had learned from an officer of the German General Staff that the German intelligence branch responsible for the Russian area had been expanding since June, that German counterintelligence activities against Russia were also to be increased, and that the German counterintelligence organizations in Romania had been reinforced by specialists on the southern Ukraine, the Crimea, and the Caucasus. The possibility of a German invasion of Russia couldn't deflect from the urgency of the hour. On August the 23rd, the German Air Force launched its 4th massive bombing attack since the day of the Eagle, striking at British aircraft factories and oil storage tanks. One flight of bombers, about 12 in all, flying off course, dropped its bombs on London. 9 civilians were killed. On the following day, in a British experiment designed to halt any German invasion force before it could come ashore, petrol, poured through 12 pipes at the rate of 12 tons an hour, was set on fire, creating a wall of flame on beach and sea through which no invader could possibly pass. To boost British morale, considerable publicity was given to the experiment, but those who conducted it were aware that whenever the wind changed, the billows of thick black smoke blew back on the beach, blinding and choking the potential defenders. On the evening of August the 25th, British bombers struck at German armament factories in the north of Berlin. Some of the planes, confused by the low ceiling of cloud, and inadvertently flying off course, as the German bombers had done 2 nights earlier over London, dropped their bombs on the centre of the city. The concentration of anti-aircraft fire, William Shearer noted in his diary, was the greatest I've ever witnessed. It proved a magnificent, a terrible sight, and it was strangely ineffective. Not a plane was brought down, not one was even picked up by the searchlights, which flashed back and forth frantically across the skies throughout the night. No German civilians were killed that night, but leaflets dropped by the bombers warned those few Berliners who could find them that the war which Hitler started will go on, and it will last as long as Hitler does. On August the 26th, a further German air raid was launched against British aerodromes throughout southern England, but for the first time all but one of the German formations was forced back by successful British fighter interception. On the following day, those in Britain who were reading the German Air Force Enigma messages were able to conclude with confidence that on the success of this operation will depend the decision as to the invasion. Not merely the date of the invasion, but whether or not the Germans would invade at all, was now at issue. On the night of August the 28th, during a further British air raid over Berlin, likewise intended to seek out only military targets, 10 German civilians were killed. On the road towards Tempelhof Airport, William Shearer noted in his diary, 200-pound bombs landed in the street, tore off the leg of an air raid warden standing at the entrance to his house, and killed 4 men and 2 women, who unwisely were watching the fireworks from a doorway. The German Air Force was determined not to give up its attempt to destroy British air power. On August the 30th, there was a renewed attack by 800 German aircraft against the 9 British fighter operational command centres in southern England. Over Biggin Hill, one of the principal aerodromes attacked, 17 German aircraft were shot down for the loss of only a single British plane, whose pilot, parachuting down, survived and returned to the battle. That night, as if to ensure that there would be no let-up in the pressure, German bombers dropped incendiary bombs on London. Crossing the same Channel coast in the other directions, British bombers again struck at military targets in Berlin. The British gave us a good strafing last night, William Shearer noted in his diary, and even German officials admitted that the damage was greater than ever before. A German friend dropped in to tell me the great Siemens works had been hit. By the end of August, the air battle for Britain had been in progress for 2.5 weeks, the focus of intense public concern in Britain and of enthusiastic hopes in Germany. But a more distant danger was ever present in the minds of the British War Cabinet: the vulnerability of the British forces in Egypt. For more than a month, they'd faced a hostile Italian army in Libya, which might at any moment take the offensive. In order to build up British strength in Egypt, even at some risk to the land defence of Britain, on August the 30th, the British Navy began Operation Hats, sending the battleship Valiant, the aircraft carrier Illustrious, and several other warships the whole length of the Mediterranean, from Gibraltar to Alexandria, with aircraft, guns, and ammunition. Their 6-day voyage passed without interference from Italian air or naval forces. On August the 31st, the German air offensive against British fighter operational bases was renewed. 3 aerodromes were attacked, and 39 German aircraft shot down. On the following 2 days, there were further raids on Biggin Hill. There was also a further night bomber raid over London on September the 2nd. It coincided with the news that 1,075 civilians had been killed during August in bombing raids over Britain. Better news that day was the signature of the Anglo-American Destroyers Bases Agreement. 4 days later, the first 6 American destroyers were handed over to the British at Halifax, Nova Scotia. On September the 3rd, the first anniversary of Britain's declaration of war against Germany, 4 German spies, 1 German and 3 Dutchmen, were landed by boat on the southern coast of Britain. Their tasks were to report on coastal defences and on Army and Air Force strengths and movements. All 4 were caught within hours of coming ashore. They were brought to trial in November, and 3 of them hanged in December. The 4th man, one of the Dutchmen, was kept in prison for the duration of the war. After the war, he was imprisoned in Holland. On September the 4th, in a speech in Berlin, Hitler told an audience primarily of German women nurses and social workers, "When they declare they will increase their attacks on our cities, then we'll raze their cities to the ground." And he added, "The hour will come when one of us will break, and it will not be National Socialist Germany." William Shearer, who heard Hitler speak, wrote in his diary, "Though grim and dripping with hate most of the evening, Hitler had his humorous, jaunty moments." His listeners had found it very funny when Hitler told them, "In England they're filled with curiosity and keep asking, 'Why doesn't he come? Be calm, he's coming, he's coming.'" Under interrogation, the 4 German spies who had landed in Britain on September the 3rd confirmed their status as an advance guard for the invasion, which they said could be expected at any moment. On September the 5th, the British Photographic Reconnaissance recorded an increase in the number of barges at Ostend. On September the 6th, German bombing raids on port installations along the south coast of Britain led to the issuing of the Yellow Invasion Alarm, probable attack within 3 days. Unknown to the British, these indications were all either meaningless or deliberate deceptions. In fact, September the 6th was the day on which additional German divisions began their movement to the German-annexed regions of Poland and to the Soviet border, where 35 divisions, 6 of them armoured divisions, were now assembled. Equally unknown to the British, September the 9th also saw Admiral Raeder ask Hitler about the invasion timetable. "Decision of the Führer to land in England," Raeder told his senior subordinates, "is by no means yet firm, since the Führer has the conviction that the submission of England will be achieved even without landing." Hitler had no thought of executing the landing, Raeder added, "if the risk of the operation is too high." To secure the submission of England without a landing, and having struck for more than 3 weeks at Britain's fighter bases and command posts, Hitler now ordered German bomber raids on London. Goering, confident of an aerial masterstroke, went to the Pas-de-Calais in his train, Asia, to take personal command of the operations. Shortly before 4 o'clock on September the 7th, 300 German bombers, escorted by 600 fighters, arrived in 2 waves, their target the London docks. That very afternoon, British intelligence tried to work out the meaning of the apparent large-scale movement of barges to forward bases in the Channel, of the cancellation of all German army leave on the following day, and of the interrogation reports of the 4 spies caught 4 days earlier, whose task, it now seemed, was to report the movement of all British reserve formations in the quadrilateral Oxford-Ipswich-London-Reading. It suddenly seemed that invasion itself might be imminent. This deduction was given to the Chiefs of Staff at 5:30. As the Chiefs of Staff discussed this ominous prospect, German bombers continued their massive bombardment, their onslaught challenged by the whole remaining British fighter force. "Air battles high overhead all afternoon," a Canadian officer, Tony Foster, noted in his diary. "At one time I counted 24 parachutes descending." That afternoon and evening, 337 tons of bombs were dropped on London. The docks were the principal target, but many bombs fell on the residential areas around them. 448 Londoners were killed. The bombers seeking the docks dropped their bombs on some of the poorest and most overcrowded streets of London, their slum buildings and tenement houses more vulnerable than most to the pounding blast of bombs and the ensuing fires. Not all the deaths were caused by bombs. One British fighter, shot down while itself shooting down a German bomber, crashed onto a family air raid shelter after its pilot had bailed out. All 3 people inside the shelter were killed instantly. At precisely 8:07 that evening, as the air bombardment was at its height, the code name Cromwell was sent to military units throughout Britain. The code was clear. The German invasion of Britain was about to begin. Throughout the land, church bells rang out as a further prearranged signal that invasion was imminent. All home defence forces were to be brought to a state of immediate action. "Everyone confined to barracks," Tony Foster wrote in his diary that night. "The invasion is expected tomorrow. We're ready to move at an hour's notice." On the morning of September the 8th, the German invasion was expected from hour to hour, but no invasion was scheduled or in prospect. All depended upon the outcome of the new air battle, the direct bombardment of the capital. Yet the German Air Force, having failed to eliminate Britain's fighter power in the 3 weeks following the Day of the Eagle, now suffered considerably from the ability of the British fighters to challenge each wave of incoming bombers and their fighter escorts. On September the 8th, as 200 German bombers attacked London's electricity power stations and railway lines, 88 German aircraft were shot down for British losses of 21. That afternoon, Churchill was taken to an air raid shelter in the East End of London, where 40 people had been killed on the previous night. "It was good of you to come, Winnie," the survivors called out to him as they crowded round. "We thought you'd come. We can take it. Give it 'em back." Polish, Czech and Canadian fighter pilots were as eager as their British counterparts to strike the enemy out of the skies. On September the 8th, when 400 German aircraft crossed the British coast, they were met by more than 200 British fighters. In the ensuing air battle, 28 German aircraft were shot down, for 19 British fighters lost. But for the Londoners whose homes were being bombed, there was increasing fear at what the outcome would be. In dockside areas, a Home Intelligence report noted on September the 9th, the population is showing visible signs of its nerve cracking from constant ordeals. That day, King George VI was told of the distress in the East End. He immediately set off to visit the scenes of devastation, assuring the bombed-out victims of 2 nights of terror that all of their countrymen were with them in sympathy. The London Blitz, as it had become known, continued on September the 10th. Increased tension everywhere, a further Home Intelligence report declared. And when the siren goes, people run madly for shelter with white faces. At midday, the War Cabinet were told that the bombing of the previous 2 nights had been quite indiscriminate. It was at once agreed that as an act of retaliation, British bombers over Germany should be instructed not to return home with their bombs if they failed to locate their targets, which they were detailed to attack. The bombs should be dropped anywhere. That night, British bombers raided Berlin in force. 1 bomb fell on Joseph Goebbels' garden. On September the 11th, in yet a further switch from his western to his eastern ambitions, Hitler decided to send German army and air force missions to Romania. Their task was to organize the protection of Romania's oil wells and oil installations at Ploiești, and to prepare Romania's facilities for use in future operations against Russia. 5 days earlier, in Bucharest, King Carol had abdicated in favor of his son, handing over effective power to Marshal Antonescu, whose pro-German leanings were well known and whose desire to regain the eastern province of Bessarabia could only be fulfilled in alliance with Germany. Not only the London docks, but docks in Liverpool, Swansea and Bristol were among the German targets on the night of the 12th of September. One bomber on its return flight crashed onto a house in Newport. As the house caught fire, a 14-year-old Jewish girl, Myrtle Phillips, was trapped in the flames. Her 17-year-old brother, Malcolm, rushed back into the flames to bring her out. Both of them perished. Their father, a convinced pacifist, visited the German pilot, who alone of a crew of 4 had survived the crash, in the local hospital, to assure him that the tragic deaths of his children was not his fault, but part of the many horrific injustices of war. On September the 13th, the Italians crossed their Libyan border into Egypt, occupying Saloum. Britain was now endangered on 2 fronts, but on September the 14th, Hitler explained to his commanders that the preconditions for an invasion of Britain were not yet on hand. Nevertheless, the bombing of London would continue. If 8 million inhabitants go crazy, Hitler commented, that can lead to catastrophe. If we get good weather and can neutralize the enemy's air force, then even a small-scale invasion can work wonders. It wasn't the British Air Force, however, but the German which was being neutralized. On September the 12th, Churchill had declared, "There is no doubt that Herr Hitler is using up his fighter force at a very high rate, and that if he goes on for many more weeks, he will wear down and ruin the vital part of the Air Force." 3 days later, on September the 15th, the German Air Force launched a massive attack by 230 bombers and 700 fighters against London, Southampton, Bristol, Cardiff, Liverpool, and Manchester. Of the attacking force, 56 were shot down, for British losses of only 23. One of the German planes crashed into the forecourt of Victoria Railway Station in London. Its pilot, Robert Zebe, bailed out over Kennington. Badly wounded, he was set upon by irate civilians, but was rescued by the authorities. Later, he died of his injuries. Even though 1,419 British civilians had been killed during the second week of August, 1,286 of them in London, the attrition in the skies of which Churchill had warned was turning Hitler's Western plans into a nightmare. On the following day, as part of the British plan to destroy as many invasion barges as possible, Polish pilots attacked the docks at Boulogne. "Our boys dived like mad," a Polish pilot officer wrote in his diary, tearing Basin No. 6 to bits, together with dozens of boats prepared for the invasion. On September the 17th, Hitler postponed the invasion of Britain until further notice, telling his naval adjutant, Lieutenant Karl von Puttkammer, "We have conquered France at the cost of 30,000 men. During one night of crossing the Channel, we could lose many times that, and success is not certain." The Blitz would go on, but Hitler's battle for Britain had to all intents and purposes been lost. The British would continue to suffer, but they would not succumb. The roar of German panzers, the screech of German dive bombers, the march of German soldiers, all of which had brought the horrors of conquest and the curse of occupation to Poland, Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France, would not be heard in Britain, not at least in 1940. Chapter 10. The War is Won. Hitler. October 1940. Hitler's failure to weaken Britain sufficiently in the air to make invasion possible ended neither the conflict between Britain and Germany nor its savagery. On the 17th of September 1940, the day of Hitler's true defeat in the skies, 77 British children and a further 217 adults were drowned when the ship taking them to Canada, the city of Benares, was torpedoed in mid-Atlantic. One of the children on board, the 11-year-old Colin Ryder Richardson, tried to rescue his nurse from drowning. "I just couldn't release her when she died," he later recalled, "and others had to help me to get her out of my arms." The young boy later received the King's Award for Bravery, never before awarded to one so young. The courage of several members of the crew and civilian escorts was also recognized, among them Assistant Steward George Purvis, who rescued 4 children from drowning, and one of the children's escorts, Mary Cornish, who with 46 adults and 6 children was adrift for 8 days in an open boat before being rescued. In the War of Spies, the Germans were doing badly. On September the 19th, their Welsh agent, Arthur Owens, who had in fact been working for the British since the outbreak of war a year earlier, began to transmit a series of reports recommending targets for German bombers. These messages had been prepared for him by British Air Ministry intelligence. That same day, the Germans parachuted in another agent, Wolf Schmidt. Arrested, interrogated, persuaded to change masters, and given the code name Tate, Schmidt was sending back his first message as a double agent within 2 weeks. So successful did the Germans consider Schmidt's espionage and his work as paymaster for their other spies, all also turned, that he was eventually to be awarded the Iron Cross First Class. There were many sources of honour. On September the 21st, a Canadian officer, Lieutenant J.M.S. Patton, who had had no training in bomb disposal, removed an unexploded bomb which had fallen onto a factory in Surrey. He was awarded the George Cross. His fellow Canadian, Captain D.W. Cunnington, who helped him roll the bomb onto a truck and drive it away, was awarded the George Medal. In the 40 days which had passed since the day of the Eagle, 15,000 tons of bombs had been dropped on Britain. Britain and France were about to launch their first offensive. On September the 23rd, British and French forces combined to carry out Operation Menace, the seizure, meant to take place without a struggle, of the Vichy-controlled port of Dakar, as a preliminary to winning over French West Africa to the Free French cause. To the surprise of the attacking forces, the Vichy authorities not only refused to transfer their loyalty to de Gaulle, but opened fire on the British ships. The garrison of Dakar had one formidable weapon at its disposal, the battleship Richelieu, which opened fire with its 15-inch guns, never before fired in combat. After 2 British warships, the cruiser Cumberland and the old battleship Resolution, had been hit, the action was called off. To have persisted with the landing, Churchill told Roosevelt, would have tied us to an undue commitment when you think of what we have on our hands already. During the week ending September the 26th, as the Blitz had continued, despite heavy German air losses, more than 1,500 British civilians had been killed, 1,300 of them in London. By the end of September, the civilian death roll for the month had climbed to 6,954. Inside German-occupied Europe, the hardships of the population had known no abatement, and life was marked by almost daily incidents of terror. On September the 19th, several hundred Poles had been arrested in Warsaw and sent to forced labour and almost certain death, some to the stone quarries of Mauthausen, others to the punishment cells of Auschwitz. On September the 20th, an SS officer, Philip Schmidt, had received his first 15 Belgian prisoners at a new punishment camp, Fort Breendonk, in one of the southern suburbs of Antwerp. On September the 22nd, in Poznan, capital of the German-annexed region of western Poland, Gauleiter Arthur Greiser informed all German officials under his authority, It's necessary that relations with the Poles should be ruthlessly restricted to the necessities created by service and economic regards. Any Germans having relations with a Pole other than those arising from the Pole's work will be placed under protective arrest. Polish women who have sex with a member of the German community may be sent to a brothel. We know, William Shearer wrote in his diary that day in Berlin, that Himmler hanged without trial at least one Pole for having had sexual relations with a German woman. The produce of Polish farms was first and foremost at the disposal of the Germans. When Polish farmers refused to hand over their contribution, the punishments were drastic. On September 30th, a printed wall poster in Sośćał informed the local inhabitants that the miller Niedzinski has acted against the regulations for ensuring food supplies to the general government, so his mill at Kuklowka near Radzijowice has been burnt down. The isolation of Jews was also spreading, not only in Poland but elsewhere in Europe. Anti-Jewish measures had been introduced in Romania on August the 10th. On August the 27th, Marshal Pétain's government had abrogated a pre-war French decree which forbade all incitements to race hatred. In Luxembourg, on September the 5th, the occupation authorities had introduced the German Nuremberg laws of 1935, turning the Jews into second-class citizens, and had seized all 355 Jewish-owned businesses in the duchy. In Germany itself, the night of September the 24th marked the first showing of a film, Judas, in the production of which Goebbels had taken a close interest. The film, by deliberately and crudely distorting an historical episode, portrayed the Jews as doubly dangerous. First, there were the physically repulsive ghetto Jews with their grotesque Semitic accents, who could easily be recognized as such. Then there were the far more dangerous, sophisticated court Jews, of whom Jew Seuss was one, for whom no infamy was too great if it served them in their quest for money and power. Suffused with hatred, this Nazi version of an historical story was shown in cinemas throughout Germany and occupied Europe, as well as at special sessions for the Hitler Youth. On September the 30th, Himmler personally ordered all SS men and the police to see it during the course of the winter. Even the world of film and entertainment had been dragooned to serve the cause of race hatred. One element of the Nazi policy of terror and murder was economic. The homes, the businesses, the property, and even the personal belongings of the victims could all be turned to profit. On September the 23rd, in his capacity as head of the SS, Himmler signed a decree ordering that all teeth, gold fillings, and bridge work should be taken out of the mouths of camp inmates. The carrying out of the order, known as Operation Tooth, was the responsibility of SS Lieutenant Colonel Hermann Puk. On arrival at a concentration camp, inmates were examined for dental gold. If any was found, a small tattoo was made on the left upper arm for quick and easy identification, in due course in the camp morgue. At the same time, a form was filled in, giving the location of the tooth and its estimated yield in gold. Several million such forms were captured by the Allies after the war. The gold collected in Operation Tooth was delivered to the Reichsbank and credited to the Economic and Administrative Main Office of the SS, which also employed slave labour in stone and earth quarries, sawmills and textile factories, and throughout German-occupied Europe. The British were now bombing Berlin almost every night. On September the 24th, William Shearer noted that the previous night's raid had hit some important factories in the north of the city, one big gas works and two large railway yards. Dr. Goebbels, dining at the Adlon Hotel with the Spanish foreign minister and a host of dignitaries, had to finish the dinner in the hotel's air raid shelter, On September the 25th, the raid was even heavier and longer, 5 hours of bombing. "The British ought to do this every night," Shearer wrote, "no matter if not much is destroyed. The damage last night was not great, but the psychological effect is tremendous." While their own capital city was being bombarded, the Germans were tightening their grip on their recent conquests. On September the 25th, the German ruler of Norway, Josef Terboven, after abusing those Norwegians with whom he had been negotiating to set up a Council of State, removed the existing administrative council from office and installed a new government in Oslo, consisting of Nazi sympathizers. Almost immediately, a Norwegian front was created to serve as a broad-based underground focus of resistance. The first feeling, one Norwegian has written, of resentment, grief, and bitterness over the dishonourable negotiations gave place to a liberating sense of relief. We breathed purer air because the situation had at last been clarified. Resistance was the only way to go, however long and difficult that way might be. In the Far East, a further widening of the division between the confronting powers took place in the last week of September. On September the 25th, the United States announced a further loan to China. It would continue to support General Chiang Kai-shek in his struggle against Japan. On the following day, the United States extended the license system for goods exported to Japan to include all grades of iron and steel scrap. On September the 27th, Germany, Italy, and Japan concluded a tripartite pact, extending the Rome-Berlin axis to the Far East, lauding the creation of a new order in Europe and Asia, and pledging each of the parties to help the others if any of them were attacked by a power not involved in the war in Europe, that is, by the United States. On October the 8th, Britain reopened the Burma Road for supplies to China. On September the 27th, Jews in the occupied zone of France were ordered to carry specially marked identity cards, and if shopkeepers, to put a yellow and black poster in their window, announcing Jewish business. On the following day, the works of 842 authors were withdrawn from all French bookshops, including works by Jewish writers and émigrés and French patriots. At the end of the month, the 27-year-old Theodore Dannecker reached Paris. His task was to set up a special Jewish section of the Berlin Main Security Office, reporting back directly to his superior there, Adolf Eichmann. Jews were now forced to register in alphabetical order at French police stations, where they had to give details of their domicile, nationality, and profession. Henri Bergson, who was to die of old age a few months later, filled in his form academic, philosopher, Nobel Prize winner, Jew. On September the 30th, 3 German agents, 2 men and a woman, landed by boat off the coast of Scotland, near the tiny fishing village of Buckie. All 3 were caught within 48 hours and brought to trial. The 2 men, Karl Drugge and Robert Peter, were hanged. But elsewhere, the autumn and winter of 1940 were a time of considerable German success. In October, 12 German submarines, operating in wolf packs from the occupied zone along the French Atlantic coast, and no longer having to run the gauntlet of the North Sea and the Channel, sank 32 Allied merchant ships. Later they were to call this period the Fat Year. On October the 1st, the German army embarked upon Operation Otto, a comprehensive program of construction and improvement on all roads and railways leading to the Soviet border. On the western bank of the river Bug, an Otto line was built, using Polish and Jewish forced labour. Not only were Jews brought to work on the line from several Polish cities, including Warsaw, Radom, and Częstochowa, but also from cities throughout Slovakia. One camp, set up as a base for work on the Otto line, was at Belzec, a Polish village on the eastern border of Great Germany. In October 1940, in the occupied countries of Europe, Alfred Rosenberg established a special task force to transport valuable cultural objects to Germany. More than 5,000 paintings, including works of Rembrandt, Rubens, Goya, Gainsborough, and Fragonard, were removed from museums and private homes, as were thousands of porcelain objects, bronzes, old coins, icons, and 17th and 18th century furniture. At Frankfurt, Rosenberg set up the Institute for the Investigation of the Jewish Question, declaring in his opening speech, "Germany will regard the Jewish question as solved only after the last Jew has left the greater German living space. Meanwhile, ownerless Jewish property could be taken at will from hundreds of Jewish homes and shops in France, Belgium, and Holland." On October the 3rd, the 150,000 Jews of Warsaw, who lived throughout the capital, were ordered to move to the predominantly Jewish district of the city, which was to be walled in, forcing more than 400,000 Jews to live in the already crowded space where 250,000 had lived before. Those Jews who had to move to this specially created ghetto could take with them only what they could carry or load on handcarts. The rest of their possessions, the heavy furniture, home furnishings, stoves, ovens, shop furnishings, stock, had all to be abandoned. More than 100,000 Poles living in the area now designated a ghetto had likewise to move and to abandon all their possessions except those which they could carry with them. Black melancholy reigned in our courtyard, the historian Emanuel Ringelblum, who lived in the Jewish quarter of Warsaw, wrote in his diary when details of the move to the ghetto were made public. The mistress of the house, a Polish Catholic woman, had been living there some 37 years, and now has to leave her furniture behind. Thousands of Christian businesses are going to be ruined. On the following day, Jews from the suburb of Praga, across the river from Warsaw, were expelled from their homes and ordered into the new ghetto. "Today was a terrifying day," Ringelblum wrote. "The sight of Jews moving their old rags and bedding made a horrible impression. Though forbidden to remove their furniture, some Jews did it." "The war is won," Hitler told Mussolini when they met at the Brenner Pass on October the 4th. "The rest is only a question of time." The British people were under an inhuman strain. Only the hope of American and Russian aid kept them in the war. However, in spite of this boast, on the following day, unable to bear a loss of fighter aircraft, which had totaled 433 since the day of the Eagle on August the 13th, Hitler ordered an end to daylight raids on Britain. October the 5th saw the first of the German raids, which came only at night. Hundreds of thousands of Londoners took to sleeping for safety in the deep stations and tunnels of the underground. One tunnel, a mile long, between Bethnal Green and Liverpool Street Station, provided shelter for 4,000 people. Hundreds of thousands of children again left London to live in the countryside. By mid-October, the number of child evacuees had reached 489,000. On October the 7th, German troops entered Romania, one more step towards Hitler's goal of an unbroken Eastern Front against Russia. 5 days later, he issued orders to abandon Operation Sea Lion altogether, except as a deception operation to divert the Russians' attention from the preparations being made for war against them. For the British prisoners of war in France, there now began a search for some means of escape. On October the 10th, a young subaltern, Jimmy Langley, captured at Dunkirk with severe arm and head wounds, and with his shattered left arm amputated and still suppurating, escaped from a hospital at Lille. A French family living a mile from the hospital sheltered him, giving him clothes and a night's shelter. A few weeks later he was at Marseille, in Vichy, France, and on his way back to Britain. Langley was soon to play a leading part in guiding from London the dangerous work of escape, evasion, and return to Britain of many hundreds of prisoners of war and airmen. This work went further than rescue. Each returning soldier, sailor, or airman brought back precious fragments of knowledge and intelligence about the German Army, Navy, and Air Force, and about civilian life in Germany and the occupied lands. For those airmen who were shot down in aerial combat over Britain, and who had been badly burned in combat, a special burns unit at East Grinstead, headed by the New Zealand-born plastic surgeon Archibald Mackindo, became their lifeline as they embarked upon the slow, painful, and disfiguring process of recovery, a process which, but for the dedication and skill of Mackindo and his team, would have been impossible. In 5.5 years, 4,500 airmen were to be treated at East Grinstead, of whom 200 needed a total reconstruction of face and hands. On October the 12th, President Roosevelt spoke in Dayton, Ohio. "Our course is clear," he said. "Our decision is made. We will continue to pile up our defense and our armaments. We will continue to help those who resist aggression and who now hold the aggressors far from our shores." At Lashio, in Burma, with the Burma Road now reopened for the dispatch of supplies to China, 5,000 Chinese labourers had on the previous day been loading $20 million of high-octane fuel, aircraft wings, rifle barrels, and raw cotton onto 2,000 American-built trucks. Although Roosevelt said nothing about this in his speech, it was clear that China was not to be abandoned. Speaking of the Blitz, Roosevelt told his listeners, "The men and women of Britain have shown how free people defend what they know to be right. Their heroic defense will be recorded for all time. It will be perpetual proof that democracy, when put to the test, can show the stuff of which it is made." Hitler thought otherwise. "Let the British announce what they will," he told a visiting Italian minister on October the 14th. "The situation in London must be horrific." At lunchtime in London, a theatre company, which had opened the previous day, but whose changing rooms had been bombed during the night, changed on stage for its second performance. Its repertoire was an hour-long selection of scenes from Shakespeare. "Shakespeare beats Hitler," was the headline next morning in the Daily Express. Hitler was not impressed by such bravado. In his talk with his Italian visitor on October the 14th, he said, "Let's wait and see what London looks like 2 or 3 months from now. If I can't invade them, at least I can destroy the whole of their industry." On the following night, the most intense bombing raid of the war thus far struck Londoners a ferocious blow. 900 fires were started. Dozens of shelters were hit. A bomb above Balham Underground Station broke through to the platform below. Of the 600 people in the shelter, 64 were killed, buried alive under the mound of ballast and sludge which poured onto the underground platform. From 8 in the morning until 5 in the morning, the bombs rained down. By morning, 400 Londoners had been killed. On the following night, October the 16th, British bombers struck at the German naval bases at Kiel. That day, the British cabinet had decided that if bad weather made it impossible to bomb specific targets, the bombers should drop their bombs on large cities such as Berlin. It was also agreed that the public should not be told of the new policy in case people were upset that Britain's one offensive weapon, precision bombing, was revealed to be far less effective than they had imagined. In the United States, October the 16th marked the first registration day under the Selective Training Act. On that one day, more than 16 million Americans registered. "We are mobilizing our citizenship," Roosevelt declared in a radio address, "where we're calling on men and women and property and money to join in making our defense effective." An unexpected example of the effectiveness of American defense came on the day Roosevelt spoke, with the arrest in Boston of George Armstrong, a British merchant seaman who had deserted his ship in Boston, gone to New York, made contact with the German Consulate General, and then returned to Boston to collect information about the Atlantic convoys. Caught before he could do any damage, in due course he was deported to Britain, where he became the first Briton of the war to be tried for spying. He was found guilty and hanged. Armstrong's would-be activities highlighted the perils of the Atlantic crossing for merchant seamen. On the day after his arrest, 6 German submarines, hunting in a wolf pack, attacked a convoy of 35 ships bringing war supplies from Canada to Britain. Codenamed SC for Slow Convoy, number 7, it had sailed from Sydney, Nova Scotia. 20 of its ships were sunk. A day later, the same 6 submarines attacked a second convoy, HX, coming from Halifax, 79. Of its 49 ships, 12 were sunk. In 2 days, 152,000 tons of shipping had been destroyed. Among the submarine commanders whose torpedoes had done such devastating work was Gunther Prien, who had sunk the Royal Oak, and Heinrich Bleichrodt, whose torpedoes had sunk the city of Benares almost exactly a month earlier. As the victorious submarines returned to their base at Lorient on the Atlantic coast of France, German bombers made their 200th air raid on the British port city of Liverpool, one of the gateways to the Atlantic. It was from Liverpool that the passenger liner Empress of Britain set sail for Canada in the 3rd week of October. Attacked from the air when 150 miles off the coast of Ireland, 50 of her crew and passengers were killed. The rest were taken off safely and the liner towed back towards Britain. During the journey she was torpedoed by a German submarine and sunk. Not every German submarine could carry out its raids unchallenged. 4 days after the SC-7 and HX-79 sinkings, a German submarine U-32 was forced to the surface by depth charges. Its commander, Hans Jenisch, was the first of the German submarine aces to be captured. He and his crew were interrogated. The prisoners were all fanatical Nazis, the British interrogator noted in his report, and hated the British intensely, which had not been so evident in previous cases. They are advocates of unrestricted warfare, and are prepared to condone all aggressive violence, cruelty, breaches of treaties and other crimes as being necessary to the rise of the German race to the control of Europe. German successes during 1940, the interrogator added, appear to have established Hitler in their minds, not merely as a god, but as their only god. In German-occupied Europe, the bonds of tyranny were continually tightening. On October the 20th, Arthur Greiser told his officials in the eastern German province of the Wartgau, the Pole can only be a serving element, and he reiterated his call to firmness, be hard, and again hard. 2 days later, from the western German provinces of Baden, the Saar, and the Palatinate, more than 5,000 German Jews were sent by train across France to internment camps in the French Pyrenees. All the property of the deported Jews, their homes, businesses and belongings were seized by the Germans in the towns and villages from which they were expelled, and in which their ancestors had lived for many centuries. The largest of the camps to which they were sent was at Gurs. From this camp Gurs, a German pastor, Heinrich Gruber, later recalled, we had in Berlin very bad news, even worse news than reached us from Poland. They didn't have any medicaments or any sanitary arrangements whatsoever. Pastor Gruber protested. For this courageous act, he was arrested and sent as a prisoner to Sachsenhausen concentration camp. As news of the deportations, the camps, and the persecution reached Britain, There was a determination not to weaken under the continuing German air bombardment, which in the week ending October the 16th had killed 1,567 people, 1,388 of them in London. On October the 21st, Churchill broadcast to the French people, "We seek to beat the life and soul out of Hitler and Hitlerism, that alone, that all the time, that to the end. We do not covet anything from any nation except their respect." Churchill ended his broadcast with words which a Frenchman who heard them described as drops of blood in a transfusion. "Good night, then. Sleep to gather strength for the morning will come. Brightly will it shine on the brave and true, kindly on all who suffer for the cause, glorious upon the tombs of heroes. Thus will shine the dawn." In the third week of October, Hitler left Germany for France in his special train, America. On October the 22nd, he met Pierre Laval, Deputy Prime Minister of Vichy, France, at Montoire, in the German-occupied zone. Hitler was anxious that Laval should agree to a more active Vichy policy against Britain, whose defeat, Hitler said, was inevitable. Laval assured him that he desired the defeat of the country which had sullied France's honour at Mers-el-Kébir and Dakar. On the following day, Hitler continued southward by train to the French border at Hendaye, where he met the Spanish leader, General Franco. But despite Hitler's urgings, Franco refused to enter an alliance with Germany, or, as Hitler pressed him, to allow German troops through Spain to attack the British at Gibraltar. That attack, Hitler told Franco, could take place on January the 10th. After it, he would give Gibraltar to Spain. But Franco was not to be wooed. After 9 hours of discussion, he still refused to cast his lot with Germany. "I would rather have 3 or 4 teeth extracted," Hitler later told Mussolini, "than go through that again." Franco returned to Madrid, and Hitler to Montoire, furious that Franco had refused to join the Axis, and had denied him the means of striking at Gibraltar. At Montoire, Hitler now met Marshal Pétain, on whom he likewise pressed the need for closer collaboration between Vichy France and Germany. In the most effective possible way to fight Britain in the future, Pétain, like Franco, was evasive. Unlike Franco, he appeared to Hitler a more dignified figure, receiving praise as a man who only wants the best of his own country. But even though it might have secured the return to France of more than 1.5 million French prisoners of war, Pétain refused to agree to enter the war against Britain, and evaded Hitler's request that Vichy France should take steps to drive de Gaulle and the Free French forces from their bases in French Equatorial Africa. It was from French Equatorial Africa that on October the 27th, de Gaulle announced the setting up for the Free French movement of the Empire Defence Council. All French possessions still loyal to Vichy were invited to join it. In a powerful appeal to Frenchmen everywhere, de Gaulle declared, "I call to war, that is to say, to combat or to sacrifice, all the men and all the women of the French territories which have rallied to me." In close union with France's allies, that part of the national patrimony which was in the hands of the Free French would be defended, while elsewhere the task would be to attack the enemy wherever it shall be possible, to mobilize all our military, economic, and moral resources to maintain public order and to make justice reign. Churchill was much impressed by this Brazzaville Declaration, as it became known. It was bound, he wrote to his Foreign Minister Anthony Eden a few days later, to have a great effect on the minds of Frenchmen on account both of its scope and its logic. It shows de Gaulle in a light very different from that of an ordinary military man. Were the Vichy government to bomb Gibraltar, Churchill assured de Gaulle 2 weeks later, or to take other aggressive action, "We shall bomb Vichy and pursue the Vichy government wherever it chooses to go." Not Pétain's France, however, but Mussolini's Italy was on the eve of military action. On the 28th of October 1940, Italian forces in Albania, their conquest of Albania a year and a half old, invaded Greece. In less than 14 months, 9 countries had been invaded without warning: Poland, Finland, Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, and now Greece. Yet again, soldiers and civilians were to be subjected to air bombardment. Yet again, those in combat and those in hiding were to suffer equally the devastation and sorrow of war. The news that Italy had invaded Greece reached Hitler in his train America as he was on his way from Munich to Florence, where Mussolini greeted him in German with the words, "Führer, we are on the march." Hitler was furious, regarding the attack on Greece as a major strategic error. To have continued the advance into Egypt, seizing the British naval base at Alexandria, or to take Crete in the Mediterranean would, Hitler believed, have made far more sense. But now Italy was embroiled in a mountainous country against a tenacious enemy, while leaving her Libyan flank exposed to a British counterattack. One country apparently still determined not to be embroiled in direct military action in Europe was the United States. On October the 30th, 2 days after the Italian invasion of Greece, Roosevelt, then on a re-election campaign tour, told an audience in Boston, "I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." Those foreign wars were twofold, with a distant third in prospect. In Greece, the 3rd day of the Italian attack saw Mussolini's forces already unable to advance as far as they had intended and forced, as a result of bad weather conditions, to give up the plan to land on the island of Corfu. In Britain, October 1940 had seen 6,334 civilians killed, of whom 643 were children under 16. And in the east of Europe, so Churchill told his senior military commanders on October the 31st, the Germans would inevitably turn their eyes to the Caspian and the prize of the Baku oil fields. Churchill's forecast was not a fanciful one. On the day that he made it, the German ruler of the Wartgau, Arthur Greiser, was lunching with Hitler and Martin Bormann at the Chancellery in Berlin. Greiser was upset that the eyes of the German people were now turned west instead of east. The spaces that Germany needed for expansion and settlement could only be obtained from the east. The Führer agreed that this opinion was a correct one, Bormann noted. British intelligence, based partly on Enigma, confirmed what Churchill had forecast and Greiser wished. On October the 31st, British military intelligence reported that a vast program of motorization was being undertaken in the German army, that there had been a steady movement of German divisions from Western Europe to Poland, and that there were now 70 German divisions in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. The number of mechanized divisions was also increasing. These would be fully trained by the spring. What military intelligence didn't know was whether these forces were intended for operations in Russia or in the Middle East. 4 days before Italy's invasion of Greece, Britain and the United States had concluded a secret agreement which gave the British government considerable confidence in its long-term ability to turn the tide of invasion against Germany during 1942. Under this agreement, signed on October the 24th, the United States administration agreed to equip fully and maintain 10 additional British divisions. The using American weapons then under production and equipping the divisions in time for the campaign of 1942. The United States also promised to ensure priority for the material needed to maintain these divisions in the field. "This is splendid," was Churchill's comment when he heard the news. He was also told on October the 26th that the current British request for military supplies to be purchased from the United States included 78 million rounds of rifle ammunition, 78 million cartridges suitable for the Thompson machine gun, more than 2.5 million tons of explosives, and 250 aircraft engines. In urging Roosevelt to approve these orders and to expedite them, Churchill telegraphed on October the 27th, "The world cause is in your hands." Britain's plans to take the land war to Germany in 1942 were a sign of her leaders and of her people's determination not to accept the German mastery of Europe. But the fury of the German air attacks was unabated. On October the 28th, more than 450 German aircraft attacked strategic targets throughout southern England. 28 were shot down for the loss of only 7 British fighters, but the damage which they did was considerable. In London, 50 people were killed while sheltering under a railway arch at Croydon, and 18 in a church crypt at Southwark. On November the 1st, determined to carry the war to both enemy capitals, British bombers struck at military targets in Berlin and Rome. But Churchill was not yet content. Writing to the Chief of the Air Staff, "The discharge of bombs on Germany is pitifully small." Britain now sent what aid she could to Greece, including a squadron of 15 aircraft which had been stationed in Egypt to defend Alexandria and the Suez Canal against an attack by the Italians, whose troops were now entrenched 60 miles inside the Egyptian frontiers at Sidi Barrani. If Greece was overwhelmed, Churchill warned his war cabinet on the 4th of November, it would be said that in spite of our guarantees we had allowed one more small ally to be swallowed up. Britain's guarantee to Greece had been given in April 1939. There was almost no military equipment, however, that could be spared. Some British troops, some anti-aircraft guns, and a coastal defence battery were on their way, but it was to be by Greece's own exertions that the Italian invasion was brought to a halt. On November the 4th, a week after the Italian attack had begun, Greek forces, counter-attacking, began to drive the Italians back towards their starting points. On November the 3rd, for the first night since September the 7th, there was no German air raid over London. The German Air Force was reaching a point of exhaustion. In the previous 3 months, 2,433 German aircraft had been shot down over Britain, and more than 6,000 German airmen killed. These losses were particularly unacceptable in view of Hitler's determination to move against Russia. "Everything," Hitler told General Holder on November the 4th, "must be done so that we are ready for the final showdown." There were those in the German High Command who wanted to use the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, the Straits, as a means of opening the way through Turkey to Syria, which was under Vichy control. "We can only go to the Straits," Hitler told Holder, "when Russia is defeated." Chapter 11. The New Order of Tyranny. Roosevelt. Winter, 1940–1941. On the 5th of November, 1940, Franklin D. Roosevelt was re-elected President of the United States. "It's a resounding slap for Hitler and Ribbentrop and the whole Nazi regime," William Shearer wrote in his Berlin diary. That regime was nevertheless determined, while the United States remained neutral and her warships passive, to cut off Britain's transatlantic lifeline. On the very day of Roosevelt's re-election, a convoy of 37 ships HX-84, sailing from Halifax, Nova Scotia, to Britain, was attacked in mid-Atlantic by the German pocket battleship Admiral Scheer. Escorting the convoy was a converted Australian passenger liner, the Jervis Bay, now an armed merchant cruiser. Ordering the convoy to scatter, her captain, Edward Stephen Fogarty Fagan, took on the unequal contest, determined to delay the German attack on the convoy. Fagan, an Irishman from Tipperary, who had served in the Royal Navy throughout the First World War, continued to direct the fight even after most of his left arm had been torn off by a large fragment of a German shell. Later in the action, he was killed. After 25 minutes, the Jervis Bay went down. 189 of our officers and men were drowned. The commander of the Admiral von Scheer, Captain Kranke, made no attempt to rescue the 65 survivors who clung to the wreckage. Later that night, Sven Olander, the master of the Swedish merchant ship Stureholm, returned to pick them up at great risk to his own vessel. As a result of Captain Fagan's order to the convoy to scatter, only 5 merchantmen in the convoy were caught by Kranke and sunk. For the next 5 months, he was to restrict his destructive efforts to unescorted merchantmen, sinking a further 11. Captain Fagan was awarded the Victoria Cross for valour in challenging hopeless odds and giving his life to save the many ships it was his duty to protect. For the people of Britain, each convoy disaster at sea seemed to threaten the possibility of a German invasion of Britain itself. In fact, however, Hitler's orders to bring all invasion preparations to an end were being carried out, and on November the 6th, a German Air Force Enigma message was sent from the headquarters of the German 16th Army, giving instructions that a part of the apparatus used for equipping invasion barges in Belgium and northern France should be returned to store, leaving behind only sufficient apparatus for exercises. This message was simultaneously picked up by its intended German recipients and by British signals intelligence. A translation of the British interception was sent to the 31 people in the know early in the evening of November the 6th. They could now be certain that Hitler's military plans could not include the invasion of Britain for a long time to come. There was further good news for those at the centre of British policy on the following day, November the 7th, when a mere 48 hours after Roosevelt's re-election as president, the head of the British purchasing mission in Washington, Arthur Purvis, discussed with Roosevelt himself the armaments needed by Britain if she were to be able to put a 55-division army into action by the middle of 1942. An army on such a scale would be impossible without substantial American help. Roosevelt, now the confident victor of the presidential election, told Purvis that his rule of thumb was to make available to the United Kingdom arms and munitions on a 50-50 basis. He would also help Britain to meet the depredations of German submarine warfare by reconditioning for Britain 70 war boats, which had been kept in store since the end of the First World War, and building again for Britain 300 new merchant vessels. To enable Britain to afford these purchases, Roosevelt said that the United States would bear the cost of building the ships. She would then rent them to Britain, a system, he said, which might be extended to cover other arms purchases. To build and to rent. From this concept, proposed by Roosevelt to Purvis on November the 7th, was born the solution which enabled Britain to obtain arms from America even after her credit and her gold reserves had been exhausted. Lend-Lease. With the knowledge that Roosevelt himself was not only responsive but also inventive in regard to Britain's needs, the British government could pursue the war with a confidence far greater than if Britain had been truly alone. On November the 7th, British bombers struck at the Krupp armament factories at Essen. That same day, Operation Coat saw 5 British warships, headed by the battleship Barham, leave Gibraltar for a voyage the whole length of the Mediterranean to Egypt to reinforce the naval forces there. They made the journey unmolested. On November the 8th, Hitler had to bring forward by an hour his speech in Munich on the anniversary of his 1923 attempt to seize power in Bavaria, to avoid the speech being interrupted by British bombers. On the following evening, one of the British pilots who had flown over Munich that night broadcast over the BBC. It was so light that we could see houses and streets quite clearly. It was a bomb-aimer's dream of a perfect night. Altogether we stooged about for 20 minutes, checking up on our target. That target was a railway yard. All the way down, the pilot added, I could see those big black locomotive sheds coming up in front of us, and the front gunner was shooting out searchlights, which I thought was a pretty good effort. On the Greek-Italian front, the Italian divisional commander of the Giulia Division had picked up that night a BBC broadcast announcing that the Italian Alpine Division, which was in fact next to his in the line, will be crushed by 3 Greek divisions. He at once ordered his own division back towards the Italian frontier. 2 days later, on November the 11th, 24 British torpedo bombers flying from the aircraft carrier Illustrious in the Ionian Sea, 170 miles off the Italian coast, carried out Operation Judgment, striking with their aerial torpedoes at the Italian fleet, then at anchor in the port of Taranto. The Italian battleship Duilio was sunk, and 2 other battleships, as well as 2 cruisers, badly damaged. That night, 4 Italian merchant ships were sunk by British warships in the Straits of Otranto. Over Britain, 13 Italian bombers were among the 25 aircraft shot down during the day. The Italians fell very quickly out of the sky, King George VI noted in his diary. I will not try to be vindictive, but this news has pleased me. Unknown to the King, November the 11th was also a day of bad omen for the British, when in the Indian Ocean the steamer Automedon was attacked by the German raider Atlantis. 28 shells were fired at the bridge. Not only were the captain of the Automedon and many of his officers and crew killed in the encounter, but a bag, carefully sealed and weighted so as to be thrown overboard in case of danger, was found intact on the steamer's bridge when the Germans boarded her. Inside were a number of secret documents, including a copy of the British Merchant Navy Code Book, valid from January the 1st, and a Chiefs of Staff appreciation that in the event of war with Japan, it would be impossible to hold Hong Kong, Malaya, or Singapore. Rushed to the German embassy in Japan, the Chiefs of Staff appreciation was then radioed back in code to Berlin, where it was handed over to the Japanese naval attaché. The Automedon bag was an important success for German intelligence and a sign to Japan of the vulnerability of the British in Southeast Asia. Not only the secrets of the Automedon, but the British naval victory at Taranto gave comfort and inspiration to Japan. The successful use of aerial torpedoes was noted at once in Tokyo, where Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese Combined Fleet, saw a means of eliminating America's power at sea by striking at Pearl Harbor, at a fleet at anchor, as Britain had done. This was Operation Z. From the day after Taranto, its planning was given priority above all other naval projects. One American, too, took note of the part played by aerial torpedoes in the Taranto victory. The success of the British aerial attack against ships at anchor, wrote the Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, suggests that precautionary measures be taken immediately to protect Pearl Harbor against surprise attack in the event that war should break out between the United States and Japan. The greatest danger, Knox added, will come from aerial torpedoing. At Dachau concentration camp, north of Munich, in the Bavarian heartland, November the 11th saw the first official mass execution. The victims were 55 Polish intellectuals who'd been deported earlier from Krakow, Germany. In Paris, on the morning of November the 11th, individual Frenchmen laid wreaths at the tomb of the unknown soldier, and groups of Parisians gathered in the streets to remember the dead of both wars. By the afternoon, the Germans had begun to disperse the demonstrators, and 123 arrests were made, among them 90 school children. In the scuffles, 4 people were hurt. Presently, Churchill had told the people of France in his broadcast 3 weeks earlier, "You will be able to wait the arm that strikes for you, and you ought to do so." That time had not yet come. 2 days later, however, in Central Africa, Free French forces entered Libreville. Within 48 hours, the whole of Gabon had been wrested by de Gaulle from Vichy. Hitler had already decided that the invasion of Britain was a virtual impossibility. On November the 12th, in Directive No. 18, he proposed for the consideration of his commanders Operation Felix, to bring Spain into the war on Germany's side. Felix envisaged first and principally the seizure of Gibraltar, then the use of the Spanish Canary Islands, the Portuguese island of Madeira, and parts of Spanish Morocco, in order to drive the English from the western Mediterranean. As to Russia, the new directive stated, all preparations for the East, for which verbal orders have already been given, will be continued, and further directives would follow. On this subject, as soon as the basic operational plan of the army has been submitted to me and approved. This clear indication that an invasion of Russia remained Hitler's goal coincided with the visit to Berlin of the Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov. In a talk with Hitler on November the 12th, Molotov wanted to know what Russia's part would be in the new order of Germany, Italy, and Japan, as created by the Tripartite Pact, and where matters stood in the Balkans and Romania with regard to Russia's interests. Hitler had no answer, telling Molotov that they must break off their discussion. Otherwise, we shall be caught by the air raid warning. On November the 13th, Molotov continued his talks with Ribbentrop, who proposed that the Soviet Union become a partner in the Tripartite Pact. Molotov was dubious of Soviet adherence to the Axis, referring to Italy's setbacks in Greece and at Taranto, and telling Ribbentrop he thought that the Germans were assuming that the war against England has already been won. Ribbentrop's discomfiture was increased when British bombers came over Berlin yet again, and they had to break off a celebratory dinner in the Soviet embassy and to continue their talks in Ribbentrop's own air raid shelter at home. Rubbing salt in the wound, Molotov said that he didn't regret the air raid alarm, as it had provided the occasion for an exhaustive discussion. When Ribbentrop insisted that Britain was beaten, and her empire therefore up for partition among the Axis powers, whom Russia ought therefore to join, Molotov remarked acerbically, "If that is so, why are we sitting in this air raid shelter, and whose bombs are those that are falling so close that their explosions are heard even here?" It was something else, however, that Molotov said to Ribbentrop in the shelter, which convinced Hitler that he would only be put further and further in difficulties by Soviet ambitions if the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August 1939 were to remain the basis of German policy. At one point in their underground discussion, Molotov went so far as to tell Ribbentrop that Russia could never entirely give up its interest in the western approaches to the Baltic, the waters of the Kattegat and Skagerrak between Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, once under Danish but under German control since May. Hitler was indignant, but his own plans to move against Russia had proceeded without interruption. On November the 13th, when Goering warned that the German Air Force might not have the strength to destroy Russia's industrial power, Hitler told him that the long-term needs of the war against Britain meant that German control of the Caucasian oil fields was essential. The war against Russia could be won in a few months. Goering should prepare his air forces to begin it on May the 1st. British intelligence was aware of these plans. By November the 13th, it had learned that Germany planned to motorize 1/3 of all her divisions, making a total of 70 armoured and motorized divisions, and that she was also increasing her paratroop and motorized divisions. It was already known that there were plans to increase the number of German divisions in Romania to 18, far more than were needed to train the Romanian army or to protect the Romanian oil fields at Ploesti. British intelligence was not alone in seeing Hitler's preparations to move against Russia. On November the 18th, Richard Sorge, Stalin's German spy in Tokyo with close contacts in the German embassy there, sent his first messages to Moscow reporting on German preparations for an eastern front. Hitler had been much angered by British pretty good effort in bombing Munich on his festive anniversary on November the 8th. On November the 14th, as 500 German bombers set off once more across the North Sea, they were told that neither Hitler nor Goering was willing to let an attack on the capital of the Nazi movement go unpunished. The bombers' target was Coventry. Their raid was so successful that 27 vital war factories were hit, and production halted for many months. But in the course of the bombardment, a firestorm was started, which burned out much of the city centre. In all, 60,000 out of 75,000 buildings were destroyed or badly damaged, and 568 men, women and children killed. More than 400 of those killed were too badly burned to be identified. They were buried in a communal grave. For more than a square mile, Coventry's city centre was in ruins, giving a new verb to the German language, coventrieren, to coventrate, that is, to annihilate or to raze to the ground. At the Air Ministry in London, Air Marshal Harris, who was eventually to be made the head of Bomber Command, later observed that the German raid on Coventry had taught the British people the principle of starting so many fires at the same time that no firefighting services could get them under control. Meanwhile, the German air raids continued nightly. In the following week, as a result of bombing raids on the Coventry scale, 484 civilians were killed in London and 228 in Birmingham. The total number of British civilians killed that November was 4,588. 4 days after the Coventry raid itself, 31 soldiers were killed at Theydon Boys, north of London, by a German parachute mine, a weapon which, floating to the ground on the wind, could make no pretence of being directed upon a specific target. The British response to these raids was swift. On November the 16th, 2 days after Coventry, during a raid on Hamburg, where cloud and severe icing made an accurate attack on military targets impossible, the bombs were dropped nevertheless, and 233 German civilians killed. For the Italians, the Greek campaign had proved a fiasco. On November the 15th, Greek forces broke through the Italian line, taking many prisoners. At Menton, the French town just beyond the Italian border, posters appeared with the words, "This is French territory. Greeks, do not advance further." To assist the Greeks yet further, British air and artillery reinforcements were on their way, including 20 fighter aircraft and 24 field guns. On November the 18th, at Obersalzberg, Hitler expressed to Count Czarno his anger at the failure of the Greek campaign. If, as a result of Italy being at war with Greece, the British were to acquire an air base in Athens, they would be able, Hitler warned, to bomb the Romanian oil wells and installations at Ploiești. To prevent such an outcome, it would be necessary for Germany to intervene, but this she could not do before mid-March. The Italians had succeeded only in turning Greece into a power at war, one in addition that was allied with Britain. In his talk with Ciano, and that same day with the Spanish Foreign Minister, Serrano Suna, Hitler stressed the urgent need to close the Mediterranean, isolating the British in Egypt and Malta, and preventing them from using the Mediterranean as a base from which to attack Italy itself. To do this, Spain would have to attack Gibraltar and close the Straits of Gibraltar. On November the 19th, Suna told Hitler that Spain would need 400,000 tons of grain before it could declare war on Britain. Hitler understood that this demand was merely a tactic to delay, and in the end to avoid any commitment. Meanwhile, the British had kept up their bombing raids on a regular schedule, bombing industrial targets in Hamburg on November the 15th and the Skoda armaments works at Pilsen in Czechoslovakia 4 days later, and striking from Egypt at Italian bases in Libya, including Benghazi, on November the 21st. On the following day, Greek forces, still advancing, reached Koritsa, 15 miles inside the Albanian border, capturing 2,000 Italian troops, 135 artillery pieces, and 600 machine guns, thus securing a far greater armament than Britain had been able to provide. The Greek president, General Metaxas, exhilarated by the crossing of the Albanian border, told his people, "We fight not only for our own existence, but also for the other Balkan peoples, and Albania's liberation as well." By his invasion of Greece, now so ignominiously repulsed, Mussolini had dealt the Axis its first blow. But the signs elsewhere were still of an Axis triumph. On November the 23rd, Romania signed the Tripartite Pact. That night, German bombers made a heavy night attack on the British port of Southampton. On November the 24th, Slovakia joined the Tripartite Pact. That night, over Britain, German bombers struck at the city of Bristol, while from Libya, Italian bombers raided the British naval base at Alexandria. On November the 25th, however, despite the appearance of a large Italian naval force, 3 fast British merchantmen sailed without loss from Gibraltar in Operation Collar, bringing essential war supplies to Malta and Alexandria. This was the first time that British merchant ships, as opposed to warships, had successfully traversed what Mussolini had boastfully described as the Italian Lake. 2 days later, as the merchantmen approached their destinations, British warships damaged an Italian cruiser and 2 destroyers in action off Sardinia. In German-occupied Europe, the German authorities worked without respite that November to impose their will. In the Warsaw Ghetto, Emanuel Ringelblum wrote in his diary, "Today, November the 19th, a Christian who had thrown a sack of bread over the wall was shot dead." In Holland, on November the 27th, after protests by teachers and students at Delft University against new anti-Jewish laws, the Germans closed the university and forbade the students to enroll elsewhere. From Berlin, on November the 28th, the Ministry of Propaganda sent a memorandum to Otto Abetz, the German ambassador in Paris. The result of our victorious struggle would be to smash French predominance in cultural propaganda in Europe and in the world. Any support given to French culture would be a crime against the German nation. Also in Berlin that day, a second anti-Semitic film, The Eternal Jew, received its first showing, purporting to explain the destructive part played by the Jews in world history. The film juxtaposed scenes of Jews and rats. The Jews, it explained, like rats, were carriers of disease, money-mad bits of filth, devoid of all higher values, corrupters of the world. Such was the Nazi ideology. On the day of the film's premiere, the chief Nazi ideologue, Alfred Rosenberg, setting up his task force for the pillaging of French art, chose as its headquarters the house of a Jew who had managed to escape abroad, and took over 4 large warehouses, including a Jewish-owned department store in which to hold the stolen works. For the captive Poles, a daily revenge was being exacted over the skies of Britain as Polish pilots flew with the Royal Air Force against the continuing German bombing offensive. On November the 28th, one of those pilots, Sergeant Zygmunt Klein, crashed into the Channel and was never seen again. It appears that we've lost a very gallant pilot and ally, the British record noted. In the Atlantic, a pack of 4 German submarines sank 11 merchant ships and an armed merchant cruiser on December the 1st. That month in the Pacific, 2 German commerce raiders sank 5 Australian merchant ships and shelled the phosphate plant at Nauru Island. But Hitler's mind was now set on Russia. At a 4-hour conference with his commanders on December the 5th, he spoke in some detail of the plan and direction of the attack, stressing the importance of capturing Leningrad and Stalingrad, the Bolshevik breeding grounds, rather than Moscow, which Field Marshal von Brauchitsch argued was the central point both of Soviet communications and of munitions manufacture. Moscow is not all that important, Hitler insisted. Only after Leningrad had been captured should his armies turn against Moscow. Hegemony over Europe, Hitler added, will be decided in battle against Russia. It was the defeat of the Soviet Union which would help to bring Britain to her knees. Whatever the strategy, all those at the conference were clear on one thing. The Russians would be defeated easily. The Red Army is leaderless, General Holder told the gathering. The Russian soldier was mindless. The Red Army was as inferior in weapons as the French army had been. The lack of modern Russian field batteries gave the German panzer a free hand. The Russians had nothing but badly armoured units to oppose the German armour. The German army would split the Russian forces into separate pieces, thereupon strangling them by encirclement. Leaderless, mindless, strangling. These were confident words that December the 5th. The Russians had been relegated to the ranks of an inferior and hopeless people, whose army mirrored their inadequacies. On the day after this conference, General Jodl instructed his deputy, General Vollimont, to prepare a detailed draft plan for the invasion of Russia, known initially as Operation Fritz. Hitler quickly changed its name to Barbarossa. The Holy Roman Emperor, Frederick Barbarossa, Redbeard, had marched eastward with his army in AD 1190 to conquer the Holy Land from the infidel. His descendants were already resorting to methods as vicious as any which Frederick had used 750 years earlier, before the veneer of Christian civilization had subdued or at least momentarily suppressed the baser instincts of mankind. There have been cases, Chaim Kaplan wrote in his diary in Warsaw on December the 6th, when courageous Jews were shot in full view of their entire family, and the murderers were not held responsible because the excuse was that the filthy Jew cursed the Führer, and it was their duty to avenge his honor. 4 days later, also in Warsaw, Emanuel Ringelblum wrote in his diary of how on December the 9th a German soldier sprang out of a passing automobile and hit a boy on the head with an iron bar. The boy died. Since September the 13th, Italian forces had been on Egyptian soil, occupying a band of desert coastline from Saloum to Sidi Barrani, and constituting a potential threat to Alexandria and the Suez Canal. Working in Cairo, the British Army's cryptographers had broken the ciphers used by all Italian military formations down to brigade level for both their tactical communications and their intelligence work. By the first week of December, it was known to the British commanders exactly where the Italian forces were strong and where they were weak. Based on this intelligence, plans were made to strike at the Italian positions on the 9th of December. On the night of December the 7th, a special patrol by an armoured car unit verified details of a gap in a particular Italian minefield. On December the 9th, the British offensive began. 2 British divisions, totalling 36,000 men, half of them Indian troops, attacked 7 Italian divisions. The 75,000 Italians were overwhelmed for the loss of less than 100 British and Indian dead. The Italian army, after its first serious engagement in the Western Desert, was in retreat. This serious setback for the Italians in the Eastern Mediterranean was followed within hours by a serious setback for the Germans at the western end. For on December the 10th, after General Franco had refused for the second time an appeal from Hitler to allow German troops to cross Spain and seize Gibraltar, Hitler was forced to issue a directive cancelling Operation Felix. Franco's refusal was made particularly galling because the Spanish leader had added to his refusal an agreement to enter the war against England when England was ready to collapse. Hitler now outlined plans to avert a further setback by including in his Directive No. 19 of 10th of December, Operation Attila, the eventual occupation of Vichy France in order to control the French naval base at Toulon and the French airfields on the Mediterranean. The war, which 6 months earlier had seemed confined to northern Europe, had now spread entirely as a result of Italy's unsuccessful initiatives to the Mediterranean. That December, the war of bombers reached a new intensity, with British bombers flying eastwards and German bombers flying westward almost every night. Their missions identical: to destroy each other's war-making capacity and will. On December the 7th, British bombers had struck at the German industrial city of Düsseldorf. On December the 12th, the Germans had bombed the British steel town of Sheffield. That day, the British War Cabinet, still sharing the popular indignation at the destruction of Coventry, as well as the secret knowledge of the German use of mines dropped indiscriminately by parachute, authorized the maximum possible destruction in a selected town. The town chosen was Mannheim. 4 days later, Mannheim was bombed, but with far less than Coventry's devastation, and only 23 civilians were killed. Ironically, the day of the bombing of Mannheim was also the day on which a secret British government report advised that Bomber Command give primacy in future to German oil targets. A directive to this effect was to be issued on the 13th of January 1941. The cruelty of the bombing was matched on both sides of the North Sea by the courage of those who had to help its victims. On December the 13th, in the course of trying to make safe an unexploded bomb at Manor Park in East London, 2 bomb disposal experts, Captain M.F. Blaney and Lieutenant James, were blown up. The explosion was so great that it also killed a staff sergeant, a lance corporal, 5 sappers, and a superintendent of police who were watching the bomb disposal operations from across the road. For his courage, Captain Blaney was posthumously awarded the George Cross. On December the 13th, determined both to pursue his plans against Russia and not to have them undermined by Italian failures in the Mediterranean, Hitler issued Directive No. 20, ordering a further reinforcement of his troops in Romania in order to be able to occupy northern Greece. This was Operation Marita, part of which, as outlined by Hitler that day, included the seizure of British bases in the Greek islands. At the conclusion of Operation Marita, Hitler informed his commanders, "The forces engaged will be withdrawn for new employment." The new employment was Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of Russia. In Russia, on the 16th of December, Marshal Voroshilov gave orders for the preparation of the land defense of the naval base of Sevastopol. Hitler's preparations, however, were on a far more extensive scale. On December the 18th, in Directive No. 21 to his senior military commanders, he instructed them to make preparations to crush Soviet Russia in a quick campaign. These preparations were to be started at once, and to be completed by the 15th of May 1941. Both Finland and Romania could be expected to fight alongside the Germans. It is of decisive importance, however, Hitler warned, that the intention to attack does not become discernible. In his directive of December the 18th, Hitler set out in 11 pages of detailed description the parts which his army, air force and navy were to take, the lines of attack and the sequence of objectives, first Leningrad, then Kiev, then Moscow. The final objective, he explained, was to erect a barrier against Asiatic Russia on the geographic line Volga-Archangel. For Hitler and the Nazis, the word Asiatic was synonymous with barbarian. Yet inside Germany there were many people, doctors and priests among them, who had begun to characterize Germany's own euthanasia program as barbaric. Some written protests had reached Hitler. Others had been circulated clandestinely. Vexed, Heinrich Himmler told Dr. Brack and Dr. Buhler on December the 19th, if Operation T4 had been entrusted to the SS, things would have happened differently. When the Führer entrusts us with the job, we know how to deal with it correctly without causing useless uproar among the people. This useless uproar was soon to force Hitler to abandon the euthanasia program, though not before as many as 50,000 defectives, including several thousand children, had been put to death. But Himmler and his SS men were to get another job to do before half a year had passed. In North Africa, British forces reached the Libyan border on December the 17th. "Your first objective now," Churchill telegraphed to their commander-in-chief, "must be to maul the Italian army and rip them off the African shore to the utmost extent." In Norway, on December the 21st, all members of the Supreme Court, including the Chief Justice, resigned rather than continue to administer German-dictated justice. On December the 23rd, in Paris, the Germans executed a civil engineer, Jacques Bonsargent, who had been caught up inadvertently in the demonstration of November the 11th and had been jostled by German soldiers who had arrested him. He'd been in Paris for the wedding of a friend. On the day of Bonsargent's execution, Hitler was in France visiting military units on the Channel coast. His train, America, was at Boulogne that day. It had to be shunted into a tunnel when British bombers began bombing German military installations nearby. 2 nights earlier, British bombers had struck at Berlin, leaving 45 civilians dead. "So considerable losses after all," Goebbels commented in his diary on December the 24th. In Warsaw, throughout the week before Christmas, several hundred telegrams had arrived in Polish homes reporting the deaths of husbands, fathers or sons who had earlier been taken off to concentration camps. The majority of these deaths were at the punishment camp in Auschwitz. In the sphere of intelligence, several things had become known at the end of December which were not at all welcome to their recipients. On December the 28th, British Bomber Command learned that its repeated bombings of German oil installations at Gelsenkirchen had not been at all effective, despite no fewer than 28 raids over 7 months. That same day, from Tokyo, the Soviet spy, Richard Sorge, reported to Moscow that a new German reserve army of 40 divisions was being formed in Leipzig. On December the 30th, British intelligence, mostly from its readings of the German Air Force Enigma messages, accurately calculated the scale of the German build-up in Romania and also in Bulgaria in preparation for the attack on Greece. Another source, an informant said to have proved reliable in the past, gave the beginning of March as the date for the German onslaught. On December the 29th, President Roosevelt broadcast to the American people. "The people of Europe who are defending themselves," he said, "do not ask us to do their fighting. They ask us for the implements of war, the planes, the tanks, the guns, the freighters, which will enable them to fight for their liberty and for our security." Roosevelt added, "We must be the great arsenal of democracy." That night, in Britain, the Germans dropped incendiary bombs on the City of London on an unprecedented scale, creating a swath of fire on both banks of the River Thames. Many famous buildings, including the Guildhall and 8 Wren churches, were destroyed or severely damaged. Vigilant firefighters were able to save St. Paul's Cathedral from being engulfed in the flames, but an exceptionally low tide made firefighting even more difficult than it would otherwise have been. It was a raid which brought the total British civilian deaths that December alone to 3,793. The new year of 1941 began with a considerable British attack against the Italian strongpoint of Bardia on the Libyan frontier. British and Australian soldiers began their advance on January the 1st, assisted by a considerable naval bombardment. Among the bombarding ships was the battleship Valiant, on board which was a 19-year-old lieutenant, Prince Philip of Greece, son of Prince Andrew of Greece and nephew of Lord Louis Mountbatten. "The whole operation was a very spectacular affair," he wrote in his log. "On January the 5th, the fortress of Bardia fell, and with it 35,949 Italian prisoners. Retreating westward, the Italian commander, General Bergonzoli, managed to reach Tobruk with a few thousand men." While preparing to drive the Italians even further westward, the British also continued with the dispatch of reinforcements to Greece. Valiant, with Prince Philip of Greece on board, was among the ships which escorted British troops to the island of Crete. Encouraged by Britain's victory and help, on the 4th of January, the Greek army had renewed its advance into Albania, pitting its own 13 divisions against 16 Italian divisions, and driving the Italians back across the border towards Klissura. 2 days later, the British launched Operation Excess, sending 3 merchant ships with an escort of 5 warships from Gibraltar to Athens, laden with military supplies. The merchant ships were to reach Greece safely. As the British ships set off through the Mediterranean on January the 6th with their precious war cargo, President Roosevelt spoke in Washington of the 4 essential human freedoms upon which a future world ought to be founded: freedom of speech and expression, freedom to worship God, freedom from want, and freedom from fear, which he said, translated into world terms, means a worldwide reduction of armaments to such a point and in such a thorough fashion that no nation will be in a position to commit an act of physical aggression against any neighbor anywhere in the world. This kind of world, Roosevelt added, was the very antithesis of the so-called new order of tyranny which the dictators seek to create with the crash of their bomb. In London, one such bomb fell that week on the Bank Underground station, killing 111 of those who had sought refuge in the apparent safety of its deep tunnels. In the Mediterranean, German bombers based in Sicily struck on the 10th of January at a convoy on its way from Gibraltar to Malta. 2 merchant ships were sunk, and the aircraft carrier Illustrious badly damaged. The cruiser Southampton was so crippled that the British were forced to sink her themselves. During the German bombing attack, 80 of her crew had been killed. This was the first German air action in the Mediterranean and boded ill for the British at the very moment of Italy's severe discomfiture. On January the 7th, the British and Australian forces, now on Italian soil in Libya, had begun their onward march towards Tobruk. On the following day, also on Italian soil in Albania, the Greeks attacked the Italian garrison at Klissura, which was captured on January the 10th, the day on which the Lend-Lease Bill was introduced into the American Congress. The Greek and British successes led Hitler on January the 11th to issue his Directive No. 22, in which he finally recognized that he must come to Mussolini's help or face grave problems from the south. Tripolitania must be held, he wrote, and the danger of a collapse on the Albanian front must be eliminated. German troops would therefore be sent to Tripoli, while German aircraft will continue to operate from Sicily, attacking British naval forces and sea communications. German troops would also be made ready to move into Albania in order to enable the Italian army to go over to the offensive at a later date. Hitler's new directive brought Britain and Germany into direct conflict in the Mediterranean. Coming only a day after the German bombing of the Illustrious, it was followed a day later by a British air raid by aircraft from Malta on German air bases in Sicily. In an attempt to strengthen his position in these hitherto Italian-dominated regions of the Balkans, on January the 13th, Hitler invited King Boris of Bulgaria to Berlin, insisting that Bulgaria join the Axis, open her borders to German troops for their attack on Greece, and take an active part in military operations alongside the Germans. Like General Franco before him, however, King Boris declined. That same day, January the 13th, in conference with his commanders in Moscow, Stalin spoke of the possibility of a two-front war, with Japan in the west and Germany in the east. It was for this, he said, that Russia must prepare. The future war would be one of rapid maneuver. Infantry units should therefore be decreased in size and increased in mobility. The war, when it came, would be a mass war. It was essential to maintain an overall superiority of at least 2-to-1 over a potential enemy, if a breakthrough were to be possible. For this, it would be necessary to create fast-moving motorized units equipped with automatic weapons. Such units would need exceptional organization of their supply sources and a great reserve of materials, which must flow to the front from all parts of our country. Food stocks, too, should be prepared on a substantial scale. The Tsarist government's decision to stockpile rusks, for example, was, he said, a wise decision, and he went on to explain to his generals, a sip of tea and a rusk, and you've got a hot meal. On the day of Stalin's talk to his commanders, setting out the tasks that would face them in the event of war, one of Stalin's most successful spies, Leopold Trepper, set up his offices in Paris under the cover of a textile import-export house. Trepper, a Jew who had been born in the Polish provinces of the Tsarist Empire, gathered around him a small band of largely Jewish communists, including Hillel Katz, also Polish-born, who had earlier been expelled by the British from Palestine because of his communist activities. In the course of his import-export work, Trepper befriended Ludwig Kainz, an engineer employed by Organisation Todt. It was from Kainz that Trepper learned of German preparations along the German-Soviet borderland, and arranged for this information to be passed back, as and when he received it, by radio to Moscow. The American ambassador to Britain, Joseph Kennedy, had, in the last months of 1940, in sending reports to Washington in which he stressed the possibility of Britain's defeat and the damaging impact of the Blitz, not only on buildings but on morale. In an attempt to discover whether Britain really could remain at war, and would not merely receive American-manufactured weapons in order later to surrender them to the Germans, Roosevelt had sent a personal emissary, Harry Hopkins, to Britain. "The people here are amazing, from Churchill down," Hopkins wrote to Roosevelt on January the 14th, "and if courage alone can win, the results are inevitable. But they need our help desperately, and I'm sure you'll permit nothing to stand in the way." In this letter, Hopkins reported Churchill's warning that the German bombers in the Mediterranean make the fleet's operation more difficult. 2 days later, more than 70 German dive bombers, taking off from their bases in Sicily, attacked Malta's grand harbour of Valletta in an attempt to sink the aircraft carrier Illustrious, already so badly damaged that she was known in the Royal Navy as HMS Pepperpot. In the course of the attack, considerable damage was done to the port. In addition, 200 public and private buildings in Valletta were destroyed, and more than 50 civilians killed. In this, the first of a series of raids, which the Maltese nicknamed the Illustrious Blitz, 10 of the German attacking aircraft were shot down. But the German onslaught was not at an end. 2 days later, in a surprise German raid on the airfield at Lucca by 85 dive bombers, 6 British bombers were destroyed on the ground and the airfield itself made unserviceable. Through all this, however, the Illustrious suffered only minor additional damage and was able, before the end of the month, to leave the perils of Malta for the safety of Egypt. The Battle of Britain had lasted for less than 2 months. The Battle of Malta was to last for more than 2 years. Under continual bombardment from the air, the people of Malta referred to their ordeal as the Second Siege, the first having taken place nearly 400 years earlier, in 1565. On January the 17th, as news of the first day of the Battle of Malta reached Britain, Harry Hopkins was the guest of honour at a banquet in Glasgow. "I suppose you want to know," he said to Churchill that evening, "what I'm going to say to President Roosevelt on my return." Churchill did indeed want to know. The answer was a quotation from the Book of Ruth. "Whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God." Then, very quietly, Hopkins added, "even to the end." That winter, in German-occupied Europe, the bonds of tyranny continued to tighten. On January the 10th, all Dutch Jews were required to register, a simple, orderly, bureaucratic act, which nevertheless boded ill. On January the 13th, in the German city of Brandenburg, the local newspaper had announced sentences of between 15 and 18 months in prison for 3 German women who had given food and cigarettes to Polish prisoners of war. On the 20th of January, the German Security Service compiled a series of reports on the reception inside Germany of the film The Eternal Jew. According to the report from Munich, there was immediately relief and enthusiastic applause at the point in the film where the Führer appears and in his speech announces that a new war can only bring about the final annihilation of Jewry. For many people, the Security Service stated, the repulsive nature of the material, and in particular the ritual slaughter scenes, are repeatedly cited in conversation as the main reason for not seeing the film. According to reports from Western Germany and from Breslau, people had often been observed leaving the cinema in disgust in the middle of the performance, with statements like, "We've seen Jude Seuss, and we've had enough of Jewish filth." In Paris, on January the 21st, the Gestapo arrested Roger Langeron, the former prefect of police, whom the Germans had made police chief in the first days of the occupation 7 months earlier. Now he was to serve them no more. His patriotism had prevailed over German blandishments and threats. That same day, in the Romanian capital, Bucharest, the anti-Jewish hatred of the Iron Guard legionnaires led to the hunting down of Jews in the streets. Thousands of Jews were caught and savagely beaten. 120 were killed. Many of those murdered were taken to cattle slaughterhouses and killed, as one report had it, according to the Jews' own ritual practices in slaughtering animals. These were the very practices which had been shown and pilloried in The Eternal Jew. In Norway, helped by Norwegian informers, the Germans had arrested members of a resistance group centred upon the town of Haugesund. In February, 10 of the young men involved were imprisoned for life, only escaping the death penalty after 4 of them had undertaken to work at the dismantling of unexploded bombs. In Paris, on February the 11th, Rudolf Hilferding, a leading German social democrat between the wars and twice Minister of Finance in the Weimar Republic, died in prison from injuries brutally inflicted by the Gestapo. Both as a socialist and as a Jew, he had fled from Germany to Denmark in 1933 and then to Switzerland, finally settling in southern France in 1938, constantly warning, as in 1934 in the Prague programme of his exiled party, of the dangers which the rulers of Nazi Germany posed for the world. Now he had become yet another of their victims. The Vichy French police, having promised him immunity, had then brought him to the border of the occupied zone and handed him over to the Gestapo. In the sealed and guarded ghettos throughout Poland, the Germans had imposed such severe restrictions on food supplies that hundreds of Jews died every month of starvation. In Warsaw in January 1941, the death toll that month from hunger had reached 2,000. The February toll was just as high. Almost daily, Emanuel Ringelblum wrote in his diary on February the 28th, "People are falling dead or unconscious in the middle of the street. It no longer makes so direct an impression." The power of the German occupation authorities to tyrannize through hunger, fear and terror was unlimited. In his diary, Ringelblum also recorded the case of a deportation of Jews into Warsaw. During a halt in the journey, a German guard threw a 3-year-old child into the snow. Its mother jumped off the wagon and tried to save the child. The guard threatened her with a revolver. The mother insisted that life was worthless for her without her child. Then the Germans threatened to shoot all the Jews in the wagon. The mother arrived in Warsaw, and here went out of her mind. After 500 days of war, that woman's madness testified to the triumph not only of armies, but of evil. Chapter 12. The Widening War. January to March 1941. On the 19th of January 1941, another war front was opened with the launching of a British attack against the Italians in Eritrea, Somaliland and Ethiopia. The day of the attack was chosen because British intelligence had read and decoded the secret Italian instructions to withdraw that week from Kassala, a town inside the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, which had been occupied by the Italians in the summer of 1940. For 5 months the British force, numbering in all 30,000 men, advanced in 3 converging directions towards the Ethiopian capital of Addis Ababa. Throughout this campaign, from its first day, every secret Italian military instruction was read by British avid eavesdroppers. Every secret operational order sent to or from the Italian viceroy relating to the daily military moves and problems of the Italian army was picked up as it was issued and used to foil whatever plan had been made or to exploit whatever weakness had been revealed. On the first day of the British offensive in East Africa, it was a chastened Mussolini who arrived at Obersalzberg as Hitler's guest. On Mussolini's second day at Obersalzberg, British forces entered Kassala. That same day in Cyrenaica, Australian forces launched their attack on Tobruk, which had already been cut off by the British 7th Armoured Division. Hitler at once agreed, as he had already stated in his directive to his commanders, that he would send a German force to Tripoli. The troops he chose were those of the 15th Armoured Division under Rommel. It was none too soon, for on January the 22nd the British and Australian forces surrounding Tobruk finally entered the port, taking 25,000 Italian soldiers prisoner. These were encouraging days for Britain. On January the 23rd, in Operation Rubble, 5 Norwegian merchant ships broke out of the Swedish harbour of Gothenburg, passed the Skagerrak, linked up with a British naval force, and despite several heavy German air attacks, reached Scapa Flow without loss. But in the war at sea, the Germans had 2 formidable weapons, the battle cruisers Gneisenau and Scharnhorst. On January the 23rd, they too crossed the North Sea, narrowly missing the British naval force escorting Operation Rubble home, and, reaching the Atlantic, began a career of attacks which resulted in the sinking of 22 merchant ships. The vulnerability of ships and of port installations was stressed on the 24th of January in connection not with the Atlantic but with the Pacific. For on that day the United States Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, wrote to his opposite number at the War Department to point out that if war eventuates with Japan, it's believed easily possible that hostilities would be initiated by a surprise attack upon the fleet or the naval base at Pearl Harbor, with, Knox warned, inherent possibilities of a major disaster. On January the 24th, it was the Germans who rejoiced, when one of their fighter pilots, Franz von Weber, who had crashed over southern England in June 1940 and been taken prisoner, turned up in New York to a considerable fanfare of publicity. 2 weeks earlier, he'd been one of more than 1,000 German prisoners of war who had left Britain on board the Duchess of York for prisoner of war camps in Canada. Of 8 escapees from the train that was taking the prisoners of war across Canada, von Weber was the only successful one. While he was in New York, Hitler awarded him the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross for an earlier and as yet unconfirmed flying exploit. For 3 months, Canada sought von Weber's extradition from the United States. Then, while the legal wrangles continued, it was announced that he had returned to Germany through Mexico, Panama, Brazil, and Spain. On January the 27th, while von Weber's escape was still the talk of the town in New York, a secret gathering of senior British and American officers met in Washington, authorized by Churchill and Roosevelt, to determine the best methods by which the armed forces of the United States and the British Commonwealth, with its present allies, could defeat Germany and the powers allied with her should the United States be compelled to resort to war. These American-British conversations, given the code name ABC, went so far as to envisage an eventual unity of field command in cases of strategic or tactical joint operations. One area of joint operations did not have to wait until the United States entered the war. Even as the Washington talks continued, and as a direct result of them, 6 Americans, including Major Abraham Sinkoff and Captain Leo Roston from the Signals Intelligence Service, were crossing the Atlantic with a precious cargo, a purple machine, the Japanese equivalent of the German Enigma. On this machine, the Americans, and now the British, could read a series of the most secret Japanese diplomatic consular, naval and merchant shipping messages. As with the Enigma messages, those received on the Purple machine were decrypted at Bletchley. 2 further code-breaking successes were achieved at Bletchley that winter within the Enigma system. First, the breaking of the hand cipher of the German Secret Service, the Abwehr, and then of the Enigma key used by the German railways for their own most secret military transport communications. The Germans had no equivalent success to match the Anglo-American code-breaking triumphs of the Enigma and Purple machines. It was from the far less comprehensive world of local and tactical signals interception and from individual agents that they gained much of their secret information. On January the 28th, the German-born Waldemar Ottmar, who had lived in America since the age of 10, sent German intelligence the details of American shipping sales to Britain. As Agent A-2018, Ottmar reported regularly and in detail on American naval preparations on the eastern seaboard of the United States. The bombing of Britain had continued during January, when 1,500 civilians had been killed. But there was no sense of despair. On January the 30th, Roosevelt's emissary, Harry Hopkins, lunched with King George VI and Queen Elizabeth at Buckingham Palace. At the beginning of the lunch, an air raid warning had sounded, but the lunch had continued uninterrupted. When it reached the coffee and port, however, a bell rang, and the King said, "That means we've got to go to the air raid shelter." There in the shelter the conversation continued, the Queen telling Hopkins that the one thing that counted was the morale and determination of the great mass of the British people. "There's definitely a much more cheerful spirit than there was a year ago, don't you think?" Churchill's principal private secretary, Eric Seal, had written to his wife on January the 25th. "We really do feel we're getting on with the war, and that we haven't done so badly since France fell out." On January the 27th, in Eritrea, the 4th Indian Division entered the town of Algordat. 2 days later, in the Western Desert, Italian troops evacuated Derna. "I am convinced," Hitler declared in a speech in Berlin on January the 30th, that 1941 will be the crucial year of the great new order in Europe. For Germany's espionage efforts, however, there was a further, though smaller, setback on the following day, when a would-be German spy, Joseph Jacobs, parachuted into Britain with a wireless transmitter, broke his leg so badly on landing that he had to fire a pistol shot in order to attract attention. He was at once arrested. Because of his broken leg, Jacobs had to sit in a chair for his execution by an army firing squad 6 months later. Hitler's generals were confident of success in their design against Russia. On February the 2nd, the German War Council discussed a report by General Holder, estimating that some 211 Soviet divisions and formations would face 190 German and Axis units. This, Holder said, gave the Soviet Union a substantial numerical superiority, but not the technical or strategic advantage needed to avert defeat. In discussing these factors with Hitler on February the 3rd, both Holder and von Brauchitsch found themselves confronted by the Führer's skepticism about the Russian manpower. Soviet rule was so hated, Hitler argued, particularly by the younger Russians, that Russia itself would crumble under the weight of the first victorious German attack. Hitler also dismissed General Holder's concern in regard to Russian tank superiority, that despite the obsolete design of many of the tanks, surprises cannot be ruled out altogether. Hitler was convinced that the Soviet tanks were too thinly armoured to pose a serious threat, nor did he accept General Holder's further concern in regard to Russia's vast manpower reserves and munitions potential. Confidence was Hitler's order of the day, based on his contempt for the inferior nature of the Slav. Operation Barbarossa was to go ahead with the transfer of further German forces from the western to the eastern border in mid-March. In North Africa, Mussolini's forces continued to be pushed back westwards. On February the 5th, as they suffered enormous losses after a British attack at Beda Foam, Hitler wrote to Mussolini expressing his dissatisfaction at the course of the campaign and offering to send yet more troops, provided what remained of the Italian army put up a stronger resistance and didn't retreat to Tripoli. But the retreat continued, as British and Australian forces gave the Italians no moment of respite. On February the 6th, Australian troops entered Benghazi, destroying 80 tanks and capturing 7 generals, including General Bergonzoli. For Hitler, the Italian retreat in North Africa, as well as the failure of the Italian campaign in Greece, created the first spectre of danger, the loss of the southern flank of the Axis. On the day of Benghazi's fall, he told Rommel, who had gone to see him in Berlin, that all German mechanized units in Libya would be under his command. His task was to hold Tripolitania and thus prevent the British from breaking through to Tunisia. "My head reels to think of all that can go wrong," Rommel wrote that night. "It'll be months before things take effect." Also on February the 6th, Hitler issued his Directive No. 23, calling for an acceleration of operations against the British war economy. It was by an ever greater increase in the sinking of merchant shipping, he wrote, that Germany can bring about the collapse of British resistance in the foreseeable future. At the same time, continued air attacks on armaments factories must lead to a considerable fall in production. But, Hitler warned, the least effect of all of Germany's operation against England so far has been upon the morale and will to resist of the English people. It was at sea that Hitler now wanted the war to be concentrated and intensified. "The sinking of merchantmen is more important than attacks on enemy warships," he wrote. "By reducing Britain's available tonnage, not only will the blockade, which is decisive to the war, be intensified, but enemy operations in Europe and Africa will be impeded." To impede those operations was clearly not going to be easy. On February the 7th, the Italian forces at Beda Foam surrendered to the British. A total of 20,000 Italian soldiers, 200 artillery pieces and 120 tanks were captured, for the loss of 9 British soldiers killed. On the following day in Washington, the House of Representatives passed the Lend-Lease Bill by 260 votes to 165. It still had to be passed by the Senate and approved by the President, but a major hurdle had been surmounted. "It seems now to be certain," Churchill declared in a broadcast on February the 9th, "that the government and people of the United States intend to supply us with all that is necessary for victory." It was not the 2 million men whom America sent across the ocean in the last war that Britain now needed, gallant though the armies were that America was again creating, but weapons and ammunition. "Give us the tools," Churchill declared, "and we will finish the job." The Lend-Lease Bill was still not law, but Hitler's directive against British merchant shipping was already being put into effect, and the danger was immediately apparent. Hitler will do his utmost," Churchill had warned in his speech of February the 9th, "to prey upon our shipping and to reduce the volume of American supplies entering these islands. Having conquered France and Norway, his clutching fingers reach out on both sides of us into the ocean." That day, even as Churchill spoke, a British homeward-bound convoy from Gibraltar, HG 53, lost 2 of its ships to a single German submarine and 6 to aircraft which the U-boat commander, Captain Ohren, summoned to the unequal battle. On the following day, Ohren sank another merchantman. Later that month, in 2 further attacks on convoys in which German submarine packs and air forces combined, 9 merchant ships and then 12 were sunk. On February the 10th, the British launched their first airborne attack of the war, Operation Colossus, dropping 38 paratroops against a railway viaduct at Trignano, near Potenza, in southern Italy. Although the paratroops reached the viaduct, the damage they did was soon repaired, and they themselves were captured. This setback was minor, however, compared with the ominous news which was given to the Defence Committee in London on February the 11th by the Director of Military Intelligence, that the number of German forces then in Romania, 23 divisions, with 12 more arriving in the near future, made it almost certain that Germany intended to secure the capitulation of Greece not by diplomacy, but by war. On learning this, the Defence Committee instructed the British Commander-in-Chief in the Middle East to give priority to preparations for British military aid to Greece, over and above his continuing advance towards Tripoli. The defence of an ally was to take precedent over the defeat of a foe, but it was an ally whose defeat would bring the German army and air force to within striking distance of Palestine, Egypt, and the Suez Canal. On February the 12th, Rommel arrived in Tripoli to stiffen the Italian resistance. Since the opening of the British offensive 3 months earlier, 20,000 Italians had been killed or wounded, and 130,000 taken prisoner. They had also lost 850 tons and 400 tanks. The British and Australian losses, by comparison, were very small, 500 dead and 1,400 wounded. There was now to be a pause. On the day of Rommel's arrival in North Africa, as a result of the switching of British resources to Greece, only a single squadron of fighters remained available to the British in Cyrenaica. For more than a month, the situation in the Western Desert had remained static. It was the struggle in Greece that would determine Germany's future in the Mediterranean. But on February the 14th, Hitler failed to persuade the Yugoslav Prime Minister Dragiša Cvetković to join the Axis. In Rome, 2 days earlier, Mussolini had been equally unsuccessful in persuading General Franco to reconsider his neutral stance. The German failure to enlist Yugoslav help against Greece was a serious one. On February the 14th, the day of Hitler's unsuccessful confrontation with the Yugoslav Prime Minister, Roosevelt sent personal messages of support both to the Turkish President Ismet İnönü and to Prince Paul, the Prince Regent of Yugoslavia. Roosevelt's messages were sent because an American officer, Colonel Donovan, after a tour of the Balkans and Middle East, had informed Washington that Greece offered a field of operations in which Britain could defeat the German armies, but only on condition that Turkey and Yugoslavia, and also if possible Bulgaria, were to cooperate with the Anglo-Greek forces. On February the 16th, the Nazis celebrated the 50th birthday of Hans Gunther, the leading ideologist of Nazi racial policy. That day, Gunther was awarded the Goethe Medal and his work praised by Alfred Rosenberg as being of the utmost importance for the safeguarding and developing of the Nazi philosophy. It was Gunther who, in his book on the ethnology of the German people, first published in 1929, had described those whom he called the non-European Jews as being among the fomenters of disintegration of Nordic culture. On the day after Gunther's birthday, the results of his teachings were seen, though only by a few, at Fort Bredonk in Belgium. There, an elderly German Jew suffering from asthma was unable, on his second day in the camp, to continue to push his wheelbarrow, and against the regulations stopped to take a rest. Seized by the German commandant of his barrack, he was locked up and by nightfall was dead. 6 days later, in Holland, when strikes broke out among the workers of Amsterdam in protest against the roundup of nearly 400 Jews, the head of the SS in Holland, Hans Albin Rauter, ordered SS troops and German police to open fire on the strikers. 11 were killed. The Jews, 389 in all, were deported to Buchenwald. There, 25 died from the brutal treatment or were shot. 2 months later, the rest were sent to the stone quarries of the Mauthausen camp. By the autumn, there were no survivors. Poles, as well as Polish Jews, suffered cruelly as the Nazi grip tightened. On the 22nd of February, it was announced that a Polish woman, Pelagia Bernatowicz, had been sentenced to death in the town of Grodziac for listening to a Polish radio broadcast from London. In the Soviet Union, the senior generals were pressing for a swifter pace of preparation. On the 18th of February, General D.G. Pavlov, the commander of the Western Military District, sent a telegram to Stalin, Molotov, and Marshal Timoshenko, asking for considerable allocations for road building. I believe, Pavlov warned, that the Western theatre of operations must be organized during 1941 by all means. Therefore, it's utterly impossible to drag out the construction over several years. In reply to Pavlov's request, Stalin stated that although his demands were legitimate, nevertheless, we are not in a position to meet them. A week later, on February the 25th, the new Chief of Staff of the Soviet forces, General Zhukov, issued a secret directive naming Germany as the probable enemy and instructing the frontier regions to make appropriate preparations. On the following day, the Soviet Baltic Fleet received its directive of assignments in the event of war with Germany. Minefields were to play a prominent part in the defensive plan. Unfortunately for the plan's rapid implementation, there was a grave shortage of mines, as well as a lack of sufficient minesweepers to deal with German countermeasures. The Moscow staff discussions of February the 25th and 26th had indicated the scale of the defensive measures needed and the difficulties in pursuing them. At Zhukov's urging, it was decided to organize 20 new mechanized army corps and to create many more aviation regiments equipped with new machines and with the necessary support and servicing facilities. As Pavlov had earlier been told, however, in regard to road building, so in regard to Army and Air Force expansion and naval preparations, the problem was a considerable shortage of materials of all types. Nor for the Soviet Air Force did adequate ground facilities yet exist. Of more than 1,000 airfields, only 200 were operationally serviceable. There was now no doubt in Moscow of the danger. German reconnaissance flights over the Baltic had become an almost daily occurrence. Hitler told the Soviets that this was a deception measure designed to lull the British into thinking that Britain was not in fact the next on the list for invasion. But the Soviet state security services had already obtained information, possibly from Sorge or Trepper, that the German attack on Britain had been postponed indefinitely until the end of the war against Russia. With the Western Desert quiet and preparations for the war against Russia proceeding behind a mask of secrecy, it was in the Atlantic that the main German war effort was taking place. On February the 22nd, 650 miles off Newfoundland, Vice Admiral Lütjens, Commander-in-Chief of the German fleet, sailing in the Gneisenau and accompanied by the Scharnhorst, found himself in sight of a group of Allied merchant ships which, because of a shortage of escort vessels, was sailing unescorted. 5 of them were sunk. Admiral Lütjens then set sail back across the Atlantic to the Cape Verde Islands and the coast of Africa. Part of the success of the German attacks on Allied convoys arose from the work of German spies in the ports and dockyards of the Atlantic seaboard. The information which these spies gathered was sent back to Germany through the German naval attaché in Washington, a member of the embassy which was a constant reminder in the American capital that Germany and the United States still maintained diplomatic relations more than 13 months after Hitler's invasion of Poland. One such message from the naval attaché informed Berlin of convoy rendezvous February the 25th, 200 sea miles east of Cape Sable. 13 cargo boats, 4 tankers, 100,000 tons of aeroplane parts, machine parts, motor lorries, munitions, chemicals. Probably the number of the convoy is HX-114. By one of the ironies of wartime espionage, this particular message, sent across the Atlantic by secret radio signal, was picked up and decoded both in Berlin by those for whom it was intended, and at Bletchley, enabling the British Admiralty to take successful evasive action. Old-fashioned espionage had been defeated by signals intelligence, the agent by the eavesdropper. As a result of a report from Greece by the British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, the British Chiefs of Staff advised the dispatch to Greece of a British expeditionary force of 100,000 men. This decision was endorsed by Churchill and his war cabinet. Its aim was to establish a Balkan front, hopefully of Greece, Yugoslavia and Romania, to prevent a German march southwards and to enable British bombers to strike more effectively at Germany's principal supply of oil, the Romanian oil installations and refineries at Ploiești. On February the 28th, in a decisive forward step towards invading Greece from the east, German army engineers threw 3 bridges across the Danube, from the Romanian to the Bulgarian shore. On the following day, March the 1st, the first German army units entered Bulgaria. That same day, in Vienna, Hitler watched while King Boris of Bulgaria signed his country's allegiance to the Axis. While King Boris was in Vienna, accepting German troops on his soil and the probability of joining a German attack on Greece, the American ambassador to Moscow was instructed to seek an interview with Molotov in order to give him orally and confidentially the following message. The government of the United States, while endeavoring to estimate the developing world situation, have come into the possession of information which it regards as authentic, clearly indicating that it is the intention of Germany to attack the Soviet Union. Before the ambassador could deliver this message, it was passed on in Washington by the Under-Secretary of State, Sumner Welles, to the Soviet ambassador Umansky. Unknown to either the Americans or the Russians, on March the 3rd, Hitler discussed with General Jodl the nature of a future administration of the German-occupied regions of Russia. The Jewish Bolshevik intelligentsia, Jodl noted, must be eliminated. It was to be more than 3.5 months before this plan of mass murder could be put into effect, but the spirit that animated it had already been at work for 1.5 years and knew no rest. On March the 3rd, the very day of Hitler's discussion with Jodl, a German Jew who had earlier sought refuge in Holland, Ernst Kahn, was executed by a German firing squad in Amsterdam for accidentally dousing a group of German soldiers with a small protective spray which he had installed in his cafe. No one had been hurt by the spray, but Kahn had to be punished. He was the first person to be shot by a firing squad in Holland since the German occupation the previous May. 2 days later, a Dutch communist, Lien Schievenskura, who had been caught distributing leaflets calling for a second strike, was arrested. Within 24 hours, he too had been shot. That week, a special decree was issued to all senior German military commanders. Known as the Kommissar Decree and signed by Hitler, it declared in blunt terms, the war against Russia cannot be fought in knightly fashion. The struggle is one of ideologies and racial differences, and will have to be waged with unprecedented, unmerciful, and unrelenting hardness. Hitler's new decree went on to explain, the commissars hold views directly opposed to those of National Socialism. Hence, these commissars must be eliminated. Any German soldier who breaks international law will be pardoned. Russia did not take part in the Hague Convention and therefore has no rights under it. Coming direct from Hitler, this Commissar decree was sufficient to lead to the brutal deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people without right of appeal for its victims and without remorse on the part of the perpetrators. On March the 4th, the British launched Operation Claymore, a naval raid against the Lofoten Islands just off the Norwegian coast and inside the Arctic Circle. To the British public, the operation was a daring episode which boosted morale. A German armed trawler, the Krebs, was damaged, 14 German sailors were killed, 25 German combatants were captured, and Germany's local oil stocks destroyed. The aim of the operation had not been to sink ships, however, but to capture a German Enigma machine used by the Navy, whose code keys had been proving virtually impossible to break. One such Enigma machine was on board the Krebs. Its commander, Lieutenant Hans Krupfinger, had managed to throw his machine overboard before he was killed. He had insufficient time, however, to destroy other elements of the Enigma message procedure, including his coding documents, so that after 3 weeks' intensive work at Bletchley, it became possible for British intelligence to read all German naval traffic in home waters for the last week of April and much of May, with only a relatively short delay of between 3 and 7 days. The Norwegians were to suffer for the Lofoten Islands raid, Josef Terboven setting up at once, as Goebbels wrote in his diary 5 days later, a punitive court of the harshest kind. The farms of saboteurs were to be burned and hostages taken. "This fellow Terboven is all right," Goebbels added. "One doesn't need to pussyfoot with him. He knows himself what he must do." On March the 5th, the British launched their second expedition in 2 days. This was Operation Luster, the ferrying of British forces to Greece despite Italian air attacks launched from air bases in Rhodes and the Dodecanese Islands. Every 3 days a convoy left Egypt. Altogether 25 ships were sunk, all but 7 of them in Piraeus and Volos, after the troops had disembarked. A total of 60,364 men were carried across the eastern Mediterranean, 4 divisions in all, 2 of them armoured. Even as these troops arrived, Hitler's plans to invade Greece were nearly ready. He was confident that any British reinforcements could be overwhelmed and pushed aside. It was the Russian campaign on which his energies were focused. But the secrecy which he had enjoined on his senior commanders could not be maintained. Unknown to Hitler, on March the 5th, from Tokyo, Richard Sorge was able to send his masters in Moscow the microfilm of a telegram from Ribbentrop to the German ambassador to Japan, giving the likely date of the German attack on Russia as mid-June. Ironically, although the date sent by Sorge proved in the end to be the correct one, it was at the time only a skilful guess by Ribbentrop. The actual date was not to be finalized for more than 2 weeks. In Holland, on March the 6th, the Germans sentenced 18 members of the Dutch resistance to death. They were executed 7 days later. On their way to the place of execution in the sand dunes, they sang, alternating psalms with the Dutch national anthem. To show the Dutch people that they were not forgotten, British aircraft dropped more than 4,000 tons of Dutch tea from Batavia in 2-ounce bags. Each bag bore the message, "Greetings from the free Netherlands Indies. Keep a good heart. Holland will rise again." In Poland, after the murder of Polish patriots on March the 7th of a Warsaw actor, Igor Seim, who had declared himself to be an ethnic German, the Germans seized 160 hostages. When those who had killed Seim didn't give themselves up, 17 of the hostages were shot, among them 2 former teachers at Warsaw University, Professor Kopecz, a biologist who was executed with his son, and Professor Zarakiewski, an eminent historian. Also in Poland, or in what had been Poland until September 1939, death was now the punishment even for singing the Polish anthem. On March the 14th, the local German newspaper in Poznan reported that 2 Poles had been sentenced to death for this crime. They were Edward Lembich, a 36-year-old saddler, and Jan Mikolacz, a 25-year-old carter. Official looting, too, had continued throughout German-occupied Europe, at times on a substantial scale. In February and March 1941, Goering visited Paris 4 times. During the course of his visits, he removed 53 works of art from private Jewish collections, including 1 painting each by Goya, Rembrandt, Teniers, Rubens, Boucher, and Franz Hals. When a local German official objected that this was illegal, Goering replied, "The highest jurist in the state is me." In the war at sea, March the 7th saw the sinking of the German submarine U-47 and the death, together with his whole crew, of its commander, Günther Prien, whose exploit in sinking the Royal Oak had been one of the first German successes of the war. But Prien's death was eclipsed in significance for Britain on the following night by the passage through the United States Senate of the Lend-Lease Bill by 60 votes to 31. Under the bill, both Britain and Greece were to get immediate military aid. It was, said Roosevelt 6 days later, the end of compromise with tyranny. In Greece itself, troop reinforcements were rushed to the Albanian front on March the 9th as the Italians launched an offensive aimed at least at driving the Greeks out of Albania. But after 5 days of battle, the Italian thrust was halted. Not so fortunate as the Greeks were the British. Heavy German air attacks had been renewed over London, and several other cities, and several thousand more civilians killed. The war at sea had also continued to take its toll. On March the 15th, Admiral Lutschen's warships, the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau, began a 2-day chase of merchant ships, in which 16 were sunk. The Atlantic sinkings gravely threatened Britain's ability to survive, but the countermeasures were continuous. Not only were Günther Prien and his U-47 sunk that month, but 3 more U-boats were destroyed. 2 of Germany's leading submarine commanders, aces in the destruction of merchant shipping, were also victims of a vigilant British naval response that March, Captain Joachim Schepper being drowned and Captain Otto Kretschmer captured. Another British initiative that March was on a small scale but of significance for the future. On the evening of March the 15th, the Special Operations Executive, SOE, flew 5 French soldiers from Britain to France, where with 2 containers of small arms and a specially designed roadblock, they parachuted at midnight near Vannes. Code-named Operation Savannah, their task was to blow up a bus in which German Air Force pilots were known to travel to Vannes Airport. In fact, German pilots no longer travelled by bus, but by car in 2s and 3s. So the commandos couldn't carry out their mission. Those who wished to return to Britain were taken off 3 weeks later by submarine. Although Operation Savannah had failed in its aim, it had achieved one considerable success. It had shown, as the official historian of SOE in France has written, that subversive agents could be dropped into occupied France quite unobtrusively, move about inside it with reasonable ease, be welcomed by a decent French population, and given time, bravery, trouble, and luck, be extricated. The leader of Operation Savannah, Georges Berger, brought back to England much important information about living conditions in German-occupied France, including details of curfew rules, ration cards, and identity papers, which were to be of great value to the agents who were soon to follow in his footsteps. On March the 17th, as part of his preparations to invade Russia, Hitler moved the armoured units of Army Group South to Krakow. This move was known to the British through their reading of the Enigma messages. That same day, when German aircraft appeared over the Soviet Baltic port of Libava, the Soviet naval commander, Admiral Kuznetsov, gave orders for them to be fired on. But Stalin personally ordered Kuznetsov to revoke the order, and when a German reconnaissance plane made a forced landing just outside Libava harbour, its pilot was rescued, given a dinner, his plane towed in and refuelled, and he was waved back on his way to Germany. Stalin wanted no provocation. Commanders of the border regions were specifically instructed not to fire on German planes that crossed the frontier. Caution was to be Stalin's watchword. He had every reason to be alarmed. On March the 20th, 3 days after the forced landing of the German plane at Libava, Ambassador Umansky was told by Sumner Welles in Washington of a series of messages passed on by the Greek government and emanating from Swedish diplomatic missions in Berlin, Bucharest, and Helsinki of definite German intentions to attack the Soviet Union. All that remained unknown to Stalin was the precise date of the German invasion. But even here, the chief of the intelligence division of the Soviet General Staff, General Golikov, submitted on March the 20th a report with an accurate description of the three-pronged German plan of attack and the names of its commanders, ending with the comment, "The tentative date for beginning the attack on the USSR is May the 20th. In his conclusion, however, Golikov stated, "Rumours and documents that war against the USSR is inevitable this spring should be regarded as misinformation coming from the English or perhaps even the German intelligence service." Golikov's interpretation was wrong. Substantial German troop movements were taking place from the central region of Germany to southern Poland. Nor was it only Hitler who was making plans to extend the war. On March the 22nd, a Japanese agent in Hawaii, Nagai Kita, was instructed by Tokyo to obtain intelligence about United States fleet movements in and out of Pearl Harbor. He was to get this information, he was told, even by bribing informants. Kita's instructions were intercepted by American signals intelligence and read, but they didn't cause alarm. Chapter 13. The German Conquest of Yugoslavia and Greece, April 1941. As German forces completed their forward movements in Bulgaria, on the eastern border of Greece, and King Boris of Bulgaria finally committed himself to the Axis, the situation for Greece had become one of imminent danger. On the 18th of March 1941, it was judged by British intelligence that Paul, the Prince Regent of Yugoslavia, had, like King Boris, committed himself to the Germans, thereby also exposing the northern border of Greece to a German onslaught. British diplomats in Yugoslavia were authorized to do their utmost to secure the overthrow of the pro-German government, even if this meant giving support to subversive measures. On March the 20th, Prince Paul asked his cabinet if they would agree to Hitler's demand that Yugoslavia join the Axis and allow the free passage of German troops through Yugoslavia to Greece. 4 ministers resigned rather than accept these terms. On March the 25th, however, in Vienna, the Yugoslav Prime Minister, Cvetković, signed Yugoslavia's adherence to the Tripartite Pact. Watched not only by Hitler, but by the Japanese ambassador in Berlin, General Oshima, Yugoslavia became a member of the ever-widening Axis. The news of Yugoslavia's commitment to Germany coincided with 2 further blows to the Allied cause. On March the 25th, 6 Italian motor torpedo boats, commanded by Lieutenant Luigi Vargioni, entered Suda Bay in Crete, where a British naval convoy had brought troop reinforcements and arms. There they so severely damaged the British cruiser York that she had to be beached. At the same time, Rommel, who in a surprise forward move had retaken the western desert fort of El Gala from British troops, decided, contrary to his instructions and against Italian protests, to develop a full-scale offensive. The British forces facing him were depleted in men, munitions, and aircraft because of the priority being given to helping Greece. "I have to hold the troops back to prevent them bolting forward," Rommel wrote to his wife on March the 26th. "They've taken another new position 20 miles farther east. There'll be some worried faces among our Italian friends." Those Italian friends had other causes for alarm as well. On March the 27th, after 12 days of bitter fighting, their forces in Eritrea were driven from Karen. At the same time, their principal naval forces were steaming off Cape Matapan, the southernmost point of Greece, unaware that a formidable British force, alerted by the regular British reading of Italy's most secret coded radio signals, was steaming towards them. In the ensuing battle, fought first off Matapan and then off the island of Gaudo, south of Crete, the Italians lost 5 out of 8 cruisers and 3 out of 13 destroyers. About 2,400 Italian sailors were drowned. The cost to Britain was 2 naval aircraft. Among those in the battle was a Royal Navy lieutenant, Prince Philip, the son of Prince Andrew of Greece, for his work in directing the searchlights of the Valiant on 2 of the Italian cruisers. He was mentioned in dispatches. The Battle of Matapan eliminated the Italian navy as a force in the struggle which had just begun in the Adriatic, Ionian, and Aegean seas. Throughout 26th of March, there had been mass demonstrations in many of the cities and towns of Yugoslavia against the signing of the tripartite pact. The trade unions, the peasants, the church, and the army making common cause. In the early hours of the following morning, March the 27th, the Cvetković government was overthrown, and the Prince Regent replaced by the heir to the throne, the 17-year-old King Peter. The new government, headed by the Yugoslav Air Force commander, General Dusan Simovic, at once withdrew from the tripartite pact. Within 48 hours of having secured his northern route to Greece, Hitler had lost it. Angrily, he told his military commanders that he was determined to smash Yugoslavia, militarily and as a state. The attack must begin as soon as possible. Politically, Hitler explained, it's especially important that the blow against Yugoslavia be carried out with merciless harshness, and that the military destruction be done in blitzkrieg style. Once more, lightning war was to destroy one enemy and frighten another. Turkey would also be persuaded by such an example to maintain her neutrality. Later that morning, in a 15-minute interview, Hitler offered the Hungarian minister the Banat province of Yugoslavia in return for Hungarian help. "You can believe me," he said, "that I'm not pretending, for I'm not saying more than I can be answerable for." To the Bulgarian minister, in a 5-minute interview, he offered the Yugoslav province of Macedonia, as well as Greek Macedonia, which was to have been Yugoslavia's reward for joining the Axis. "The storm," Hitler told the Bulgarian minister, "will burst over Yugoslavia with a rapidity that will dumbfound those gentlemen." During March the 27th, 600 German aircraft were flown to airfields in Romania and Bulgaria from German airfields along the whole of the Channel coast, as well as from Sicily and from Libya. With their arrival, the total German air strength ready to strike at either Yugoslavia or Greece had reached 1,000. Belgrade, the Yugoslav capital, was particularly vulnerable. That evening, Hitler signed his War Directive No. 25. Yugoslavia and Greece would be attacked simultaneously. The invasion of Russia must be postponed from May to June. Yugoslavia now faced the full weight of Hitler's fury. Even if she were to make initial professions of loyalty, Hitler wrote in his directive, she must be regarded as an enemy and beaten down as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, internal tensions were to be encouraged by giving political assurances to the Croats. As to the start of the attack, as soon as sufficient aircraft were in place and the weather allowed, the ground installations of the Yugoslav Air Force and the city of Belgrade will be destroyed from the air by continual night and day attack. The meaning of such an attack could not be in doubt. On March the 28th, it was announced that 28,859 British civilians had been killed in the previous 7 months of air bombardment, and a further 40,166 seriously injured. In March 1941 alone, 4,259 civilians had been killed, among them 598 children under 16. At sea, the German submarine sinkings had also continued. The strain at sea on our naval resources, Churchill telegraphed to Harry Hopkins on March the 28th, is too great for us to provide adequate hunting groups, and this leads to a continuance of heavy, disastrous losses inflicted on our immense traffic and convoys. We simply have not got enough escorts to go round and fight at the same time. The German submarine sinkings of merchant ships was a daily worry for the British people and their leaders. But for the long-term outcome of the war, the last week of March saw 2 secret developments of profound significance for the Western Allies. On March the 27th, the American-British staff conversations in Washington reached agreement on Joint Basic War Plan No. 1 between Britain and the United States, a plan which envisaged war against the Axis powers. Comprehensive in its scope, the war plan set out in detail what the dispositions of the land, sea, and air forces of Britain and the United States would be from the moment that America might enter the war. Also known as Defense Plan No. 1, it envisaged first the defeat of Germany in Europe, to be followed, should Japan become a belligerent, by the defeat of Japan in Asia. Of equal relevance, as it was to prove, to the eventual defeat of Japan, was another secret development that week. On March the 28th, a group of Western scientists discovered a new element, the properties of which showed it to be an essential component of nuclear fission and the evolution of an atomic bomb. In 1789, a newly discovered element had been named uranium, after the planet Uranus. The new element of 1941 was to be named after the planet Pluto, which had itself been discovered only 11 years earlier. It was to be called plutonium. On March the 30th in Berlin, Hitler spoke to 200 of his senior commanders and their staff. The invasion of Russia, he said, would take place on June the 22nd. We have the chance to smash Russia while our own back is free. That chance will not return so soon. I would be betraying the future of the German people if I didn't seize it now. Hitler then gave his commanders an explanation of his Commissar decree. In the East, cruelty would be kindness for the future. All Russian commissars, identified by the red stars enclosed in a golden hammer and sickle on their sleeves, were criminals and must be liquidated. It is not our job to see that these criminals survive. Sensing the shock of many of the officers present, Hitler told them, "I know that the necessity of making war in such a manner is beyond the comprehension of you generals, but I cannot and will not change my orders, and I insist that they be carried out with unquestioning and unconditional obedience." There had been no need to browbeat subordinates in carrying out orders in the concentration camps. At the end of March, it was learned in the West, through the Polish government in exile, that more than 3,000 Poles had been murdered in Auschwitz or had died there from exposure and cold in the previous 10 months. On March the 30th, in the western desert, Rommel now advanced across Cyrenaica, from which the British had so recently driven the Italians. Further east in Iraq, an anti-British general, Rashid Ali, seized power on April the 2nd, cutting off the oil pipeline to the Mediterranean. Hitler, elated at this blow to Britain's position in the Middle East, ordered Vichy arms from Syria to be sent to Baghdad, and German military experts to be flown out to help Rashid Ali maintain his power. Only in the war in East Africa, where Britain was total master of the Italian secret radio communications, did the British forces continue to make unbroken progress. On April the 2nd, the day of Rashid Ali's seizure of power in Baghdad, 5 Italian destroyers on their way from Massawa to Port Sudan were attacked by a squadron of torpedo-carrying aircraft. 4 were sunk. Since March the 26th, in Russia, under Order number 008130, the Western Special Military District had been under instructions to institute a state of readiness to be maintained until June the 15th. Urgent instructions were also sent to the Baltic, Western and Kiev military district commanders to strengthen their frontier fortifications. In a massive effort to make up for past neglect, 58,000 men began work on fortifications in the Baltic district, 35,000 in the Western district, and 43,000 in the Kiev district. The work was impeded, however, by a shortage of concrete, timber and cable, and in what was meant to be a continuous defence line, there were several gaps of between 5 and 50 miles. One gap, particularly serious, was in the Grodno fortified district. Plans were being drawn up to make the gap less dangerous by building 2 support points, but these had not been completed by the 3rd week of June. Also at the end of March, at the persistent urgings of Timoshenko and Zhukov, Stalin agreed to call up 500,000 men to the border military districts to augment the infantry divisions there. A few days later he agreed to the dispatch of a further 300,000 men to the fortified districts, among them specialists in artillery, engineering, signals, air defences and air force logistics. Their training and the implementation of a defensive strategy was planned to begin in March and be completed by October. Yet time was clearly running out. In the first week of April, from Tokyo, Richard Sorge sent a radio message to Moscow in which he stated, citing his most senior German contact in Tokyo, "According to the German ambassador, the German General Staff has completed all its preparations for war. In Himmler's circles and those of the General Staff, there is a powerful trend to initiate war against the Soviet Union." This time, Sorge gave no date. Himmler was in fact training his SS troops for combat with an intensity not seen before even in SS military circles. Between January and April, 10 SS men had been accidentally killed in combat training and 16 wounded. They were expecting to be used next in the planned occupation of Vichy France, Operation Attila, but this Hitler had postponed. On April the 3rd, Himmler summoned the SS military commanders to Berlin and told them to prepare for action in Greece. At the same time, uninterrupted by the Balkan imbroglio, the special task forces continued preparation for their work in Russia. On the day after Himmler's talk to the SS commanders who would be fighting alongside the German army in Greece, that same army agreed to give the special task forces virtually unrestricted activity behind the lines, and they were specifically authorized to take executive measures affecting the civilian population. These executive measures were to be mass murder. On April the 3rd, Rommel's combined German and Italian army forced the British to evacuate Benghazi. "We've already reached our first objective," Rommel wrote to his wife, "which we weren't supposed to get to until the end of May. The British are falling over each other to get away." That day in Hungary, the Prime Minister, Count Paul Teleki, committed suicide, feeling that the decision of the Hungarian regent, Admiral Horthy, to join with Germany in the invasion of Greece forfeited Hungary's honour. In his War Directive No. 26, Hitler also on April 3rd confirmed that Hungary was ready to take part not only in occupying the Yugoslav province of the Banat, but also in further operations for the destruction of the enemy. Bulgaria would get back Macedonia, Romania would limit her efforts to guarding the frontiers with Yugoslavia and Russia. The Italians would also move against Yugoslavia, but this would only be once the German attack begins to be effective. On April the 4th, as the German forces made their final preparations for their Balkan offensive, Rommel's troops entered Benghazi, from which the British had already withdrawn. That same day, in mid-Atlantic, a German commerce raider, the Tor, disguised as a merchant ship, sank the British armed merchant cruiser Voltaire. In the first 6 months of 1941, these German decoy ships were to sink 38 merchantmen, while the warship raiders, such as the Penguin, sank a further 37. At Sachsenhausen concentration camp, German doctors were continuing their experiments in euthanasia and death by gassing, using concentration camp prisoners for their experiments. "Our work here," one doctor, Dr. Fritz Menecke, wrote to his wife, "is very, very interesting." He was collecting material for large quantities of new experiments. On April the 5th, in North Africa, despite Italian hesitations, Rommel ordered his army to continue its eastward march. "Off at 4 this morning," he wrote to his wife that day, and he added, "Things are happening in Africa. Let's hope the great stroke we've now launched is successful." In Italian East Africa, the final humiliation came that day when the Italian Viceroy of Ethiopia, the Duke of Aosta, ordered the evacuation of the capital, Addis Ababa. In Moscow, Stalin spent much of the evening of April the 5th with the Yugoslav minister in Moscow, Gavrilovich, promising that if Yugoslavia were attacked, the Soviet Union would adopt an attitude of goodwill based on friendly relations, and if the Germans, displeased, turned against you, Gavrilovich asked, "Let them come," was Stalin's confident reply. Even as Stalin spoke, the German Air Force launched Operation Castigo, the bombing of Belgrade. The first bombs fell at 5 o'clock on the morning of April the 6th. The battle for Yugoslavia had begun. Swiftly and with savage brutality, Yugoslavia was struck and overrun. In the bombing of Belgrade, the principal purpose of which was to create confusion through terror, 17,000 civilians were killed, the largest number of civilian deaths by bombing in a single day in 20 months of war. As had happened in Warsaw in September 1939 and in Rotterdam in May 1940, so in Belgrade in April 1941, a virtually defenseless civilian population, unprepared for the onslaught, and in this instance swelled by many Yugoslavs from other towns and villages who'd come to their capital to celebrate Palm Sunday, was subjected to a day of aerial slaughter. Simultaneously, all Yugoslavia's airfields were bombed, and most of its 600 aircraft destroyed on the ground. Several German armies were on the move on April the 6th. One, advancing from Austria and Hungary, drove on Belgrade. Another, advancing from Bulgaria, drove on Niš, Skopje, and Monastir. Another, also advancing from Bulgaria, drove into Greece, striking at the port city of Salonika. That same day, the German Air Force bombed the Greek port of Piraeus. 6 Allied ships with military cargoes were sunk before the port itself was devastated, when a British merchant ship, the Clan Fraser, hit by German bombs, blew up with 200 tons of explosives on board. In the massive explosion, 10 other ships were sunk. The Italians, eager to revenge the humiliation of their failed invasion of Greece, prepared yet again to advance from Albania. They also awaited the orders to march from Istria in the north and from the Italian enclave at Zara against the Dalmatian coast of Yugoslavia. The Hungarians, too, were poised to strike. 28 Yugoslav divisions faced more than 50 Axis divisions. The Axis divisions had far greater armoured forces and overwhelming air superiority. That night, hoping to delay German railway movement from Bulgaria to the front, 6 British bombers flying from bases in Greece bombed the railway yards in Sofia, the Bulgarian capital. But any gains from the raid were seriously offset by the sinking that day in the eastern Mediterranean of the Northern Prince, a British merchant ship bringing the Greek army badly needed raw materials for the manufacture of explosives. As Yugoslavia faced defeat and disintegration, with Italy among those who would share the territorial spoils, the Italian armies in Eritrea were finally and totally defeated with the surrender of Massawa. Of the 13,000 defenders, more than 3,000 had been killed. In North Africa, however, the German and Italian forces under Rommel's command were completing the reconquest of Cyrenaica. After a long desert march, Rommel wrote to his wife on April the 10th, "I reached the sea the evening before last. It's wonderful to have pulled this off against the British." Less than a year had passed since Rommel had last reached the sea in triumph at Les Petites Dalles on the Channel coast. Stalin, watching as German forces entered the southern Yugoslav city of Niš and advanced towards Belgrade, approved a Soviet General Staff directive on April the 8th to the Western and Kiev special military districts ordering the maintenance and completion of the frontier fortified areas. The necessary improvements were to begin by May the 1st. That night, April the 8th, German bombers struck again at the British aircraft factories around Coventry. Considerable damage was done to 3 factories. That same night in Greece, German forces occupied Salonika, and on the following day the Greek commander of the region, General Bakopoulos, was ordered by the Greek Supreme Commander to surrender his 70,000 soldiers. At Hitler's chancellery in Berlin, the German diplomat Walter Huel noted a magnificent mood. April the 9th marked the first anniversary of the German invasion of Norway. In Oslo, there were silent demonstrations in streets, schools, and workplaces. Over Berlin, as a reprisal for the bombing of Belgrade, British bombers dropped explosive and incendiary bombs on the city centre, destroying several public buildings. Hitler had to spend part of the night in his air raid shelter. In Britain, the shock of the simultaneous German invasion of Yugoslavia and Greece was met with defiance. On April the 9th, Churchill told the House of Commons that once the Battle of the Atlantic had been won, and Britain had received the constant flow of American supplies which is being prepared for us, then, however far Hitler might go, or whatever new millions or scores of millions he may lap in misery, he may be sure that armed with the sword of retributive justice, we shall be on his track. It was on April the 9th, in the northern sector of the Greek frontier, that a British army patrol crossed the frontier with Yugoslavia near Monastir. There it found groups of Yugoslav soldiers drifting across the frontier into Greece. The patrol returned to report that all Yugoslav resistance in the south was over. Snow falling in the mountains and rain in the valleys made any effective air reconnaissance impossible. On April the 10th, the British Expeditionary Force in Greece began to withdraw from the Salonika front. In northern Yugoslavia, Zagreb fell to the German army, giving the Croat nationalist leader Ante Pavelic the opportunity to declare Croatia a separate state. In North Africa, the Australian forces in Tobruk, together with their British artillery support, numbering 24,000 men in all, were cut off from their retreating comrades in arms and besieged. That day Goebbels found Hitler beaming with joy. But 2 events that day were an omen, hardly glimpsed in Berlin, of things yet to come. In the Atlantic, in the first hostile gesture by the United States against Germany since war in Europe had begun, the American destroyer Niblack dropped depth charges against a German submarine responsible for sinking a Dutch freighter. And in Moscow, a decree was issued creating a separate logistical service for the Red Air Force, setting up air base areas and ground service battalions. Special fighter corps were also formed to strengthen the air defences of Moscow and Leningrad. Belatedly, slowly, with a desperate lack of resources, the Soviet Union was awakening to the danger. Hitler, with victory over Yugoslavia now certain, travelled from Berlin to the tiny village of Monikerken in southern Austria to be as near as possible to his troops while still remaining on German soil. For 2 weeks, living in his train, America, he followed the course of the Balkan campaign. Among those who visited him on the train was Franz von Weber, who had finally returned to Germany after his escape that January while he had been a prisoner of war in Canada. With Yugoslavia in travail, both Italy and Hungary advanced on April the 11th for their part of the spoil, the Italians entering the Slovene capital of Ljubljana and the Hungarians advancing on the principal Banat town of Novi Sad. The Italians also chose April the 11th to advance across the Albanian border into Greece, occupying the same regions from which they had earlier been driven with such ignominy. On the following day, as other Italian units began their advance along the Dalmatian coast, occupying the island of Ulyan, German motorized units reached the outskirts of Belgrade. Once more, a moment of German triumph was paralleled elsewhere by a little-noticed move of great significance for the future of the war, the occupation of the Danish colony of Greenland by United States forces. This was one more step towards the American policy of support for Britain in the Atlantic by means of shared bases and extended zones of naval patrol. That same day, Roosevelt told Churchill that the United States would extend her security zone and patrol areas in the Atlantic as far east as the 25th meridian. Even so, Britain's position at sea was grave. In the 3 days up to April the 10th, 31,000 tons of Allied merchant shipping had been sunk at sea. German bombing had also reached a renewed intensity. On April the 12th, Churchill was in Bristol, where, together with the new American ambassador Gilbert WWII, he visited the city centre, shattered by a raid the night before. Yet British morale was not being broken. People were still being dug out, General Ismay later recalled in a letter to Churchill. But there was no sign of faltering anywhere, only efficiency and resolution. At one of the rest centres at which you called, there was a poor woman who had lost all her belongings, sobbing her heart out. But as you entered, she took her handkerchief from her eyes and waved it madly, shouting, "Hooray, hooray!" That April the 12th in Greece, Australian troops had been among those surrendering to the superior firepower of the Germans as they advanced on the Alekmoon line. In Yugoslavia, April the 13th saw the occupation of Belgrade, the 8th European capital to be conquered by German arms in a year and a half. According to one account, the first Yugoslav civilian to be shot in cold blood in the capital that day was a Jewish tailor who, as the German troops marched by, spat at them and shouted, "You will all perish." In Moscow, on the day of the fall of Belgrade, in an attempt to ensure that he was not stabbed in the back, Stalin signed a Soviet-Japanese neutrality pact, valid for 5 years. It was an agreement which gave both sides advantages. Stalin was now free to concentrate on meeting a German threat from the West. Japan could focus her attention on Southeast Asia and the Pacific. At the Kazan railway station in Moscow, Stalin made a rare public appearance to say goodbye to the Japanese foreign minister Yosuke Matsuoka, remarking, "We are both Asiatics." But he also sought out the German ambassador on the station platform, telling him, "We must remain friends, and you must now do everything to that end." Then, turning to an officer whom he had never seen before, the acting German military attaché, Colonel Krebs, and after checking to make sure that Krebs was in fact German, Stalin called out for all to hear, "We shall remain friends with you, in any event." On April the 14th, the day after this scene in Moscow, Stalin approved a directive issued by the Soviet General Staff for the artillery emplacements in the fortified areas to be immediately mounted in combat emplacements, and for the military districts in which they were situated to be put in combat readiness. Even where the full equipment needed by the gun emplacements was not available, it was still absolutely necessary to mount the armoured doors and to provide proper care and maintenance of whatever armaments had been installed. In all, 2,300 major artillery emplacements were to come under the new directive, but such were the shortages of materials that less than 1,000 were in fact completed or equipped by the third week of June. In the Hungarian-occupied areas of northern Yugoslavia, April the 14th marked the first day of an extension of the terror against civilians in the new area of conquest, for on that day Hungarian armed detachments seized 500 Jews and Serbs and shot or bayoneted them to death. As the German armies now broke through more and more strong points along the Aliakmun line, and some Greek soldiers, demoralized by the imminent disaster, fired on their own officers, Hitler was continuing uninterrupted with his eastern plans. On April the 15th, a German aircraft forced down near Rovno, almost 100 miles inside the Soviet frontier, was found by the Soviets to be carrying a camera, exposed film, and a detailed topographical map of the Soviet frontier region. All Europe was now caught up in one aspect or another of war. On April the 16th, as the Greek commander-in-chief, Marshal Papagos, contemplated surrender and pressed the British to withdraw their forces from Greece altogether in order to save Greece from devastation, London experienced one of the most severe and indiscriminate bombing attacks of the war, a retaliation for Britain's deliberate raid on the centre of Berlin a week earlier. In all, 2,300 people were killed. Among them were more than 40 Canadian soldiers, sailors and airmen on leave in the capital. In an air battle over southern England, as fighters sought to shoot down the German raiders, 2 Polish pilots lost their lives, pilot officer Mieczysław Waskiewicz and pilot officer Boguslaw Miedzwa. On April the 17th, the Yugoslav government signed the Act of Surrender in Belgrade. A total of 6,000 Yugoslav officers and 335,000 men had been taken prisoner. Once more, overwhelming military superiority in numbers, firepower, and air support had proved too much even for the most determined defenders. On the following day in Greece, the Germans broke through the last defences on the Aliakmun line, held by Allied troops from New Zealand. In despair, not only at the German military advance, but at the growing signs of defeatism and even treachery in Greek government circles, the Greek Prime Minister Alexander Korezis, after having been refused permission by the Greek king to resign, kissed the king's hand and returned to his home, where he shot himself. That day, 2 men whose armies had not yet been in combat chose different ways to reflect on the rapid Greek collapse. In Moscow, Stalin approved a further directive of the Soviet General Staff, substantially increasing the number of troops assigned to defend the Soviet frontier. At Monikirchen, Hitler, on his train, discussed with his architect Albert Speer the building deadlines for the completion of the proposed new government buildings in the centre of Berlin. It was also on April the 18th that a British brigade landed at Basra, on the Persian Gulf, to challenge the pro-German government which General Rashid Ali had set up in Baghdad. 2 weeks later, 9,000 Iraqi troops attacked the British force of 2,250. The British successfully resisted the attack. In Greece, on April the 19th, British troops moved back to the ports of southern Greece, chief among them Nauplia, Kalamata, and Monemvasia, to prepare to embark for Crete, their evacuation made possible by the determined defence of Thermopylae by British, Australian, and New Zealand units. In North Africa, a strong British commando force which landed at Bardia that day in an attempt to relieve the soldiers besieged in Tobruk was driven off. Learning from the Germans' Enigma messages that Rommel was to be reinforced by a German armoured division, on April the 21st, Churchill and his chiefs of staff agreed to send tank reinforcements from Britain to Egypt. This was Operation Tiger, a bold move and a risky one, as the threat of a German invasion of England had by no means receded. On April the 20th, Hitler's 52nd birthday, a German soldier, Corporal Roland, was shot and fatally wounded at a metro station in Paris. As a reprisal, the German governor of the Greater Paris district, Otto von Stülpnagel, an army officer who had been a supporter of Hitler since before 1933, ordered the execution of 22 civilian hostages. Their deaths were announced in special red posters displayed throughout the capital. On April the 23rd, the Greek army surrendered to the German and Italian invaders. Several thousand Greek soldiers had been killed, and more than 900 British, Australian, and New Zealand troops. That day, in a scene repeated all over Greece, a Greek artillery major was ordered to surrender his battery. This particular major, however, had a heightened sense of the tragedy which had overtaken his country. As the official Greek army report explained, Artillery Major Versis, when ordered by the Germans to surrender his battery, assembled the guns and, after saluting them, shot himself while his gunners were singing the national anthem. The evacuation of British, Australian, New Zealand and Polish troops from Greece, Operation Demon, began on April the 24th and continued for 6 days. In all, 50,732 men were evacuated from 8 small ports. Most of them were taken under strong naval escort to Crete. There was no time, however, to bring away their heavy weapons, trucks or aircraft. As the evacuation began, German parachute troops occupied the islands of Lemnos, Thasos and Samothrace, while Bulgaria, eager to annex the coastline of Thrace, invaded broken Greece from the north. Despite the capitulation of both Yugoslavia and Greece, Hitler was still on board his train at Mönchkerken. Visited there on April 24th by the Hungarian regent, Admiral Horthy, he listened to Horthy's warning that the invasion of Britain was fraught with 1,000 dangers. But if Russia's inexhaustible riches are once in German hands, you can hold out for all eternity. Unknown to Horthy, April the 24th saw the first day of the move of a German Air Force unit from the English Channel to Poland. This move was known to the British as a result of their reading of the German Air Force Enigma. On April the 25th, the British, Australian and New Zealand troops, who had been defending Thermopylae in order to make the evacuation possible, were themselves forced back to the ports of Megara, west of Athens, and Rafina and Porto Rafti, east of the capital, where they too embarked. That day, with Greece at his feet, Hitler issued Directive No. 28, Operation Mercury, the invasion of Crete. Chapter 14. The Fall of Crete, War in Africa, April to May 1941. In Moscow, Stalin was doing his utmost during April 1941 to accelerate Soviet readiness. In the 3rd week of April, the British military attaché to Budapest, travelling by train to Moscow, had passed 7 troop trains on the railway line between Lvov and Kiev, of which 4 were conveying tanks and mechanized equipment and 3 troops. This report, radioed to London by the British military attaché in Moscow, was intercepted by the Germans and shown to Hitler on April the 25th. That day, Stalin telephoned to the Russian Jewish novelist Ilya Ehrenberg to say that his novel about the fall of Paris in June 1940, an event which Ehrenberg had witnessed, could now be published. He, Stalin, would help to get it passed by the censorship, which in the heyday of the Nazi-Soviet pact had rejected it as anti-German. "We'll work together on this," was Stalin's comment. Ehrenberg realized at once that Stalin's telephone call could mean only one thing. Stalin was preparing for war with Germany. On the following day, the Soviet leader was to order General Zhukov to set up 5 mobile artillery anti-tank brigades and an airborne corps, and to do so by June the 1st. One Soviet Rifle Corps command would also be arriving from the Soviet Far East by May the 25th. April the 25th saw Rommel preparing to advance still further in North Africa. The battle for Egypt and the Canal is now on in earnest, he wrote to his wife that day, and our tough opponent is fighting back with all he's got. Also on April the 25th, for Britain, and especially for Australia, the day of the first Gallipoli landings in 1915, an armed British merchantman, the Fidelity, put ashore on the Mediterranean coast of France at the Étang du Canet, a Pole, Czeslaw Bittner, and a Maltese civil engineer, Edward Rizzo, codenamed Aromatic, who would work inside German-occupied France. Also coming ashore that night was a Belgian doctor, Albert-Marie Garise, who under the name and rank of Lieutenant Commander Patrick O'Leary was later to operate an escape route for Allied prisoners of war known to those who used it as the Pat Line, along which more than 600 escapees were to move to safety, not only Allied air crew and soldiers, but many Frenchmen and Belgians who wished to leave occupied Europe in order to fight in their respective forces overseas. On April the 26th, Hitler left Mönchengladbach for a tour of the newly annexed regions of northern Yugoslavia and their principal town, Maribor, renamed Marburg. That evening he travelled back to the Austrian town of Graz. "The Führer is very happy," Walter Hewell wrote in his diary. "A fanatical reception." That night off Greece, the 700 survivors of a dive-bombed troop transport were dive-bombed again on the 2 destroyers which had rescued them, and 650 were killed. On the following day, as German troops entered Athens, the scale of the losses in the battle for Greece became clear. The Greeks had lost 15,700 men killed, the Italians 13,755, the British Expeditionary Force 3,712, and the Germans 2,232, a total death toll in action of more than 35,000. Later that evening it was learned